once-in-a-generation beauty unexpectedly found herself the guardian of several adorable little ones, accompanied by a loyal man, and a love that would leave an indelible mark on her heart. In the midst of a world fraught with peril, neither she nor her companions felt fear or hesitation, however. As the dark machinations drew ever closer, she came to realize that all of this turmoil stemmed from her very existence. What then should she do? On a captivating night in T-City, the dazzling lights adorned the metropolis in a resplendent glow. Yet in the shadowy alleys, hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by a solitary figure clad in black, sprinting forward with one hand pressed against a wounded shoulder, crimson droplets seeping through her fingers. Hearing the pursuit behind her, the moonlight illuminated a face of exquisite beauty marred by a lingering chill, her carefree eyes now imbued with a fierce intensity. "Damn it! Quickly pursue, she is just ahead. We cannot let her escape into the woods." The uneven footsteps were interspersed with a venomous voice, betraying a sense of urgency. The fierceness in her eyes intensified as her pallid visage, drained of color from blood loss, compelled her to forcefully propel herself toward the thicket, all while under the influence of a drug. Damn it! She has slipped away again, even while poisoned. How can she run so swiftly? The face of the pursuer twisted in frustration, his dark eyes gleaming with malice. "Fifth Master, should we continue the chase?" One of the bodyguards inquired. With a grim expression, Fifth Master spat. "Chase? Is it even possible? Let her be with such poison coursing through her veins. I doubt she can survive." He then led his entourage away in haste. As the sounds of their retreat faded, the expression on her face remained inscrutable, though internally she exhaled a sigh of relief. She had finally evaded them now. Her sole priority was to find a means to detoxify herself. Venturing out was not an option. She could only delve deeper into the woods, recalling a waterhole she had passed previously, where she had spotted some rudimentary detoxifying herbs that might prove beneficial. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. As she approached the waterhole, her body grew increasingly unwell, forcing her to hasten her steps. The chill on her face was palpable, and she hastily shed her garments to reveal the gunshot wound, cleansing the injury with water. With a knife, she extracted the bullet, crushing the hemostatic herbs she had gathered earlier and applying them to the wound. This sequence of actions was executed with a stoic demeanor, though a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. The night in the forest loomed like a colossal beast, but within her there was no trace of fear. Rather, the heat within her body left her in a state of daze. Suddenly, the snap of a twig jolted her back to reality. "Who's there? Show yourself." After a moment of silence, doubt crept in. Was there truly no one? She hastily donned her clothes and moved toward the source of the sound. Before her lay a man clad in camouflage, unconscious on the ground, bearing gunshot wounds with blood that had nearly congealed on his attire. She crouched beside him, suddenly catching a familiar scent that froze her expression. A flicker of recognition passed through her as she swiftly dug the bullets from his body. He merely groaned softly before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. She crushed the remaining herbs, applying them to his wounds, tearing a strip from her garment to bind them. "Damn it," she muttered as the heat coursing through her body and the pain radiating from her shoulder overwhelmed her, leading to a startling realization. Marinze. This so-called Marinze was a potent aphrodisiac, one that had no antidote, necessitating intimate union with another for an entire night. Her expression darkened as the implication sank in. No wonder it feels so familiar. This man, too, has fallen victim to this drug. I can only hope this is mere coincidence otherwise. With only this one man present, her choices were limited. Otherwise, she would be left to her fate. The absurdity of such a situation unfolding around her was infuriating. She washed the man's face, revealing a strikingly handsome visage, high cheekbones, thin lips, and bold brows. A furrow in his brow indicated a meticulous nature, while his pallor betrayed the toll of injury and blood loss. "Wake up! Hey!" Gritting her teeth, she realized she was at a loss for what to do. She had no choice but to awaken him if there was any hope of escape. Ugh! So hot. So very hot. The previously motionless man suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the delicate face before him, momentarily convinced he was entrapped in a dream. How could an angel possibly be here? Yet, before he could comprehend his surroundings, an overwhelming heat enveloped him, blurring his vision. The singular silhouette before him instinctively drew him closer. So hot. GMO Ween instinctively embraced her, descending upon her slightly parted lips with fervent kisses. Wyatt's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated such boldness from him. Before she could articulate a word, Her thoughts became muddled, compounded by the insatiable lust that surged within her. Consequently, they found themselves entwined, oblivious to the intoxicating fragrance that intensified their fervor. A brilliant red epiphyllum blossomed on Wya's forehead, radiating an extraordinary beauty, its delicate petals resembling exquisite glass, seemingly allowing one to peer into its heart. Even in bud form, it captivated and ensnared the senses. After what felt like an eternity, Wuyo succumbed to unconsciousness, and their union reached its completion. As the sun shone brightly, heralding the arrival of spring, even the grass by the roadside stretched forth to greet the new day. Upon awakening, Wuyo realized she was utterly immobilized, as if trampled by a carriage. Struggling to extricate herself from the man's embrace, she endured the pain beneath her, hastily dressing and splashing her face with water from the pond before bolting toward the forest's edge. No longer concerned for his well-being, she thought it best to return home quickly. After a night away, her brother and parents would surely be worried. What could she say? She resolved to tidy up her situation first to spare them further concern. GMO Wuyin, upon awakening, could hardly fathom his current state. His complexion remained pale, devoid of color, and his gaze, deep and frigid, concealed a tumult of emotions. He had always prided himself on his health, yet after suffering such grievous injuries, he had remarkably recovered overnight. Examining the neatly bandaged wounds and the lingering marks on his skin, he comprehended that the events of the previous night had indeed transpired. As he washed the fabric used for his bandages in the water, the image of the girl who had saved him surfaced in his mind. She was an angel sent by heaven. "I will find you." A smile graced G.M.O. Wyan's face, unaware that this quest would span several years and culminate in a momentous surprise.
Chapter 2. Discovery of space in the outskirts of T-City lies Liwan Court, an expansive villa district predominantly inhabited by the affluent. Within one of the opulent residences, the second brother, "Why are you at home today?" Wuyo was taken aback to encounter her most troublesome older brother immediately upon her return, glancing at her attire and thinking, "Oh no, how did I run into him? I haven't even contemplated how to respond." On a lavish sofa reclined an extraordinarily handsome man, casually perusing a document. Upon hearing his beloved younger sister's voice, Shiling Chu lifted his exquisitely beautiful face, narrowing his alluring peach blossom eyes, and said, "Little sister, where have you been?" "Second brother, I had a matter to attend to last night, which is why I didn't return," Wuyo replied, her eyes filled with helplessness. "Oh, a matter, you say? What could possibly be so urgent that you had no time to call? Leaving yourself in such disarray?" Shiling Chu's eyes sparkled with interest. He had noticed the subtle movements of his sister earlier, but since the family was absent, he decided it was best to inquire later when everyone was present. "Second brother, I truly have no issues," Wuyo insisted, not waiting for Shiling Chu to respond further. She added, "Second brother, I haven't changed my clothes yet, so I'll tidy up first and we can talk later. By the way, don't you have school today? You need not wait for me. I shall go by myself shortly. Goodbye." Without awaiting a reply from Shiling Chu, she hurriedly dashed upstairs, entered her room, and locked the door behind her, letting out a sigh of relief. Alas, if the conversation continued, the truth would be revealed. She quickly gathered a change of clothes and headed for the bathroom. Downstairs, Shiling Chu observed his sister's hasty retreat. Contemplating that while one might escape the monk, they cannot evade the temple, he decided to wait until the evening to address the matter, and first made a call to inform their parents and older brother. "Hello, elder brother, little sister has just returned. Please inform father and mother." "All right, understood, I will return in the evening," he replied before hanging up. The man on the other end of the line relaxed his furrowed brow and ended the call. Shiling Chu gazed at his phone, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. His elder brother's aloofness was remarkable. A few additional words wouldn't he have harmed. Not wishing to dwell on it, he stood up, taking the document in hand, and exited the house. Meanwhile, upstairs, Shiling Wuyo finished her shower and changed her clothes. Sitting before the mirror, she dried her hair with a towel while reflecting on the events of the previous night. She had indeed been careless. The recollection of that man resurfaced in her mind. He was not an ordinary individual. She hoped trouble would not ensue, yet she was unfazed by the prospect. "What is this? I don't recall seeing this yesterday," Shiling Wuyo mused, gazing curiously at her reflection. There, on her slightly chubby forehead, was an inconspicuous mark resembling a small flower, glimmering faintly with golden light. Upon closer inspection, she discerned it was a night-blooming cereus. How peculiar! How did this come to be? Shiling Wuyo pondered, frowning as she reached out to touch it. The moment her fingers made contact, a blinding golden light enveloped her. rendering her unconscious. Little did she know that after losing consciousness, streams of purple golden light emerged and penetrated her abdomen, illuminating the entire room in a resplendent glow that lasted for over 2 hours. As the radiance gradually dissipated, the figure of Shieling Wuyo, once bathed in the ethereal light, vanished without a trace, leaving any onlookers in utter astonishment. Time passed, and Shieling Wuyo awoke to the fragrance of blooming flowers, greeted by a vast sea of blossoms, adorned with an abundance of night-blooming cereus. "Where am I?" she pondered, and suddenly the phrase night-blooming cereus space appeared in her mind. Rising to her feet, she shook her dazed head, questioning the nature of this night-blooming cereus space. Then, an introduction materialized in her thoughts, revealing that this space was a divine artifact from an ancient deity of a bygone era. Unfortunately, a series of events had led to the deity's downfall, causing the artifact to fade into obscurity. It was said that whenever the night-blooming cereus space manifested, a great calamity would befall the world. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain, but what was real and what was illusion often warranted a measure of skepticism. No wonder the air here was so crisp, the sky so azure, and the clouds so white. Nearby, there was a medicinal herb field, a babbling brook, and in the center, a quaint bamboo cottage, resembling a cozy little home. The space appeared to contain everything one could desire. As she lifted her leg to venture into the heart of the floral expanse, she recalled that those who had not been acknowledged by the space could not perceive the cottage. It was rumored that the higher one's cultivation, the greater the space would become, with the dwelling transforming into the desired form. Shieling Wuyo contemplated exploring further later and made her way toward the bamboo cottage. Before she could step inside, she noticed a small spring bubbling with crystal-clear water to the right of the cottage. A passage of text flashed in her mind, stating that the life spring could not only cleanse the marrow and bones, but also extend one's lifespan by 200 years. Stunned and speechless, she took a moment to absorb this revelation. Deciding not to dwell on it further, she approached the door of the bamboo cottage and pushed it open. Inside, she found a small wooden table facing her, upon which lay a book. The moment she grasped it, it transformed into a beam of golden light that surged into her forehead, followed by a torrent of text that danced incessantly in her mind, threatening to overwhelm her consciousness. After a while, Shieling Wuyo finally regained her composure and deciphered the influx of information. The book contained prophecies exchanged for the deity's final breath, warning that the arrival at this space signified the imminent onset of calamity, urging future generations to wield its knowledge with caution. Additionally, there was a tome titled 9 Heaven Spirit Formula, alongside notes on cultivation. This formula was exclusively for those who possessed the space. Others were forbidden from utilizing it, as its misuse could lead to dire consequences, ranging from mere peril to the shattering of one's soul. The 9 Heaven Spirit Formula was divided into 3 sections, one for soul refinement, another for body refinement, and the last for spirit cultivation. As for other techniques, they would reveal themselves upon the initiation of the first tier of the 9 Heaven Spirit Formula. Upon contemplating this, Shieling Wuyo felt compelled to ascertain the veracity of the situation. Exiting the bamboo hut, she approached the small stream beside the spring, shedding her garments before settling cross-legged within in accordance with the instructions of the Lingjue. She imbibed the life-giving essence of the spring, directing the spiritual energy into her body before executing the 9 Heavens Lingjue. She aimed to complete one great circulatory cycle and 9 minor ones. Initially, the experience was bearable. A warm flow coursed through her dantian, enveloping her in comfort. However, once she initiated the technique, an excruciating pain enveloped her entire being, relentlessly ravaging her meridians. Shieling Wuyo yearned to halt the process, yet found herself unable to do so, as the technique operated autonomously. She could only grit her teeth and endure, witnessing her skin tear away inch by inch, only to regenerate anew. This ordeal was nearly unbearable, yet thoughts of her parents and several elder brothers, coupled with the impending cataclysm, fueled her resolve. As she concentrated, the pain began to dissipate, and she focused on the recitation of the technique's incantation. All of Shieling Wuyo's meridians had been thoroughly unblocked, and the operation of the technique accelerated. Chapter 3. Breakthrough in school. After a brief interval, a surge of golden light enveloped her, and her entire being trembled. She was on the cusp of breaking through the first layer. Shieling Wuyo's pores opened wide, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy around her. As the influx of energy intensified, she finally transcended the initial threshold. Consolidating all the spiritual energy within her dantian, she exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling invigorated and powerful, as if she could effortlessly send a bull soaring through the air. The 9 Heavens Lingjue comprises 9 layers, each corresponding to a cultivation stage in the realm of immortality. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit separation, God transformation, void cavern, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. The Chi refinement and foundation establishment stages are each subdivided into 12 layers, while the golden core to great ascension stages consist of initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfected levels. Alas, what is that smell? It is utterly foul. Upon opening her eyes, Shieling Wuyo was met with the sight of her body. Darkened and unseemly, this was the detritus expelled post-breakthrough, and it was indeed revolting. She felt as though she hadn't bathed in ages. Dipping herself into the stream, she cleansed her body of its impurities, donned her attire, and with a flicker, materialized within her room. Standing before the vanity mirror, Shieling Wuyo beheld a girl reminiscent of a sprite, transformed by the life-giving essence of the spring. Her waist-length hair gleamed with a deep black luster, and her eyes sparkled brightly, akin to a clear autumn sky. With long eyelashes, a delicate nose, and lips resembling cherry blossoms, her every glance radiated brilliance and charm, shimmering like rippling water. Oh dear, it is already noon. I have arrived late for class and will have to attend in the afternoon, Shieling Wuyo pouted, her eyes betraying not a hint of concern. Knock, 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 miss, it's noon. May I serve the meal? Called a voice from outside the door. Yes, just a moment. I'll be down shortly, Shieling Wuyo replied, contemplating her attire. Perhaps it would be best to wear the school uniform, as she would be heading to school shortly in the afternoon. Shieling Chu was not home. After enjoying her lunch, Shieling Wuyo rested for a while before making her way to school. Along the way, she encountered a few upperclassmen, as there was still some time before classes commenced. As I strolled into the classroom, it was evident that few students were present. I took my seat and began to peruse my book, indifferent to the occasional murmur of discussion around me. Hey, Shieling, hasn't he attended class this morning? Whispered a classmate beside me. I heard she had something to attend to, but no one knows what it is. Another classmate responded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, I didn't even notice until now. Shieling seems to exude a stronger aura, and her appearance has certainly become more enchanting. Enough of that. What she does is none of your business, and this isn't her first time skipping class. The lesson is about to commence, so kindly hush before the teacher arrives. A fellow student interjected, as more students trickled into the classroom. Shieling Wuyo sat absorbed in her book, finding the gossip quite tedious. Her mind wandered to the events of yesterday and today, leaving her at a loss for words. Although she had lost herself to traditional medicine, she had gained a space that others could only dream of. This evening, she resolved to discuss it thoroughly with her family, but how could she articulate it? Should she say she had empowered someone only to abandon them? That would surely spell disaster for her. Perhaps it would be best to dismiss the incident entirely, as if it had never occurred, claiming she had an errand last night and stayed out. Contemplating the space, she recalled her master's words about the impending catastrophe. What kind of calamity could it be? Was it the fabled apocalypse? That seemed implausible. Though disasters have increased in various regions over recent years, surely it had not escalated to that level. Upon returning home, she decided to inquire with her parents to prevent herself from spiraling into unfounded fears. Even if it were true, she felt fortified. She now possessed a space brimming with mountains and waters, and having broken through a layer, she was yet unaware of the transformations within her realm. Just then, the language teacher entered with a textbook in hand. Classmates, today we shall commence our lesson. Please take out your textbooks and turn to Dingling. We shall conclude our discussion here for today. Class dismissed. With that, he exited the classroom. For the subsequent lessons, Shieling Wuyo remained distracted, her thoughts preoccupied, rendering her unable to focus on the teachings. At long last, the bell rang and she gathered her books before departing. By the time she returned home, it was barely 5:30, and her parents had yet to arrive. Locking her room door, she changed her clothes, contemplating the early hour, and resolved to explore her space before recounting her findings to her parents. Upon entering the space, she found it considerably larger than what she had observed that morning, likely a result of her recent breakthrough. With each elevation in her cultivation, the space expanded further, potentially culminating in a miniature world. The small bamboo cottage had transformed into a 2-story building. The medicinal fields had enlarged, and the life spring had also increased in size. Stepping into the new building, she noted the addition of several rooms on the first floor, all vacant and ready for habitation, along with a basement that, according to the knowledge swirling in her mind, served as a storage facility where time was suspended and infinitely expansive. Turning back, I ascended to the second floor, where I beheld several rooms adorned with large inscriptions: Ling, Dan, Qi, Fu, and Zhen. Approaching the door marked with the character Dan, I opened it, discovering it to be identical to the other's point. One could only wonder if it contained an abundance of elixirs. As Shieling Wuyo stepped inside, an extraordinary fragrance enveloped her, causing her dantian to instinctively absorb the aroma. Before her lay a room of over 100 square meters, dominated by a large cauldron at its center. Shelves flanked both sides. To the left were various alchemical texts, while the right displayed an assortment of elixirs, each in unique boxes, varying in quantity. Although the number was sufficient, she realized that she was still on the first floor and could not concoct elixirs until reaching the second. After searching for the elixirs her parents and brothers required, Shisue Dan, Guling Dan, and Wheeling Dan, she gathered a few. Exiting the elixir chamber, she proceeded to the left room marked with the character Ling. Upon crossing the threshold, she was greeted by a dazzling array of multicolored stones, along with a collection of transparent spiritual stones and a multitude of iridescent spiritual stones, though it was evident that the multicolored stones were significantly smaller than the other two types. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Shieling Wuyo, her eyes sparkling. Although her family was quite affluent and possessed similar treasures, witnessing such a plethora all at once felt utterly extravagant. Words like spiritual stone, premium spiritual stone, and supreme spiritual stone flashed through her mind, realizing these were essential for cultivation. On the opposite side of the room, shelves boasted an array of jade slips. As she approached, she discovered that they were all martial arts manuals, which meant her parents and brothers could also cultivate. Chapter 4. Concealment and Confession. Shieling Wuyo contemplated waiting for her parents and brothers to return before sharing her discoveries. Exiting the space, she casually donned a garment and made her way downstairs, where she encountered her brothers just entering. With arms wide open and beaming smiles, they enveloped the eldest brother in a warm embrace, calling out, "Brother, you're back. Where are Mom and Dad?" "They're right behind us and will arrive shortly. Let's eat first, little sister," Shieling Yuan replied, embracing his rushing sister, transforming from the cold-faced Yama of T-City into a doting elder brother. "Sister, why did you only see the eldest and not us?" "Alas, how heart-wrenching." Shieling Xian feigned a sorrowful expression, gazing at his sister. "Fourth brother, spare us your theatrics. You don't resemble it at all." Second brother, third brother, let us be on our way." Shieling Wuyo interlaced her arms with those of her two brothers, chatting as they walked. "Huagua, there are 4 esteemed families, each wielding mysterious powers unknown to ordinary folk, and the Shieling family is among them. Traditionally, the Shieling lineage has been passed down exclusively through one heir. But this generation witnessed a miraculous exception when the family patriarch married a woman of unknown origin. The matriarch subsequently bore 5 children, 4 boys and 1 girl, a joyous occasion for a family that had long adhered to a singular lineage, earning her even greater respect among them. The dining table was laden with a variety of dishes as Shieling Wuyo pulled her brothers to sit down, pondering how increasingly handsome her brothers had become and wondering what sort of sisters-in-law they might choose in the future. "Mom and Dad, you're back? Hurry up and eat. I'm starving." With her eyes lighting up at the sight of her parents entering, Shieling Wuyo pouted and playfully complained. "Darling, have you been well behaved today?" Shieling Yu gently inquired of his little daughter. Observing his children brought immense joy to Shieling Yu's heart. Each time he saw them, his affection for his wife deepened, grateful for the exquisite offspring she had borne him. "Dad, I've grown up. You can't speak to me like that anymore," Shieling Wuyo thought, feeling a familiar exasperation at her father's repetitive tone. She glanced at her brother's amused expressions and decided to let it go. After all, she was the good daughter. "All right, enough chatter. It's time to eat," Yueshin interjected, observing the father-daughter banter, exasperated that they still behaved this way at their age, despite having been told countless times. At the dining table, only the soft clinking of cutlery could be heard. "Where are you planning to go?" "We will be heading to the study together shortly." Shieling Yu raised an eyebrow at his daughter, who seemed poised to escape. Shieling Wuyo wiped her mouth, a look of helplessness crossing her face. She wasn't trying to flee, after all. She simply pondered whether or not to mention a certain matter, ultimately deciding against it. "Mom, Dad, brothers, I actually have something to tell you." Shieling Wuyo's bright eyes sparkled as she spoke, a captivating smile spreading across her face as she imagined their shocked expressions, her smile widening in anticipation. "Mom, Dad, brothers, I'll head to the study first and wait for you." With that, Shieling Wuyo gracefully rose and made her way to the study on the 2nd floor, her light steps reflecting her good mood. "This child, what is she up to now?" Shieling Yu and his wife exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if their daughter was about to stir up trouble once again. "Eldest brother, don't you think our little sister's skills have improved significantly?" She seems to have become quite refined as well. Shieling Chu reclined in his chair, propping his chin up with his hand. Arching an eyebrow, I just saw her this morning. How could she have changed so much in a day? Second brother, you're overthinking it. Our sister has always been beautiful. Shieling Yu, sitting elegantly, smiled at her second brother, exuding a refreshing charm. Indeed, second brother, if our sister finds out what you said, you might be in trouble. Be careful she doesn't ignore you. Shieling Xian cautioned, glancing at his second brother, mindful that their sister was not to be trifled with. Enough. Didn't our sister say she had something to tell us? Shieling Yuan frowned. She has indeed become quite beautiful, but she will always be our sister. There must be more to her news. In the study at 8 p.m. A spacious room of over 60 square meters housed shelves brimming with various books on the right, while the left side contained several desks for work purposes. A set of sofas occupied the center, where Shieling Wuyo sat, furrowing her brow in contemplation about how to convey her thoughts to them. After a moment, she relaxed her brow, deciding to speak the truth. After all, she would need her brother's assistance later on. If that prophecy of calamity was indeed true, she would have to make alternative arrangements. Little sister, what are you thinking about? You didn't even notice when I walked up to you. Shieling Xian took a seat beside them, observing his beloved younger sister as she alternately furrowed her brows and relaxed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. This sister of his had always been a source of joy at home, bringing happiness to her brothers, and her smile was akin to the ethereal spirits of the night sky, pure, beautiful, and enchanting. Once all the family members had settled in, Shieling Wuyo straightened her posture and addressed her parents and brothers, saying, I have something to share with you all, however. It is quite complex and peculiar. Thus, Shieling Wuyo recounted to her family the events from this morning, beginning with her bath and leading to her discovery of the mysterious space, elaborating on its contents, such as the medicinal fields and spiritual springs. The astonished expressions on her parents' and brothers' faces brought her immense amusement. She spoke. They exchanged glances, and even Shieling Yuan appeared momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. For such phenomena were indeed extraordinary. It was likely that even the nation's leaders had never heard of them. Shieling Yu furrowed his brow, gazing at his little daughter with concern. Sweetheart, you haven't mentioned this to anyone else, have you? Father, how could I possibly speak of such extraordinary matters indiscriminately? Shieling Wuyo replied, feeling exasperated. She was no fool to disclose such treasures. Xiaoyu, you must not speak of this to anyone in the future. Possessing such a treasure may bring you trouble, do you understand? Yuexin said, regarding her daughter with worry. She understood her daughter well, kind-hearted and intelligent, but felt compelled to reiterate her caution, for the rarity of such matters was evident. Father, regarding the cataclysm, I recall there were rumors about it 6 months ago, but the specifics remain unknown. Shieling Yuan's expression shifted, recalling that it had merely been gossip then. However, with the emergence of the mysterious space and the prophecy from his little sister S-Master, the likelihood of its truth had increased to 99%, necessitating new considerations for the family. Eldest brother, are you referring to the apocalyptic rumors that circulated a few months back? Surely, those were mere fabrications. Shieling Xian inquired. Shieling Chu narrowed his eyes at him, saying, What are you afraid of? I had no idea you were so timid. Shieling Xian shot him a glare, retorting, Who is afraid? Aren't you the least bit curious? Enough of your bickering. Let us hear what father and eldest brother have to say. Shieling Yu chuckled at the two of them, as they had been squabbling since childhood, resembling sworn enemies. A hint of gravity crossed Shieling Yu's gentle face as he contemplated whether to share what he knew. Recognizing that they were all grown now, each with their own endeavors, capable of managing their own affairs. Chapter 5. Cleansing the marrow and cultivating immortality first and foremost. After I share this with you, it is imperative that you do not speak of it to outsiders, for the repercussions of such information leaking could be monumental. Shieling Yu then proceeded to divulge the information he possessed. So, the state is indeed making preparations, Shieling Xian remarked. However, it remains uncertain just how comprehensive those preparations are. If it is true, how many lives can be preserved? Shieling Yu inquired. Father, what are your plans? Shieling Yuan asked, recognizing that over half a year had passed, making it implausible for there to be no preparations underway. Originally, I intended to take a moment to discuss this with you all, as we should deliberate together. After all, the veracity of this information remains uncertain. Shieling Yu candidly stated that there were no plans regarding the matter. Whether this event is genuine or not is still unknown, and there is no need to cause unrest among everyone. Shieling Wuyo clung to her mother's arm and, in a playful tone, remarked, Mother, how could you not mention such a significant matter concerning father? I thought it was merely a fabrication. I had no idea there was indeed some truth to it. Thus, my master must certainly not be deceiving me. Very well, my dear. These matters will be handled by your father and me, along with your brothers. You need only to remain at home and be our little princess, Moonheart gently reassured, stroking her daughter's forehead. Humph, I am not a little princess. I aspire to be a queen, Shieling Wuyo declared with determination, an impressive aura radiating from her that commanded respect. It seems that the cultivation techniques my little sister has been practicing are indeed remarkable. The effects are evident even after just a morning. Shieling Chu smiled at her. By the way, Mom and Dad, please wait a moment while I retrieve the items for testing. I would like you to try them. As she spoke, Shieling Wuyo spread her hands, conjuring a round crystal ball. Placing the crystal ball on the table before them, she observed the astonishment in their eyes and asked, who would like to try it first? This is for testing spiritual roots. Never mind, big brother, you go first. Place your hand upon it and focus your mental energy on the crystal ball. Shieling Yuan obediently placed his hand on top, closing his eyes and concentrating intently on the crystal ball. Suddenly, the transparent orb emitted a brilliant purple light that intensified, and after some time, as he withdrew his hand, the crystal's color gradually faded back to transparency. Wow, big brother, you actually possess a mutated thunder spiritual root. Shieling Wuyo exclaimed exuberantly, her words flowing rapidly in excitement. How incredible! Quickly, everyone, give it a try to see if you all possess spiritual roots. With that, she encouraged each of them to take their turns, followed by a chorus of gasps as the entire family discovered they all possessed spiritual roots. Could it be that their lineage had once been engaged in cultivation? The eldest brother had a lightning root, capable of controlling thunder. The second brother had a fire root. The third brother possessed an ice root. The fourth brother had a wind root. Their father held a gold root. Their mother had a water root, and Shieling Wuyo herself had a wood root. Shieling Wuyo waved her hand, producing the corresponding cultivation techniques. Mom, Dad, brothers, these are the techniques, and they are all of a high level. Please select the ones that appeal to you. After a moment's thought, she also retrieved some cleansing elixirs and a few low-tier spatial mustard seeds from her storage, preparing to present them after they had chosen their techniques. Looking at them, Shieling Wuyo inquired, have you all made your selections? Here is a cleansing elixir for each of you, and this spatial mustard seed, once bonded with your blood, can either conceal itself or transform according to the owner's needs. Hurry, take it and establish your bond. Shieling Xian glanced at the elixir and remarked, little sister, this medicine doesn't seem particularly special. Without hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth and swallowed it down. Shieling Wuyo was startled, unable to intervene in time due to his swift actions. Fourth brother, couldn't you have gone to your room to consume it? I hadn't finished explaining yet. Before, the once cheerful Shieling Xian now lay prostrate on the ground, his entire body writhing in a grotesque display of muscle spasms. He felt as though he was undergoing a complete reorganization. It seemed that all his bones had shattered, and dark, foul substances were oozing from his body. His form convulsed incessantly, filling the room with a putrid stench, yet he could only grit his teeth, stifling any cries of distress. Dear little sister, what on earth is happening? Is your fourth brother all right? The entire family watched anxiously. Mom, Dad, it's nothing to worry about. This is a normal reaction, came the reply. The cleansing elixir and muscle-purifying pill, as their names suggest, are designed to expel all toxins from the body and to open the meridians, allowing cultivators to absorb the essence of heaven and earth more swiftly, thereby attuning themselves to the Dao. As time passed, Shieling Xian's body ceased expelling impurities, and he gradually regained a semblance of calm. Though he remained motionless on the floor, likely too exhausted to move, Shieling Wuyo approached him. Fourth brother, please get up. It's unbearably foul here. Hurry and clean yourself, little sister. Please help me up, I can't move, he replied, lying there without the will to stir. Fourth brother, you're surely feeling lighter and your meridians are stronger now. Aren't they? Shieling Wuyo shook her head and continued, please, just go. We're all waiting for you. And you smell dreadful. Can't you even notice that? The family observed the lively banter between the siblings with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Shieling Yu, seeing their commotion, stepped forward and began to drag Shieling Xian outside. Indifferent to his protests, sighing, Shieling Wuyo remarked, oh fourth brother, you're making quite the fuss. The others exchanged glances, speechless. After all, who could rival her in such a ruckus? Mom, Dad, elder brother and second brother, I'm leaving these items to you. Please sort through them yourselves. Shieling Wuyo handed over the spatial mustard she had casually placed on the table earlier, along with the remaining cleansing elixirs, but still felt the need to caution. Mom, Dad, elder brother and second brother, It's best if you consume these in the bathroom. Tea may hurt a bit, but just bear with it. I want to elaborate further. Dear, we understand. You need not worry. As for the calamity, we are here for you. We will make the necessary arrangements. Shieling Yu reassured her, then added, you must be tired. Go rest for now. Leave your third and fourth brothers here. I'll tend to them shortly. Nodding, Shieling Wuyo declared, then I shall head back to my room for a bit of rest. Please, do take care, and good night, Mom, Dad, elder brother, second brother. With that, she turned and exited the room. Inside, the remaining individuals wore expressions devoid of ease. Shieling Yuan looked at the group, his demeanor grave as he addressed them. Mom, Dad, let us four brothers handle the calamity from here on. I will consult with them in due course. Very well, we shall refrain from intervening. You may take charge. Shieling Yu assented, then recalled something and inquired, by the way, where did your sister go last night? Did any of you find out? We should ask her when we have the chance. Overwhelmed by the shocking events, he had forgotten to inquire earlier. No matter, we shall return to our rooms for now. We can discuss it tomorrow, he concluded, taking his wife by the hand as they departed. Make sure to rest early and refrain from chatting too late. Yuexin advised her two sons before they left. At that moment, Shieling Yu and Shieling Xian had tidied themselves up and approached. Elder brother, do you think I've become even more handsome? Shieling Xian's cheerful voice rang out even before he arrived. Shieling Yuan pursed his lips and responded, fourth brother, keep this well. Third brother, this is for you. We should take some time to plan things properly. I will rest now. Everyone should retire early. Without waiting for their response, he departed, leaving them exchanging glances before each returned to their rooms. Chapter 6. An unexpected stay still not found? Are the Dark Division members utterly useless? They can't even locate one person. In the T-City Military District office, a man in military attire, barely in his 20s, glared frostily at another individual. Even in the throes of anger, it did nothing to diminish his striking appearance. If Shieling Wuyo were present, she would undoubtedly recognize him. The man being scrutinized lowered his head and replied, Master, it seems someone has deliberately erased all traces of the young lady's appearance. My subordinates are incompetent. The tension in the air grew palpably thicker. If you cannot find her, continue searching. A person cannot simply vanish without a trace. With that, he turned on his heel and strode out the door, leaving the other man seated there, retrieving a cloth from a nearby drawer, his eyes gleaming with a determined light. I will find you. You are destined to be mine. The following day began earlier than usual. After freshening up, Shieling Wuyo descended the stairs. Wow, Mom and Dad, you both look so youthful, she exclaimed. Standing next to Mom, I feel like we're sisters. Who would believe she's already the mother of 5 children? Shieling Wuyo playfully embraced her mother, laughing joyfully. Now that her parents appeared rejuvenated, she felt assured they would always be together, especially since they were both engaged in cultivating immortality. The days ahead were still long. By the way, how is your cultivation coming along? She inquired. Not so quickly. We take our time and know our limits, Shieling Yu replied. Hearing her father's words, she felt reassured. Her eyes wandered, noticing the absence of her brothers. Where are the older brothers? Are they still asleep? Shieling Wuyo chuckled. You little rascal, are you just eager to see your brother's embarrassing moments? Yuexin gently tapped her daughter's forehead, shaking her head in exasperation. She truly was a handful. Your brothers mentioned they had matters to attend to. Though she said this, she still answered her daughter's question. Oh, I just wanted to see if my brothers have become more handsome again, Shieling Wuyo replied. A hint of guilt prompting her to retract her neck, refusing to admit she was hoping for some amusement. After breakfast, Shieling Wuyo headed to school. Time flew by, and nearly 2 months had passed since the last incident. During this period, she had filled her spare time with a tight schedule, either attending school or practicing, or learning alchemy. So much so that she had neglected to monitor her health. It wasn't until her family inquired that she realized she had gained a noticeable amount of weight. Seated in her cultivation chamber, Shieling Wuyo reflected that her cultivation had reached the 6th level of qi refining and was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th. However, for some reason, she felt an inability to sense the impending breakthrough. It seemed something was amiss. Forget it. I'll ask Mom and Dad how far they and my elder brothers have progressed in their cultivation. Perhaps they might have some insights. Everyone is here. As Shieling Wuyo descended the stairs, she beheld her family seated on the sofa, some lounging, others sitting, all engrossed in lively discussion about various matters. How curious it is that everyone is home today. Little sister, today is Sunday. Where else would we be? Shieling Chu raised an eyebrow, gazing with keen interest at her sister's rare, adorable expression. Indeed, little sister, it seems you have been so absorbed in your daily training that you've lost track of time. Shieling Yu remarked nonchalantly. Yes, Indeed, little sister, you are quite endearingly oblivious today, chimed in Shieling Xian, who had joined the fray. Watching her three brothers exchange banter, Shieling Wuyo furrowed her brow and approached her eldest brother. Elder brother, they are teasing me. Could you please rein them in? Their chatter is incessant. Shieling Yuan glanced at his sister, his expression shifting unexpectedly. Little sister, what have you been consuming lately? You seem to have gained considerable weight and even developed a slight belly. The others, upon hearing Shieling Yuan's remark, couldn't help but agree. She indeed appeared to have put on some weight, her cheeks rounder and exuding a certain cuteness. What? I've gained weight? Shieling Wuyo exclaimed in disbelief, dashing upstairs to confront her reflection. Upon gazing into the mirror, she was met with the sight of a round, charming face, which she could scarcely believe. After all, she had hardly indulged in any food recently. Her time was consumed by training and alchemy, leaving little room for rest. The idea that she had indeed gained weight, and a little belly at that, sent a shiver down her spine. Wait, let me take my pulse and ascertain the situation, she thought, sensing something amiss. To her astonishment, she detected a joyous pulse. Suddenly, it dawned on her why she had felt as though she had forgotten something significant. It was this revelation. Perhaps she should delve deeper within herself to investigate further. Upon doing so, she was taken aback to discover several dark shadows in her lower abdomen, causing her to feel a jolt of anxiety. Shieling Wuyo could hardly contain her frustration. This was utterly outrageous. How could this be so precise, and why were there multiple shadows? As for whether or not to address the situation, that was of little concern. However, the prospect of her child facing scrutiny was troubling. For now, she decided to set aside her worries and tackle the matter at hand. What should she tell her family? Surely, her eldest brother had sensed something amiss. It would be best to speak the truth and seek leniency. With a heavy heart, Shieling Wuyo slowly exited her room, her small face contorted in distress, embodying a sense of despondency. Upon seeing her expression, her family immediately recognized that something was amiss and gazed at her with concern. As Shieling Wuyo descended the stairs, she found her family anxiously watching her, and a wave of relief washed over her. Well, they will find out eventually. I might as well confess, she gathered her thoughts, offering herself a silent pep talk. Taking a deep breath, she addressed her parents and brothers, Mom, Dad, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. I have something to share with you all, but I ask that you remain calm after hearing it. At her words, the atmosphere shifted, and everyone's expression turned serious as they pondered the gravity of the situation. They ruminated for a while, trying to fathom what had transpired, but only Shieling Yuan's eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight. Unnoticed by the others, go on. Is it about that night? Shieling Yuan inquired, his voice steady, though a glint of coldness lingered in his gaze, as if the very air around them had thickened with tension. Elder brother, do not overthink it. I have not suffered any loss that night. I inadvertently fell victim to a drug and, upon escaping, happened to encounter someone who was gravely injured and also under the influence of the same substance. The two drugs combined rendered the antidote ineffective, which led to my unfortunate actions. Shieling Wuyo quickly explained. Elder brother, the expression on your face is quite terrifying. It is all due to my previous carelessness, and I promise to be more cautious next time. What did you say? Shieling Yu's demeanor turned stern, emanating a chilling aura, and those words were nearly shouted in a hushed tone. Shieling Wuyo replied, Father, it is precisely as you have heard, and I am pregnant. You are to become a grandfather. This revelation not only provoked Shieling Yu's fury, but also drew the ire of the entire family. Shieling Wuyo chuckled softly and continued, Mom and Dad, it is not just you who will become grandparents. My brothers will also be uncles, and there will be 4 of them. Are you pleased now? Her brothers, still grappling with the shock of her previous admission, were thrown into further astonishment by this unexpected bombshell, leaving them at a loss for words regarding her situation. Ahem. Shieling Yu, who had been sipping tea, suddenly choked, losing all semblance of his gentlemanly demeanor, while Shieling Chu, seated beside him, hurriedly patted his back. Sister, are you truly having quadruplets? Shieling Xian found it utterly inconceivable. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Shieling Chu winked at her. Yu Xin could not contain her curiosity and asked, Wait, you just said 4. Does that mean you're expecting quadruplets? No wonder you've gained so much weight in just 2 months. What are your thoughts on this? You have just turned 17, Shieling Yu inquired. Suppressing his anger, of course, I intend to keep them. Mom, Dad, and brothers, you need not worry. I understand your concerns, but I am not afraid, Shieling Wuyo asserted resolutely. The family, observing her determined expression, realized she had made up her mind, and thus they had no choice but to relent. However, it was not a significant issue, as the family was certainly capable of supporting another member. Chapter 7. The arrival of the cherubic child. And so, the decision was made to keep the child, while Shieling Wuyo took a year off from her studies, dedicating her days to cultivation, reading, and interacting with the child within her womb. The food she consumed was all grown in a spatial garden, imbued with spiritual energy. Due to the nature of her being as a cultivator, the child began to develop awareness at 4 months gestation. Shieling Wuyo practiced her techniques within the spatial realm daily, guiding the child in her cultivation. Initially, she needed to assist, but by the time the child reached 7 months, it could autonomously absorb a small amount of spiritual energy. After all, since the child was still in the womb, the amount of energy absorbed was limited, hence there were no issues. Before long, the time arrived for Shieling Wuyo to give birth. She was now 9 months along, her belly so large that her feet were no longer visible. Fortunately, being a cultivator, and with the babies inside her being exceptionally well-behaved, she experienced no disturbances. While at home, she was always accompanied by a brother, as the family could not help but worry. The moon hung like a hook in the cold night sky, and the breeze was cool. And why, Lord, everything has been arranged flawlessly. I have instructed the subordinates to take certain measures to ensure that no trace of your presence remains. Please rest assured, Mei said to the woman seated on the sofa. In the room, Shieling Wuyo reclined languidly on the sofa, her hand gently caressing her prominently rounded belly. Upon hearing the words spoken, a smile danced in her eyes as she mused inwardly. This individual is truly relentless, still pursuing the matter after all this time. Thankfully, I had made ample preparations back then. I certainly do not wish for anyone to come and vie for my little treasures. However, even if they were to come, I would not be intimidated, merely inconvenienced. Oh, have we uncovered any information about the other party? Shieling Wuyo lifted her gaze towards the newcomer, narrowing her eyes slightly, the depths of which were glimmering with a cold light. No, their movements are exceedingly discreet, and we have been unable to trace their origins, Mei replied, hesitating slightly before adding, My lord, the eldest young master might possess knowledge regarding these individuals. Shieling Wuyo furrowed her brow and coldly remarked, Enough, there is no need to investigate further. As long as our people remain undisclosed, that suffices. In the coming days, send a few individuals over. The little ones are soon to arrive. Eldest brother should have investigated this matter as well. Let it be as it is, Mei responded affirmatively. Yes, my lord. Let us depart. I too require rest, she concluded, making her way towards the room. Mei turned and exited the villa, striding into the night. For she still needed to arrange matters for her master, naturally with great care, and the study on the second floor. The vast room was now permeated with the acrid scent of gunpowder, creating an atmosphere of tension. My lord, it is that person who is investigating the young lady, though the specific reasons remain undiscovered, Feng Yi reported expressionlessly, his demeanor serious. Listening to Feng Yi's report, Shieling Yuan kept his eyes closed, concealing the murky depths of his gaze. After a moment, he opened his eyes to regard Feng Yi, his expression profoundly inscrutable. After a considerable pause, he calmly instructed Feng Yi, If we cannot uncover anything, then let it be. What of the young lady? Feng Yi acquiesced. Yes, my lord, the young lady will remain unaware. After a brief contemplation, he added, Moreover, the second young master and the others are also investigating this matter. Oh, let them be. Allow them to investigate and see if any progress can be made, Shieling Yuan replied, raising an eyebrow and gesturing for Feng Yi to leave. Feng Yi bowed and exited. The room was left in solitude. With him as the sole occupant, he placed his hands upon the table and tapped lightly, narrowing his eyes, cold determination gleaming within. No one shall harm my family, regardless of who they may be. Since her pregnancy, Shieling Wuyo had been indulging in sleep and food, her form becoming plump and rosy. Her diet and attire were meticulously arranged, for after all, her mother had raised several children. Upon learning of this, her brothers had transformed a spacious room adjacent to the second floor into a nursery. The bedroom was already equipped with baby supplies, all procured by her brothers, sufficient for use up to a year. Once the decision to keep the child was made, the family made all necessary arrangements, even securing a nanny from within the family, ensuring peace of mind. Days passed since their last conversation, and on the morning of December 14th, having just finished her breakfast, Shieling Wuyo was strolling in the garden when she suddenly felt a twinge of pain in her abdomen. Steadying herself, she caught the attention of her brother, Shieling Xian, who, noticing her demeanor, realized that she might be in labor. He hurriedly supported her and shouted at a nearby servant, Go summon help and notify the master. Sister, how are you? Are you about to give birth? Is it very painful? As he spoke, Shieling Xian swiftly picked her up and proceeded to exit, while the servant hurriedly opened the car door to assist her into the vehicle. He then took the driver's seat and drove towards the hospital. Upon arrival, the obstetrics and gynecology department was fully prepared, and at that moment, Shieling Yu and his wife also arrived. "Darling, how are you? Is everything all right?" Yu Xian gazed intently at Shieling Wuyo, anxiously inspecting her from head to toe. She turned to Shieling Xian and inquired, "What happened?" "She was perfectly fine during dinner, and this is how you care for your sister." Just as she was about to say more, she was interrupted. "All right, dear, it seems the due date has arrived," Shieling Yu stated decisively. Shieling Wuyo also came to realization and looked at her mother, saying, "Yes, don't worry, it was just my brother who brought me here. It's not too painful yet. I reckon it will take a while. All right, I will accompany you inside shortly." Yu Xian nodded in agreement. By 11:30, Shieling Wuyo began to experience contractions. She remained calm, contemplating that it was indeed time to give birth. "Mom and Dad, I'm going to give birth. Take me to the delivery room, quickly." The others spoke little, swiftly assisting her onto the bed. Yu Xian accompanied her daughter into the delivery room. The process unfolded rapidly. Although there were multiple children, they were not large, and by channeling her spiritual energy throughout her body, the pain was considerably alleviated. After a while, sensing that the little ones were ready to emerge, she employed her spiritual energy to gently push them out one by one in no time. All 4 little ones were born, and astonishingly, they were all boys. The entire process lasted merely 10 minutes, leaving the attending doctor utterly astounded. The doctor examined the 4 infants. Their weights were nearly identical, each weighing around 3 pounds and 4 ounces. Although small in stature, all the children were fully developed, exhibiting no issues apart from their size, and there was no need for incubators. Truly a miracle, and of course, to the doctor, this was miraculous, but to Shieling Wuyo, it was hardly surprising, considering she was a cultivator, specifically with a wood spiritual root, which is inherently beneficial for health. Moreover, the nourishment she consumed was infused with spiritual energy. It would indeed be strange if the children were unwell. After circulating her cultivation technique, she finally broke through from the stagnation in her practice, advancing to the initial stage of foundation establishment, filling her heart with joy. Over the past few months, witnessing her brothers achieve successive breakthroughs while her mother's cultivation surpassed her own, she felt a sense of urgency, yet realized that haste was futile, especially with several little treasures in her womb. Looking at the 4 little bundles before her, Shieling Wuyo felt a swell of happiness. "Mom, look at how adorable they are." Yu Xian, brimming with excitement, gazed at the infants, unable to contain her joy. Chapter 8. The 4 great families outside the delivery room. 2 handsome men paced anxiously, frequently glancing at the door. As the word surgery in progress dimmed, they both approached the entrance. A nurse emerged and addressed them. "Congratulations. The mother has delivered safely. Both mother and child are well. The patient will be out shortly." "Dad, I'm going to be an uncle," Shieling Xian exclaimed joyfully. "All right, act a bit like an uncle," came the response. Shieling Yu spoke in such a manner, yet his eyes sparkled with a profound joy, suggesting he was indeed quite elated. He continued, "Quickly make a call to your brothers to inform them and assure them of your safety, lest they worry." Shieling Xian took out his phone to notify his brothers that their little sister had been born, and both mother and child were safe, bringing them joy as well. Upon being wheeled out, Shieling Wuyo overheard the 4th brother calling the others, exclaiming how beautiful the baby was, pondering how the 4th brother never quite knew how to express himself, always attempting to tease his brothers but failing each time. "Little sister, how are you? How is the baby?" Shieling Xian shouted excitedly. "She's in the back. Mother is tidying up. She will be out shortly," replied Shieling Wuyo, watching his exuberant demeanor with some concern, hoping the babies would not inherit such a spirited nature. Shieling Yu inquired, "Darling, are you all right?" He then told Shieling Xian, "All right, let us take your sister to the ward. She needs to stay in the hospital for a couple of days." Shieling Xian pouted, "Fine, let me see, sister, I'll push you in." Shieling Wuyo lay languidly on the bed, gazing at her mother with a face full of exasperation. She whined, "Mother, can we go home now? We've been here for 3 days, and it's quite uncomfortable in the hospital. Let us return." After much coaxing and promises, she finally persuaded her mother. "Hurry, mother. Have someone pack our things. We'll be leaving soon." "All right, I'll go right away. We'll leave shortly. I'll call your elder brother to come by for lunch. I wonder who he takes after. He can't sit still at all." It's truly a feat for her, and she hasn't even grown up yet, and she is already a mother. After a while, as Shieling Wuyo finished tidying up the clothes on the bed, she heard the sound of the door opening. Turning around, she asked, "Elder brother, did you just arrive? Have you seen the baby?" Shieling Yuan approached, gazing at his sister. "I just came. I saw her a moment ago. She is adorable. Suddenly, he added, why have you lost weight so quickly? Haven't you been resting? Shieling Wuyo replied, I'm fine. They are very well behaved and obedient. Besides, I've always been slim, only gaining weight during the pregnancy. Now that the baby is born, I can return to my previous self without needing to diet, and no need to move. Someone will take care of it later. Sit tight while I fetch you a thicker garment. It's quite cold outside, and you mustn't catch a chill. Without waiting for her response, he wrapped her in a blanket and carried her out, making her feel somewhat speechless, wondering if they had forgotten she was a cultivator. Upon exiting the ward, they spotted several caregivers holding the baby, along with the elder brother and their mother, as the family exited the hospital in a grand procession, drawing curious glances from passers-by who wished to catch a glimpse of the rare quadruplets. Upon returning home, the servants had already prepared the nursery for the babies, awaiting their arrival. Moreover, a passageway had been created from Shieling Wuyo's room directly to the nursery for convenience. Soon, over 20 days had passed, and preparations for the baby's full moon celebration began. Yet they encountered a dilemma on this day. Shieling Wuyo finally received her mother's permission to take a bath. Descending the stairs, she spotted her parents seated on the sofa, engaged in a discussion. After listening for a while, she discovered they were talking about the celebration for the baby's full moon. Uncertain if it would be a grand affair or something more subdued, she curiously inquired, what are your thoughts, Mom and Dad, as she approached them. Uxian shot her a glance, stating, it's still about your matters. If it becomes common knowledge, wouldn't that be rather inappropriate? The little ones are still quite young. Then let us not hold a celebration. A simple meal with just our family will suffice. We can wait until they turn one to celebrate, Shieling Wuyo suggested, reflecting her own indifference towards such matters. Indeed, the babies were still too young, and the potential for chaos when too many people gather was high. Xiaoyu, Shieling Wuyo cautioned, his expression reflecting concern. Recently, there has been considerable unrest among other families. I've heard reports of individuals going missing, so we must exercise extra caution during this time to avoid any vulnerabilities. Despite being aware of his daughter's capabilities, a father's worry for his child is ever present. Missing? What does that mean? Has anyone uncovered the mastermind behind it? Shieling Wuyo asked, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Shieling Wuyo looked at her solemnly, stating, it is said there are no leads or traces. Precisely because of this, we must be even more vigilant. We have no idea when this organization emerged. Has anyone from our family gone missing? Shieling Wuyo queried. Precisely because no one has gone missing, we cannot afford to be complacent. I wonder if they are practitioners like us. If that is the case, we must ensure we do not attract their attention. Shieling Wuyo remarked, hoping his daughter wouldn't become aloof due to her cultivation pursuits. He continued, although our four families may not share the closest of ties, we have coexisted for centuries. Thus, there are inevitably some business entanglements, as each family possesses numerous industries, and at least one or two sectors are interconnected. Uxian worriedly advised her daughter, for the time being, you should refrain from going out. Seeing her parents' concern for her, Shieling Wuyo felt a warmth in her heart despite her own self-defense capabilities. She nodded and nestled into their embrace, smiling at them. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will diligently practice. With that, she raised her small fist triumphantly. Very well, the matter of the full moon celebration is settled, Shieling Wuyo declared. The couple exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes reflecting a shared conviction. No one would dare harm their daughter, lest they face dire consequences for their actions. The four prominent families of Huagua, Shieling, Lan, Bai, and Yi, have a lineage spanning over 5 centuries. Each family boasts ancient traditions, being part of the legendary martial families, albeit with differing methods of cultivation, each possessing its own unique characteristics. However, they remain evenly matched, allowing for a semblance of peace among them. These 4 families are deeply rooted and are often referred to as the most ancient clans. The industries they engage in are vast and intricately intertwined, beyond the imagination of outsiders. None would dare to disrupt them, for doing so would unleash unimaginable repercussions upon our nation's economic fabric. The 4 prominent families of this generation have heads of similar ages, yet their temperaments diverge significantly. Currently, aside from the Shieling family, which boasts a notably sparse population, the other 3 families each have dozens of direct descendants, a number that dwarfs that of the Shieling family by several times. However, it is precisely due to the overwhelming number of direct heirs that each election for the family head results in considerable casualties, the intricacies of which remain obscured from outsiders. Chapter 9. The passage of time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years have slipped away. During this span, numerous events have transpired across the nation. Yet the common folk remain largely indifferent, preoccupied with their daily lives. For those in power, these occurrences merely corroborate the speculations surrounding the ominous rumors, compelling them to prepare in secret and remain perpetually vigilant, all the while hoping to mitigate the impending dangers. Yet how could one possibly resist such natural calamities? In the capital city, within an expansive courtyard, on a sweltering summer day, a few children are gathered in a small pavilion amid a lotus pond. Each child is engrossed in their books, occasionally convening to engage in earnest discussions. To an unknowing observer, they might appear to be merely playing, but only a select few are aware that they are genuinely studying. Despite their tender ages, these youngsters have been cultivating their abilities since gestation, nourished by spiritually infused sustenance, which has endowed them with remarkable precocity. By the age of 1, they could already peruse simple texts, and when faced with confusion, they would convene to discuss their inquiries or seek guidance from their mother and uncles. Now, at over 5 years of age, their reading material has expanded considerably, and they have seemingly matured into miniature adults. Outside the pavilion, a young girl clad in a sleeveless white dress approaches gracefully. She possesses an ethereal beauty, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her skin smooth and flawless. Her waist-length hair cascades over her shoulders like silk, and she carries a tray adorned with an assortment of fruits. This young lady is Xiling Wuyo, who, due to her cultivation practices, seems untouched by the passage of time, leaving no marks of age upon her visage, which belies the fact that she is the mother of several children, adding an air of allure to her presence. Upon hearing the commotion, the exuberant fourth child hastily sets down his book and rushes towards her, exclaiming, "Mommy, what brings you here?" Meanwhile, the eldest, second, and third siblings remain seated, their gazes directed towards her, clearly wishing to join, yet their maturity holds them back. Xiling Wuyo gazes fondly at her approaching son, a soft light flickering in her eyes. "I see you all working diligently," she remarks, "so I brought you some fresh fruits." She gently touches her son's forehead and leads the fourth child into the pavilion, chatting amicably as they walk. Once inside, she places the tray upon the stone table and sets her youngest on a nearby stool. "Darling, I have brought fresh fruits for you all. Let us enjoy them together," she announces to her 3 older sons. Taking a seat beside them, she watches her 4 children with a gentle smile, her heart pondering the unsettling reality that awaits the world, uncertain if such leisurely moments will endure. In recent years, numerous calamities have befallen various parts of the world, resulting in countless casualties. It is only those who pay attention that may notice the particularly frequent occurrences of disasters in the past year. Xiling Wuyo understands this to be the omen of the cataclysm foretold by her master. Fortunately, during her pregnancy, she had them practice their cultivation techniques, and by the time they turned 2, their spiritual roots were tested, leading to the discovery of suitable cultivation methods for them. Now, they have all reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. As for herself, she broke through to the mid-stage of Golden Core 2 years ago, and has now ascended to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, just a step away from breaking through to the nascent Soul stage. Her family has also all reached the Golden Core stage, with several of her brothers at the mid-stage, while her parents have only recently advanced to the early stage of Golden Core. Furthermore, in recent years, her brothers have selected a loyal group from the Dark Guards to cultivate some practitioners, who have now all attained the peak of foundation establishment. Thus, amidst this chaotic world, they have little to fear. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind, and she shook her head, wondering why he came to mind. The father of her children, who has recently ceased his search, prompting her to lose interest. However, the world is on the brink of change. Although she is a practitioner, there are certainly other practitioners in this world. Moreover, given that man's capabilities, they might meet again in the future. Just the thought of it gives her a slight headache. "Never mind," she mused. "One must face challenges as they come." "Mommy, what are you thinking about?" Little Bao inquired, observing his mother shaking her head with curious eyes. Xiling Wuyo snapped back to reality, greeted by several pairs of inquisitive gazes. She gathered her thoughts and replied, "Mommy was thinking that soon there will be terrifying monsters appearing everywhere outside, and I wonder if you little ones will be scared." Eldest Bao widened his eyes and asked, "Mommy, what kind of monsters are they? Are they like the ones in the TV show Resident Evil?" Air Bao, San Bao, and Xiao Bao also looked at her, their eyes shimmering with the same excitement. As if asking, "Is that so?" Their expressions certainly did not suggest fear. Xiling Wuyo regarded them, her lips twitching before she replied, "Something like that. Are you scared?" "Mommy, I'm definitely not afraid. What is there to be scared of?" "On the contrary, I think it sounds fun," San Bao exclaimed, his face lighting up with the delight of discovering a new toy. Xiao Bao added, "Mommy, I'm not scared either." Ear Bao chimed in, "Mommy, don't worry. Big brother and I will protect you, and let the bad people take you away." He seemed to think this was like something from a television drama where one might be captured for experiments. Eldest Bao suddenly turned to his younger siblings and declared, "Silly babies, how could Mommy, who was so powerful, ever be captured by bad people?" The little ones pondered this and realized, yes, with Mommy's might, the villains would surely flee at the sight of her. Listening to her four sons converse animatedly, Xiling Wuyo felt a warm sense of comfort in her heart. She addressed them, "You four should practice diligently. Only then can you defeat the bad people. Mommy will head back now. Focus on your studies." The four little ones replied in unison, "Okay, Mommy, we understand." Upon hearing their response, Xiling Wuyo rose and made her way towards the pavilion outside. Halfway there, she encountered Mei, who had come looking for her. Over the past few years, Mei had also embarked on the path of cultivation, and surprisingly, her talent was quite impressive. She was on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage. "Mei, what has happened?" Xiling Wuyo inquired, observing the hurried approach of Mei. "Master, several brothers from the palace have gone missing one after another, and we have yet to uncover who is responsible. The perpetrator has left not a trace," Mei replied, a flash of anger gleaming in her eyes. "Oh, so they have left no traces at all?" Xiling Wuyo asked, a glimmer of intrigue crossing her gaze. Her expression a playful mix of amusement and contemplation. "It appears we need to take action soon. Otherwise, we might be left to languish." She then instructed Mei, "Do not send ordinary people. Dispatch a few cultivators to investigate. Notify me immediately of any findings." With that, she proceeded towards the grand hall. "Understood. I shall relay the orders at once," Mei responded, bowing respectfully to Xiling Wuyo before retreating. Chapter 10. The long-awaited news. As Xiling Wuyo entered the hall, she spotted her elder brother seated there, evidently waiting for her. Without any formality, she settled beside him on the sofa and asked, "Elder brother, you've returned. What brings you back? Aren't you busy?" Xiling Yuan regarded her, reflecting on how his younger sister had indeed matured. Though her appearance had remained unchanged, she had grown significantly, no longer indulging in childishness. His thoughts drifted to his nephews as he asked, "Where are Daba and the others?" "I haven't seen them. You've been away for quite some time. They are busy reading the books you gifted them last time," Xiling Wuyo replied, before inquiring, "What about second brother and the others? When will they return?" "This time, they should not venture too far. Soon. The recent weather has been increasingly unsettling, and I fear it won't be long before the world undergoes a transformation," Xiling Yuan lamented. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had gained deeper insights into nature. Initially, his perceptions were faint, likely due to his low cultivation level. However, now that he had advanced considerably, he sensed a greater danger looming, apprehensive that a so-called calamity would soon descend upon them. "Do not dwell on it, elder brother. Perhaps this is merely nature's retaliation, something beyond human control," Xiling Wuyo remarked, before asking, "Have you made the necessary arrangements on your end?" "Yes, we are simply awaiting the right moment to move everyone into this courtyard. When you have the time, please set up some formations around the vicinity," Xiling Yuan replied. "Understood, elder brother. I shall go and cultivate now. You may continue with your tasks," Xiling Wuyo said, and with that, she departed. Xiling Yuan watched her leave, shaking his head slightly, before rising to follow suit. Under the cool moonlight, in a bustling street corner, a fierce battle unfolded in a desolate alley. The two combatants moved with the swiftness of lightning, each strike lethal and devoid of mercy, their skills remarkably matched. After several exchanges, they suddenly parted ways. Mei, observing the man opposite her, wore an impassive expression. He was the one responsible for the abductions within the palace. Today, she was determined to capture him. With her hands positioned at her sides, fingers pointing downwards, she concentrated her spiritual energy and struck towards the man with fierce intent. The previously unperturbed man now bore a frosty expression, yet he calmly concentrated his spiritual energy to counter Mei's strike. With a piercing gaze, he admonished her, "You are a cultivator. It is impossible. How could there be cultivators in the outside world?" Nevertheless, his movements were relentless, as the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch. "Enough of this idle chatter. Return those whom you have abducted," Mei retorted, her actions becoming swifter and more ruthless. "Once we ascertain the facts, we shall naturally release them. But for now, I shall take my leave," he declared, and with a swift motion, he vanished several paces away, disappearing from sight. Mei, watching the retreating figure, emanated an aura of cold fury, clearly incensed. After a moment, she too flickered and vanished without a trace. Following her departure, another figure also slipped into obscurity, a foaming mountain, perpetually shrouded in wispy clouds and lush green peaks, stood a series of traditional courtyard residences, home to the meritorious figures and their descendants from the founding era of the nation. Within one courtyard, bright lights illuminated the scene as a grandfather and grandson engaged in a game of chess. The board was ablaze with excitement, each player fiercely contesting every move. "You little rascal, I am your grandfather. Can't you show me a bit of respect?" the elder chided, frustration evident in his voice. Hound lifted his gaze to glare at his opponent. That moment, the young man across the board also looked up, revealing a strikingly handsome face, deep-set eyes, and delicately pursed lips, clad in a blue shirt that exuded nobility and elegance. Wu regarded the man before him and remarked, "You have already made several regrettable moves. This time, you will not prevail." Han, upon hearing this, retorted angrily, "You impudent wretch, how could it not be possible? I am your grandfather," he lamented. "You have grown up and lost all charm. You were so adorable as a child. You did whatever was asked of you, unlike now, when you are as stiff as a log and still without a granddaughter-in-law at your age," he continued. "Now that you're not so young anymore, when will you bring a wife home for me to meet?" Wu Yin's expression shifted momentarily, a depth of emotion flashing in his eyes before he regained his composure, responding lightly, "When the time is right, I shall naturally bring her back," he pondered, hoping for news of Yun, convinced that he would find her this time it had been so long. He wondered if she still remembered him. A flicker of determination ignited in his gaze. Regardless of whether she recalled him, he would not let her slip away again. Just then, Yun entered, her eyes alighting on the chess-playing duo. With a playful wink at Wu Yin and a smile directed at the elder, she exclaimed, "Oh, it's quite late, grandfather. You are still awake." Her ingratiating demeanor was enough to make one's teeth ache, yet, despite her antics, her beauty remained unblemished, only enhancing her charm. She then playfully scolded Wu Yin, "Apprentice brother, you are truly unfilial. You should let the old man rest early so he isn't worn out. One might think you were his biological grandchild." Wu Yin did not spare her a glance, instead focusing on the chess piece in his hand. He placed it strategically on the board and turned to the elder, declaring, "You have lost, grandfather. It is time for you to retire." His handsome visage bore no trace of emotion, only a serious gaze fixed upon him. Casting aside the chess piece in his hand, Han looked at him helplessly and said, "All right, you have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you any further. I will take my leave to rest, and you should retire early as well." He then turned to Yun and added, "Keep an eye on this troublesome lad. Make yourselves comfortable. I shall not accompany you." With that, he strode into the room. As he watched his grandfather disappear inside, Wu Yin turned to his senior brother and inquired, "A while ago, several individuals were apprehended. Is there any news now?" As he spoke, a fleeting shadow flitted across his eyes, and his heart surged with anticipation. Could it be that there was news at last? The thought of soon seeing her filled him with an unresting calm. Yet he couldn't help but wonder whether she still remembered him, causing his expression to darken. Yun, observing his junior brother's aloof demeanor, couldn't help but change his expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. "You ought to let your subordinate witness your current expression. So much for being the cold-faced Yama." Shaking his head, he noted the deepening gloom on Wu Yin's face and said earnestly, "The person you seek, if I am not mistaken, should be from the Ling family, one of the 4 great families. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have found no trace of her for such an extended period, especially since the one you are searching for is the most enigmatic of the Ling clan." Chapter 11. Night Exploration Confirmation. The 4 great families are not as simple as they appear. Although their strengths seem comparable on the surface, the hidden forces, apart from the Ling family, are known to be significant by the other clans. Yet, information regarding the Ling family is the most scarce. Thus far, only a handful of individuals are known. Upon hearing this, Wu Yin's gaze darkened, his voice cold and incisive. "Are you implying that the person I am searching for is the little princess of the Ling family? Ling Wu Yu. Does that mean one who is forever carefree?" Yin leaned back in his chair, narrowing his eyes as he slowly replied, "Indeed, that is her. However, if you seek further information, you will need to conduct additional investigations. I stumbled upon this today. She may not be as simple as she seems. Moreover, she is accompanied by cultivators. If I am not mistaken, the Ling family certainly possesses no shortage of them." Wu Yin remarked nonchalantly, "In a time of turmoil, her ability to protect herself is commendable." Yun shook his head in silence, pondering whether he could truly master his emotions. Such is the folly of a man ensnared by love. After a moment, Wu Yin rose and addressed him, "I shall take my leave to rest. You are free to do as you wish." Yuni watched him walk away and chuckled softly to himself, doubting his ability to remain composed amidst such pretense. The night was silent, cool as water, as the earth slumbered. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves broke the stillness. That moment, a swift figure darted through the breeze, leaving no trace behind, save for the faint whisper of the wind. The Shi Ling family's courtyard stood with its gates firmly shut, illuminated only by two lanterns casting a dim glow at the entrance. The surroundings enveloped in quietude. This juncture, a man stood before the gate, his handsome face adorned with a complex expression, dark shadows flickering within his eyes, as if his heart, steeped in the bitter sea of anguish, had suddenly returned to nature. A blend of bitterness, sweetness, and an indescribable taste now overflowing within him. Time has passed so long that even he himself is oblivious to the reason behind his relentless search for someone over the years. Just when he believed he would never find that person, a new lead suddenly emerges, as unexpected as the appearances and disappearances of the past. Gathering his complex emotions, he swiftly enters the courtyard, careful not to disturb anyone. Following his instincts, he enters a room adorned with rare flowers and plants. In the center stands a table with several books, and further inside, a grand bed made of rosewood. From the doorway, he can see a figure peacefully asleep on the bed. Even from a distance, he feels a flutter in his heart. Approaching the bedside, he lifts the purple canopy, gazing at the slumbering girl. Perhaps she senses something, as she stirs slightly. With a wave of his hand, she falls back into a deeper sleep. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he finally sees her face clearly, and a flicker of astonishment crosses his features. He recalls that she was beautiful in the past, yet now she surpasses that beauty, appearing as an angel of the starry sky, a gentle smile gracing her face, pure and enchanting. Observing the girl who once rendered him powerless now sleeping beside him fills his heart with profound emotion. He muses whether, had he personally conducted the investigation instead of delegating it to his subordinates, he might have found her sooner, thus avoiding the long years of waiting. If only he had awakened first, he would have never let her go. But there are no ifs in life. Fortunately, he has found her now. A stirring in his heart reveals that the feelings he once experienced have not faded over the years but have intensified upon their reunion. His fingers gently caress her face, a satisfied smile emerging as he whispers to himself, "How wonderful it is to finally find you. This time, you shall not escape." As dawn breaks, he rises, carefully lowering the veil before turning to leave. At 7 in the morning, Shieling Wuyo awakens, blinking her sleepy eyes, shaking her head to dispel the remnants of her dreams. After a quick wash, she opens the door and steps outside, greeted by the rosy glow of the sky heralding the sun's ascent. Upon reaching the hall, she finds her parents and the little ones already seated, ready for breakfast. Shieling Wuyo strides over to her children, planting a kiss on each of their foreheads, cheerfully saying, "Good morning, my dears." The children return her affection, chiming, "Good morning, Mommy." She then turns to her parents, "Good morning, Mom and Dad. Why are you up so early?" Shieling Yu and his wife smile at their graceful daughter, replying, "We have no plans today, so we thought we would rise early to enjoy breakfast with the little ones." Realizing it is Sunday and there are few obligations, Shieling Wuyo refrains from further inquiries, selects some food to place on a nearby table, and takes a seat to begin her meal. "I have no plans today either," she smiles at them. "I intend to spend time with the little ones, as I've been quite busy lately and seldom get to be with them." At that moment, Mei entered, bowing respectfully to the assembly before addressing Shieling Wuyo. "Master, the individuals who went missing a few days ago have returned, albeit with only minor injuries that are not life-threatening." Mei appeared somewhat perplexed, struggling to comprehend the reasons behind this turn of events. Shieling Wuyo raised an eyebrow, appraising her from head to toe, and inquired, "You engaged in combat last night, employing spiritual energy, and it is evident that your opponent's cultivation level surpasses your OWNIT. Seems they had no intention of taking your life. Otherwise, it would be quite perplexing. It appears there are indeed other practitioners of the mystical arts, and they seem to possess considerable skill. Yet, why would they choose to inflict harm without endangering one's life? This is truly odd. Could it be for the purpose of testing something?" Shaking off the troubling thoughts, she turned to Mei and instructed, "Ensure that they remain vigilant and prevent anyone from uncovering any information." "Master, are you suggesting that someone is probing into our affairs?" Mei exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. After a moment's contemplation, she conceded that her master's assertion was indeed plausible. The individual from yesterday might not have exerted their full strength. "Very well, you may leave now." Shieling Wuyo waved her hand dismissively. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, she concluded that since no lives were lost, they likely did not pose a threat. "Yes, I take my leave," Mei responded, bowing as she exited alongside the others. Xiaoyu, is something amiss? Do you require assistance? Yu Xian observed her with a gaze filled with concern. Mom and Dad, please do not worry. Everything is fine and I can handle it. Shi Lingwu replied with a touch of exasperation. She then addressed her 4 sons, saying, hurry and eat your breakfast. Once you finish, Mama will accompany you for your training today. Upon hearing this, the 4 little ones were overjoyed, excitedly anticipating their visit to the training grounds, a place their mother seldom allowed them to visit. Chapter 12. Discovering clues after the meal, Shi Lingwu led her children back to her chamber, securely locking the door before taking them into the spatial realm. Upon arrival, they proceeded to the training room, where she advised, Mama will leave you here. Make sure to focus on your cultivation, as I will return shortly to check on your progress. In unison, the 4 little ones chimed. Mama, do not worry. We will not be lazy. We still need to help you defeat the bad guys. Seeing them so obedient, Shi Lingwu felt reassured and exited. Over the years, as her cultivation level increased, the spatial realm expanded significantly, now encompassing a vast area filled with an abundance of precious herbs in the medicinal field, including numerous rare varieties, many of which had been acquired and transplanted from her excursions. The land itself was a result of the spatial upgrades. Upon reaching the alchemy chamber, she found it stocked with various elixirs she had crafted. Since acquiring this space 6 years ago, she had spent much of her free time within, occasionally poring over texts on alchemy or other subjects. She had nearly exhausted the reading materials available in the space, though she knew she still had a long way to go before truly finishing everything. Within this realm, her most advanced skills were in potion making and weapon forging, while her other abilities could only be considered intermediate, as one's energy is finite. And spreading oneself too thin across various disciplines is not particularly beneficial. As I approached the place where the medicinal herbs were stored, I carefully selected a few herbs that would be needed later. I placed the herbs beside the alchemical cauldron and stood before it. With a swift movement, a flicker of flame ignited. Shi Lingwu gently placed it into the cauldron, skillfully controlling the flame with her mental energy. One hand channeled spiritual power while the other methodically added the herbs into the cauldron in accordance with the recipe. Her entire focus devoted to the concoction, her hands moving with precision and order. After a while, a fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron, rejuvenating Shi Lingwu's nearly depleted spiritual energy and restoring her mental vigor. She felt a subtle sense of impending breakthrough. As the scent in the room intensified, she realized that the elixir was nearing completion. Intensifying her output, a resounding pop echoed as the elixir formed. She eagerly examined the result, discovering 6 successful pills. How delightful! Shi Lingwu exclaimed, having finally succeeded after several attempts. Although there were only 6, it was still a commendable outcome. She carefully set aside the completed elixirs, glancing at the time, realizing there was still ample opportunity to refine a few more batches. With this thought, she gathered additional materials and immersed herself in her work once more. After completing the final batch, she stored the elixirs away, stretched lazily, a smile of satisfaction illuminating her face. Finally, she thought, it was time to check on the little ones and see if they had finished their training. With that in mind, she stepped towards the door. Outside, the sounds of excitement erupted from the fruit grove, causing Shi Lingwu to pause momentarily before heading towards the source of the commotion. Underneath a tree laden with spiritual fruits stood 3 children, their eyes wide with anticipation as they gestured excitedly towards a figure in the tree. Big brother, I want that little fruit, the eldest shouted at the figure perched above. Big brother, I want that big one, the third child exclaimed, eyes gleaming with eagerness. I want that one too. The second child chimed in, pointing at a fruit. The eldest, looking down at his chattering siblings, felt a bit exasperated, pondering why they could not see that all the fruits were essentially the same. Nevertheless, he complied with their requests, plucking the fruits and descending to share them. Upon witnessing this scene, Shi Lingwu approached, affectionately ruffling their hair as she inquired, My darlings, didn't mommy teach you any spells? Why do you still need your brother's assistance? The eldest replied, Mommy, I am the big brother and it's my duty to take care of my younger siblings. Oh, well, let this be the last time. If you want something, you must learn to procure it yourself. Understood? Shi Lingwu addressed the eldest, her gaze then shifting to the other 3, a subtle warning flickering in her eyes. She had no intention of fostering a sense of entitlement among them, yet she recognized their bond and took it less seriously. She then prompted, Come here and tell mommy how your training went. Did you encounter any difficulties? Her expression softened as she regarded them. The eldest shook his head, saying, Mommy, no, it's very obedient and listens well. The other children echoed in agreement, Yes, Mommy, it's very well behaved, you need not worry. Upon hearing their reassurances, she replied, All right then, let us head out next time. I shall bring you along to play again. From the moment they were born, the four sons possessed a unique and formidable power that resided within them. Initially, this power lay dormant within a landowner, but as they began their cultivation, it started to flow through their meridians autonomously, posing no immediate threat. However, it seemed evident that finding that individual would eventually become imperative. Lost in thought for just a fleeting moment, Shi Lingwu snapped back to reality, realizing she had exited the space, and the sky outside was nearly dark. She turned to them and said, "All right, let us proceed to dinner. After we eat, you shall retire early for the night." With that, she led them to the grand hall. Upon entering, they found a feast already laid out, and as the servants noticed their arrival, they respectfully informed, "Miss, the master and mistress have stated that there is no need to wait for them. They will not be returning for dinner tonight." "Very well, I understand," replied Shi Lingwu in the darkness. Within a certain courtyard, a conversation could be heard, albeit faintly, with only fragments discernible. "I heard from the old master that you didn't return last night. Were you out stealing? So you won't be going out tonight?" Yuni teased, casting a knowing glance at his junior disciple, who, surprisingly eager, sought to uncover the truth behind the recent developments. The man, unperturbed, displayed no emotion, yet a flicker of warmth passed through his eyes before he resumed his indifference. "Tiske, who would have imagined you'd find yourself in such a predicament? I am genuinely curious to know what kind of woman could stir your heart. You who are usually so stoic," Yuni remarked, tapping the table, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Jiamo Wuyin cast a cold glance in his direction, an icy demeanor enveloping him as he stated, "It has been quite some time since we last sparred." He harbored no desire for others to see her. He wished to conceal her away. "Oh, come now. I was merely jesting. Please don't take it to heart. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Yuni said, vanishing without waiting for a reply. For several consecutive days, after Shi Lingwu had fallen asleep, Jiamo Wuyin would visit her. One morning, as Shi Lingwu awoke, a glimmer danced in her eyes. The scent was growing increasingly potent. It appeared that this individual was indeed extraordinary. Initially, she had not noticed his penchant for watching her sleep, but over time, as he ceased to conceal his presence, she quickly discerned something amiss. Nevertheless, she chose to remain silent, curious to uncover the true identity of this person. For now, she needed to rise. After all, she had promised to take the little ones out for a day of fun. Chapter 13. Astonishing discovery. After freshening up, she opened the door to find the children's eager eyes gleaming with excitement. Shi Lingwu reached out to pat their heads and inquired, "My dear ones, why do you stand here? Have you had your breakfast?" Grasping the hands of the third and youngest child, she led them towards the hall, turning back to beckon the eldest and second children to follow. "Mommy, we haven't eaten yet. Big brother said we should wait for you," said the youngest, holding onto her hand. The other three chimed in, "Yes, we're waiting for Mommy to join us." After breakfast, Shi Lingwu gathered the items each child wished to take along and, accompanied by the children, made her way to the entrance. At that moment, Uncle Wang approached her, kindly stating, "Miss, the car is ready. Would you not prefer someone to accompany you?" Approaching the two Rolls-Royce Silver Shadows, she opened the doors for the children to get in before closing them behind them. Once seated in the car and fastening her seatbelt, Wang Bo reassured her, "Don't worry, miss, everything will be just fine." Wang Bo, however, thought to himself, "It is not your safety that concerns me, but rather the welfare of the young masters." With a resigned shake of his head, he made his way towards the courtyard. Shi Lingwu skillfully maneuvered the vehicle and inquired of the children in the back, "Little ones, where are we headed today? Have you made up your minds?" After a hushed discussion among themselves, the eldest spoke up, "Mummy, let us first visit Uncle's company." His younger siblings nodded in agreement, and the others followed suit as Shi Lingwu approached the intersection ahead. The red light illuminated, prompting her to pull over. She turned to them and said, "All right, Mummy will take you to Uncle's company today, but remember not to touch anything." As the green light appeared, she deftly turned the steering wheel to the left, narrowly passing a black Hummer. In a fleeting moment, she thought she glimpsed a pair of indifferent eyes. That cold, bright gaze left an indelible mark upon her heart. Meanwhile, within the black Hummer, two handsome men occupied the seats. The driver, dashing and charismatic, called out to his companion in the passenger seat, who exuded a cool elegance. "Boss, did you see that just now? The latest model of Rolls-Royce, and it was being driven by a young lady. However, I noticed several children seated in the back. They must be her relatives." Dan Su pondered the scene he had just witnessed, feeling an odd sense of peculiarity that eluded his understanding. Had he caught a glimpse of his own boss's fleetingly strange expression, he would have surely been taken aback. Jima Wuyin maintained a calm demeanor as he listened to the chatter beside him. Yet only he was aware of the tempest raging within his heart, a storm that could only be described as tumultuous in that brief moment. He had not only seen the enchanting woman but also the children behind her. It was her death. He recalled the sight of the children. A profound depth clouded his eyes. Though the details were unclear, he felt an undeniable connection to those children. The thought sent ripples of unease through him, compelling him to gather his thoughts and resolve to investigate that evening. Silence, be quiet, Jima Wuyin admonished Dansu with a sharp tone. Dansu glanced at him and gradually closed his mouth, driving in silence while contemplating what had provoked his boss's ire this time. Mummy, how much longer until we arrive? The little one in the back seat inquired, boredom evident in his voice. We'll be there soon. Darling, don't fret, Shi Lingwuyo reassured. The little one responded softly, all right, Mummy. Junlin is among the top 3 national enterprises, boasting a vast expanse of land and an advantageous geographical location. The company offers exceptional benefits, yet the standards are correspondingly high. Those fortunate enough to gain employment there are typically either international students or domestic postgraduates. Even the receptionist is required to be proficient in at least 6 languages. The bar is set high across all departments, yet many still aspire to join, for few companies in the country offer such generous remuneration. After a brief moment, the vehicle gradually decelerated, smoothly making its way into the underground parking garage of Junlin. It came to rest in an unoccupied parking space, the engine silenced, and the keys extracted. Exiting the car, she opened the rear door and cheerfully addressed the little ones inside. We've arrived, my darlings. Time to disembark. Would you like Mommy to carry you? Shi Lingwuyo smiled at them. The children shook their heads, responding, no, Mommy, we can manage on our own. Once the children had alighted, Shi Lingwuyo securely locked the car doors and turned to the trio standing still. Eldest, you take the hands of the second and third. Lead the way, and Mommy will hold the youngest hand and follow closely. Be sure to watch your step. Do you understand? Yes, Mommy, the eldest replied earnestly, grasping his younger brother's hands as they walked ahead, with Shi Lingwuyo trailing behind. She guided them directly inside, where the receptionist, Xiao Fong, was momentarily taken aback by the striking girl before regaining her composure and politely inquiring, Miss, good day. Whom are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? Shi Lingwuyo shook her head, no need. I can go in myself. With that, she led the children to the private elevator, retrieved a card, and swiped it at the identification panel, causing the elevator doors to open. The eldest stepped in first, followed by the younger ones, with Shi Lingwuyo and the youngest entering thereafter. Xiaofang watched them enter the elevator before snapping back to reality. Her colleague nudged her and remarked, Did you see that? That girl was absolutely stunning. I've never seen anyone so beautiful, not even movie stars. And those children with her are exceptionally adorable and handsome. I wonder who she is. Xiaofang glanced at her colleague and replied, Enough chatter. Let us focus on our work. The colleague pouted but said no more. Mommy, is this all Uncle's company? It's so vast. The children asked curiously. Indeed. What's the matter? Are you all mesmerized? Shi Lingwuyo chuckled at their astonishment. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Shi Lingwuyo led the children out, halting in front of the approaching secretary. Xiaozhang, is my elder brother in? Seeing the individuals emerge from the elevator, the secretary hurried forward, respectfully responding, Yes, miss. What brings you here? Why didn't you notify anyone? He then addressed the children. Hello, young masters. Observing the secretary's deference towards this enigmatic woman left the nearby assistants in disbelief, stirring their curiosity to inquire later about her identity, given the secretary's profound respect. The children, noticing Mommy conversing with a stranger, remained silent, standing quietly. Shi Lingwuyo nodded for the secretary to lead the way, following him with the children into her brother's office. Chapter 14. A heartwarming reunion. Pushing open the door, one could hardly call it merely an office. It resembled a lavish chamber. Inside, there was a conference table. To the left, a set of sofas, and to the right, a row of bookshelves brimming with numerous tomes. The desk was positioned behind the conference table, and further back lay a lounge area for occasional naps during busy overtime hours. Upon entering the office, Shi Lingyuan raised his head, somewhat astonished to see his younger sister along with several nephews. Little sister, what brings you here, and why have you brought them along? Did you not arrange for anyone to accompany you? Shi Lingwuyo gazed at her elder brother with a hint of exasperation and replied, No, the little ones seldom venture out. Today, I happen to have some free time, so I asked them where they wish to go for fun, and they expressed a desire to visit your company. Thus, I brought them along. The children, upon spotting their uncle, obediently greeted him before standing quietly to the side, listening to their conversation. Allow my secretary to take them on a tour of the office. Xiao Zheng, please entertain them outside for a bit. And do be cautious, Shilling Yuan remarked, slightly taken aback. Shilling Wuyo addressed the children, saying, Did you not say you wanted to see Uncle's company? Now, follow this gentleman. He will show you around. Do not wander off, understood? She then turned to Xiao Zheng, instructing, Xiao Zheng, keep a close watch on them. Understood. Mommy, we'll be back shortly, the children chimed in. Yes, miss, I shall escort them now, Xiao Zheng affirmed, directing the little ones, come along, young masters. Once they exited, the office was left with just the two siblings. Shilling Wuyo approached the nearby fridge, retrieved 2 bottles of water, handed one to her brother, and then took a seat on the sofa. Her expression serious as she regarded him, appearing as though she had something on her mind. Noticing her demeanor, Shilling Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, What troubles you? Is there an issue that cannot be resolved? With a furrowed brow, Shilling Wuyo scrutinized him for a moment before speaking, Elder brother, why have we not seen second brother and third brother lately? Furthermore, Mom and Dad are often absent from home. Are you concealing something from me? Shilling Yuan felt a jolt of surprise within but maintained a composed exterior, teasingly responding, Are you missing them? Second and third brothers are occupied with matters and will return shortly. As for our parents, they mentioned they were merely taking a stroll. He then added, All right, do not overthink things. You are no longer a child. After contemplating for a while, Shilling Wuyo realized that she had indeed matured and no longer required constant adult companionship. She relaxed her furrowed brow and her mood brightened. Perhaps she had been overthinking things lately. Unscrewing the cap of her water bottle, she turned to her brother and asked, Elder brother, would you like to join us for some fun later? Oh? Where are you headed? Shilling Yuan inquired curiously. I plan to take them to the amusement park. There are many enjoyable activities there, and the little ones have never been, so I thought it would be a delightful outing. Shilling Wuyo explained. Shilling Yuan smiled and replied, I shall pass. You take them on your own. The amusement park tends to be crowded, so remember to bring along extra company. Shilling Wuyo nodded, I understand. There are plenty of people shadowing us. After which, she fell silent, picking up a book to read. The office was soon filled only with the sounds of keyboard clattering and the occasional rustle of pages turning. After more than an hour, Shilling Yuan glanced at his wristwatch and suddenly remarked, It's already past 11. Let us have lunch before we depart. With that, he set his wrist down. All right, let us place our order now. They should be finished exploring by now, she responded. Shilling Wuyo replied without raising her head. After lunch, she set off with the little ones to the amusement park. While seated in the car, Xiaobao curiously inquired, Elder brother, what is there in the amusement park? Do you know? De Bao shot him a glance and retorted, Fool, haven't you seen it on television? Indeed. It looks so fun. Today, I must try all of them. Erbao and Sambao exclaimed excitedly, their eagerness palpable as if they wished to embark on the adventures immediately. Listening to the children's conversation, Shilling Wuyo felt a twinge of discomfort. She realized that she spent too little time with them, often engrossed in cultivation or alchemy, feeling woefully inadequate as a mother. Fortunately, it was not too late, and the children were quite obedient. Otherwise, it would truly be a case of losses outweighing gains. Upon their arrival, Shilling Wuyo and the children attracted the attention of many, for this family was indeed strikingly enchanting, the mother beautiful, and the children exceptionally adorable. Mommy, let us go play, they exclaimed, tugging her towards the games. Shilling Wuyo shook her head and followed them with measured steps. At the other end of the amusement park, a competition was unfolding. Jima Wuyin stood transfixed, observing a group of children playing bumper cars, his expression somewhat vacant, rendering his handsome face rather amusing. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he began to scan the crowd. Upon catching sight of a familiar figure, his gaze deepened and remained fixated. At that moment, Dan Su, who had been surveying the surroundings, finally sensed something amiss. Turning his head, he noticed that the elder brother was in a daze. Following the direction of his gaze, he beheld 4 children strikingly similar to Jima Wuyin, and he too was left stunned, his expression contorting in disbelief. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, though his face bore a rather grim look. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, he would have certainly leapt up in shock. He waved a hand in front of Jima Wuyin, bewildered, and asked, Elder brother, when did you have children, and 4 at that? This is simply illogical. He was truly taken aback. Ahead, Shilling Wuyo was watching the little ones play when she suddenly felt an intense gaze upon her, causing her heart to quicken for a moment. She turned to see a pair of profound eyes, their depths filled with complex emotions, relief mingled with gratitude. Her heart skipped a beat as she recognized him, the man from 6 years ago. A shadow of depth crossed her mind, realizing that the visitor from the past few nights must have been him as well. Just as she contemplated this, The atmosphere around her tightened. Jima Wuyin cast her one last lingering look before swiftly pursuing a direction, disappearing from sight. Dan Su followed closely behind. Shieling Wuyo, recalling the man's meaningful glance as he departed, suddenly remembered something, her gaze momentarily shimmering with a captivating allure, a hint of blush gracing her delicate features, enchanting yet untouchable, leaving onlookers hesitant to approach. Regaining her composure, the blush vanished, and she pondered the peculiar atmosphere from earlier, a hint of speculation stirring within her. Time slipped by quietly as Shieling Wuyo accompanied the little ones in enjoying all the attractions at the amusement park before finally returning home. The clock already passed 5 in the afternoon. Chapter 15. Fourth brother's mishap. Meanwhile, Jima Wuyin and Dan Su were relentlessly pursuing the enigmatic figure, who deliberately chose to weave through throngs of people. They could only wait for the crowd to thin before making their move, lest they inadvertently harm the innocent. To their dismay, they unexpectedly encountered Shieling Wuyo and her companions, in the blink of an eye. The mysterious individual vanished from sight. Had it not been for the peculiar disturbance in the air moments prior, they surely would have lost track of him, resulting in a considerable loss of face. Dan Su, panting heavily, exclaimed to GMO Wuyin, "Boss, this person runs far too swiftly. We've traversed nearly half of Kyoto. When will this end? Though I possess both physical prowess and internal strength, it is not meant to be employed in such a manner." He felt his legs weaken, as if they were on the verge of giving way. Had he known better, he would have refrained from insisting on accompanying GMO. He was truly reaping what he had sown. Observing his leader, who remained unperturbed and seemingly unfazed by their exertions, one might have mistaken him for a leisurely stroll in a garden. GMO Wuyin, walking ahead, cast a fleeting glance at Dan Su upon hearing his words, his expression tinged with evident disdain, yet he quickened his pace even further. Sensing the unspoken message in GMO's gaze, Dan Su obediently sealed his lips, circulating his internal energy around his legs to hasten his steps. Upon passing a small courtyard, GMO Wuyin halted before a copse of trees, standing still in contemplation. After a moment, Dan Su caught up and, noticing GMO's immobility, inquired, "Boss, why have we stopped? Is there an issue ahead?" He peered into the grove, yet could discern nothing amiss, thus returning his gaze to GMO Wuyin, hoping for enlightenment. After a brief interval, GMO Wuin's expression softened. Hearing Dan Su's question, he lowered his gaze and remarked, "A formation has been laid here. Point 1 requires a guide to enter, but it is not overly complex." Dan Su, taken aback, gaped in astonishment. "Boss, you can dismantle formations? Then what were you doing standing there for so long?" Realizing GMO had paused for some time, he deduced that his leader must have been contemplating something significant. GMO Wuyin remained silent. His thoughts were occupied with pondering the identity of the individual who had set this formation and whether there lay a deeper conspiracy behind it. He considered the possibility of new discoveries within, taking his time to reflect. Given his current cultivation level, entering the formation would be a matter of ease, provided there were no individuals of greater skill concealed within. However, bringing an additional person along would prove to be rather inconvenient. He stepped to the left of the grove and pressed down on a specific part of a large tree, then turned to Dan Su, who had approached him. "I can manage this on my own. You should head back for now." Without allowing Dan Su to respond, he continued, "I may return rather late. We shall discuss matters tomorrow." With that, he swiftly entered the thicket, leaving Dan Su standing there, bewildered and staring at the direction in which GMO had departed. After a moment, he finally regained his composure and muttered, "I haven't even replied yet." Nevertheless, he obediently turned back toward his original path. When Shieling Wuyo returned home with the little ones, it was precisely 6 o'clock. After enjoying dinner and settling the children, she prepared to practice her skills. Just as she reached the door, Mei arrived, bringing with her unsettling news. Shieling Xian had gone missing and remained unaccounted for. Upon receiving this news, Shieling Wuyo was engulfed by a tumult of shock and fury. Her entire body trembled as she struggled to maintain her composure and posed the question, "Missing? How could one go missing? What of those lurking in the shadows? When did this disappearance occur? Have Mom and Dad been informed? No, this matter must not reach them. Does my elder brother know?" Shieling Wuyo fixed her gaze upon Mei, her eyes glinting with a frigid intensity. How dare anyone lay a hand on a member of the Shieling family? What audacity! It was at 6 o'clock, just now, that he vanished. The guards protecting the fourth master are still unconscious and have yet to awaken. The eldest master should be aware of this by now. But the elders remain in the dark, Mei replied, her countenance grim, her heart laden with concern. Shieling Wuyo, her expression grave, addressed Mei, 6 o'clock. This is typically mealtime. Investigate who last saw the fourth brother and ascertain the entirety of today's itinerary. Have your men coordinate with those of my elder brother. I refuse to believe we cannot locate him. She continued, bring Lonnie along as well, and ascertain the circumstances surrounding those individuals. Keep a vigilant watch on any movements from my elder brother. Inform me immediately upon receiving any news. Understood, I shall attend to it at once, Mei responded, though a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Didn't he the master intend to go? Yet, she knew that such matters were not for her, a mere subordinate, to question. She turned and set about executing her master's orders. Shieling Wuyo, with a frosty demeanor, stood resolutely, her heart simmering with indignation. She was determined to uncover who possessed the audacity to act so recklessly. Yet, despite her contemplation, she found herself at a loss for leads and could only await the results of their investigation. As night descended, in another location, Jima Wuyin had just entered the formation when he was met with a blinding white light, obscuring his view of the surroundings. To his astonishment, he realized he had stumbled into a nested formation. Fortunately, he had affixed a tracking incense to that mysterious individual. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Following the scent of the tracking incense, he pressed onward, discovering a concealed path, albeit invisible to the eye. Moments later, the scenery before him opened up to reveal an expansive courtyard, surrounded by a flourishing peach orchard laden with fruit. A sight to behold. Jima Wuyin swiftly entered the courtyard, skillfully concealing himself, and quietly made his way toward the direction of the mysterious figure, until he overheard muted voices. He paused, assessing his surroundings, and found a discreet spot to eavesdrop on their conversation. Why have you come today? Was it not said that there was no need to come if there was nothing urgent? Do not forget your identity, one man remarked, his tone rife with impatience as he fixed a piercing gaze upon the man below. In response to the man's irritable tone, the other man dared not express any discontent and respectfully replied, My lord, I am simply pleased to have located some fine materials, which is why I ventured here myself. At that moment, two men occupied the hall. The one seated above appeared to be listening to the report from the one below. The man at the upper seat was draped in a black cloak, rendering his face indistinguishable, while the man below, clad in a black robe and masked, spoke in a manner that struck Jima Wuyin as somewhat familiar. His eyes glimmered as he continued to listen intently to their discussion. Oh, fine materials, you say? Just how exceptional are they? Pray, enlighten me. The man at the upper seat remained silent for a moment before finally responding. With a downward gaze, she gracefully lifted the teacup from the edge of the table, removed the lid, and gently brushed the surface before taking a couple of sips. After setting it down, she raised her head and looked at him with keen interest. The man in the black robe spoke with an air of pride. Recently, there have been whispers from T-City about an exceptional man, one who meets your established criteria in both appearance and other aspects. While he may not be the absolute best, finding someone of quality has become exceedingly rare, which is why I have come personally. Exceptional indeed. Such news is truly uncommon, the man remarked, his voice tinged with a rare sense of delight. Indeed, this man possesses spiritual power and has commendable cultivation. Noticing the man's earnest attention, the black-robed figure continued, however, this man's background is somewhat complicated. If I am not mistaken, he is the youngest son of the head of the Shieling family, one of the 4 great clans. Why now? He has likely been captured. Upon hearing this, the man seated at the upper position responded nonchalantly, what is there to fear? Once this project succeeds, what concern is there for a mere family like the Shieling? He then added with a serious tone, first, conduct a thorough examination. I require all of his data. This matter must be executed flawlessly. Chapter 16. Independent actions. At this juncture, Jima Wuyin felt a jolt in his heart, his aura momentarily stalling. He quickly reined in his presence, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had almost exposed himself. It was prudent to remain cautious in the presence of the cloaked man, whose depth remained unknown. They continued to discuss various topics, and Jima Wuyin silently noted everything, planning to sift through the information later to see if any of it could be of use. Who was the masked man, and who was the one cloaked in the mantle? The situation was growing increasingly intricate. Moreover, it now appeared that their ambitions were substantial. The son of the Shieling family. Wasn't he her brother? Night had already fallen, and she was undoubtedly aware of the news. Anxiety filled her heart as she contemplated sending a message immediately. The conversation within had yet to conclude, but she could no longer concern herself with their discussions. Cautiously, she retreated and quietly retraced her steps. Outside T-City, in Liwan Court, a man sat within one of the villas, his face a mask of frost, and the expression in his eyes as if they might freeze over. instilling a sense of dread. Are you implying that there is still no news, not even the location of his disappearance? Shieling Yuan glared coldly at the man below him. With the utterance of that single him, his countenance grew even darker. Yes, my subordinate has failed in his duties, Feng Yi replied, his head bowed, too fearful to raise it. Who would have imagined that the illustrious fourth young master of one of the four great clans would go missing? Given the fourth young master's prowess, such an occurrence was previously unfathomable, yet it was indeed happening, and there were no leads. After a pause, Shieling Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued, keep searching. Have there been any unusual movements from the other three families recently? He pondered who could have orchestrated this with such stealth, wondering which family might be involved. Yes, the other three families have shown no signs of activity as of now, Feng Yi hurriedly responded. Could it be that one of those families was responsible? Xiling Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily before he spoke with gravity. Keep a close watch on their movements. Inform me immediately of any unusual developments. Furthermore, Lonnie has arrived. Take her to see the unconscious individual. You may leave now. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed him. Understood, Feng replied, turning to exit the villa and stepping into the enveloping darkness. Not far from the outskirts of T-City, there lay a small courtyard, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, occasionally disturbed by faint sounds emanating from the ground below, creating an eerie atmosphere at night. We've attempted this numerous times, yet no one has succeeded, though you truly believe that this gentleman, who appears to be a dandy, can manage it? Inquired a man clad in a white lab coat, casting a skeptical glance at another man beside him, who was similarly attired. The second man, seemingly unfazed by such doubts, continued to focus on his tasks, briefly responding, these matters are beyond our jurisdiction. Just ensure that you fulfill your responsibilities. Hurry, they are due to arrive shortly to take him away. With that, he resumed his examination of the man lying on the operating table. The first speaker felt a jolt in his chest, his expression shifting as he promptly fell silent, diligently attending to the examination, clearly gripped by a profound dread of the individuals who would soon arrive. If Shieling Wuyo were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the person on the operating table, none other than Shieling Xian. As night deepened and the world succumbed to slumber, the Shieling family remained brightly illuminated. In the grand hall, several individuals stood in solemn silence, their faces etched with gravity. Shieling Wuyo occupied the seat of honor, her fingers rhythmically tapping the table, lost in contemplative thought. At that moment, Mei knocked and entered, an inscrutable expression on her face. Master, this was just delivered for you, she said, handing over a letter, then positioning herself behind her like a devoted knight. Upon opening the envelope and reading the contents of the paper, a flicker of intrigue crossed Shieling Wuyo's eyes. The paper bore a single character, medicine. Her expression darkened. What could this signify? Did the disappearance of her fourth brother relate to this matter? Or was there another connection? How is the investigation on my elder brother's side progressing? Are there any leads? She inquired, her brow furrowing. Still no news, Mei replied. And what of Lan Yi? No updates from her either. Shieling Wuyo pressed, concern etched on her features. Yes, there has been no information from that side as well, Mei responded, harboring her own worries, for much time had already elapsed. Shieling Wuyo's frown deepened further as she placed the paper on the adjacent table. She addressed the individuals seated before her. Recent family matters have been quite numerous, and I understand you have all been diligently occupied, but I do not wish for any oversights in the family's affairs. Enough of this. Let us adhere to the original plans we set forth. You may leave now. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for them to depart. Yes, we shall give our utmost effort. The group responded in unison, bowing respectfully to Wuyo before gradually exiting the hall. Wuyo reclined in her chair, her eyes closed, pondering the significance behind the character sent by that individual. What secrets could it possibly conceal? The word medicine, could it be linked to a hospital? But what else could it entail? Upon opening her eyes, she addressed Mei, saying, Mei, have the elder brother investigate all the hospitals in T-City, as well as anything related to medicine. Ensure that those under his command are meticulous. With that, she closed her eyes once more, contemplating the meaning of that character. Understood, Mei responded, departing with determination. Her master's words undoubtedly carried profound significance. Her responsibility was merely to relay the orders. Watching Mei leave, Wuyo picked up the single piece of paper on the table, which bore only one character, yet emanated an overwhelming and formidable aura. It was a fine character, yet its meaning remained elusive. After a moment, Wuyo retrieved her phone and dialed her elder brother. Little sister, you are still awake. It's quite late. Why are you calling me? As soon as the call connected, the gentle voice of Shieling Yuan came through. his mouth busy with inquiries. Weo pouted, replying, "Elder brother, such a significant matter, and you haven't informed me?" After a brief pause, she continued, "What is the situation on your end? Have you uncovered any leads?" Shieling Yuan replied with exasperation, "Isn't it fortunate that I am here? I do not wish for you to worry unduly," he added. As for the fourth brother, there are still no leads. After a moment's reflection, he decided to speak the truth, lest she inquire further about Feng Yi. Listening to her elder brother's responses, Weo contemplated the letter. Once he finished speaking, she remarked, "By the way, elder brother, I received a letter earlier with just the character for medicine written on it. Could you see if it relates to fourth brother's situation? I believe there must be a connection. Who would send such a character at such a sensitive time? Oh, only a single character for medicine. It indeed seems suspicious." Shieling Yuan mused, furrowing his attractive brows. "Oh," he finally responded, taking his time. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Eventually, Shieling Yuan spoke, "Little sister, I will take care of this matter regarding your fourth brother from here on. You should focus on caring for the little ones at home. As for the character you mentioned, I will contemplate it thoroughly." Without waiting for her reply, he added, "Get some rest early. I am weary as well. Good night," and hung up the phone. Weo listened to the beeping sound of the line disconnecting. Feeling a mix of frustration, she had not finished her thoughts. Nevertheless, she resolved that she would not remain uninvolved in this matter. Chapter 17. Threads of clue. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Jima Wuyin, after instructing that the information be relayed to her, sat in a daze. Indeed, he was lost in thought. Reflecting on the events of the day and the sight of those children, he yearned to be present before them immediately. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain of how to approach her. Would she blame him? Would she harbor resentment? These past few years, raising several children, must have been arduous for her. Did she ever think of him? Contemplating the sudden vision from earlier and the knowing glint in her eyes, he concluded that she had undoubtedly realized his presence. Further considering the secrets he had overheard, his gaze deepened. What were they truly plotting? What kind of conspiracy is being plotted this time? Will this scheme pose any threat to her? What precisely are they researching? Observing the figure draped in a cloak, it does not appear to be the leader. There must be someone above them. And who does that somewhat familiar voice belong to? It was only when the sound of knocking resonated that GMO Wuyin regained his composure and addressed the door. "Come in." Ane entered from outside and said, "Master, the message has been delivered." GMO Wuyin responded with a sound of acknowledgement, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, "How is the situation with the Shieling family? Is there any news from Shieling Xian?" And he replied earnestly, "Everything is in order with the Shieling family, and Miss Shieling has made all necessary arrangements. However, there has been no word from Shieling Xian yet." And he thought to himself that the master indeed treats Miss Shieling differently. After all, the master is not young anymore and ought to find a mistress. Moreover, Miss Shieling must be quite exceptional. Otherwise, the master would not be so invested. GMO Wuyin pondered for a while before directing him. "Have the covert operatives in T-City fully cooperate with the investigation into Shieling Yuan and let everyone mobilize. This matter likely holds information we seek, so it must be uncovered without delay. Furthermore, Shieling Xian should be of great significance to them. We must locate him, lest chaos ensue." "Yes, master, I shall make arrangements immediately," and Yi replied, though he hesitated. "But would sending them be overreacting?" Jimo Wuin's gaze narrowed, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he coldly stated, "It seems they are rather engrossed in their revelries. Once this matter concludes, have them all return to Kyoto on standby. Something significant is about to transpire, and it is prudent to remain nearby to avert any unforeseen complications." He waved his hand, signaling for an E to leave. "Understood," and E replied, sensing the gravity of the situation. He quickly decided to inform the others. At a club in T-City, within one of the private rooms, several handsome men were either seated or reclining, with drinks and snacks laid out on the table. Having just heard that an E had sent a message, the leader instructed them to find someone. Chibai, incessantly stuffing his mouth, spoke indistinctly, "Find someone? Who are we looking for, and where? Is it a man or a woman?" Luli inquired with interest. Chunxing observed Chibai's incessant munching inside, truthfully exhaling a breath of frustration before addressing everyone. "Did you not sense that something was particularly amiss tonight?" He glanced at the other three, relieved that they seemed normal, while that fellow was merely distracted by food. "If the leader wants us to search, then we shall. It's not a monumental task." Shun Feng remarked nonchalantly, clearly dismissing the significance of the matter. "Do you truly believe that with just the four of us, we cannot find someone?" Wu Feng calculated with his fingers, his expression shifting dramatically as he regarded the situation with intrigue. After a considerable pause, he spoke with complexity. This opponent is formidable, and the individual we are to locate is no simple matter either. Moreover, I just calculated that the leader's auspicious star has stirred. It is far more potent than it was over 6 years ago. As Chen Qing sipped his tea, a sudden burst of surprise caused him to spray it out, gazing at Wu Feng with astonishment. This time, we are searching for a man. Could it be that the boss's object of affection is a man? He shivered slightly, feeling an uncomfortable sensation wash over him. Our opponent is formidable. Who is it? Shenfeng inquired with keen interest, for he relished challenges that were difficult to overcome. He showed no reaction to the notion that the boss might fancy men, merely reflecting on how exceptional the boss truly was. The boss has fallen for someone. Who could it be? Is it the one from 6 years ago? Luli asked with a playful smile, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. The boss has been smitten? Ah, Chibai exclaimed incredulously, his mouth agape in disbelief. Wu Feng cast a disdainful glance at the group before slowly stating, the boss is enamored with a woman. Of that I am certain. As for the individual, it is likely the girl from 6 years ago. The person we are searching for is connected to her. Such vivid imaginations, thinking it could be a man? Chen Qing sighed in relief, only to realize that his thoughts had strayed toward the possibility of a man, attributing it to the boss's long absence of romantic pursuits. Otherwise, he would not have gone astray in his thinking. Fortunately, the boss remained unaware. Otherwise, he might freeze in utter dismay. This implied that the boss had located that girl. Ha ha ha! Chibai suddenly interjected, abandoning his meal, followed by a cascade of laughter. Those unaware might easily think he had lost his mind. The others regarded him with bemusement, recalling the disheveled state of the boss 6 years prior. An experience that defied description. Soon, laughter erupted among them, contemplating how they would surely have a sister-in-law upon their return, though they wondered if the boss could truly manage it. If they were to learn that their leader had yet to meet the sister-in-law officially, they could only imagine the expressions that would ensue. After a moment, as calm returned to the group, Chun Xing spoke up. This time, we are seeking the 4th young master of the Shieling family. He went missing this afternoon, and we have yet to uncover any clues. He then turned to Wu Feng. You just cast a divination. Did it reveal anything? I only discerned the location of his disappearance. Nothing else was revealed, Wu Feng replied, harboring his own doubts about why he could not foresee this. Akin to the girl's divination, which had been equally unclear, Eluli clicked his tongue and shook his head, intrigued. The Shieling family? I wonder who would dare to provoke someone from one of the 4 prominent families. Whoever it is, they will not fare well this time, Shenfeng remarked. Indeed. The boss has tasked us with getting to the bottom of this matter and uncovering what lies behind it. Chibai nodded, his eyes sparkling with determination, a stark contrast to his earlier gluttonous demeanor, something the others took in stride. Then share the location with me, and I shall inform the Shieling family. We shall set off as well, Chun Qing stated decisively. Once this matter is resolved, the boss has instructed us to return to Kyoto and await further orders. There is no room for negotiation. His tone left no room for doubt, clearly indicating a lack of alternatives. Understood. A few individuals exchanged glances, their expressions hinting at the gravity of the situation. It seemed unlikely that they would have been summoned back otherwise. Suppressing their doubts, they each stepped out of the room. The tranquil night air was cool, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves along the roadside, and the atmosphere was tinged with a faint scent of gunpowder, as if it were poised to unleash a wave of turmoil. Chapter 18. Movements from all sides in a distant locale. A striking couple stood side by side, gazing toward the direction of Kyoto. Their eyes reflected profound longing, a deep sense of reluctance, and a subtle sorrow that stirred an instinctive urge to offer comfort. Brother Yu, I just received word that Xiao Si has gone missing, and I am quite concerned, Yu Xian remarked to her husband, an edge of worry in her voice. Shi Ling Yu gently patted his wife's shoulder, enveloping her in his embrace as he reassured her. Do not fret. The eldest will manage this. Nothing will go awry. Yet, he too harbored a flicker of anxiety. The timing of the disappearance was rather suspicious, especially with the impending apocalypse looming. If it were merely a matter concerning the younger ones, it would be less troubling. His true fear lay in the possibility that it involved Xiao Yu. Since half a year prior, an unease had settled within him. He was aware that his wife's heart mirrored his own, and all of this could potentially relate to Xiao Yu. Otherwise, they would not have spent the last 6 months wandering, seeking solutions to their plight. Yu Xian straightened, her countenance far from cheerful. Ever since she had received the news, a sense of discomfort had plagued her, urging her to return, yet an inner voice cautioned against it. Why can't I go back? She pondered with a sigh. I worry so much, and it has been ages since I last saw the little ones. I miss them dearly. Shi Lingyu observed his anxious wife and replied, you are well aware of the eldest's capabilities, not to mention the support of the second and third, along with Xiaoyu. There is no need for concern. Once we locate that individual and inquire, we can return. Agreed, Yu Xian replied, her gaze drifting toward the sky in quiet contemplation. At the edge of the heavens, an elder with a head of white hair and a youthful spirit gazed toward Kyoto. His eyes reflecting a deep understanding mingled with melancholy. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he sighed, alas! This calamity has finally arrived. One can only hope for the best. He stroked his long white beard, shaking his head as he resolved to meet the esteemed individual. Delaying this encounter could prove perilous. When Shi Lingchu received news of his fourth brother's disappearance, a fleeting expression of wicked amusement crossed his face. Though his thoughts betrayed his amusement, this playful fellow has finally lost himself in his escapades and expects us to locate him. Truly absurd. I wonder where he has wandered off to. With a slight smirk, he inquired, has there been any recent news from elder brother? And what of our little sister? This matter, while seemingly trivial to some, was monumental for his sister. Her involvement was inevitable. Sir, there is no information from either the eldest or the young lady. The master and mistress have relayed that this matter is to be handled by the eldest son, with the assistance of the second and third sons if necessary. They will not concern themselves with this issue and will not be returning for the time being. With a swift reply, Huai was taken aback upon receiving the news, unable to fathom who could be behind it. Shi Lingchu raised an eyebrow, the tone of his voice shifting slightly as he inquired, oh, not returning? Even with your son missing, it seems there are pressing matters at hand. He then commanded, gather everyone at your disposal and hand them over to my elder brother. He will handle it. Yes, my lord, Huai responded, turning to exit. Shi Lingchu furrowed his brow in contemplation, ultimately deciding to call his third brother. Second brother, I have received the news. You must have called to discuss this matter. Correct? Shi Lingyu answered the phone directly. Although initially shocked, he had regained his composure, realizing that the priority was to locate the missing person. Just be aware. Take care not to end up like Xiao Si, who remains unaccounted for even now, Shi Lingchu expressed with a hint of concern, a sentiment he had seldom voiced, save for in relation to his younger sister. I understand. Second brother, I have already dispatched someone to Xiao Si's location. There's no need to worry. Elder brother will sort it out. Furthermore, I have just received word that the location where Xiao Si went missing has been identified, making the search considerably easier. I believe we will find Xiao Si before long. Shi Lingyu reassured, though they were indeed worried, they found it difficult to feign sorrow. They preferred to focus on swiftly locating the missing individual. All right, I understand. Rest early? I shall hang up now, Shi Lingchu replied. Okay, rest early, Shi Lingyu echoed before ending the call, shaking his head, realizing that all they could do now was wait. As night deepened. Within one of the four prominent families, the Lan family, everyone else had retired for the evening, yet one individual remained in the study, awaiting news. This person possessed an undeniably handsome visage, yet the occasional gleam in his eyes suggested he should not be underestimated. Upon hearing a knock at the door, the head of the Lan family quickly ushered the person inside, his face displaying palpable urgency as he queried, well, have the individuals been delivered? There were no mishaps along the way. I hope. No, I have just received word. They have been delivered to the designated location, the newcomer promptly replied, speaking with utmost seriousness. Good. As for those individuals, instruct them to remain quiet and stay put for the time being. They are not to go anywhere. If the Shieling family uncovers anything, your lives will be forfeit, the head of the Lan family stated, his expression turning cold and ruthless. Should the Shieling family discover the truth, the entire Lan family could face annihilation. A further thought crossed his mind, distorting his features into a grimace reminiscent of a monstrous beast. The individual opposite him stiffened. Yes, I will manage this matter well. Rest assured, head of the family. The head of the Lan family nodded in satisfaction. All right, you may leave, he concluded, waving his hand to dismiss the visitor. He then resumed his seat at the desk, contemplating the advantages that would come to the family from successfully completing this task. Casting aside his lingering worries, Father, why are you still awake at this late hour? A voice inquired, laced with deep concern. Emerging from the shadows was a strikingly beautiful woman, her figure gracefully illuminated by the soft glow of the light, enhancing her enchanting silhouette. As she drew nearer, her exquisite face came into view, adorned with fair, delicate skin, ruby lips, and pearly teeth. At that moment, her expression bore a profound concern, yet her eyes revealed a hint of subtle doubt. This captivating individual was Miss Lan Feng, renowned for her enchanting beauty and formidable martial prowess. hailed as the foremost beauty and intellect of the capital, and the cherished daughter of the Lon family patriarch. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, the Lon patriarch felt a wave of relief wash over him. Observing that she had yet to retire for the night, he promptly expressed his concern. "Fenger, I still have a few matters to attend to. Once I finish, I shall rest. You should go and sleep." Lan Feng cast a casual glance at the table, noticing some unfinished tasks. "But father, do not stay up too late. Matters of little urgency can wait until tomorrow. I too must retire." "I merely noticed the study light was on and came to check." Setting aside his documents, the Lan patriarch replied, "Very well, I shall rest now. You should return as well. It is truly commendable how you express concern for your father. It seems you did not overhear the earlier discussion." "Indeed. I shall take my leave now," Lan Feng said, turning to exit. Unbeknownst to her father, a flicker of enigmatic light danced in her eyes as she departed. Chapter 19. In the lush mountains of Lijianqing Mountain, the largest in T-City, forms a semicircular embrace around the city when viewed from above, its rugged paths offering a striking contrast to the serene landscape. Strangely, amidst such vastness, no signs of wildlife could be observed, creating an air of mystery, and with the mountain still undeveloped, few dared to traverse its depths. Deep within Lijianqing Mountain lay an exquisite villa, its exterior boasting a Western architectural style, with floors crafted from the hardest of precious stones. Surrounded by rare and exotic flora, the entire structure exuded an otherworldly charm. Numerous guards were stationed at key positions around the villa, while many more lurked in the shadows, indicating the villa's significance and the impossibility for ordinary individuals to gain entrance. At that moment, in the villa's basement, a conference room buzzed with fervent discussion among a group of individuals, each vying to present their proposals, which soon escalated into a cacophony of voices. Suddenly, a man clad in a white lab coat entered the room. Strikingly handsome, yet with an air of delicate femininity, his countenance was currently marred by displeasure, evidently having come in response to the raucous noise. He strode to the front of the room, his expression dark and unpredictable as he surveyed the crowd below, and declared sternly, "Enough. Are you all eager to test your proposals? If so, I shall accommodate you." Upon hearing his words, the previously noisy assembly fell silent, fully aware of Dr. T's capricious temperament and ruthless disposition. Especially given his elevated status, they dared not offend him and suppressed their thoughts. Instantly, the conference room was enveloped in a profound silence. At last, tranquility enveloped the conference room, and the expression on Dr. T's face softened slightly. His piercing gaze swept across the room before he spoke. "The individual we are dealing with this time is rather exceptional. First, present me with the genetic report, and then I expect you all to devise the best possible plan without the slightest error. Otherwise, prepare for a life of retirement." As he uttered these words, his eyes radiated a chilling ruthlessness, akin to a sharp blade. It was as if anyone who dared to utter another word or take their work lightly would be pierced by his wrath. The attendees immediately understood the gravity of the situation, and upon hearing the mention of retirement, their expressions flickered with trepidation, as if haunted by some dreadful thought. They quickly composed themselves, responding with utmost respect, "Yes, we shall exert every effort to compile the most suitable plan." Observing the expressions of those around him, Dr. T could easily discern their unspoken thoughts. With a disdainful huff, he turned on his heel and exited, leaving the others to ponder in silence. Once he departed, a moment passed before the attendees exchanged glances, subsequently voicing their opinions and engaging in discussion once more. This time, however, no one dared to raise their voice in contention. Instead, they collaboratively sought a more fitting solution. Not far from the conference room, in a secluded chamber, a handsome man lay in a deep slumber on the solitary bed, unaware of his surroundings. This man was none other than the elusive Shi Lingxian, who had been unconscious for several hours, with no indication of when he might awaken. The room was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence save for Shi Lingxian. Surrounding him were various high-tech experimental apparatuses, and on a nearby table rested an array of vials containing an assortment of potions, alongside an extensive collection of surgical instruments. After a while, the door to the room swung open, and a man clad in a white lab coat and mask entered. Approaching the bedside, he gazed intently at the unconscious figure, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. He then picked up a syringe and deftly inserted it into the man's arm, slowly drawing a vial of blood before withdrawing the needle and applying a bandage. Hastily exiting the room thereafter, with the vial of blood in hand, the man made his way to the laboratory, swiftly operating the machinery to analyze the freshly acquired specimen. His gaze was focused and earnest, shimmering with a faint glimmer of anticipation. Before long, the test results emerged. The man's expression turned ecstatic, his eyes shining with an almost frightening intensity as he clutched the report and hurried out. Meanwhile, Dr. T returned to his office after leaving the conference room, seated himself, and diligently processed the array of data before him. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Dr. T paused momentarily, furrowing his brow, and called out. Entered at AS, he set aside the documents on his desk. He regarded the newcomer with a cold inquiry. What is it? The man who had just conducted the blood test stood before him, his demeanor marked by humility and respect. Addressing Dr. T, he stated, Doctor, here is the report for the man who was recently brought in at IT is indeed exceptional, and every aspect appears remarkably perfect, undoubtedly meeting your requirements. The man spoke with an intensity that was almost overwhelming, his demeanor no longer reflecting the cautiousness he exhibited upon first entering the office. He appeared somewhat disjointed in his speech, only regaining his composure after a considerable pause. In a flurry of apologies to Dr. T, he implored, Please forgive me, doctor. I was simply too agitated. At this moment, Dr. T interjected, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the man, commanding, Show it to me. The man promptly handed over the document. Dr. T reached out to accept it, studying the various data points listed. A faint smile flickered across his androgynous features, accompanied by a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. To his surprise, this subject possessed an extraordinary constitution, with all metrics exceeding expectations. Remarkably, while previous exceptional specimens had achieved passing marks, none had managed to excel across the board. There were always one or two areas that fell short, often accompanied by dangerously low data thresholds. It was likely that his mentor would be thoroughly pleased with this outcome. After a thorough examination, Dr. T nodded in satisfaction and addressed the man below him, informed the elders of this development, and prompted them to devise the most impeccable plan. With a dismissive wave, he signaled for the man to leave. The subordinate acknowledged with a nod and obediently exited to relay the news of the subject's exemplary performance to the experts. Once the man had departed, Dr. T retrieved his phone and dialed. As soon as the line connected, he spoke urgently, Master, this man is exceptionally remarkable, with all metrics exceeding expectations. I believe you will be quite satisfied. Listening to the eager voice on the other end, Elder Chi pondered momentarily, a subtle joy glimmering in his eyes, before replying solemnly, It is Gene 1. I am already aware. You shall assume full responsibility for this matter. Remember, there must be no oversights. Execute it with utmost diligence. With that, his gaze deepened, contemplating that any method beneficial to the master would be worth pursuing. If not for the constraints preventing him from departing, he would certainly investigate personally, for this was no trivial matter. It bore significant implications for the future. Hearing his mentor entrust such a critical task to him, Dr. T's eyes sparkled with a faint sheen, his expression grave and earnest. Indeed, master. I approach my duties with unwavering seriousness, and I shall not disappoint you this time. Good. That reassures me, Elder Chi replied with a smile, confident in his disciple's meticulous nature. As time drifted by, the night gradually receded, heralding the dawn. After Feng Yi and his companions apprehended the group, Shi Lingyuan finally inquired about the whereabouts of Shi Lingxian. The name Li Jin echoed in Shi Lingyuan's mind, his eyes glimmering with profound insight. It appeared this affair was far from straightforward, as it transpired at Li Jin Mountain. Turning to Feng Yi and the others standing nearby, he commanded, Feng Yi, take a few skilled individuals to locate the person and simultaneously investigate any unusually anomalous occurrences. Identify key areas to search, and once you have made contact, do not act hastily. Inform me first, and we shall devise our strategy upon my arrival. Even if it requires turning over Li Jin Mountain, one must locate the person. Otherwise, Chapter 20 will finally reveal the discovery. At this moment, far away in Kyoto, Wuyo and Jimu Wuyin received news from their respective subordinates. Upon hearing that someone was at Li Jin Mountain, both were taken aback, yet their thoughts mirrored each other in some respects while diverging in others. They both contemplated their potential encounter, but the secrets they pondered were uniquely their own, as were their intended search locations. Listening to the newly arrived intelligence, Wuyo squinted and confirmed, Li Jin Mountain. Is that certain? Indeed, replied Mei Yi with excitement. It is said that deep within Li Jin Mountain resides a villa, where the fourth young master should be located. The eldest young master has already taken the initiative to inform you through his subordinate, so you need not worry. Mei Yi sighed with relief, having finally found the person, and now all that remained was to devise a plan for their rescue. Upon hearing about the villa, Wuyo's gaze shifted. Constructing a villa in the depths of a mountain could either indicate madness or a hidden agenda. I hope it is not a sinister plot. She mused. I sense something amiss. Perhaps both my older brother and the fourth brother are in danger. I intend to venture to Lijian Mountain alone. Remaining hidden may allow me to assist my brother. Please provide me with the exact location. Mei Yi's expression changed, clearly wishing to accompany her. My lord, must I not follow you? We are all uneasy with you going alone. Wu You raised an eyebrow, responding, we shall discuss it again when your cultivation is more advanced. Right now, your presence would not be of much help. It might even be I, as the master, who needs to rescue someone. Ignoring Mei Yi's look of shame, she strode out ahead, with Mei Yi trailing behind in a state of inner conflict. When Wu You reached the garden after crossing the hall, she halted and addressed Mei Yi. You stay here and watch over the little ones. I do not know when my brothers will return. In any case, you must remain vigilant regarding family matters. With that, Wu You flipped her left hand, summoning a sword that she tossed into the air. Channeling her spiritual energy, the sword transformed into a gleaming flying sword, 3 feet wide and 10 feet long. Radiating brilliant golden light, it appeared remarkably sentient. With a light step, Wu You ascended onto the flying sword, glanced back at Mei Yi, and soared away on the wind, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Jimu Wuyin, unable to sleep after the events of the day, remained in his study. How could he find rest while thinking of Wu You and the children? He felt the bonds he had sought for years finally returning, and this time, he would not let her slip away. Thus, upon receiving the news, he made a decisive resolution. He would seek her out. The matter of Lijian Mountain was fraught with complexity, and he wished to assist her in retrieving Shiling Xian, for he could not remain an idle observer when it involved his future brother-in-law. Moreover, he was eager to uncover the secrets hidden within Lijian Mountain, and whether they were related to the investigations of recent years. A.N.E. You shall accompany me to Lijian Mountain, and perhaps we shall meet the future mistress, Jimu Wuyin said joyfully to an E, his voice imbued with tenderness and delight at the mention of the term mistress. That time. It would be prudent to allow those individuals to meet as well, lest they remain unacquainted and inadvertently offend her. Annie shivered involuntarily, nearly losing his footing, while pondering the peculiar demeanor of his master. Although the smile was indeed quite charming, it was not directed at him. He could hardly bear it. And what of the mistress? When did they acquire a mistress? He was completely unaware. Had his master arranged for one during his absence? That seemed implausible. After all, he had been by his master's side for the longest duration, making it unreasonable for him to be oblivious. Observing the bewildered expression on his subordinate's face, GMO Wuyin concealed his own emotions, reverting to his usual stoic demeanor, his gaze sharp and frigid as he emitted a soft humph of disapproval, before striding out of the study. Hearing that sound, an E snapped back to reality and hurriedly responded, Yes, master. Yet his expression still bore traces of confusion, evidently struggling to regain composure as he followed him outside. In October, the weather retained a hint of warmth. At Lijian Mountain, at 5 in the morning, the air was slightly cool, with verdant expanses enveloping the landscape, imparting a refreshing sensation. At this moment, deep within the woods, dozens of individuals moved swiftly, each executing their actions with both haste and caution, nearly blending into the earth itself. Leading the group, Shi Lingyuan wore an inscrutable expression, his gaze deep and icy, as he stared ahead with an unfocused intensity, his eyes harboring an ambiguous emotion. Turning to Feng Yi, he inquired silently with his eyes. Feng Yi, understanding the unspoken question, replied, Master, we shall arrive in approximately 5 miles, where there is a villa guarded by heavy troops. The fourth young master should be within. I dared not approach too closely, fearing to alert the enemy, thus I am unaware of the specific circumstances. After all, a villa in the midst of an expansive forest was quite conspicuous. Especially with such stringent defenses, the situation felt decidedly suspicious, prompting him to maintain his distance. Shi Lingyuan nodded, concern flickering in his eyes as he addressed Feng Yi. We shall proceed ahead. Dawn is fast approaching, and delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Leave Hua Yi behind to guide them swiftly along. There must be no mistakes. With that, he vanished in a flash, already several paces away. Time had passed, and he couldn't help but wonder if the fourth young master was safe. It was imperative that he remained unharmed. Otherwise, he would exact a merciless reckoning on those behind the scenes. Seeing his master depart, Feng Yi glanced back at Hua Yi, signaling him to bear the burden of their current predicament, before hastily following after. Hua Yi, watching the two figures fade from view, adopted a serious expression, his demeanor cautious as he quietly addressed the remaining individuals. The master has set forth ahead. We must exert ourselves to meet him without fail. The others nodded in understanding, recognizing the importance of discretion in their clandestine mission, and thus remained silent as they pressed on, their expressions impassive as they advanced with determination. The group moved with such swiftness that they appeared as mere phantoms in the dim yellow moonlight, occasionally accompanied by the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. As time flowed steadily, Wu Yu and GMO Wuyin finally arrived at Lijin Mountain at 6 in the morning, albeit at different locations, thus avoiding any encounter. Gazing upon the majestic mountains before him, Wu Yu found himself bereft of time for contemplation, swiftly darting into the depths of the range with the swiftness of lightning, leaving not even a trace of his presence. Meanwhile, GMO Wuyin and an E had also arrived at Lijin Mountain, yet they did not linger. Instead, they hastened to follow the signals left by their subordinates, moving with such speed that they vanished without a trace. Darn it, where is the boss? I've been a feast for mosquitoes for an entire hour. How much longer must I wait? From a secluded part deep within the mountains, a faint murmur of discontent arose. What is the rush? Perhaps the boss will arrive shortly, came another voice, evidently directed at the one who had just spoken. Just wait a bit longer. The boss is on his way, added yet another voice, filled with a reassuring tone. Enough. The diviner has already indicated he is coming, so let us maintain some quietude. A subsequent voice chimed in. Another voice queried, what do you think the boss is here for? Could it be to find the sister-in-law? Then they continued, I truly wonder what the boss's meeting with the sister-in-law will be like. A hush fell over the group, only to be broken by a voice exclaiming, Hey, aren't you all curious? These individuals were none other than Qin Qing, Lu Li, and their companions, who had been tasked with searching for someone. They had initially believed that locating the person would be a simple endeavor, only to find themselves lost in the depths of perilous mountains and forests. As dawn approached, while GMO Wuyin hastened to rendezvous with Chen Qing and the others on the other side. Shi Lingyuan and Feng Yi had also reached the exterior of the villa. Standing before the exquisite mansion, Shi Lingyuan closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual awareness to seek out any signs of the individual they were searching for. To his surprise, as he extended his senses, he felt a subtle tug from deep within his heart, compelling him to advance slowly while meticulously memorizing the surroundings of the villa. After a while, he discovered Shiling Xian in the vast underground chamber of the villa, though the reason for his state of unconsciousness remained a mystery, leaving Shi Lingyuan anxious about his well-being. He quickly retracted his spiritual awareness to steady his mind. The scene he had witnessed in the basement was truly ghastly and horrific. He could only wonder who had established such a repulsive place, a veritable manifestation of madness and inhumanity. Once he rescued his fourth brother, he would ensure this place was obliterated, lest it bring further calamity to others. Upon GMO Wuyin and an ES arrival, they were greeted by the sight of several individuals appearing drained and unalert, igniting a surge of anger within GMO Wuyin, whose countenance became increasingly grim as he emanated a chilling aura. The group trembled at the sudden surge of his presence, while an E, trailing behind, couldn't he help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, let us see how cocky you are now. In this desolate wilderness, you lack even the slightest vigilance, truly living on borrowed time. GMO Wuyin approached them, his expression devoid of emotion, and coldly addressed them. Are you all so weary of living? There is not a single precaution in place around here, and yet you all hang your heads in lethargy without a hint of alertness. Do you think that possessing some skills renders you invincible? If that is your mindset, I suggest you reconsider following me, lest I find myself burdened with the task of retrieving your remains one day. What a hassle that would be. He was exceedingly irate. Had it not been him who arrived just now, but rather an adversary, those several individuals might have faced dire consequences. Shinfeng interjected, Boss, only you possess such capabilities. Otherwise, we would have certainly discovered this long ago. How could we possibly remain seated in stillness? Indeed. Boss, you have finally arrived. I've been here for ages, feasting on mosquitoes, Chibai remarked with a grin, though a twinge of anxiety stirred within him. Just as he mentioned the person, that very individual had materialized. Surely, they hadn't overheard their previous conversation, had they? Qin Qing added, Yes, boss, rest assured. We are all vigilant in our hearts. Just as we spoke of you, you appeared. I trust you encountered no troubles on your way here? He awkwardly shifted the topic, hoping the boss would refrain from pursuing this matter further. Yuli also inquired with a smile, Boss, I heard you found the eldest sister-in-law. When might we have the pleasure of meeting her? It made one curious how the boss, who had never had a woman in his life, would change with one by his side. Indeed, boss, perhaps we shall encounter the eldest sister-in-law shortly, Wu Feng chimed in. GMO Wuyin observed the group's effort to divert the conversation and felt his expression darken. After staring at them for a while, he watched as they gradually fell silent, allowing him to suppress his inner fury. contemplating a thorough reprimand for them once this matter was resolved. He momentarily decided to let them off the hook and turned to address them. Arm yourselves, we shall proceed discreetly. We must not allow them to discover our presence. I wish to ascertain whether this location bears any connection to that incident. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes as he pondered the potential dangers within, hoping to assist her. Chun-Ching took the lead, stating, "Yes, let us take this path. It is less crowded and less likely to attract attention." Chun-Ching and the others refrained from exposing him, thinking it better to meet the person directly rather than beating around the bush. If he wished to help, he should simply express it. As Wuyo arrived at the villa, she spotted her elder brother preparing to enter alone and hurriedly called out to him through telepathy. "Brother, wait. I shall accompany you." Grateful for her timely arrival, she thought it would be far more reassuring to enter together, uncertain of the potential dangers lurking inside. Shieling Yuan, upon hearing his sister's voice, initially doubted his hearing. However, upon turning around, he was startled to find her standing beside him. His expression softened, revealing a hint of helplessness amidst his cold demeanor, as he gently said, "Little sister, how did you arrive so quickly?" He had thought he was swift enough, not wishing for her to take any risks. Who would have guessed she would arrive so promptly? Wuyo hastened to her brother's side, her concern evident as she asked, "Brother, are you well? Do not worry. We shall enter together and rescue fourth brother. However, having passed so much time, I fear for his safety I am well enough, and your fourth brother is currently unharmed. Let us proceed and bring him out." Shieling Yuan reassured her, patting her head in a comforting gesture. He wished to alleviate her excessive worries, for fourth brother was indeed merely unconscious. Rescuing him was all that mattered. Wuyo nodded in agreement. "Then let us go forth." Fengyi awaited outside, determined that none within should escape unscathed this night. She was eager to enter and rescue fourth brother, anxious that delays might lead to calamity. "Then let us proceed." Zilingwen gently grasped his younger sister's hand and addressed Fengyi, saying, "Fengyi, Huai has arrived. You all may wait outside. Ensure that none who emerge are overlooked. Since they dared to act, they must possess the fortitude to face the consequences of their actions." After issuing these instructions, the two stealthily infiltrated the premises without alerting anyone. Once inside, they were struck by the exquisite decor, with antiques and artifacts adorning every corner, a clear testament to the wealth and influence of the owner. Such treasures are not typically accessible to mere affluent individuals. Exchanging a knowing glance, they made their way toward the study, for the basement passage lay within. They needed to act swiftly while remaining discreet. Cautiously approaching the study, Wuyo utilized her spiritual sense to survey the area, discovering it empty, though numerous individuals lingered outside. How to gain entry? Suddenly, she recalled that she possessed certain items within her space. Searching through, she exclaimed, "Aha! Found it!" She retrieved an invisibility talisman and a wall-passing talisman, offering them to her elder brother while whispering, "Elder brother, there are too many people there. Here, take these. The invisibility talisman and the wall-passing talisman. With these, they will not see you as long as we remain silent. They will remain oblivious. The wall-passing talisman will allow us to traverse this wall, making our task much more convenient." Zilingwen regarded the newly acquired items with a peculiar glint in his eyes. "Why did you not mention these earlier? We could have avoided sneaking about like thieves," he remarked. Understanding her elder brother's unspoken sentiments, Wuyo replied, "I apologize, elder brother. I had never used these before, so it slipped my mind." She chuckled, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features, and quickly added, "Just affix them to your person, and it will suffice." With that, she pressed the two talismans against her body, vanishing from sight. Zilingwen gasped in surprise, anxiously inquiring, "Sister, where are you?" The sight of her sudden disappearance filled him with a sense of disarray. "Elder brother, I am right before you. Hurry and use the talismans. Once you do, you will be able to see me." Wuyo reassured him, amused by her brother's flustered demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Zilingwen hastily applied the talismans to himself, and as soon as he did, he saw his sister standing beside him. Relief washed over him. They truly were effective. "Let us proceed," he said, taking her hand, and together they slipped through the wall without disturbing anyone. Wuyo allowed herself to be led, and they traversed through walls as Zilingwen guided her along the route he had previously observed, deftly avoiding any unfavorable areas and making their way directly towards Zilingwen's location. Soon, they arrived, passing through another wall, finally catching sight of Zilingwen. Rushing to the bedside, Wuyo reached out to check his pulse, feeling reassured. She turned to Zilingwen and said, "Elder brother, fourth brother is unharmed. It is merely a special sedative. However, I can only concoct the antidote once we return. Let us first carry him out, and we shall deal with these individuals later. She knew her elder brother was typically reticent, yet he harbored great affection for his younger siblings. Listening to his younger sister reassure him that Xiaoxi was fine, Shi Lingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "What my little sister says is true. Let us take him outside first." Watching as his sister affixed the invisibility and wall-piercing talismans to Xiaoxi, he hurried over, took the young man onto his back, and together with his sister retraced their steps. The two swiftly returned to the exterior of the villa, while those inside remained oblivious to the disappearance of their crucial experimental subject. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. Chapter 22. The first glimpse of clues as Wu Yo was engaged in the rescue, Jima Wuyin and his companions armed themselves and approached another entrance to the basement. At the entrance stood several burly men wielding submachine guns as guards. With a mere wave of his hand, Jima Wuyin signaled, and with a series of dull thuds, the guards collapsed without any forewarning. Not alerting anyone, he proceeded to the coded door, fixated on the keypad, and after entering a few digits, the door swung open. With a cautionary glance, he gestured for his companions to be vigilant and was the first to step inside. The others, observing their leader's effortless handling of the situation, could not help but admire him, exchanging looks that conveyed their respect. After all, the leader was indeed the leader. Upon entering, Jima Wuyin first encountered a corridor flanked by numerous rooms, all constructed of glass. The room to the left contained various medical supplies and machinery, while the right housed an array of firearms and ammunition. Venturing further, the weapons on the right became even more sophisticated, featuring the latest models and in considerable numbers. The sight darkened Jima Wuyin's expression, his eyes clouded with an ominous glint. The expressions of his companions, who had initially maintained their composure, began to shift as they grasped the implications. In this society, acquiring firearms was not particularly unusual for those with wealth, but the existence of such an extensive arsenal hidden within these remote mountains was alarming. "Boss, such a vast underground space filled with weaponry. Who possesses such wealth?" Bai queried quietly, inching closer to Jima Wuyin. Chen Qing, unable to contain his curiosity, echoed the sentiment, "Indeed. Boss, what does this individual do?" The others, equally astonished, looked at him, pondering who could possibly amass such an extraordinary collection. It was utterly bizarre. This was not an era of rebellion. After all, Jima Wuyin cast them a glance but remained silent, proceeding cautiously deeper into the corridor. With each step, his expression grew increasingly grim. When he reached the end of the passage, he halted, his gaze icy, emanating an aura of chilling intensity. The others, too, fell silent, as they too had noticed the escalating accumulation of equipment. The corridor stretched approximately 300 meters, lined with either medical supplies or firearms. It was no wonder their leader appeared so troubled. Even they were taken aback by the sheer volume of weaponry present. What astonishing discoveries awaited them deeper within? "Strange. Why is there no one here?" Qin Qing remarked, surveying the surroundings with a hint of confusion. Shin Feng added, "Indeed. Given the abundance of military arms, it seems improbable that there are only a handful of individuals present. Could it be that everyone is out? What a coincidence that would be. Moreover, have you noticed? There are no surveillance cameras here. That is highly irregular." Wu Feng interjected. Yuli began to analyze, saying, "What can this possibly signify? It can only indicate that these items hold no value here whatsoever. If I am not mistaken, there should be even more astonishing discoveries ahead. It is simply a matter of what they might be. How could anything of greater worth exist?" Bai remarked in astonishment, clearly disagreeing with his statement. Listening to the conversation among the group, Jima Wuyin remained silent, merely closing his eyes to perceive the surrounding aura in a unique manner. Chaotic, tumultuous, and frigid, a blend of complexities that was utterly overwhelming. After a moment, he opened his eyes, which gleamed with a cold light, and addressed the others. "Let us proceed. There are not many people on this level. Let us see if we can acquire what we need." With that, he moved towards another passage, prompting the others to cease their discussion and follow suit. Soon, the group encountered a vast array of glass chambers. However, this time, they were not filled with weaponry, but rather a grotesque sight that made GMO Wuyin's expression turn grave. The expansive room was filled with glass containers of various sizes, each housing bizarre creatures that bore a semblance to humans. Some had an extra tail, others had animal-like faces, some were covered in scales, while others sported animal appendages or fur, each sight more horrifying than the last. The occupants within were of various sizes, and the mere sight sent chills down one's spine, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread. It was akin to a hell on earth. Leading the way, GMO Wuyin's eyes were deep and inscrutable. his gaze shadowed with an unfathomable darkness. This was not the first time he had heard of such occurrences, but it was indeed his first encounter with so many victims. They could no longer be deemed human. It dawned on him that such cruelty transpired beyond his sight, and these individuals were all citizens of Huagua. How many happy families had been shattered, and how much sorrow had befallen their loved ones? Lu Li and the others were equally taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a scene. Their hearts stirred, nearly causing them to retch. It was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, utterly revolting. Even Chan Qing, who typically maintained a detached demeanor, appeared incredulous and hesitantly remarked, "Boss, this cannot be real." His disbelief was palpable. The sight was far too incredulous to accept. In the depths of the wilderness, not only had a medical facility and an arsenal been discovered, but now such strange entities had also emerged. Who could commit such heinous acts? This is beyond inhuman, Shin Fengshu exclaimed in anger. Clearly incensed, that a flicker of rage appeared in Lu Li's eyes as he trembled slightly, slowly articulating, "Whoever it may be, we shall not let them escape today. This is no trifling matter. It is utterly deranged." Chibai pondered for a moment before voicing his thoughts. What exactly do these individuals intend to achieve? What is the purpose behind their research? Although the people here have no direct connection to them, they were once human, unlike the grotesque forms they embody now, which are utterly repulsive. Upon hearing Xiao Bai's inquiry, Wu Feng responded, "Who knows? Perhaps before long, you will encounter them daily. Have you forgotten that incident? I wouldn't mind reminding you." Though he may not comprehend the underlying purpose, he is acutely aware that it is connected to that particular matter. Yimo Wuyin listened coldly to their speculations, his emotions roiling within him like water on the brink of overflowing from a cup, threatening to erupt at any moment. His expression bore a shadow of melancholy, tinged with anger, and an unwavering determination that he would not cease until he found the missing person. And silently following behind, refrained from speaking. Initially, he felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, a person of his caliber had witnessed countless scenes, yet he had never encountered a sight as harrowing as this. Mangled limbs and shattered remains, both human and animal, all heaped together, some even still writhing. The tableau was too gruesome. He dared not gaze upon it. Chapter 23. An unforeseen encounter outside the villa. Feng Yi concealed himself in a secluded spot, awaiting the arrival of his master and the young lady. After a considerable interval, Hua Yi finally arrived with the rest of the group. Only upon their arrival did he emerge, guiding them to a hidden location to avoid detection. Upon seeing Feng Yi, Hua Yi glanced around, noting the absence of the young master, and inquired, "Brother, why are you here alone? Where has the young master gone?" The others turned their eyes toward their leader, their expressions laden with questions. Why was he the only one present? Had the young master entered alone? Worry flickered in their gazes, their focus sharpening on Feng Yi, hoping for reassurance. Feng Yi chuckled at the expressions of his companions, somewhat exasperated. Did they really believe him to be the type to cower in fear? One by one, they assumed he was aware of their thoughts, undoubtedly speculating that their master found him too feeble to accompany him. How amusingly naive! A glint of mischief danced in his eyes. This band of rascals would soon find themselves in need of a proper lesson to understand why flowers bloom so vividly. He then replied, "The young lady accompanied the young master inside. I remained here to receive you and wait, as you were rather slow." "You mean to say the young lady has arrived?" Hua Yi exclaimed with delight. Upon hearing of her presence, the group collectively sighed in relief. With the young lady's prowess combined with the young masteress, they were assured of a favorable outcome. Their task was merely to await their return and assist in the rescue. Feng Yi continued, "Indeed, just as we were preparing to enter, the young lady arrived and instructed me to wait for you, urging us all to be ready for battle at a moment's notice." At that moment, a sudden crack of a twig underfoot broke the tension. Feng Yi, Hua Yi, and the others were startled, their earlier expressions vanishing as their eyes turned icy, bodies tensed in a defensive stance, scanning the source of the sound, yet perceiving nothing amiss. Nevertheless, they did not lower their guard, remaining vigilant. Wu Yo and Shiling Yuan emerged just in time to see everyone engaged in conversation, contemplating whether to test their reactions. With that thought, Wu Yo stepped on a branch, gauging their responses, which were surprisingly composed. This time, she would let them off the hook. Shiling Yuan, recognizing the noise as yet another of his sister's antics, chose not to intervene, permitting her to assess their alertness. After a brief moment, Wu Yo finally removed the talismans from her body, revealing herself alongside Shiling Yuan and Shiling Xian, startling everyone present. Goodness, this truly is a transformation of the living. Feng Yi stood dumbfounded, gazing at the trio that had suddenly appeared before him, momentarily at a loss for words, wondering if his eyesight had betrayed him. Stammering slightly, he exclaimed, "Master, Miss, what on earth is happening?" It was only then that Huai regained her composure, taking in the sight of the individuals before her, and noticing the unconscious Shieling Xian nestled between the two. She hurriedly inquired, "Eldest young master. Miss, what has happened to fourth young master? Is he all right?" As the crowd snapped back to reality, they heard Huai's question and turned their anxious gazes towards Wuyo, eager to understand the situation. Observing the concerned expressions of those around her, Wuyo reassured, "Do not fret, everyone. This is merely a special type of sedative, but there is an antidote. We shall have to wait until we return." She then turned to Shieling Yuan, saying, "Elder brother, we have retrieved fourth brother. It is now up to you to decide how to proceed." Shieling Yuan's gaze was cold and piercing, his voice as frigid as ice. "Huai, take a few people and ensure fourth young master is returned safely. The rest of you, join me in eradicating everything here. I want all traces of this place to vanish, without a single soul left behind." He then addressed Wuyo, "Wuyo, you should accompany Huai and take little four back." However, Wuyo interjected firmly, "No, elder brother, I cannot return. I must stay with you to dismantle this place entirely." Before Shieling Yuan could finish his thought, Wuyo's resolute expression cut him off. "These people are audacious enough to capture fourth brother. I will ensure they pay the price and uncover their intentions." She continued, "Elder brother, I will not return, regardless of what you say. Let us not forget, I am more formidable than you." With a huff, she expressed her dissatisfaction. At this juncture, Wuyo was but a step away from the nascent soul stage, and she could not bear to leave her elder brother alone, especially given the uncertainties surrounding this location. None could predict what lay hidden within the depths of the basement. Realizing he could not dissuade his sister, Shieling Yuan relented, instructing her, "Very well, you must stay by my side and refrain from wandering off." "Understood, elder brother. You need not worry," Wuyo replied with a nod, choosing not to argue further, knowing it would lead to an endless debate. After finalizing their plans, Shieling Yuan entrusted Shieling Xian to Huai, stating, "Take him back immediately. We must act swiftly. I fear those inside may discover our presence, leading to unforeseen complications." Huai accepted Shieling Xian with both hands, responding earnestly, "Yes, eldest young master, I shall return promptly." With a nod to both Shieling Yuan and Wuyo, she, assisted by several others, hoisted Shieling Xian onto their backs and swiftly made their way towards the woods, disappearing in a matter of moments. Watching them vanish from sight, Shieling Yuan turned to Feng Yi and the others who remained, commanding, "Feng Yi, lead them inside and handle matters directly. Show no mercy, and leave no trace." He then turned back to Wuyo, saying, "Let us proceed." The younger sister remarked, "Elder brother, I shall proceed ahead. You follow closely behind." With that, she swiftly darted towards the villa alongside Wuyo, both intrigued by the secrets concealed within this desolate mountain. Upon hearing his brother's words, Wuyo's eyes flickered with surprise, yet he refrained from voicing further thoughts, opting instead to accompany him discreetly. "Yes, my lord, I shall ensure it is accomplished," Feng replied, and after Zilingyuan and Wuyo vanished from sight, he stealthily led the remaining members towards the villa's location. Dawn was approaching, and a silent slaughter commenced within the villa. The guards there were ancient martial artists, formidable in the eyes of ordinary folk, yet trivial to cultivators. It was a one-sided massacre, the adversaries oblivious to their impending doom, unaware until their last breath. Wuyo and his elder brother hastened towards the villa's interior, their swift movements not alarming anyone. They soon arrived at the study, this time eschewing talismans in favor of directly probing the basement with their spiritual sense. Suddenly, a chilling expression crossed Wuyo's previously tranquil face, his gaze sharp as ice, only to vanish in an instant. He peered deeper into the abyss, and his expression shifted, revealing a complex array of emotions. "It's him. What is he doing here?" he pondered. He actually noticed me." Disbelief flickered across Wuyo's face, her eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions and astonishment. Beside her, Zilingyuan, observing her expression, inquired curiously, "Younger sister, what troubles you? What has transpired?" Then, as if recalling something, he expressed concern. "Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from probing with your spiritual sense, lest it brings you discomfort." Remembering the unsettling visions he had glimpsed, he wished to shield his sister from such distressing sights. Chapter 24. His concerns in the villa's basement, Jima Wuyin suddenly sensed something amiss, his steps faltering momentarily at a cold, piercing light radiated from his gaze upwards. Yet he saw nothing. However, an instinctive feeling stirred within him. Someone had indeed been observing him just moments prior. Who possessed such formidable cultivation? Had he not trained in the dragon god technique, he might not have discerned the presence so swiftly. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be her? The previous gaze had harbored no malice. Rather, there seemed to be a hint of surprise upon encountering him, which had inadvertently revealed a trace of her aura. Otherwise, he might not have detected the voyeurism so promptly. Chun-Ching, noticing the elder brother's abrupt halt, inquired with curiosity, "Elder brother, why have we stopped? Have you discovered something?" He glanced around, seeing nothing amiss. The others followed suit, their eyes reflecting similar confusion, unable to comprehend his sudden pause. Only he sensed a fleeting awareness, as if something had been observing them for a brief moment, yet he kept this to himself, recognizing that the elder brother was also on guard. Jima Wuyin finally regained his composure, casting a casual glance at them before saying, "There is nothing to worry about, and I will head ahead to take a look. You all stay here and be cautious not to attract attention. If you are discovered, remember to leave no one behind, and do not startle the snake in the grass. We will return shortly to rendezvous with you." After exchanging a glance with an E, he took the lead towards the front, while an E nodded to the others and followed suit. The remaining few exchanged glances, each finding a suitable hiding spot as they awaited their leader's return to resolve the situation together. Thoughts of the circumstances, reasons, and objectives weighed heavily on their minds, yet silence enveloped them, none daring to break the stillness. Wuyo observed her elder brother's worried expression, a warmth blossoming in her heart. Go be honest. Witnessing the inhumane scene earlier had left her feeling somewhat nauseated, but she quickly suppressed it. She had never imagined such places existed in this world. It was truly beyond her comprehension. Was this what the future apocalypse would resemble? Who was behind this, and what was their purpose? What had they intended by abducting fourth brother? Wuyo's gaze turned cold, her eyes sharp with severity, hoping it was not as she feared. Turning to her brother, she reassured him, "Brother, I'm fine. You needn't worry that I saw everything. It was just a bit disturbing, nothing more." She managed a comforting smile, though it bore a hint of bitterness and complexity. Seeing the expression on his younger sister's face, Shieling Yuan understood her sentiment. She was undoubtedly feeling sympathy for those trapped within. Yet, their only course of action was to rescue the surviving individuals and arrange for their safety before obliterating this place. There was little else they could do. Sighing softly, Shieling Yuan comforted her, "Little sister, do not be disheartened. This world is rife with darkness. You may know of it, but it is different to witness it firsthand. When the apocalypse arrives, there may be even more brutal occurrences. You must mature quickly to better protect the little ones." Though he too was taken aback by the horrific scene, it was merely more shocking than what he had previously encountered. He sighed again, acutely aware that the apocalypse was looming, and how could they find peace of mind in such a time? "Brother, I understand. You needn't fret," Wuyo replied, bemused by her brother's sighs. She had merely been momentarily stunned. How had he conjured such elaborate worries? She had only felt a fleeting sense of nausea, not fear. In fact, she had felt a hint of excitement. Could it be that she was a bit peculiar? No, she was a vibrant young lady, simply more combative than most. Yes, that must be it, she thought, nodding to herself. Shieling Yuan tousled Wuyo's hair, saying nothing, yet the concern in his eyes remained evident. Perhaps it was best not to overthink at this moment. They should descend to the basement and inquire with the person in charge about their intentions. Wuyo suggested, "Brother, let us proceed downstairs." "Very well, I shall go first," Shieling Yuan responded, stepping towards the study. The guards at the door remained silent as the two swiftly dealt with them. Upon opening the door to the study, I found it utterly devoid of occupants. Wuyo employed his mental acuity to search for any potential clues within, yet after a prolonged examination, he uncovered nothing of significance and had no choice but to retract his focus. Lifting his gaze to his elder brother, he inquired with his eyes, "Have you found anything?" Xilingyuan shook his head, indicating a lack of discoveries. The two exchanged glances, each contemplating whether the answers lay in the basement. With a silent acknowledgement to exercise caution, they proceeded to unveil the passage to the basement, treading carefully into its depths. Meanwhile, Jima Wuyin, alongside an E, skillfully evaded the patrolling guards, making their way towards the area heavily populated by sentinels. Initially, aside from a few guards stationed at the entrance, the interior had seemed unguarded. However, their recent appearance suggested that the sought-after information might indeed be located where the guards were most concentrated. They halted at a relatively secure position, scanning their surroundings to determine the least disruptive entry point. After a moment's contemplation, Jima concluded that swiftly neutralizing the guards would be the most efficient and secure approach. Signaling an E with a subtle glance, ANE, comprehending the intent, nodded in affirmation. and with a swift motion, slipped past the guards outside, only to return moments later, leaving the guards lifeless, their demise undetectable until disturbed. With the guards dispatched, the duo slipped into the room, revealing a spacious area exceeding 100 square meters, filled with cabinets labeled by category. Upon opening these cabinets, they discovered an assortment of research materials, predominantly focused on human and animal studies. After inspecting several cabinets, the findings remained consistent, all pertaining to various forms of biological research. They then ventured into the adjacent room, which, like the previous one, was empty. This space served as an office, housing a laptop. Upon sighting it, Jima's eyes sharpened. Surely the computer harbored the information he sought. From the moment he entered and beheld those monstrous entities, he had harbored suspicions that the missing individuals from recent years might be linked to this place. Yet, he still needed to ascertain the rationale behind their abduction and the ultimate intentions of these captors. His thoughts drifted to his fourth brother, also taken by these people. However, the absence of any visible captives during his passage suggested that he had been rescued, which brought him some relief. Nonetheless, he pondered her purpose for being here, his heart laden with concern, unwilling to entertain the notion of her being in peril. He also considered that she was unlikely to be alone, likely accompanied by someone. The thought of her companion stirred a pang of jealousy within him, even if that person was a relative. However, he resolved to set aside his unease. Once he located the necessary documents, he believed he would understand her intentions, planning to assist her in due course. Chapter 25. The curious ancient box deep within the recesses of the basement lay a smaller chamber, less expansive than the upper levels. Yet far more intricately secured. It was here that Dr. T resided, oblivious to the unfolding events within the villa, as he remained engrossed in analyzing the report's contents, aspiring to devise the most exquisite plan. Not far from him lies a chamber, a frigid vault wherein several corpses are arranged side by side. The surface of these bodies appears strikingly lifelike, yet they emanate not a single breath. Were members of the four prominent families to be present, they would recognize these individuals as the missing prodigious youths from the Lan, Bai, and Gong clans. The innermost recess of the room rests a coffin of glacial ice, meticulously sculpted from millennia-old frost. Within it reclines a man of sinister charm and exquisite beauty, seemingly around 27 years of age. Even in slumber, his finely chiseled features exude an enchanting allure. One might easily mistake him for merely asleep, yet he draws no breath. When Wuyo and Zilingyuan descended into the basement, they encountered no significant obstacles, though both remained exceedingly cautious, wary of any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Wuyo gestured towards the passage ahead and whispered to her elder brother, "Brother, it lies just ahead. There should be guards present, so we must tread carefully." "Understood." "You too, stay vigilant," Zilingyuan replied with a nod, indicating his intent to proceed with caution. Suddenly, Wuyo's expression shifted, and she murmured, "Someone has been here. Could it be him?" A flicker of complexity and curiosity crossed her features as she momentarily froze, pondering whether their objectives might align. Observing her sudden daze, Zilingyuan gently ruffled her hair, a hint of concern in his eyes. This was the second time such a reaction had occurred. He resolved to inquire further upon their return. Regaining her composure, Wuyo gathered her scattered thoughts and addressed her brother, "Brother, I'm fine. Let us move forward." She then stepped briskly ahead, her steps light and swift, soon arriving at the threshold of their destination. Noticing the guards at the door remained unresponsive, she pressed on into the room without hesitation. Zilingyuan closely followed, undeterred by any doubts. Upon entering, Wuyo discovered an office, sparsely furnished with only a computer and a few documents. The computer was powered on, indicating recent activity. Surveying the surroundings, she deduced that someone had indeed been present, explaining their lack of encounters with guards. Turning to her brother, she inquired, "Brother, can you check if there is anything of significance on the computer? I'll see if there are any other items in the room." "Very well, but do not stray too far." "I shall be swift," Zilingyuan replied, moving towards the computer with a sense of purpose. Wuyo, having spoken, began to examine her surroundings, soon realizing the area was largely barren of items. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a door. A thought struck her. Could there be something of value within? She opened the door, revealing a room filled with filing cabinets. Disappointment washed over her as she quickly rifled through the cabinets, finding them predominantly filled with documents. Determined to check one more, she opened the innermost cabinet and her eyes brightened. At last, it was not filled with papers, but contained an ancient, square box. The box, measuring 15 inches, was adorned in a striking black and gold pattern, its intricate designs captivating to behold. With a sudden spark of joy illuminating her face, Wuyo swiftly embraced the object and prepared to unveil its contents. However, to her dismay, she found herself unable to open it, leading to a sense of frustration as she reluctantly tucked it away, intending to study it further at home. A wave of melancholy washed over her. After all her efforts to find a box, it was utterly impervious. Was fate truly so cruel? Contemplating that her elder brother might have successfully resolved matters on his end, she set aside her discontent and hastily slipped out once more. As Wuyo exited, Zilingyuan had just finished copying and securing the pertinent documents. Observing the expression on his sister's face, he instinctively knew she had encountered some trouble and inquired with concern, "Little sister, what troubles you, brother?" "It's nothing, I'll explain later," Wuyo replied, unwilling to divulge the incident to him. She firmly believed she would eventually conquer the box. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, Zilingyuan remarked, "Very well then, let us ascend and join Fengyi and the others. Once the situation above is resolved, we shall descend and see if there are any souls in need of our assistance. Fengyi possesses commendable skills, and there should not be any formidable adversaries present. They ought to have handled the situation efficiently." Fengyi, accompanied by his subordinates, charged towards the villa, encountering practitioners of ancient martial arts along the way, each formidable in their own right. Yet, upon meeting Fengyi and his cohort, they found themselves outmatched. As Fengyi and his team decimated a significant portion of the villa's defenses, the leader of the guards finally sensed something amiss and hastily dispatched a messenger to report the situation to their superiors, seeking reinforcements. Deep within the recesses of the villa's backyard, a man adorned with a mask resided in a shadowy wooden cabin, absorbed in meditation. Abruptly, a series of knocks at the door jolted him from his trance. He opened his piercing, malevolent eyes and angrily demanded, "Who dares to disturb my training? Do you wish to forfeit your life?" "Esteemed master, it is I, a mere subordinate. We are besieged by a formidable enemy, and I implore your assistance," came a timid voice from outside, laced with fear, as the speaker feared incurring the wrath of the master, recalling the fate of the last individual who had crossed him. "Humph!" The man snorted in irritation, clearly dismissive of the situation. Nevertheless, he rose, opened the door, and stepped outside, inquiring, "Where are they now, and who are these foes?" "They are nearing the inner courtyard, but I cannot ascertain their identities," the subordinate replied anxiously, inwardly panicking. "Please, master, let us prioritize the rescue." However, he dared not voice his concerns and merely followed behind. Fengyi and his group soon stormed into the inner courtyard, reveling in their triumph, when suddenly, a masked man appeared, blocking their path. A standoff ensued. With neither party willing to yield, it was evident that the masked man, unable to contain himself, demanded, "Who are you? How did you find this place? And what is your intention?" "You need not concern yourself with who we are. Simply understand that we have come to take lives." "There is no need for further discourse," Fengyi retorted, somewhat displeased, as he was in the midst of an exhilarating fight. What was this absurd figure cloaked in a mask? It was utterly ridiculous. Listening to these words, the masked man felt a surge of anger within, his hands clenched tightly, emanating an aura of coldness. He bellowed, "You seek death." Subsequently, he concentrated his spiritual energy and swiftly lunged towards Fengyi. In response, Fengyi deftly evaded, also channeling his own spiritual energy to counterattack. A grave intensity flickered in his eyes as his hands were relentlessly engaged in fending off the opponent's strikes. Soon, the two were locked in combat, exchanging blows for several hundred rounds, yet neither gaining the upper hand. The masked man, realizing that the man before him was also wielding spiritual energy and could hold his ground, felt a jolt in his heart. His movements quickened, and he demanded, "Who are you? How can you wield spiritual energy?" A sense of foreboding washed over him. It seemed unlikely he would gain any advantage today, and he might even lose his life in this encounter. A moment of panic surged within him, causing a slight falter in his actions. But this momentary lapse was precisely what Fengyi seized as an opportunity. With a powerful strike to the chest, the masked man collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, and fell motionless. Chapter 26. The Quest for Immortality. Upon acquiring the information, GMO Wuyin and an E retraced their steps without encountering any obstacles, returning to the location where Chen Qing and the others awaited. Unbeknownst to him, had he lingered a few minutes longer, he would have encountered the person he longed to meet. If he had known, regret would surely have consumed him. Chen Qing and the others stood at their post, anticipating the return of their leader. Before long, he reappeared. The group materialized, gazing expectantly at him. "Boss, did you find the information?" All eyes turned toward him. GMO Wuyin nodded, affirming that he had indeed located what he sought. then surveyed the chaotic surroundings, feeling a twinge of headache but knowing it must be addressed. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, "Let us see if there are any survivors within, and search for those who are still normal. The rest can be disregarded." Though somewhat cruel, the decision to bring back those with issues was hardly wise. Even if they were retrieved, survival was not guaranteed, and taking them out would only invite judgmental gazes. It might be cleaner to leave them as they were. At least the families of the missing would remember them as they once were, not in their current horrific state. The others remained silent, yet their eyes reflected the same sentiment. They had no choice but to proceed. Perhaps this course of action was harsh, but it was the most pragmatic approach available. Moreover, even if they were to take these individuals away, it was uncertain how they would be managed. Their current appearances could hardly be deemed human, more akin to monsters. Even those who witnessed them felt a jolt of fear, let alone ordinary people. Contemplating this, the group set to work, searching for any signs of normalcy. However, after a lengthy search, they found nothing. All that met their gaze were dismembered remains or individuals devoid of reason, as if their souls had been stripped away, resembling mere puppets. "Boss, there is another room over there with a few people inside. You should check it out," Chen Qing reported, having discovered several elderly individuals within a room near the end of the corridor, who seemed yet to be at rest. Mo Wuyin, engrossed in examining those who resembled puppets, lifted his gaze at Chen Qing and replied, "Let us go and see." With that, he rose swiftly and followed Chen Qing towards the designated location, moving with urgency until they reached the room. Inside the room, several elderly gentlemen were deeply engrossed in their relentless pursuit of the perfect solution. Having toiled throughout the night, it was now the early hours, and their exhaustion had rendered them oblivious to the presence of unfamiliar faces entering their domain. Realization dawned upon them. A palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere, prompting one of the elders to question, "Who are you, and how did you gain entry?" At that moment, Luli and others approached, sharing their findings with GMO Wuyin. They revealed that the basement was devoid of any normal individuals. All present had succumbed to the effects of drugs, transformed into entities that were neither fully human nor ghostly, devoid of any sensation. Despite their attempts to interact with these beings, there had been no response, suggesting a complete loss of sensory perception. Upon hearing this, a flicker of cold light flashed in GMO Wuin's eyes, and an icy chill enveloped him, causing the air around them to grow frigid. The others felt the oppressive cold seeping through their garments, compelling even Chen Qing and his companions to brace themselves against it. The elderly men trembled in fear, but thankfully, GMO Wuin tempered his aura. Otherwise, the elders might have fainted from sheer terror. Without further ado, he demanded, "Speak. What are you researching, and who instructed you to do so?" The mention of research invigorated the elderly men, each passionately recounting the significance of their noble endeavors. "You cannot fathom the magnitude of this undertaking. It holds the potential to be a monumental boon for humanity. If successful, we could achieve immortality." Indeed, the revelation of their pursuit of eternal life astonished even Chen Qing and the others. The allure of such an ambition was undeniable, illuminating the fervor of these elderly researchers. However, the ghastly figures before them, resembling distorted shadows of humanity, belied any evidence of tangible success in their experiments. GMO Wuyin, though initially taken aback, quickly masked his surprise, observing their frenzied demeanor. Releasing a wave of chill, he coldly reiterated, "Who is behind your endeavors? Who is your puppet master?" Faced with the oppressive aura, the elderly men fell silent, their bodies quaking in trepidation. The atmosphere grew thick with fear as they remained mute, yet their eyes betrayed a tumultuous mixture of dread and anxiety. Noting their expressions, GMO Wuyin surmised that extracting further information would be futile. Even an and his companions were taken aback, realizing that under their leader's formidable pressure, these individuals still refrained from disclosing the identity of their benefactor. Clearly, the influence wielded by this unseen figure was unparalleled. After a moment of contemplation, GMO Wuyin declared, "Since we are unlikely to glean any further insights, let us resolve this matter swiftly. You may leave. I shall remain for a while longer." He felt an overwhelming need to ensure her safe return before he could truly relax, for an unsettling intuition told him that this place harbored hidden dangers. Obeying his command, an swiftly drew his blade, and in a flash of steel, the elderly men met their demise, their faces bearing expressions of unexpected relief. An odd sight indeed, Bai, intrigued, remarked, "How terrifying must their benefactor be?" He shook his head in disbelief, adding, "Perhaps they are simply deranged." Shenfeng also spoke up, feeling certain that this individual was decidedly abnormal. Otherwise, how could these people appear so liberated in death? Shenfeng was indeed correct in his assumption. This person was truly perverse, and remarkably so. Had these old men not possessed some skill, they would have likely been tortured to death long ago. Now, with someone suddenly appearing here, everything was bound to be destroyed, and thus they would no longer have to engage in these heinous acts. For those they had harmed over the years, they could only offer their apologies in the afterlife, for they felt utterly powerless, leading them to believe that death was the best option. Observing the anxious demeanor of their leader, Chunxing curiously inquired, "Boss, since we have nothing pressing to attend to, what do you plan to do? Why don't we do it together?" "Yes, boss, whatever it is you're planning, let us join you. More hands make for lighter work." Wu Feng chimed in, having already surmised what their leader intended to do. He was merely eager to see the kind of woman capable of melting the ice within, the one who had occupied their leader's thoughts for 5 or 6 years. Seeing Wu Feng speak up, the astute Lu Li timely added, "Boss, you're not secretly planning to visit sister-in-law, are you? In that case, you must take us along. We can help you say a few good words." GMO Wuan regarded the group with a look of exasperation, retorting, take them and get lost. Do not follow me. If I catch you, humph." With that, he vanished without a trace, leaving the others behind with expressions of abandonment. After a moment of pause, finally said, "Let us go. Do not follow the master, or the consequences will be dire." He then turned and began walking back the way they had come. Chunxing and the others exchanged glances, and when they realized they could not follow, they wiped the expressions from their faces. They would meet again eventually, and so each trailed behind, moving outward in silence. Chapter 27. Encounter in the Sea of Flames. Observing the fallen masked man, Feng Yi's face remained impassive as he raised his eyes to his subordinates, instructing, "First, capture this individual. We shall interrogate him upon the master's return." He then added, "Continue your efforts. The master has commanded that none shall be spared." Upon hearing the orders, the remaining individuals ceased their restraint, swiftly charging towards their adversaries. The guards of the villa, witnessing even the most formidable among them being wounded, instantly fell into disarray, their composure shattered. Before long, they were all dispatched by Feng Yi, and his associates, Wu Yu, alongside his elder brother, exited the corridor and was immediately met with a pungent stench of blood. His gaze fell upon the haphazardly strewn corpses and the chaotic skirmishes. His beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a displeased expression crossed his face. It seemed that Feng Yi's men required further training, as they did not seem to comprehend the importance of maintaining the integrity of the bodies. Noticing his younger sister's discontent, Shi Ling Yuan inquired with concern, "What troubles you, little sister? If you do not wish to see, then do not look." While this was an inevitability, they still hoped for her happiness. However, time was of the essence, and they could only assist as best they could. "It's nothing, brother. It's just that Feng Yi and his crew lack any sense of artistry. They kill, yet leave blood splattered everywhere." With a shake of her head, Weo expressed her grievances to her elder brother, harboring no other thoughts within her mind. These individuals were merely accomplices, and she certainly would not show any leniency. Reflecting upon the gruesome scene, she shook her head once more, realizing that her own disposition would never allow for such barbarity. It was imperative to find a moment for Mei Yi to instruct them. Upon hearing her younger sister's words, Shiling Yuan understood that she was not afraid. Yet, upon considering her rationale, he found himself both amused and bewildered. He had never encountered the notion that killing could possess an artistic quality. Nevertheless, Feng Yi and his associates were indeed aptly characterized by his sister, as the chaos they had wrought was quite unsightly. Only someone with Wu You's eccentric nature could conceive such peculiar queries. Lost in thought alongside his sister, he affectionately patted her head, saying, "Let us proceed. Feng Yi's task should be nearing completion. We ought to see if there are any big catches." "Understood, do not pat my head," Wu You replied with a hint of pride, somewhat displeased by her elder brother's habitual gesture, yet conceding to his status as the eldest. As they conversed, the two made their way toward the inner courtyard, soon spotting Feng Yi and the others, who were currently wrapping up their tasks. It appeared that everything had been handled, negating the need for their intervention, which indicated that there were no formidable figures within the villa. Thus, the ultimate objective of these individuals might remain elusive. "Master, Miss, the mission has been accomplished. We only captured one masked man. Everything else seems unremarkable," Feng Yi reported hastily upon their return. Shiling Yuan nodded, expressing little surprise at the outcome. Contemplating further, he directed his spiritual awareness toward the basement, determined to be more meticulous this time. If there were no living souls, they need not descend, sparing themselves from witnessing the horrific tableau again. However, the more closely he scrutinized, the grimmer his expression became. He had assumed the earlier sighting was the limit. Yet he was met with even more repulsive scenes thereafter. Soon, he encountered several lifeless elderly men. Further clarifying his thoughts, it was evident that someone had accompanied them to this villa, though the purpose behind their presence and their willingness to assist remained a mystery. Swiftly scanning the basement with his spiritual awareness and confirming the absence of any survivors, he retracted his focus. The scan was executed rapidly, taking merely seconds to encompass the entire area, and he also spotted the masked man. Regardless of his internal musings, his expression remained stoic as he remarked, "There is no need to bring him over. Check if he possesses anything of value in his mouth. If not, dispose of him. After committing such heinous acts, it serves no purpose to keep him alive." He then addressed Wuyo, stating, "Sister, I have observed that there are no living souls in the basement. We need not descend to search for anyone, as it would only cause discomfort for all upon hearing her brother declare that the villa harbored no one." Wuyo refrained from further commentary and simply inquired, "Oh brother, what shall we do about this villa? Should we keep it or?" Nevertheless, she believed it would be best to destroy it, as leaving it intact would merely provide a refuge for nefarious individuals. Shilling Yuan shook his head, replying, "There is no need to retain it. It is better to raze it to the ground." He then turned to her, adding, "Sister, I wish to set this place ablaze. Are you able to arrange the protective barrier for this villa?" The villa is quite spacious, and thus he harbors doubts about his ability to accomplish the task. However, the younger sister possesses superior cultivation and should be able to manage it. Indeed, Wuyo nodded affirmatively, stating that the scope is not excessively vast, and with her current level of cultivation, she can maintain the fire extinguishment without issue. Without waiting for her elder brother to elaborate, she commenced the arrangement of the surrounding barrier. With her hands crossed and her mind circulating the technique, the spiritual energy from the surroundings surged towards her. Subsequently, Wuyo formed a gesture for binding the barrier, raising her hands skyward with the influx of spiritual energy while uttering the word bind. In an instant, the area was enveloped in a golden radiance, and the villa was shrouded in the barrier. No one could exit without her permission, unless their cultivation far surpassed hers. After lowering her hands from the barrier's formation, she made several additional gestures before raising her gaze to her elder brother, declaring, "It is done, elder brother. You may instruct others to ignite the fire now." As she spoke, she retrieved some incendiary powder from her spatial storage and handed it to Shilling Yuan, cautioning, "Elder brother, this should be sprinkled around during the ignition. That way, we need not worry about it not catching fire. It will burn faster and more fiercely. Even though it is early morning with the dampness of the mist, it will ignite." Shilling Yuan accepted the vial from his younger sister's hand, intrigued by the peculiarities she had mastered, often producing inexplicable items that, at times, proved quite useful. He tossed the powder to a subordinate waiting nearby and commanded, "Heard the young lady's words? Go and execute it swiftly." With a wave of his hand, he remained stationary, refraining from further comment. "Yes, this subordinate shall attend to it immediately." The nearby individual promptly caught the vial and bowed in acknowledgement. At that moment, Fengyi returned, his expression not particularly favorable, clearly having failed to glean any information about the person behind the scenes. "Master, I have exhausted all methods, yet that individual refuses to divulge anything." Fengyi expressed his frustration, admitting this was the first time he encountered such a person, unafraid of anything, leaving him momentarily uncertain and prompting his return for consultation. Shilling Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he instructed, "Since he will not speak, then dispose of him. He serves no purpose." "Understood, master." With that, he turned to carry out the task. As time passed, the sky gradually lightened, and within the villa, flames began to flicker, raging furiously in various corners, roaring and howling, their intensity growing. Coupled with Wuyo's powder, the structure soon began to collapse. Meanwhile, Wuyo, Shilling Yuan, Fengyi, and the others had long positioned themselves in the garden of the villa's front courtyard, safe from the chaos, silently observing the inferno before them. Suddenly, Wuyo's gaze sharpened as she looked towards the fire, only to meet a pair of eyes radiant as stars. A jolt of surprise coursed through her, and her previously indifferent expression shifted dramatically as she nearly cried out, "It's him! How could he be here?" Chapter 28. A confrontation between two men. As Jima Wuyin emerged from the tunnel, he was immediately met with a roaring inferno. He had no choice but to envelop himself in spiritual energy and advance swiftly. However, just as he stepped out of the sea of flames, he caught sight of her, and in an instant, his spirit soared. Her enchanting, bright eyes sparkled with an alluring radiance that captivated him utterly. While Jima Wuyin was enveloped in happiness, Shilling Yuan found himself in a rather dismal mood. Not only was there this unexpected man before him, but he was also fixated on his precious sister. The mere fact that this man had emerged unscathed from the blaze indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Moreover, his resemblance to the little ones intensified Shieling Yuan's unease. Casting a glance at his younger sister, he could tell from her expression that she recognized the man, and they had likely met recently. It seemed they were indeed neglecting their sister, as they were unaware of when this fellow had found her. Feng Yi and the others observed the sudden appearance of the man, each on high alert, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. After a brief interval, Wuyo regained her composure and noticed her elder brother's evident agitation. Her cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment as a wave of frustration washed over her. Why did she always find herself mesmerized in his presence? Meanwhile, Jima Wuyin hastened toward Wuyo, his gaze fixated solely on the woman who occupied his heart, rendering everyone else inconsequential. Yet, before he could draw near, a man obstructed his view. A flash of fierce light sparked in his eyes as he raised his gaze to lock onto the handsome figure standing before her. Feeling a surge of displeasure, this man was none other than Wuyo's elder brother, Shieling Yuan. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the man approaching his sister, he instinctively positioned himself in front of her. His expression icy and devoid of warmth, his gaze fierce and unyielding as he confronted Jima Wuyin, effectively blocking his line of sight. Thus, the two men engaged in a silent standoff, neither willing to concede. Their auras were equally formidable. Wuyo remained unaffected, given that her cultivation was the highest among the group. However, the others, including Feng Yi, were not so fortunate. The pressure emanating from their master was already daunting enough, and now they faced an equally potent force. The combined pressure was overwhelming and no trifling matter. Suddenly, the tension in the air dissipated as the two men began to exchange blows. Neither utilized their spiritual energy. Shieling Yuan aimed his punches at vital points, while Jima Wuyin reciprocated with equal fervor, refusing to yield. The surroundings echoed with the sound of fists and feet colliding, a cacophony of thuds resonating through the air. After a prolonged exchange, they finally separated, stepping back to appraise one another. Wuyo, noticing their temporary cessation of hostilities, snapped back to reality and hurried toward Shieling Yuan, her face etched with concern. "Elder brother, are you all right? What prompted this sudden altercation?" She was bewildered as to how a simple encounter had escalated into combat. Shieling Yuan, witnessing his sister's concern for him, cast a quick glance at the man opposite him. Indeed, a flicker of displeasure crossed his features, yet his mood inexplicably brightened. A smile of delight graced his lips as he reached out to ruffle Wuyo's hair, murmuring softly, "Sister, I am fine." It was merely a sparring match. His perceptiveness had always been remarkably acute, yet this time he failed to sense the presence of this man, which implied that the latter was not inferior to him, perhaps even superior. However, upon observing the man's demeanor, which bore no ill intent, he chose to dismiss his discontent. On the opposite side, Jima Wuyin had long harbored dissatisfaction regarding Wuyo's approach to Xiling Yuan, and witnessing him affectionately ruffle Wuyo's hair only deepened his resentment. Yet, upon learning that this man was her elder brother, he managed to suppress that flicker of displeasure, his eyes glinting with a shadowy light. In future, even her kin would be deemed unacceptable. Hearing her brother assure her that all was well, Wuyo refrained from speaking, though her inner thoughts remained concealed from all that present. A sense of unease and confusion swirled within her, intertwining to the point of exasperation, yet her expression remained impassive. It was then that Jima Wuyin turned his gaze towards the woman he cherished. A soft light flickering in his eyes as he beheld her in a pale green long-sleeve dress that cascaded down to her ankles. Her hair flowed freely behind her, her skin as pristine as snow. With delicate features complemented by a pair of deep, mysterious eyes, she appeared even more enchanting than in slumber. Wuyo, acutely aware of the man's unwavering gaze, felt a strange flutter of delight at being scrutinized. An odd sensation indeed. Xiling Yuan, witnessing the man's gaze upon his younger sister, felt a surge of anger and swiftly pulled her behind him, directing a frosty look towards the man and inquiring, "May I ask why you are here?" Upon hearing this question, Jima Wuyin retracted his gentle expression and replied earnestly, "It is merely a coincidence. I have matters to attend to." He could not reveal that it was for her sake. He had resolved to pay a visit upon his return, lest he struggle to find a reason to seek her out. Images of several children flickered through his mind, his expression softened, and his mood brightened considerably. Coincidence, indeed. What a fortuitous twist of fate. Xiling Yuan, however, was not inclined to believe his words. He merely asked out of curiosity, indifferent to the true reason behind his presence. He understood that there was no need for further elaboration on his current statements. Jima Wuyin, absorbing these words, neither defended nor contested them, but simply gazed at Wu Yo with tenderness, affirming, "Indeed. Quite a coincidence." The brilliance in his eyes was a secret known only to him, the origin of this coincidence unspoken. Wu Yo, caught in the unabashed adoration reflected in the man's gaze, felt a flush rise to her cheeks, unable to meet his eyes directly. She averted her head slightly, a ripple of emotions stirring within her. However, she was no naive girl, and after regaining her composure, her expression returned to normalcy. Jima Wuyin had been observing her countenance since he began speaking, and upon noticing her cheeks flush, he felt a stir of hope, a sign that she was not entirely oblivious to her feelings. Yet, he soon saw her expression stabilize, and his heart sank. It seemed imperative that he remain close to her, lest he miss his chance. Zilingyuan, observing the exchange between the two, wore an unpleasant expression, and after a moment of contemplation, his face regained its neutrality, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. He then scrutinized Jima Wuyin with a discerning gaze, mentally nodding. As a flicker of light danced in his eyes, in a moment of silence, no one uttered a word. Only the jarring sound of the house collapsing echoed around them, piercing the tranquility of the morning. After a while, Jima Wuyin gazed deeply at Wu Yo, his eyes shrouded in mystery, and remarked, "We shall meet again," with a nod to Zilingyuan. He swiftly exited the barrier, which offered no hindrance to his departure, allowing him to vanish from sight. His earlier decision to have an lead them away from the basement was intended to facilitate its destruction, yet he had scarcely initiated his plan when he sensed a tumultuous disturbance in the spiritual energy surrounding him. Realizing someone was likely setting up a barrier, he was about to investigate when the basement collapsed. This led him to surmise that it must have been their doing, though he was uncertain whether it was her or her elder brother. His current concern lay with and the others. He wondered if they had managed to escape. Chapter 29. Anren knows Wu Yo watched the retreating figure of the man, contemplating his words about their future encounter. A flicker of emotion crossed her eyes as she turned to her elder brother and said, "Brother, we should depart as well. With the barrier in place, I have no worries, and given the current situation, it won't be long before this place turns to ruins. We ought to return and check on fourth brother." "Very well," Zilingyuan replied, his gaze imbued with warmth and determination. He said little more and followed Wu Yo towards the villa's exit, while Feng Yi and the others remained silent, closely trailing behind them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Xing, and the others had just exited the basement when a burst of golden light propelled them outward, leaving them momentarily stunned. They quickly rose, intent on re-entering the basement, only to find this place seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier that they could not breach. Shen Feng, known for his volatile temper, unleashed his energy in a punch against this barrier, only to discover it was akin to striking water, creating merely a small ripple before returning to its original state. The others, witnessing this outcome, were taken aback. Shen Feng was a person of innate strength, yet his punch yielded no effect. Subsequently, they all attempted to strike the barrier with their own powers, but to no avail. After a while, Wu Feng seemed to recall something and halted, beginning to calculate with his fingers, mentally assessing their leader's safety. Once he concluded, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and addressed the group, "All is well. Our leader is unharmed. We should return and await further developments." His calculations regarding their leader's safety had required considerable effort. Compared to an ordinary person, their leader's fate was evidently of a higher caliber, making it difficult to ascertain. Fortunately, he was no ordinary individual himself. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. When Jima Wuyin arrived, he observed the despondent expressions of the group. Before they could react, Wu Feng announced that he was fine and suggested they head back, prompting Yimo to reveal himself and declare, "Let us go. I am unharmed." Without waiting for their responses, he turned and strode towards the forest's edge, contemplating how best to meet her, a gentle glow passing over his face. And reassured by his master's well-being, exhaled in relief. Had anything happened to his master, he truly would not have known how to proceed. Yet, seeing that his master had returned safely, he was still unsettled by the tender expression he had just witnessed. Was his master truly unscathed? With such doubts lingering in his mind, and swiftly followed suit. Chen Xing and the others, upon witnessing their leader's safe return, felt a surge of joy within them, yet before they could utter a word, they saw their leader's figure vanish from sight once more, compelling them to hasten after him, pondering what exactly had transpired. Hua Yi and his companions, accompanied by Shiling Xian, rapidly returned to the villa at Liwan Court. After ensuring the fourth young master was settled, they instructed everyone to remain on guard, while he himself stepped out to make a phone call, notifying the master and the head of the family about the successful retrieval of the fourth young master. He then stayed behind, awaiting the arrival of the eldest young master and young lady. The first to receive the news was, of course, Shilin Chu, who was in his study at the time. Upon hearing about the safety of his younger brother, he felt an immense relief wash over him. Having spent the entire night awake, he thought to himself that now, with his brother back safe and sound, there was no cause for concern, and he could finally retire to rest. Meanwhile, Shilin Yu and his wife, upon receiving the news, were also still awake. It was only after getting the call confirming the return of their loved one that they were able to finally rest easy and drift off to sleep. Simultaneously, Shilin Yu received the information as well. He too had not yet gone to bed as he sat in his study engrossed in a book. The arrival of the news caused him to neatly set aside his reading material, his gaze softening momentarily, before he made his way toward the bedroom, clearly intent on sleep. As dawn broke, the sun rose amidst a myriad of rosy hues, casting its light deep into the forest of Lijin Mountain, subtly illuminating the surroundings with a pale glow that was quite captivating. Just yesterday, the villa had appeared exquisitely serene. Yet this morning it lay transformed into a desolate wasteland, charred and in disarray. Imbued with a faint chilled eye in the villa's underground chamber, Dr. T had just awakened. After rising, he retrieved the plan he had tirelessly crafted the previous night, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he prepared to assess the outcomes of those old fellows, hoping to discern any breakthroughs when combined with his own strategy. However, as he opened the door, he was met with the sight of his assistant sprawled at the threshold, gravely injured and barely breathing. A sudden shift crossed Dr. T's delicate features, an ominous premonition stirring within him. He swiftly dragged the injured man inside, securing the door behind them before leading him to his room. There, he retrieved a pill given to him by his master, administering it to the wounded individual with a twinge of concern. Sitting in a chair, he awaited the man's awakening, his mind racing with questions about what had transpired. Had someone found this secluded place? It seemed implausible. How could such a hidden location be discovered? Moreover, he dared not venture above to investigate, opting instead to wait for the man to regain consciousness in order to inquire. After a considerable time, the injured man slowly opened his eyes, glancing around in confusion, evidently uncertain of his surroundings. It was only upon hearing a disdainful grunt that he fully roused, looking up at the man seated above him. A wave of anxiety washed over him, prompting him to kneel on the ground, his expression one of trepidation as he addressed Dr. T. Dr. T regarded his assistant's pitiful demeanor with distaste, irritation welling up within him as he demanded, "Speak quickly. What on earth happened? How did you end up here?" This was a place he had never disclosed to anyone, known only to his master and himself. Thus, he pondered how the man had managed to arrive. Observing the increasingly ghastly complexion of the doctor, the man on the ground felt a surge of anxiety and stammered in response. "Doctor, I truly do not know. I was merely sleeping moments ago." And then, who could have foreseen the turmoil on the ground? The earth split apart around me, and I fell, sustaining injuries. After that, I lost consciousness and everything thereafter is a blur. Upon finishing his statement, the man made a deliberate motion with his injured body, only to discover that he felt no pain, which struck him as peculiar. Could it be that he had misremembered? That seemed implausible. He was certain he had suffered severe injuries, however, before he could ponder further. A hand pierced through his chest, and he barely registered any pain before his breath ceased and his eyes fluttered shut. Dr. T withdrew his hand from the man's chest, carelessly discarding the lifeless body to the side. With a look of disdain at his bloodied hand, he furrowed his brow and coldly muttered, "Waste. You squandered a fine elixir." After a moment, once he had changed his attire, he resolved to ascend and investigate. Upon opening the grand door, he was met with an acrid scent of charred material. His expression shifted as he pondered whether someone had set the villa ablaze, but then he recalled they were deep within the forest. Such a feat could only be accomplished by someone of his master's caliber. The scent intensified as he climbed higher, confirming his suspicions. Could it be that man who had just arrived yesterday? Which family did he belong to? The other three prominent families were present, yet nothing had transpired. Thus, it must be the Shilin family, the most enigmatic of them all. He found himself unable to make a decision regarding this matter and resolved to report it to his master at once, seeking guidance on how to proceed. Yet, a pang of regret struck him. His carefully devised plan had yet to be implemented. He wondered if he would have another opportunity in the future. Chapter 30. Awakening and conversation as dawn broke. Wuyo accompanied her elder brother back to Liwan Court, where they proceeded to the room of their fourth brother. Gazing at the unconscious figure lying in bed, Wuyo reached out to examine her brother's condition closely, relieved to find that he had merely been rendered unconscious by a sedative. Earlier, in her haste, she had not conducted a thorough examination, but now reassured, she resolved to concoct an antidote. Observing Wu You's actions, Shilling Yuan remained silent until she paused, at which point he inquired with concern, "Sister, is our fourth brother all right?" Sensing her elder brother's worry for their sibling, Wu You comforted him, saying, "He will be fine. Once I produce the antidote and administer it, he will awaken immediately." She then added, "Brother, please wait here. I shall go prepare the antidote and return shortly." With that, Wu You vanished from sight, leaving Shilling Yuan shaking his head in exasperation. He proceeded to lock the door to prevent anyone from entering and noticing the sudden absence of a person. Once inside her spatial realm, Wu You swiftly made her way to the alchemy chamber, gathering the necessary materials to forge the antidote. Without a moment's pause, she began her work, and soon the elixir was complete. She stored the excess potions in an empty vial and, grasping the remaining antidote, she exited the space and promptly administered it to her fourth brother. Turning to Shilling Yuan, she declared, "Brother, all is well. Our fourth brother shall awaken shortly." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Shilling Xian, while Shilling Yuan beside him nodded, harboring no suspicion, and also directed his attention to Shilling Xian, contemplating how he would thoroughly reprimand this young lad once he regained consciousness, ensuring that he would learn a valuable lesson. Shilling Xian, in a haze, sensed two intense gazes upon him, yet his eyelids felt impossibly heavy. After a moment, he finally managed to open his eyes, meeting two pairs of gleeful eyes. Blinking in confusion, he inquired, "Elder brother, younger sister, what brings you here?" Shilling Yuan stood solemnly by, silent, while Wu You rolled her eyes and chided Shilling Xian, "Fourth brother, we were just about to ask you the same. What on earth possessed you to go missing like that? Do you not realize how worried we were?" Upon seeing her fourth brother awaken, Wu You jested with a sense of relief. Listening to her words, Shilling Xian's memory gradually returned. He recalled being rendered unconscious but could not recollect anything further. He hastily asked, "Wait, younger sister, what exactly transpired?" "I only remember, but I can't recall anything else." After pondering for a while, he shook his head, admitting his inability to remember the details. Noticing this, Shilling Yuan directed his gaze towards Wu You, silently seeking an explanation regarding the situation. Wu You, catching her elder brother's look, pondered briefly before responding, "This is likely due to fourth brother's prolonged slumber, compounded by the peculiar nature of the drug, which has led to this lapse in memory. In due time, he should be just fine. This is merely a side effect of the medication used. Fortunately, I was present. Had it been anyone else, the outcome might not have been so straightforward." Upon hearing this, Shilling Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him and instructed Shilling Xian, "Now that you have awakened, please contact our parents, as well as eldest and third brother." He then turned to Wu You, saying, "Younger sister, accompany me to the study. I have matters to discuss with you." Hearing her elder brother's words, Shilling Xian nodded, but upon realizing that his brother was summoning Wu You to the study, he immediately asked, "Elder brother, is there something I cannot hear?" His curiosity piqued. He yearned to learn what was so significant that it required a private discussion in the study. Shilling Yuan's expression hardened as he fixed an icy stare upon him. Shilling Xian quickly retorted, all right, I won't listen. You two go ahead. I will make the call." With a heavy sigh, he urged them to leave promptly. Wu You, observing her fourth brother's amusing demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly before saying, "Elder brother, let us go. We can discuss things in the study." She had already surmised what her elder brother wished to inquire about, and felt there was no harm in sharing the information with him. Before long, they arrived at the study, settling onto the sofa. Shilling Yuan suddenly found himself at a loss for words, his eyes flickering as he mentally organized his thoughts before finally asking, "Younger sister, when did you first encounter the person you foresaw this morning?" "Oh, I met them yesterday afternoon at the amusement park," Wu You candidly replied. Shilling Yuan fell silent for a moment, then, with a hint of reluctance, asked, "Had you met before?" To be frank, he found it difficult to voice the question. Was he truly about to ask if this person was the father of the little ones? The thought of their similar features only darkened his mood further. With a carefree and amused gaze, Wu You looked at her elder brother, who was caught in a quandary, and gently remarked, "Brother, I believe you wish to inquire if he is the father of the babies. Correct? Very well, allow me to clarify this for you to spare you from endless conjecture. Indeed, he is the father of the little ones, and he even saw several of them yesterday." "What? You say he is aware of it? Even knowledgeable about the babies?" Shilling Yuan was taken aback, his voice unconsciously rising. He had assumed that this man merely located his younger sister. Little did he expect such a bombshell, that he was also aware of the babies. This was unacceptable. He needed to ponder seriously, to contemplate thoroughly before he could entrust Wuyo to him with peace of mind. However, to pursue his sister, he must first pass the scrutiny of her brothers. Wuyo nodded. Right? He knows. Oh, brother, wait a moment. I must return home first. The babies are still there. I miss them a bit. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with a gentle light, rendering her demeanor far softer, devoid of her usual aloofness. Very well, the matters here are settled. You may return. Once I have managed Xiaoxi's affairs, I shall accompany him back as well, Shiling Yuan replied, contemplating that Xiaoxi's matters were nearly resolved, and he believed they could return shortly. All right, I shall take my leave, Wuyo said, and with that, she exited the room, making her way outside. Once Wuyo had departed, Shiling Yuan suddenly remembered that he still had questions that remained unanswered. A wry smile graced his lips. This girl had once again ensnared him, and it seemed he must exercise greater caution next time to prevent her from evading him. At that moment, Shiling Xian pushed the door open and stepped inside, glancing around but failing to spot his sister. Curiously, he inquired of his elder brother, Brother, where is sister? Wasn't she supposed to be in the study discussing something? He had just finished a phone call and hurried over, eager to learn what was afoot. Shiling Yuan regarded the intruder with an expressionless demeanor, unperturbed by the lack of a knock, and replied, Little sister has returned to Kyoto. Why didn't she inform me? Shiling Xian exclaimed, his frustration evident as he pondered that he needed to expedite his current tasks to see his adorable nephews soon. Observing his younger brother's agitated state, Shiling Yuan shook his head, having hoped that this incident might lead to some maturity. Yet here was Shiling Xian, as capricious as ever. Noticing his brother's discontent, he spoke up, Let us go. Since you are ready, we shall complete your tasks and return together. He has plenty of matters to attend to over there. Hearing this, Shiling Xian, who had been quite disheartened, looked at his elder brother with renewed cheerfulness, exclaiming, Really? Then let us go. With his exuberant demeanor, one might mistake him for someone about to engage in mischief. Shiling Yuan remained still, saying, It is still early. I shall rest for a while. Call for me when the time is right. With that, he moved to another room, leaving Shiling Xian standing alone, his mind a whirl of confusion, unsure of what to think. Chapter 31. A visit amidst the desolate ruins. Although Dr. T was seething with anger, he maintained an impassive facade, all the while calculating the extent of the losses incurred here and how to remedy the situation. Fortunately, there exists a formation on the next level down. Had the secrets within been divulged, he would likely have met a grim fate, for the individual inside held far greater significance than himself. It appears that a change of venue is in order, as this place has become perilous. He must consult his master for guidance, and thus turn towards the exit he had just emerged from. Useless. All of them are utterly incompetent. A voice echoed through the silent chamber. Upon receiving news from his disciple, Elder Qi, who was currently engrossed in his training, felt a chill wash over his refined face upon learning that the exceptional experimental subject, which had only arrived the previous afternoon, had been rescued. An astonishing aura of malevolence emanated from his eyes, and his entire demeanor exuded a terrifying presence. After a while, Elder Qi's fury subsided, yet he harbored resentment towards those responsible for this debacle. How careless they had been during the abduction, leaving behind such a glaring flaw. Not only had the adversary's people managed to rescue the subject, but they had also laid waste to the secret research facility. What were the guards in the basement doing? Such a precious specimen should have been diligently monitored. They were nothing but a collection of incompetence. Then, he recalled his disciple's mention of a practitioner of the same ilk, possibly even one affiliated with the Shiling family. His expression darkened once more, shadows crossing his gaze. The existence of another cultivator in this realm was unexpected. Had they emerged from that place? Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it improbable, for that location was safeguarded by formidable seals, making it impossible for anyone without considerable cultivation to breach it. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to clarify this matter further. As for the Shiling family, he would instruct his subordinates to ascertain the situation in detail. That old man from the Lan family was utterly inept. How could he fail at such a trivial task? It appeared that a stern reprimand was warranted to ensure he comprehended the gravity of his responsibilities. As these thoughts brewed within him, he felt an urge to vent his frustration, and his countenance reflected his displeasure. Investigate this matter thoroughly. I demand to know everything, a voice responded from the air, and then silence enveloped the room. Jima Wuyin, accompanied by an E and others, swiftly returned to the residence of Chen Qing and the others in City T. Sitting on the sofa in the hall, he reflected on the fact that everyone had gone without rest for a night and said, You all should take a moment to rest. We will return to Kyoto together in the afternoon. Chun Qing and the others remained silent, each settling onto a nearby sofa, their gazes fixed on Jima Wuyin, hoping to glean some information. Unfortunately, they were met with silence. Chun Qing was the first to break the quiet. "Boss, did you see sister-in-law this morning?" "Indeed." Another voice chimed in, "Boss, did you really see her?" Lu Li inquired. Wu Feng replied nonchalantly, "Boss has met her, and he even encountered his future brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, the others regarded their leader with eager eyes, hoping for some juicy tidbit regarding the meeting. Alas, he divulged nothing, leaving them in a state of frustrated anticipation. They all thought that once they saw their sister-in-law, they would have a word with their leader about his somber disposition, hoping to stir up some trouble for him. Noting the inquisitive expressions directed at him, Jima Wuyin chose not to respond to their queries, merely stating, "All right, everyone should rest for a while." He had long since resolved to visit her upon returning today. Having contemplated numerous excuses for the encounter, only to ultimately dismiss them, he decided that a direct visit was the best course of action. There was nothing clandestine about his intentions, and thus, there was no need for subterfuge. However, why would he divulge his innermost thoughts to others? This group of miscreants is simply insufferable, and no matter how much they inquired, nothing could be extracted from him. The crowd lamented in despair and retreated to their respective chambers to prepare for slumber, leaving only an Yi behind, who remained. Observing that everyone had departed, an Yi finally asked, "Master, should this matter be reported?" Reflecting on all that he had witnessed that morning, an Yi harbored an ominous suspicion, fervently hoping it was unfounded. Demo Wuyin furrowed his brow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he replied icily, "Yes, it must be reported, but I will first consult with my grandfather before proceeding. This matter is of great significance. Mishandling it could impact the entire nation. He cannot make unilateral decisions and must defer to those above him, observing how they choose to manage the situation. Moreover, this affair is not one he should meddle in. The moment he does, it could lead to complications." Observing his master's expression, and Yi understood that this matter was far from simple, thus he refrained from further discussion. However, recalling his master's mention of the mistress, curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to cautiously inquire, "Master, what kind of person is the mistress?" Listening to his subordinate's sudden question, Jima Wuyin gazed into the distance, a trace of warmth softening his cold demeanor, his eyes sparkling with affection, transforming his entire presence into one of gentleness. After a prolonged silence, he replied in a warm tone, "Your mistress is a person worthy of your respect. Just remember, from this moment on, her status is equivalent to mine." After such a long time, and Yi assumed his master would remain silent, yet he was taken aback by the response, which was surprisingly enlightening. Nevertheless, he chose to keep these thoughts to himself, believing that when the time comes to meet her, all would become clear. When Wu Yu returned home, it was nearly noon. By then, the little ones had long awoken. Noticing their mother was absent, they merely inquired with Uncle Wang, and upon learning that she was busy with matters, they obediently occupied themselves at home without causing a ruckus. Wu Yu arrived just in time to see several children engrossed in their books, a soft light flickering in her eyes, filling her heart with warmth. Upon seeing their mother return, the children scampered towards her, their eyes sparkling with joy as they exclaimed, "Mommy, you're back!" Wu Yu gazed tenderly at the approaching children. Reaching out to stroke their heads, she spoke gently, "Yes, Mommy is back to have lunch with you." She then asked, "Were you all good this morning? Did you behave?" "Mommy, I was very good," the youngest, Xiaoxi, replied eagerly. Xiao San and Xiaoer quickly chimed in, "Mommy, I was good too." "Mommy, we were all very good," the eldest declared earnestly, his small face radiating sincerity, affirming that they indeed had been obedient. The others nodded in agreement, indicating that their elder brother spoke the truth. They truly had been well behaved. Observing their serious expressions, Wu Yu felt a surge of tenderness within her heart and turned to Uncle Wang, who stood nearby, instructing, "Uncle Wang, you may set the table." She then led the children towards the dining hall, listening to their chatter along the way. "Yes, miss," Uncle Wang responded promptly, swiftly making the necessary arrangements. Chapter 32. Casual conversations. After Wu Yu finished dining with the little ones, she ushered them into their afternoon slumber, gazing at the tender faces beside her. Inadvertently, her thoughts drifted to that enigmatic man. His entire demeanor and the occasional aura of authority he exuded hinted at his extraordinary nature. Moreover, the fact that he could match her elder brother in prowess and disregard the barrier she had set only intensified her curiosity. Who exactly was he? The mere contemplation of this kept her wide awake. Yet he was also the father of the little ones. Surely he could not be an adversary. Wu Yu endeavored to dismiss the ripples of unease within her. Suddenly, she recalled the box she had obtained that morning. With a flick of her hand, she cast a barrier around the room and retrieved it from her spatial realm. The box remained as exquisite as when she first acquired it, with its striking black and gold patterns. Holding the box, she attempted to open it, but to no avail. She scrutinized the intricate designs adorning its surface. A nagging sense of incongruity lingered, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Unable to open it, Wuyo reluctantly returned the box to her spatial realm, her gaze flickering with a glimmer of intrigue. She firmly believed that the contents of this box held significant value for her, though she remained oblivious to their true nature. After some contemplation, she resolved to explore the room inscribed with the character for spirit in her space, hoping to uncover some clues. With that thought, Wuyo vanished from her bed, reappearing within her spatial domain, and promptly teleported to the entrance of the spirit room. She opened the door and proceeded to the area where the techniques were stored. Faced with the multitude of techniques, a wave of frustration washed over her. How was she to find what she sought? Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, her eyes brightening as she silently chanted. Casual conversations, revealed in an instant. A peculiar scene materialized in the technique storage area, as numerous jade slips soared towards her, coming to rest at her feet and swiftly forming a small mound. As the pile of jade slips grew, Wuyo's expression darkened. Given her current level of cultivation, she could scarcely comprehend the sheer volume before her. How long would it take to review all of this? After a moment's pause, she settled onto the ground and began to examine the slips one by one, taking her time to absorb their contents. Meanwhile, Dr. Lon reported the situation within the villa to his master. Then, following his directives, swiftly gathered the essential items while disposing of the unnecessary. He then exited the premises. In the Lon family dining hall, the head of the family had accomplished a significant feat the previous day. Typically a stoic man, he now wore a smile that illuminated his face. Observing his elation, the others, though unaware of the cause, found themselves uplifted by his joy. However, before long, the news reached him that several individuals involved in the previous day's affair had gone missing. A jolt of alarm surged through the head of the Lon family. Though he maintained a composed exterior, the smile fading from his face, he waved away the messenger and hastily retreated to his study, leaving the onlookers exchanging puzzled glances, each lost in their own thoughts. Upon entering the study, the head of the Lon family summoned the others to recount the events in detail. Master, initially, I intended to send those individuals into hiding elsewhere, but when I called this morning, no one answered. Thus, I dispatched someone to investigate, yet they could not be found, and as of now, there has been no trace of them. Thus, might it be that the individuals below are speaking tremulously of the events that transpired this morning, their expressions tinged with fear? Listening to the servant's unfinished words, the head of the Lon family harbored a conjecture in his heart, albeit one that could not yet be substantiated. He dismissed those present and retreated to his study, contemplating the trajectory of this matter. Suddenly, he rose and ventured outside, cautiously making his way through Kyoto, taking a considerable detour before finally heading towards his destination. GMO Wuyin, accompanied by Chen Qing and others, returned to Kyoto, where they each dispersed to their respective abodes. By the time he arrived home, it was past 2 in the afternoon, and the house was empty. The old master was likely next door, engaged in a game of chess with someone. After swiftly taking a shower and changing his attire, he set off towards her residence. Before long, he arrived at the Shieling household, gazing at the plaque bearing the Shieling family name. Feeling a surge of warmth within him, he was about to see her, to behold his children. Overwhelmed by this thought, he could no longer restrain himself and knocked on the door. When it opened, a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared. The man's steps were light and his breath faint. To an ordinary observer, he would seem just an average person. Yet GMO Wuyin recognized him as a skilled practitioner, his cultivation level undoubtedly impressive. His gaze shifted, recalling that this was one of the 4 great families, replete with numerous adept individuals, thus he felt less astonished. Uncle Wang opened the door and, upon seeing the impeccably dressed man in military attire, silently complimented him. However, upon catching sight of the man's face, he was taken aback, though he masked his surprise and inquired, "May I ask whom you seek? Could it be that the young master's father has come to visit?" A courteous yet somewhat distant smile graced GMO Wuyin's handsome visage as he replied, "Greetings. I am here to see your young lady." Shieling Wuyo.it was his first visit, and he wished to create a favorable impression. Uncle Wang hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Please, come in. Follow my lead and tread carefully." He spoke as he swiftly made his way towards the living room, GMO Wuyin meticulously trailing behind, his eyes marveling at the expansive peach blossoms adorning the courtyard. This was a maze formation, based on peach trees, albeit a simple entrapment. Uncle Wang observed the man keeping pace without faltering, feeling a sense of admiration. To keep up with his speed was indeed commendable. With a single step, they exited the formation, and before them lay the living room. Turning to GMO Wuyin, he instructed, "Please, have a seat while I inform the young lady." Without waiting for a response, he re-entered the maze. GMO Wuyin watched the man vanish. His expression remained inscrutable. He stepped into the living room, seated himself, and contemplated the imminent reunion with her and their children. Excitement bubbling within him, a subtle glow illuminated his otherwise expressionless face, the military uniform lending him an air of iron-willed tenderness. Meanwhile, Wu Yo had perused part of the jade slip but found no clues. Rubbing her slightly dizzy head, she set the slip aside and exited. The little ones should be waking soon. Stepping out of her space, she noticed the babies still sleeping and chose not to disturb them. Lying down beside them and closing her eyes. After a brief slumber, she sensed someone approaching the barrier. Recognizing the visitor, she waved her hand to dispel the barrier, wishing not to rouse the little ones, and telepathically inquired, "Uncle Wang, is there something amiss?" Listening to the young lady, Wang Bo recalled that the young masters might still be asleep, and thus he relayed telepathically, "Miss, there is a man outside wishing to see you." "See me?" Did he inquire as to who I am? Wu Yu asked, perplexed, as she did not believe a man would seek her out, especially to this place. Wang Bo was at a loss for words and could only reply, "The man's appearance bears some resemblance to the young masters." Wu Yu's heart tightened at the thought. Could it be him? After a moment's contemplation, she instructed, "Wang Bo, please serve tea. I shall be there shortly." She had not anticipated his arrival would be so swift. She had thought it would be quite some time before he sought her out. "Yes, miss," Wang Bo responded, turning to depart. Wu Yu quickly changed into another outfit, glanced around, and then exited her room, making her way to the living room. Chapter 33. The meeting and conversation in the living room. GMO Wuyin sat gracefully in a chair. After a while, the middle-aged man who had opened the door earlier entered, carrying a cup of tea, which he placed on the table before GMO with a somewhat peculiar tone. He said, "Sir, please enjoy your tea. The young lady will be here shortly." He then stood to the side. Remaining silent and not leaving, GMO Wuyin gazed at the tea placed before him, refraining from lifting it to drink. A detached smile graced his handsome face as he simply uttered, "Thank you." Wang Bo, observing that the man did not partake of the tea, refrained from further comment, his mind occupied with the thought of whether this man was indeed the biological father of the young masters. Judging by his appearance, there was a 6 out of 10 likelihood. Coupled with the young lady's earlier reaction, which suggested they were acquainted, the probability increased to 8 out of 10. Suddenly, GMO Wuin's gaze shifted to the door, his distant eyes shimmering with a soft light, and his expression relaxed. A young girl dressed in a white dress entered the room, her bright eyes and pearly white teeth radiant. The midday sun cast a golden glow upon her, and a gentle breeze tousled her flowing hair as if it were dancing in the air, resembling an angel arriving from the light. Both sacred and beautiful. Upon entering the living room, Wu Yu immediately recognized the man seated within. The same man she had encountered that morning. Clad in military attire, he sat with an imposing presence akin to a mighty mountain, unmatched by anyone. Despite the uniform, he wore it quite well. Wu Yu mused with a hint of mischief in her heart. Their eyes met, and for a moment, neither spoke. Wang Bo, observing the scene between the two, gradually withdrew. After a while, Wu Yu regained her composure and seated herself opposite the man, inquiring, "What brings you here?" The words rolled off her tongue with remarkable ease. As though they were long-time acquaintances, GMO Wuyin was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for her direct approach, and he found himself momentarily at a loss for a response. After a brief pause, he finally said, "Do you not have anything to say?" He understood the implication behind her question, yet he was disinclined to respond in the manner she anticipated. What could I possibly have to say? Wu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of amusement flickering within them as she regarded him, for had he not already witnessed everything? What more did he require her to articulate? In the depths of his gaze, GMO Wuyin perceived a fleeting spark as he listened to her tone, a hint of inexplicable anger flickering within him. Yet he understood that this was not the moment for confrontation, so he suppressed his emotions and spoke. "For these past few years, you have been the one to hinder me. Why did you not wait for me to awaken? Why did you not desire for me to find you?" With each word, his tone grew more intense. "It appears we are mere strangers." Weo pondered for a moment before responding, "Given the circumstances back then, what else could I have done? I could only think of fleeing. There was no time to wait for your awakening." Upon hearing her words, GMO Wuyin was momentarily taken aback. Though her statement held a kernel of truth, it pricked his ears somewhat harshly. Although they were not acquainted, they had already shared an intimate bond, and thus he felt a sense of responsibility. Consequently, he quickly regained his composure and, with a serious expression, conveyed the purpose of his visit. I have feelings for you. Let us enter into a relationship in due time. We shall marry. The declaration struck Wuyo like a thunderclap on a clear day, leaving her mind momentarily blank. After a lengthy silence, Gmo Wuyin, noticing her lack of response, inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is the matter? If you feel the time is too long, we could marry now. I primarily fear that you might find this too hasty, given that you do not know me well, which is why I suggested we date for a while." Wuyo, just managing to gather her thoughts, was jolted again by his words. Her heart raced. She nearly lost her composure and wanted to push him away. No flowers, no gifts. Was this truly how one pursued another? Wait, calm down. You must first win me over. Wuyo raised an eyebrow, fully aware that she did not harbor disdain for him. In fact, she felt a tinge of affection. However, she wished to test him, curious about the surprises he might offer. Upon hearing her response, Gmo Wuyin felt a surge of joy within, though he masked it with a fade of bewilderment, stating, "We already have 4 children. Is there truly a need for that?" Wuyo, observing his dazed expression, couldn't help but find amusement in it. She replied, "How can there be no need? You must pursue me first before I consent." To grant him such ease without even a chase would be unjust. Clueless to the fact that she had unwittingly fallen for the man before her, Wuyo calculated how long it would take before she would agree. Gmo Wuyin discerned the glimmer of mischief in her eyes and understood her perspective, yet he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he gazed at her face, his eyes softening with affection as he gently said, "Very well, I shall pursue you." He seemed he needed to inquire how to bring joy to his girlfriend. But whom should he ask? A fleeting image crossed his mind, and he tucked this matter away, intending to seek guidance tomorrow. The tender gaze of the man stirred ripples of emotion within Wuyo, her fair complexion blossoming with a rosy hue, her slightly flushed earlobes enhancing her allure, akin to a blossoming peach blossom, charming and captivating. Gmo Wuyin's eyes gleamed brighter, fixated upon Wuyi in that moment. The atmosphere was just right, and words eluded them both. Eventually, the sound of footsteps approached the door, startling the pair. Instantly, a sense of shyness enveloped them as they both quickly turned their heads toward the entrance, eager to see who had arrived. Only the expression on Wu Yu's face changed momentarily before returning to its original hue, for he was already aware. It was merely a matter of time before he would see it. As footsteps drew nearer, a voice called out, "Mommy, are you there?" Immediately, Gmo Wu Yin's expression shifted, and a soft light flickered in his eyes, a warm current coursing through his heart as he gazed eagerly at the doorway. "Mommy, why didn't you wait for me?" Little Bao rushed into the living room and pounced on his mother, who was seated there. "Indeed, Mommy, you woke up and didn't call for us," chimed in Er Bao and San Bao. Playfully, the eldest, De Bao, who trailed behind, interjected, "Enough. Stop pretending. There are guests present." He was the first to notice that another person was in the room. Although he hadn't paid much attention until now, a peculiar sensation stirred within him, especially as he observed how closely this individual resembled him and his siblings. Upon hearing De Gu mention guests, the little ones turned their curious gazes toward Gmo Wu Yin. An inexplicable feeling enveloped Gmo Wu Yin. Although he had seen them yesterday, standing before him now, their eyes fixed upon him, he felt as if something within him was melting, a comforting warmth enveloping his heart. It was in this moment that he comprehended the essence of blood ties. His eyes grew slightly red, yearning to speak to them yet fearing to frighten them. He could only look towards Wu Yu, silently hoping she would assist him. Wu Yu, initially observing his reaction, was taken aback when she noticed his eyes reddening. Her heart warming in response, she raised her hand, beckoning the children, "Little ones, come here, Mommy would like to introduce you." Once the children approached, she continued, "This is your father, your daddy. Go on." Chapter 34. The initial unveiling of conspiracy. Meanwhile, Lan Jingming, having disguised himself before venturing out, made his way to a grove on the outskirts of Beijing. Navigating through layers of obstacles, he entered the courtyard nestled within the peach orchard, proceeding towards the master's living room with the servant. Upon reaching the threshold of the living room, the servant halted, allowing him to enter alone. "You still dare to show your face?" As Lan Jingming stepped inside, he was met with an enraged roar that tightened his chest. His countenance grew increasingly respectful as he cautiously approached, bowing to the individual seated at the head of the table. "My lord, I have failed in my duties and come to seek your forgiveness. Please, pardon me." He knelt on the ground, visibly anxious and restless. Humph. The man seated above remained silent, only letting out a disdainful snort, his gaze icy as he scrutinized him. Hearing such words only fueled his anger. An imposing aura emanated from him, his expression frigid as he coldly remarked, "Lawn family head, it seems you are regressing with age. Do not forget how you attained your position as the head of this family. Since I can grant it, I can just as easily revoke it." Kneeling on the ground, Lan Jingming felt a shock run through him at these words, his complexion suddenly paling to a ghostly white as he absorbed the full weight of the statement. He stood dumbfounded, prostrated on the ground, his voice unwavering as he implored, "My lord, grant me one more opportunity, and I shall ensure success this time." The memory of his elder brother being tormented into a wretched state instilled fear within him. While he bore some responsibility for this misfortune, he could never bring himself to commit such heinous acts and could only plead desperately for mercy. Observing Lan Jingming's ineffectual demeanor, the man coldly remarked, "There is no need for further involvement. I have entrusted this matter to another. As for your failure in handling this situation, I hope you take heed of your own conduct. Even if I choose not to address it now, do not forget that there are still members of the Shieling family to contend with. Once they uncover the truth, they certainly will not let him off easily. Hence your intervention is altogether unnecessary." Upon hearing that the master did not hold him accountable, Lan Jingming gradually rose from the ground, standing cautiously, stripped of the spirited bravado he had displayed upon arrival the previous day, wishing only that the esteemed master above would remain oblivious to his shortcomings. He pondered anew that the Shieling family would not let this issue rest lightly and murmured, "Master, I implore you. The Shieling family will undoubtedly seek retribution. Please grant me a clear path." As he spoke, he knelt once more. "Get out." The man unleashed a gust of wind that forcefully propelled the head of the Lan family out of the parlor, then commanded, "Someone, throw him out. I do not wish to see him again." "Understood," came the response from outside. With a thud, Lan Jingming was struck by the wind blade, collapsing to the ground, spitting blood, his complexion ashen and devoid of color, his mind swirling in confusion. Two servants approached, hoisting him and making their way outside, where he could faintly be heard muttering, "I beseech you, master, grant me a clear path." The two carried him to the edge of a small grove and unceremoniously discarded him by the roadside, then turned to re-enter the grove, leaving Lan Jingming in a state of unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, the two returned to report, only to hear the man say, "Keep a close watch on him. He still holds some utility. As long as he remains alive, I shall not concern myself with the rest." "Yes," came the indifferent reply. Suddenly, a voice announced from below, "Master, the young master has returned." The man above exhibited no change in expression, though the depths of his eyes softened momentarily as he instructed, "Let him in, master. I am back." Even before crossing the threshold, the voice resonated. The speaker was none other than Dr. Qi Jinwen, who had been in T-City. An orphan, he was taken in by his master at the tender age of 2, adopting his master's surname. The person he held closest was his master. From an early age, he had harbored a profound interest in medicine, and he had now become a prominent figure in the medical field, the youngest medical doctor renowned for his expertise. As for his master, Old Qi, he was not privy to his master's full name, only recalling that from the onset of his memories, everyone referred to him either as Master or Old Qi, and over time, no one had bothered to inquire about his own name. "You've returned. You are unharmed, I trust?" Old Qi asked, his tone as neutral as ever. Dr. Qi, perceiving no oddity in the inquiry, acknowledged that this was merely his master's way, though he understood that his master indeed cared for him. "I am fine, master. The barrier you set on the lowest level of the villa protected me. How could I possibly come to harm? However, I must lament that the upper levels have sustained damage." With a sigh, he expressed his regret over the loss of those invaluable semi-finished specimens, which had taken considerable effort to acquire. As long as those few remain intact, it matters not. The rest are merely worthless refuse. Elder Qi spoke in a faint voice, seemingly indifferent to the matter of the experimental subjects he mentioned. Indeed, those few remained intact. Dr. T asserted with a serious demeanor that those experimental subjects could no longer be considered human. They merely awaited the opportune moment for resurrection, at which point the world would be thrown into chaos. T this thought. A smug smile flickered across his delicate features. Elder Qi nodded, saying, "Well then, that is good." He then inquired, "By the way, to what level have you progressed in the martial arts I bestowed upon you?" "Master, the disciple has only just reached the 3rd level," Dr. T replied nervously, admitting that he had been so engrossed in his research that he had scarcely practiced. "How could you have only attained the 3rd level? Remember, You must continue to strive and not become complacent, Elder Chi responded, his expression darkening. Once you reach the 7th level, most matters will be resolved. I hope you do not disappoint me. However, he added, when the time comes, it will naturally operate on its own. He continued, in a few days, you should head to End City. I will be recalling the person in charge from there. The remaining affairs shall be entrusted to you. Only in places rife with resentment can it function swiftly. Dr. T nodded, his eyes gleaming with delight. Very well, Master, I understand. I shall rest for a few days before heading over. Having just returned, he intended to reorganize the materials at hand to avoid any mistakes later on. All right, you may leave now. It is evident you cannot remain idle, so I shall not keep you, Elder Chi said, observing the joy on his face, and waved him off, sighing inwardly. Whenever he encountered matters of research, he transformed entirely, exuding an infectious excitement that left others at a loss for words. Yes, Master, you must also take care to rest, Dr. T nodded, expressing concern for his mentor before turning to walk back to his own quarters. Elder Chi merely acknowledged with a grunt, watching his departing figure lost in contemplation. In an instant, the room was enveloped in silence, feeling somewhat desolate and eerie. Meanwhile, Shi Lingyuan spent the morning conferring with Shi Lingxian, preparing to resolve the affairs in T-City so they could return to the capital. With little time remaining, he did not wish to squander moments with his younger sister. Moreover, a new rival had emerged for her affection. Though this man might be the father of his nephews, that did not equate to acceptance. Whether this man would gain their approval remained uncertain. Unbeknownst to Shi Lingyuan, during his absence, this man had already approached and met the children. Had he been aware, he would not have remained so unperturbed. Presently, he was addressing the aftermath of Shi Lingxuan's disappearance. Chapter 35. The little treasure recognizes his father listening to their mother. The little ones turned their curious eyes toward Jima Wuyin. The most vivacious among them, the little treasure, eagerly inquired, You are our father, but why have you never come to see us? The second and third treasures chimed in, Yes. Why didn't you come before? Even the most composed, the eldest treasure, gazed at him, eager to hear his response. As Jima Wuyin gazed upon a few pairs of sparkling eyes, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His hands and feet rendered clumsy with uncertainty, he yearned to reach out and touch them, yet hesitated for fear of startling them. For a fleeting moment, he could only stand there, wide-eyed, his trembling form betraying his profound excitement. After a while, he managed to utter, I apologize. It is all my fault as a father. Gently, he reached out to caress the head of the little one standing before him, his heart swelling with emotion, and a smile unconsciously graced his face, illuminating the moment. Beside him, the second and third children, witnessing their father's gentle touch upon their brother's head, eagerly approached him, their eyes gleaming with delight. Jima Wuyin also reached out to stroke their heads, and upon seeing that the children did not recoil from him, his heart brimmed with joy, and his expression softened even further. He then turned to the eldest child, beckoning him with a wave and saying, Come here, my child, let your father embrace you. The eldest hesitated for a moment, but ultimately approached. Though he harbored doubts about his father's intentions, he felt it unwise to voice them, especially since even their mother had acknowledged him. Wuyo, observing how readily her children accepted this sudden appearance of their father, was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling with thoughts. She had anticipated the need for explanations, yet it seemed the children did not resist him. Perhaps it was for the best. The past was shrouded in ambiguity, and the children's willingness to accept him indicated a latent desire for a father figure in their lives. Indeed, she realized she had overlooked this aspect. Jima Wuyin, surveying the 4 children who bore a striking resemblance to him, inquired gently, Come, tell your father, who among you is the eldest, the second, the third, and the youngest, and what are your names? The children, upon hearing this, stood up straight, with the eldest speaking first. Father, I am the eldest, and my name is Shiling Jun. Though he still felt somewhat unaccustomed to the title, it rolled off his tongue with surprising ease, especially since their mother needed support, and a father was timely. The second child chimed in, Father, I am the second, and my name is Shiling Han. The third followed suit, Father, I am the third, and my name is Shiling Xiao. The youngest added, Father, I am the fourth, and my name is Shiling Huada Junior, Honor, Stoer, Huar, greetings. I am your father, Jima Wuyin, and I shall forever remain by your side. Along with your mother. As he beheld the children's adorable and understanding demeanor, his heart swelled with complex emotions, pride and a tinge of sorrow for her. Shun remained silent, merely gazing at Wuyo, his eyes reflecting concern and unspoken gratitude. Wuyo, observing the interaction between her children and him, was taken aback when he suddenly mentioned her, proclaiming he would always be by her side. While his gaze lingered upon her eye in that instant, her heart felt as though it were immersed in honey, on the verge of melting. The children, oblivious to the adults' exchange, eagerly inquired, "Father, does this mean you will live with us now?" Their hopeful eyes turned toward him, filled with anticipation. Despite his own longing to reside with them, Jima Wuin understood that the time was not yet ripe. He could only offer reassurance. "Not just yet, my dears. Your father is still pursuing your mother. Only when she accepts me can I come to live here." Once again it was said, "You must assist father, so that mother may marry him sooner, allowing us to be together every day." Mummy, I wish to live with father. Could you arrange for him to reside with us?" Xilinghua spoke up, asserting that the book stated that as long as there was a father, one could possess anything one desired. The other 3 children gazed at Wuyo, hoping she would acquiesce. Wuyo never anticipated that the conversation would pivot towards living together. However, upon witnessing the innocent glimmer in the children's eyes, she found it difficult to refuse and replied, "Your father is currently preoccupied. Once he has completed his tasks, he will be able to spend time with you." Following that, she cast a warning glance at Jima Wuin, her eyes conveying a silent threat. Should he fail to comply, he would face her wrath for attempting to manipulate her through the children. Jima Wuin, upon catching her intimidating gaze, recognized that his intentions had been unveiled. Unfazed, he spoke to the children. "Indeed, father has been exceptionally busy lately and can only spare time during the day to be with you. You must listen to your mother, understand?" The little ones responded with a resigned "oh," their voices tinged with disappointment, yet they quickly rallied, posing their next inquiries. "Father, is your home far from here? Father, how many people live in your house? Father, do you have many brothers? Do they resemble you? Father, you wear a military uniform. Are you a soldier? Father, is your house large, and does it have a peach blossom grove?" Listening to the increasingly peculiar questions from the children, Jima Wuin could only respond with feigned patience, casting a glance at Wuyo, who was reveling in his predicament, silently pleading for her assistance. Wuyo observed Jima Wuin's flustered attempts to address the barrage of questions from the children. Finding the scene quite amusing, she wondered how she had been oblivious to the multitude of questions the children typically had. Noticing his imploring gaze, she decided to extend her mercy and intervene. "Children, isn't it time to practice? Junior, please take your brothers with you," Wuyo stated with a serious tone, her expression suddenly grave as she recalled something she needed to inquire about. "It would be best for them not to remain here. She would clarify the truth before proceeding." Shieling Jun replied, "All right, Mummy," before addressing her brothers. "Brothers, it's time to practice. We must not abandon our tasks midway." Then, turning to Jima Wuin, she added, "Father, I will take my brothers to practice. You can stay here with Mummy." With that, she led Shieling Han and the others outside. Observing the reluctant expressions on the children's faces, Jima Wuin felt a pang of sadness. However, he surmised that Wuyo must have something important to discuss. Otherwise, she would not have ushered the children away. Thus, he refrained from pleading for them to stay. Once the children had exited, he inquired, "Wuyo, do you have something to ask me? How did you know?" Wuyo was somewhat taken aback. Had she been so transparent in her demeanor? The term Wuyo made her cheeks flush slightly as she indignantly retorted, "Who permitted you to call me Wuyo?" Jimo Wuin gazed at her with a gentle intensity, his eyes shimmering with a captivating light as he whispered sweet nothings. "Very well, I shall no longer call you Yuer, but rather a Bao. How does that sound?" Yu, having been lost in thoughts of tranquility for quite some time, felt her delicate visage flush deeper, her gaze drifting towards the door, deliberately avoiding his. Internally, she reminded herself to remain composed, wondering how this person could appear so earnest. Yet the words he spoke were undeniably embarrassing. Chapter 36. The Purple Gold Legacy. Noticing that Wuyo was on the brink of anger, GMO Wuin swiftly composed his expression and said earnestly, "All right, do not be upset. Please, ask me anything, and I shall divulge all that I know." Wuyo, contemplating the burden she had carried in her heart, gathered her thoughts, and her expression became serene once more, albeit tinged with solemnity. After a moment's deliberation, she began. "From the moment they were born, I sensed a formidable energy within the babies. I was quite apprehensive about its potential harm, and I endeavored to extract it, yet they remained undisturbed and unyielding. Fortunately, this energy has been docile within them until the end of last month. However, in recent days, I have noticed some agitation in the energy, which prompts me to inquire if you might understand the reason behind this." Upon hearing her words, GMO Wuin immediately grasped the situation, though he remained momentarily stunned, his demeanor brimming with excitement. Regaining his composure, he eagerly asked, You mean to say you detected this from the very moment they were born? Wuyo nodded, affirming, indeed. Moreover, it is exceptionally potent, which is why I have refrained from excessive interaction. However, it seems to be growing restless within them, and I seek your insight on whether this is a matter originating from your end. Given her extensive study of the jade slips, she suspected this was a unique legacy, though she remained uncertain of her hypothesis. Once she concluded, GMO Wuyin replied, yes, it is indeed an issue originating from my lineage, but fret not, for this is not a misfortune. Rather, it is a blessing. His eyes sparkled with joy, astonished that he had suddenly gained 4 children, each possessing bloodlines so pure, even more so than his own. Wuyo regarded him with curiosity, eager to hear more about this unexpected boon that brought him such delight. He continued, this is a distinctive legacy of the GMO family. Some are born with it, while others awaken it at a certain age. There are also those without the capacity for such a legacy. I belong to the second category, having awakened at the age of 10. As GMO Wuyin spoke. His tone was imbued with pride, adding, yet, it is astonishing that the babies possess this from birth. They cannot merely be considered geniuses, but rather unparalleled prodigies. Pausing momentarily, he reflected on the joy his grandfather had expressed upon learning of his own awakening at 10, and he imagined how ecstatic the old man would be this time. Do tell me, what benefits does this legacy confer? Wuyo urged, raising an eyebrow in impatience, pondering why he always left half his thoughts unspoken. It is truly distressing. Observing her anxious demeanor, Jima Wuyin ceased to engage in circumlocution and directly stated, this inheritance is known as the purple gold inheritance. Those who obtain such an inheritance upon awakening will automatically cultivate a martial art most suited to their innate abilities. Individuals who train according to this martial art will grow extraordinarily powerful, and their lifespan will also extend with their cultivation. Furthermore, this power will remain within the host's body. Whenever the host encounters danger, it will instinctively activate to protect the host's vital essence and possesses healing properties. Hence, I assert that there are only benefits and no drawbacks. Wuyo was somewhat taken aback. She had never heard of such a peculiar inheritance. It appeared imperative for her to hasten her cultivation. She pondered whether the collection of strange jade slips contained any records pertaining to this unusual inheritance. As for that bizarre box, she hoped it would also yield the answers she sought. She then inquired, what advantages do the babies possess from the moment they are born? Moreover, that power must be of a purple gold hue. Correct? Listening to Wuyo's subsequent remarks, Jima Wuyin nearly choked on his words, his expression transforming as though a massive pie had struck him atop the head, leaving him bewildered. Noticing his silence, Wuyo asked, what is it? Are you all right? Jima Wuyin was utterly taken aback by Wuyo's words, momentarily at a loss for a response. Initially, learning that his sons were born with an inheritance, and that it was about to awaken, was astonishing enough. Now, to learn that it was the most formidable purple gold power had left him in a state of shock. Although he himself possessed purple gold power, it was said that throughout history, individuals wielding such power had been exceedingly rare, with only himself emerging in several centuries. Now, suddenly, there were 4. How could he not be astonished? For Wuyo, however, this matter was not particularly significant. She was merely curious. In her space, what forms of martial arts or elixirs were absent? Thus, to her, this was not a matter of great consequence, and she found Jima Wuyin's reaction somewhat exaggerated. This disparity in perception stemmed from their differing experiences. Their thoughts were clearly not aligned. After a moment, Jima Wuyin finally frowned and said, it's nothing. They possess exceptional talent. I am merely overjoyed. Allow me a moment to compose myself. This afternoon, Jima Wuyin shed his usual cold demeanor, as if his eyes had been tinted with dust, infused with a touch of warmth. Were an acquaintance to see him, they would surely mistake him for another. Wuyo mused, indeed. He was so overwhelmed with joy that he appeared dazed. She then expressed her concern, asking, what exactly constitutes an awakening, and will there be any dangers during this process? Jima Wuyin regained his composure and replied, wait a moment. I need to assess their condition. As they have already shown signs of change, it should not be long now. Pausing briefly, he added, there is indeed some danger, but it is not substantial. I must return to make arrangements to mitigate the risks. He did not wish to conceal such matters, for the Shieling family was formidable in its own right, and perhaps they could offer assistance, which would be most advantageous. Wuyo nodded in satisfaction and said, very well, you may proceed with your arrangements. What do you need to tell me? Please, do not hold back. The Shieling family possesses a certain confidence. Even if there is a lack of resources at home, there remains ample space. The items within are quite comprehensive, and should something be missing, she will find it, No matter how challenging it may be, very well, when the time comes, I shall not be modest. Jima Wuyin stated that the Shilling family's heritage is the most profound among the four great families, a belief he holds firmly, hence he did not hesitate to express this. Upon receiving a satisfactory response, Wuyo stood up, gathered her hair that had fallen forward, and said to him, "Let us go. I shall take you to the training room to observe their progress." With that, she stepped out first. Jima Wuyin followed closely behind, traversing several courtyards until they arrived at the training room. Upon entering, they found several children diligently practicing their stances. Noticing their parents' arrival, the little ones quickly set aside their activities and rushed over, eagerly inquiring, "Mummy, why are you here? Are you going to practice with us? And is Daddy here to practice with us as well?" "Indeed, yes," chimed in the others, their faces lighting up with joy at their parents' presence. Wuyo reached out to gently pat the foreheads of the children, saying, "All right, come here and stand properly. Let Jima, your father, assess how well you have been practicing." When mentioning father, her tone faltered slightly, and a blush crept onto her cheeks, though she continued speaking. The children remained oblivious to any oddity, but Jima Wuyin, standing beside her, caught sight of her slightly flushed earlobes, a flash of warmth coursing through him. Chapter 37. The thoughts of the little ones reflecting on her mention of father, his eyes glimmered with understanding. He realized she was beginning to accept him, which deeply moved him. Hearing her mention the assessment, he knew precisely what to do. He gathered the children before him, instructing them to sit cross-legged, close their eyes, and clear their minds. They were only to open their eyes when he gave the signal. The children, unsure of the reasoning behind this, complied obediently, having seen their mother agree. After issuing his instructions, Jima Wuyin also settled cross-legged across from them, closing his eyes to sense their current physical conditions through his perception. Meanwhile, Wuyo, observing from the side, sensed a slight unease, but could not discern any further details. After a considerable time, Jima Wuyin finally opened his eyes and spoke gently. "All right, you may open your eyes now." It seemed he needed to expedite his arrangements. It would not be long before they awakened. Wuyo, watching him as he opened his eyes, felt a spark of concern and leaned closer, asking, "How is it? Is there enough time?" Gazing at her delicate features, a hint of color rose to Jima Wuyin's cheeks, though it was masked by his complexion. He had not anticipated her proximity. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the surge of emotion within and replied softly, "It's fine. There is ample time, so you need not worry." That is a relief. With the assurance of sufficient time, Wuyo felt her worries dissipate. The children obediently opened their eyes, observing their parents in conversation. Though they did not fully comprehend the exchange, their curious gazes fixated upon them. Noting the inquisitive eyes before her, Wuyo refrained from elaboration and simply instructed the children. "Junior, continue your practice. We shall step outside for a moment." After speaking, she cast a glance towards Jima Wuyin, silently inquiring if there was anything else. "If there is nothing, you may leave," she conveyed with her eyes. Jima Wuyin, catching the gaze of Wuyo, felt a deep intoxication in his heart. He contemplated resolving the matter of awakening before attempting to invite her out. He gently ruffled the heads of several children and softly said, "My dear sons, be good. Father has matters to attend to and must return for now. Next time, I shall take you out to play. However, for the moment, you must listen to your mother and continue your training." With that, he rose, dusted himself off, and walked out alongside Wuyo. The brothers, still seated on the ground, glanced around but remained silent. After a while, Xiaobao spoke up, "Eldest brother, we have a father now. Don't think just because he is a child he doesn't understand these things. They have seen plenty on television, and surely that man has abandoned Mummy. Though he truly desires a father, he cannot bear anyone who mistreats Mummy." Erbao then inquired, "Eldest brother, what is your take on this matter? Don't assume that just because he is called father, they will accept him. This concession is merely for Mummy's sake." "Indeed. Eldest brother, speak up. Is that man the one who abandoned Mummy?" Sambao added, "They usually deliberate on significant matters, and this one is certainly no exception." Debao pondered for a moment before responding, "I am uncertain, but considering how much we resemble him, it should be accurate. The primary concern now is Mummy. We are too young to dictate her choices, and she will not heed our opinions. And have you forgotten what Mummy said about the monsters yesterday?" The other three exchanged glances, recalling the events of the previous day, when Debao continued, "You all saw that man just now. He appears formidable and capable of protecting Mummy. Moreover, Mummy likely believes we yearn for a father, which is why she is with him." He found himself at a loss for further thoughts. Listening to their eldest brother, they comprehended that they must accept this father figure, as he could safeguard Mummy. Furthermore, They had long ceased their quest for a father. That was a concern from 2 years past, and they had since matured. While a flicker of hope remained in their hearts, it was but a mere whisper. Wuyo had just seen Jima Wuyin to the door when she recalled her duty to accompany the children in their training and proceeded towards the training room. Unexpectedly, as she reached the entrance, she overheard the conversation, feeling a mix of emotion and surprise at the precociousness of her children. Although she had always known her little ones were different from others, she was astonished at their intelligence, especially Debeo, who seemed to read her thoughts with uncanny accuracy. Nevertheless, Wuyo did not wish for them to mature too quickly. Her only desire was for them to grow up safe and joyful. Before they could continue their discussion, Wuyo opened the door and walked in, her eyes sparkling as she settled directly in front of them, smiling as she said, "My dear children, I heard everything you just said. I never anticipated that you little rascals would be so cunning, trying to deceive me." The children were taken aback, feeling a wave of embarrassment, for they had never been caught in such a manner before. All bowed their heads and softly murmured, "Mommy, we are sorry." Wuyo waved her hand with a smile, saying, "There is no need to apologize, Mommy. I do not hold any blame against you. This matter is also partly my fault for not informing you in advance. Had I done so, you would not have harbored such thoughts then." Wuyo gradually recounted the origin of the situation, attentively observing the expressions of the little ones as she spoke. Indeed, by the time she finished, the brothers' faces displayed a hint of embarrassment. It turned out that the one in the wrong was not their father. Henceforth, they would treat him better and refrain from causing him trouble, though to pursue Mommy. They still had to pass through their scrutiny. Now, enough of this. Let us continue practicing that set of martial arts. Wuyo clapped her hands, bringing them back to their senses, and stood up to practice beside them. The little ones, upon witnessing this, promptly took their positions and began to follow suit. Meanwhile, Jima Wuyin reluctantly exited the Shieling family estate and made his way home, encountering no one along the way. Upon his return, he found the elder sitting alone in the hall, sipping tea while perusing a newspaper. The elder raised his gaze, serious in demeanor, as he inquired, "I heard you returned once this afternoon. Why are you back again now? Has something occurred? Otherwise, you would not have left your post so recklessly, leaving room for gossip, though we are not easily intimidated." Jima Wuyin approached, seated himself, poured himself a cup of tea, and made no indication of wanting to speak, his slightly upturned lips revealing that he was in rather high spirits. The elder's eyes brightened at this sight. He had never witnessed such an expression on his grandson's face before. What good fortune had he encountered? Was he perhaps in love? Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Why have you returned now? Do you have some delightful news to share with me?" Upon hearing this, Jima Wuin's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement, and he nodded indeed. "How did you know? Was it an Yi who informed you?" It was inconceivable that he would act without an Yi's instruction. Who else could have spoken of it? "What did an Yi tell you? Were you not about to reveal that?" the elder exclaimed, his eagerness palpable as he yearned to hear this good news, finally feeling a sense of relief. Oh. Then let us proceed to the study. Chapter 38. Conversation in the study. Upon entering the study, Jima Wuyin took a seat in a chair, leaning back as he contemplated the matters he wished to discuss, including an inquiry about the inheritance from the elder. The elder hurried in behind him, seating himself with eager anticipation, his gaze fixed intently upon Jima Wuyin, awaiting his words. Jima Wuyin straightened his posture, his expression cold, with a glint of icy light in his eyes, and stated solemnly, "There has been progress regarding the matter of the missing persons, but it is a serious issue, so I wish to discuss it with you." The elder's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, his demeanor turning grave as he regarded Jima Wuyin with uncertainty, asking, "Wait, you are referring to that matter, and there has been progress. So, this is what he intended to discuss." How foolish of him to have been so elated earlier, yet it was indeed a good thing that there was advancement in this matter. Jima Wuyin paid no heed to the old man's unsightly countenance and continued, "Indeed, it was discovered this morning." However, he hesitated, for the matter at hand was exceedingly cruel and repugnant. Moreover, given the old man's advanced age, he feared that knowing too much might incite his anger, which could be detrimental to his health. After a moment's reflection, he added, "In recent years, most of the missing individuals have been abducted for experimentation. When they are found, there are rarely any survivors. As for the nature of these experiments and their potential consequences." He refrained from elaborating, though it was evident that those individuals would not meet with favorable outcomes. With a resounding clap, the old man slammed his hand on the table, the sound echoing sharply in the room. His fury was unmistakable, emanating from him with an intensity that seemed to increase with the passage of time. "These beasts are utterly lawless," he exclaimed in a voice thick with rage. Jima Wuyin remained silent. After a period of time, the old man regained his composure and, fixing Jima Wuyin with a serious gaze, asked, Xiaoyin, has this matter been reported? With so many missing persons, could it be that they are all subjected to experimentation? What on earth are they attempting to achieve? Jima Wuyin shook his head. Not yet. I wish to first ascertain your perspective. This situation is far from simple. I believe many will be implicated. Upon hearing this, the old man felt he needed no further clarification. He had lived long enough to understand the gravity of the situation. Sigh. He exhaled heavily before declaring, report it. Let us see how the higher authorities wish to handle it. He no longer wished to be entangled in such matters. With advancing age came an increasing aversion to distressing news. Furthermore, the nation could scarcely withstand further turmoil. In recent years, calamities had become all too frequent, leading to a significant decline in population and a surge in criminal activity. Especially this year, he feared, even greater disasters loomed on the horizon for humanity. He hoped the preparations made by the state would prove effective. Otherwise, a sense of desolation and despair flickered in his eyes at the thought. Grandfather, rest assured. Everything will be fine. Observing the old man's worried expression, Jima Wuyin offered words of comfort, assuring him that as long as he was present, his grandfather would remain safe. However, as the old man gazed at his grandson's resolute demeanor, he shook his head inwardly. His concern was not for himself, but for the state of the world. Moreover, he thought of his grandson, who was nearing 30 without a companion, and felt a twinge of melancholy. After a brief pause, Jima Wuyin considered the matter of their lineage and softened his gaze. Inquiring, grandfather, in our clan's legacy, are there any who are born with a golden-purple hue? The old man, jolted back to the present by his grandson's question, felt a flicker of curiosity about the reason behind the inquiry but answered nonetheless. Our clan's heritage spans over a millennium, and only our forebear was born with the golden-purple hue at the time of his birth. Someone in his family noticed an anomaly within him and deemed it an ominous sign, leading them to abandon him. Ironically, through this misfortune, he found his true destiny after leaving that family, ultimately establishing the lineage that bestowed upon us the legacy of the golden purple. Jima Wuyin nodded thoughtfully, a contemplative expression adorning his face. He then inquired, did our ancestors encounter any significant dangers during their awakening? The old gentleman shook his head, remarking that this was a matter from long ago, and there were no records of the ancestors' awakening process. If you wish to know more, venture to the highest level of the clan's library and see if there might be any documentation. Although, logically speaking, there should be none, as long as you prepare the necessary items, you can accept the inheritance at the clan's territory. Suddenly recalling something, he added, why do you ask? Has something occurred? This young lad's inquiries today seemed rather peculiar. Jima Wuyin chose not to respond to his question. Instead, he rose and stated, grandfather, you will know in due time. It is not yet the moment. I must first visit the first leader. With that, he departed, realizing that since his grandfather was unaware, he would have to find a solution on his own. Upon arriving at the entrance of the central government, Jima Wuyin exited the vehicle and, under the guidance of a confidential secretary, navigated through a series of checkpoints until he reached the studied AT. This moment, the first leader was already waiting inside. A man in his 50s, he appeared robust and healthy. Upon Jima Wuyin's entrance, he beckoned him over, saying, you've arrived. Come, have a seat. Let us enjoy a cup of tea before we discuss matters. As he spoke, he instructed the secretary to pour a cup of tea for Jima Wuyin and casually asked, how is your grandfather lately? Yes, Jima Wuyin replied with a military salute, taking a seat across from him. The inquiry about his grandfather warmed his previously cold demeanor slightly as he softly responded. Grandfather is well. There is no need for the leader to worry. He then accepted the tea from the secretary, taking a small sip in silence. The first leader continued, now, speak your mind. What is the matter? Jima Wuyin set down his teacup, his gaze flashing with a cold intensity as he declared, regarding the missing persons, significant clues have emerged from Lijian Mountain in T-City. Deep within Lijian Mountain, there exists a villa, beneath which lies a small research facility. A portion of the missing individuals is reportedly located there, though they are now barely recognizable. Pausing briefly, he added, I suspect that such research facilities are not confined to T-City alone. The USB drive contains some clues, albeit only place names without specific addresses. The events that transpired in that underground facility were utterly inhumane. Here are some images for your review. He coldly handed over the USB drive. He continued, the USB also contains a list of relevant personnel, presumably for mutual checks and balances. Regrettably, we have yet to encounter any useful officials. After this, he fell silent, leaving the matter of handling it to the first leader. as he had no time to manage it himself. The photographs within were taken before the destruction of the basement. While not directly witnessed, they were nonetheless profoundly shocking. He believed that anyone who viewed them would be filled with righteous anger, and all individuals connected to the names on the list would face appropriate repercussions. The first leader nodded, though somewhat astonished by the audacity of constructing a villa in such a remote area. He refrained from speaking, merely signaling the secretary to take the USB drive. He needed to review its contents before arranging for the matter to be addressed. It is indeed astonishing that after more than 6 years without a clue, he managed to resolve the case. Truly, he is his grandson, surpassing his grandfather by considerable margins. Very well, I shall take my leave for now, Jima Wuin remarked, not lingering excessively, and swiftly exited the premises. Chapter 39. Wrathful Admiration in the Study. The paramount leader remained seated, sipping tea, his posture unchanged, while the secretary approached the computer to examine the contents of a USB drive, rendering the room momentarily silent. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the study, startling the leader, who turned with a furrowed brow to inquire, "What is the matter? You are not usually so uncomposed. Chief, you must come see." The secretary stammered, his countenance a mask of terror, his eyes betraying disbelief and fear. Observing the secretary's expression, the leader rose and moved closer, with the secretary hastily vacating his position to allow him passage. Upon glimpsing the images on the screen, the leader's expression darkened significantly, his chest heaving as he struggled to contain his rising fury. With each page turned, the subsequent photographs became increasingly distressing, and the leader's countenance grew even more grim. Abruptly, he sank into the chair behind him, closing his eyes in silence. Once his tumultuous emotions had settled, he resumed perusing the other documents on the USB drive. However, when he reached the page containing the list of names, those familiar titles ignited his fury anew. Slamming his hand down on the table with a resounding thud, he exclaimed in anger, "What a despicable act! Have I not been sufficiently lenient with them? How dare they commit such heinous crimes?" He faltered, unable to articulate further, overwhelmed by the weight of his thoughts, ultimately resigning to sit despondently in his chair. Though he held the esteemed title of paramount leader, he was not omnipotent. There were certain matters beyond his control. Sighing deeply, he lamented the approaching end times, pondering the emergence of yet another grave situation. With only a few months remaining, would it be too much to ask for a respite from calamities during these final days? He needed to contemplate how best to address this pressing issue. Yet, the urgency of the matter weighed heavily on him, for if the perpetrators caught wind of his knowledge, the consequences would be dire, inducing a headache of monumental proportions. The distracted secretary, jolted back to reality by the leader's outburst, positioned himself behind the chief, remaining silent, uncertain of what words could offer comfort. Could he decry the malevolence of those wicked individuals? Perhaps it was more than that, yet he remained at a loss for a resolution. In the outskirts of the city, Lan Jingming awoke slowly, realizing he lay on the ground, a mix of anger and humiliation welling within him, though his countenance betrayed none of his inner turmoil. He feared the presence of those within, knowing that any display of discontent would only exacerbate his situation. Resigned to swallow his grievances, he resolved to seek retribution at a later time. Rising with a scowl, he suppressed his thoughts, tidied his disheveled attire, and turned towards home, quickly disappearing from sight. The lawn residence. In the chamber of the second young mistress, several young ladies were engaged in earnest discussion, deliberating on what gifts to present to the family patriarch for his upcoming birthday. Striving to win his favor and endear themselves to him, one of the ladies clad in a blue dress spoke haughtily. "I am fully prepared. It is a limited edition watch that father will surely adore, and perhaps he might even reward me." This individual is Lan Rong, the third young lady of the Lan family. Her mother was merely a servant of the family, brought into the household due to her modest beauty, and she bore a daughter. Lan Rong, possessing striking beauty herself, was somewhat diminished by the arrogance etched upon her features. Another lady, dressed in yellow, chimed in, "I am also ready, though I am uncertain whether father will take a liking to my gift." She is Lan Hua, the second young lady of the Lan family, and her mother, a gentlewoman, hailed from one of the families under the land's banner, having been acquired from an unknown source. Lan Hua's temperament mirrors her mother's softness. Standing nearby in a pink outfit, Lan Yu inquired, "Second sister, what have you prepared?" She is the fourth young lady of the Lan family, and her mother, a minor celebrity, was sent to the bed of the family patriarch, later giving birth to a pair of twin daughters, namely Lan Yu and Lan Mao, who was somewhat vain. Lan Mao timidly added, "Yes, second sister," her voice barely audible as she donned a green dress, appearing rather meek. Those not paying close attention would have easily missed her words. Fortunately, there were only a few individuals present, allowing her voice to be heard. Lan Hua smiled gently. I have personally crafted an outfit for father. What have the fourth and fifth sisters prepared? She then glanced at Lan Yu and Lan Mao, her eyes laced with curiosity. Humph. Second sister, why do you bother asking them what they have prepared? They are unlikely to offer anything of worth. It would be better for them to keep their embarrassment to themselves. Lan Rong scoffed disdainfully, her expression one of clear disbelief in their capabilities. Lan Hua met Lan Rong's gaze momentarily, softly retorting, Third sister, do not speak in such a manner. We are all sisters, and should strive for harmony and unity. She cast a reassuring glance towards Lan Yu and Lan Mao, hoping they would not take offense. Lan Yu huffed in Lan Rong's direction before turning to Lan Hua, saying, Second sister, do not worry. I have no intention of holding a grudge against her. I am not afraid of third sister. I simply find it tedious to engage. Lan Mao nodded in agreement, indicating that she was not concerned, as she had always been cautious in her interactions with the third sister, given her volatile temperament. Then, Lan Yu continued, My sister and I plan to sing and dance for father's birthday. She turned to Lan Hua and asked, Do you think father will appreciate it? Lan Hua nodded, blinking her eyes to veil her underlying uncertainty, and replied hesitantly, Well, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps he will. Oh, that is a relief. I can finally breathe easy. Lan Yu exclaimed, feeling as though a heavy weight had been lifted from her chest. Lan Mao also sighed in relief, content as long as father was pleased. Only Lan Rong, standing aside, stifled a laugh, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickering in her eyes before vanishing without a trace. However, they were oblivious to her amusement as she remarked, You should consider what eldest sister might be gifting, as long as the eldest sister is present. The others merely serve as embellishments. However, they dare not express their discontent, for the eldest sister is not only the legitimate daughter, but also possesses a cunning that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. It seems that the eldest sister has developed an affection for someone, though the identity of this individual remains a mystery. Lan Yu pondered the events she had witnessed recently, speculating about who that man might be. The other girls looked at her with curiosity, eager to glean more information from her. Yet, Lan Yu herself was unsure of the details. She shook her head, saying, Do not look to me. I only sensed something unusual in the eldest sister's demeanor last time, reminiscent of the infatuation depicted in dramas, which led me to such thoughts. Upon hearing this, the others shook their heads internally, unable to imagine what the eldest sister's infatuation might resemble, and they dared not speak further. After all, in any comparison, they could never measure up to the eldest sister, who is their father's most cherished daughter. Collectively, they do not equal her, hence they maintain a respectful distance from her. Chapter 40. The nine-colored fire lotus Lan Rong had heard that the reason for the grand banquet on their father's birthday was to formally select a suitor for the eldest sister, which lent a significant weight to the occasion. Now that the moment of truth had arrived, she certainly would not be so tactless as to intrude. It was likely that the second sister was aware of this as well, though she wondered if the fourth and fifth sisters understood the implications. If any mishap were to occur, it would indeed make for an amusing spectacle. A smile flickered across her face, leaving the others somewhat bewildered. Observing their expressions, she chose not to elaborate further, merely stating, I shall take my leave now, and without waiting for their response, she exited toward the door. The others exchanged glances, and soon Lan Yu and Lan Mao retreated to their own chambers, leaving only Lan Hua seated, a gentle smile gracing her features, her gaze profound and imbued with an inexplicable peculiarity. She murmured, It appears that the third sister is no ordinary person. This truly is intriguing. As Lan Rong departed from Lan Hua's room and made her way through the garden, she unexpectedly encountered Lan Feng, who was practicing swordsmanship. Lan Rong greeted her, eldest sister, still as diligent as ever. Lan Feng executed a flourish with her sword, sheathed it, and nodded towards Lan Rong, responding coolly, Third sister, returned from the second sisters? After wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief handed to her by a servant, she regarded Lan Rong. Observing her indifferent demeanor, Lan Rong's spirits dampened, yet she replied, Indeed. We were discussing what to gift father for his birthday. By the way, what do you plan to present, eldest sister, with a smile? She added, I suppose I misspoke. Regardless of what you choose, father will surely be pleased. We younger sisters are quite envious. It is common knowledge throughout the Lan family that father dotes on Lan Feng. This is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. If you have no business here, do not obstruct my practice. I must continue training, Lan Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow, a hint of impatience flickering across her beautiful face. She deemed it unnecessary to engage in further conversation with a mere concubine-born daughter. Humph! Upon hearing this, Lan Rong merely huffed in response and exited, eager to see what kind of admirable suitor their father would procure for her. Meanwhile, Lan Feng continued to practice the sword technique she had just mastered, moving like a startled swan, swift as lightning, clearly having honed the art to perfection. She believed that her father would be quite pleased, and in turn, she might gain a measure of freedom. On the other side, GMO Wuyin exited the government building and proceeded to the residence of Chen Qing and the others. He drove the car into the villa, parked it nearby, and made his way to the hall. Upon his arrival, the individuals waiting for him perked up at the sound, and as GMO Wuyin entered, Chen Qing was the first to speak. "Boss, you've summoned us all back. Is something about to happen?" With an impassive expression, GMO Wuyin entered the hall, seated himself on a nearby sofa, and stated gravely, "There is indeed a matter that requires your attention. I cannot entrust this to anyone else. Initially, there wasn't anything pressing that warranted their return, but with the situation concerning the babies, I truly need your assistance." The others turned their gazes toward him, anticipating further elaboration. After a brief pause, GMO Wuyin continued, "I require a particular medicinal herb, and I need you all to help me locate it. However, the location is rather problematic. It is beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals, which is why I am relying on you. I hope you can procure this herb for me. Securing it will ensure the awakening of the babies is more assured, allowing you heir to rest easy." "Boss, what kind of herb is it, and where can we find it?" "We will surely bring it back," Chen Qing replied with a smile, dismissing any notion of difficulty. "Indeed, boss," the others chimed in, nodding in agreement. All were seasoned experts, and obtaining a mere herb was a trivial task for them. However, GMO Wuyin regarded their jovial demeanor with a stern expression, admonishing them, "Do not take this lightly. The place you are headed is the extreme southern region, where the climate is sweltering and minor volcanic eruptions can occur at any moment. One misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Those who wish to survive must exercise caution. Otherwise, there may not even be anyone left to retrieve the bodies." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing and the others sobered, their expressions turning grave as they exchanged glances. Finally, Chen Qing inquired, "So, boss, what exactly are we searching for?" He had never heard of any medicinal herbs in that area, and the others looked to him expectantly. "It is the 9-colored lotus, which boasts 9 distinct hues. You will know it when you see it. I have prepared cold pearls for you. Carry them with you, and you will not suffer too greatly from the heat," GMO Wuyin explained, producing a box and handing it to them. After a moment, he added, "Time is of the essence. Gather your belongings and set off immediately." Chen Qing carefully accepted the box and opened its lid, immediately feeling a rush of cold air that made him shiver involuntarily. Peering inside, he saw 5 snow-white pearls, each the size of a jujube, glistening with a translucent beauty and emanating a chilling aura. Before long, the entire hall was enveloped in a frigid atmosphere, which was somewhat disconcerting. Chen Qing closed the lid, and it was only after a while that the coldness in the hall began to dissipate. The others, including Luli, had initially wanted to take a look but, feeling the sudden chill in the air, decided against it, reasoning that they could inspect it once they reached the extreme southern region. Chen Qing spoke with solemnity, "Boss, rest assured, we will not let you down." Observing the expression of the leader just moments ago, one could sense the formidable nature of the task at hand. Nonetheless, they would undoubtedly accomplish it, for it was a necessity for the leader at this juncture. Jima Wuyin nodded, uttering a cautious, "Yes, be careful and stay safe." While the medicinal herbs were of utmost importance, he harbored no desire for any misfortune to befall them, especially since they had grown up together. Indeed, several of them replied, before turning to gather their belongings. After a while, they returned to the hall, fully equipped, and addressed Jima Wuyin, who remained seated on the sofa. "Leader, we are off. Leader, wait for us. We shall return swiftly," Chibai added. Wu Feng offered an enigmatic smile. "Leader, I have calculated that there will be no danger." "Leader, rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on them," Chen Qing assured. Shin Feng declared with confidence, "How could anything happen to me? All right, let us depart." "Enough of this chatter, leader. Farewell," Luli remarked, playfully giving Chen Qing a pat. He then turned back to Jima Wuyin, saying, "Leader, upon your return, you must introduce us to Sister-in-law." The others, upon hearing this, turned their gazes toward Jima Wuyin, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Once he nodded in agreement, they proceeded to exit, soon vanishing from sight. Watching them disappear from view, he eventually spoke, and dispatch someone to protect them discreetly. There must be no danger to their lives, and they are not to be seen. Pausing for a moment, he added, "As for the remaining medicinal herbs, you are in charge. Prepare them promptly." Understood, that a voice echoed in the air before silence enveloped the space. Jima Wuyin felt reassured only after making arrangements for the most crucial medicinal herb, confident that they would not disappoint him. Reflecting on Yuer's words about pursuing her, he contemplated reaching out to Shan Su for advice on how to win the heart of his beloved, hoping to secure her agreement to become his girlfriend. Or perhaps even his wife. Chapter 41. A floral date. The following morning, Wuyo enjoyed her breakfast before heading to the pavilion in the garden to meditate. At that moment, she was diligently organizing the contents of the jade slips she had recently studied. Having perused an abundance of jade slips, she now needed to analyze and comprehend their meanings meticulously. She wondered how much time this task would demand. Yet, it was possible that within lay the answers she sought. Much like the heritage of the Jima family and the peculiar box she had acquired yesterday. To her surprise, after only a brief period of contemplation, Jima Wuyin arrived, and he was not empty-handed. He bore an abundance of roses. This left Wuyo momentarily stunned. After all, she had merely suggested he pursue someone the previous day, and here he was today, bringing an extravagant bouquet. The thought stirred discomfort within her, causing her to furrow her brows slightly. Did he often chase after girls? Otherwise, how would he know that they were fond of such gestures? In truth, Jima Wuyin was utterly innocent of such assumptions. Having lived nearly 30 years, this was his first time presenting flowers to a girl, especially to the one who had captured his heart. Thus, he approached a close female friend known for her charm to glean insights on how to endear himself to a girl. Of course, Wuyo remained oblivious to this, mistakenly believing he had pursued many before. Perhaps Wuyo herself was unaware that her current expression, with her brows knitted, appeared quite adorable to those who beheld her. Yet, GMO Wuyin could not help but notice the enchanting expression on Yuer's face, sparking a curiosity within him about what could elicit such a reaction. However, he deemed it inappropriate to inquire just yet. Contemplating the possibility of asking her later, dressed in military garb, he approached Wuyo with a steady gait, cradling a bouquet of roses in his arms, the entire scene exuding a solemn beauty. Yet, he himself did not share this sentiment, feeling a twinge of nervousness as he stood before Wuyo, extending the flowers towards her while saying, "This is for you. Do you like it?" His gaze remained fixed on her, as though he feared her rejection. He had consulted Dan Su, who informed him that roses symbolize love and that most girls would appreciate them. Yet, he remained uncertain if she would share this sentiment. Wuyo regarded the approaching figure. Setting aside her musings, he was still clad in the same military uniform as the previous day, and he wore it well, as if he were born to don such attire. Nevertheless, her thoughts diverged, suspecting him to be a domineering and cunning individual, with his gentle demeanor merely a facade. Just like the previous day, despite it being their first encounter, he had quickly discerned her character and adapted to her disposition, which only reinforced her belief in his cunning nature. As she listened to his words, Wuyo snapped back to attention, gazing at the roses before her. She extended her hands to accept them, a flicker of joy igniting within her. Though her lips uttered, "It's all right, I supposed, aren't all flowers somewhat the same? Since they are from you, I shall accept them begrudgingly." She did not possess a particular fondness for flowers, as her surroundings were already adorned with many. The only flower that truly satisfied her was the dreaming flower, which existed solely within her space, absent from the outside world. Upon hearing her words, GMO Wuyin's eyes flickered in confusion. What does she mean by all flowers being the same? He pondered, mentally chastising Dan Su for suggesting that all girls liked flowers. Yet my Yuer claims otherwise. Humph. I shall see how he handles this. What flowers do you prefer? Tell me, and I shall ensure to bring them next time, he said, his gaze softening as he looked at Wuyo. She contemplated briefly before casually inquiring, "What made you think to bring me flowers?" "I asked a friend, and he mentioned that girls generally adore flowers. Which is why I purchased these. If you do not like them, I will refrain from buying them in the future," he replied earnestly, as if making a promise. Wuyo nodded and asked, "So, what brings you here today? Is there something you need?" "I am officially pursuing you, so of course I had to come," GMO Wuyin stated with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Wuyo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushing slightly, sweetness blooming within her heart as she remained silent. Noticing her lack of objection, GMO Wuyin felt a surge of joy, his expression softening considerably. He glanced around and inquired, "Where are June Air and the others? Are they not home?" "They are in their room studying at the moment," Wuyo replied. Upon learning they were occupied with their studies, GMO Wuyin contemplated before asking, "May I go and see them? I caught only a fleeting glimpse of them yesterday, and I find myself missing them." Wuyo nodded, "Sure. Please wait for me here." Upon uttering her words, she vanished in an instant, only to reappear swiftly at the same spot, yet the flower in her hand had mysteriously disappeared. Mo Wuyin gazed at Wuyo, who had just flickered in and out of view, initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure, albeit with a sense of astonishment at her cultivation, silently rejoicing for her. Noticing his momentary shock without any further reaction, Wuyo nodded inwardly and simply stated, "Follow me with that." She proceeded toward the children's room. Mo Wuyin trailed behind her, his eyes fixed on Wuyo, inwardly marveling at how the white dress suited her exquisitely. In truth, Wuyo, holding the rose moments ago, had looked extraordinarily beautiful. The red petals contrasted with her skin, imparting a delicate blush that was truly enchanting. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips, for this lovely Wuyo could only belong to him. As Wuyo walked ahead, she felt the searing gaze behind her, causing her cheeks to flush. Cursing inwardly, she quickened her pace. Suddenly, she halted and turned to him, saying, "We have arrived. They are right there." Indeed, upon Mo Wuyin's glance forward, he beheld them, seated in a pavilion, engrossed in their reading. However, he had no desire to disturb them, opting instead to listen to their discussions from a distance. He thought to himself how considerate they were, and how well Wuyo had taught them. Grateful to fate for their encounter, despite its rocky beginning, he found the outcome to be splendid. Observing the man standing motionless beside her, Wuyo inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you going over? Did you not say you wished to meet them?" Mo Wuyin shook his head, his fiery gaze fixed on Wuyo as he softly spoke. "Wuyo, thank you, truly thank you for bestowing upon me such delightful surprises." He expressed his gratitude twice, deeply moved, contemplating how remarkable Wuyo was, vowing to cherish her, ensuring she would never experience sorrow. Seeing such an impassioned man, Wuyo shook her head, a glimmer of pride flashing in her eyes as she gently replied, "It is nothing. They are also my treasures." She was perplexed as to why he was so moved once more. Pausing, she added, "Do you wish to continue watching? If not, we should not disturb them." Mo Wuyin nodded and softly affirmed, "All right, we shall not intrude." He then suggested, "Shall we go shopping? I wish to buy some gifts for the children. Could you assist me with your insights?" Without awaiting her response, he took her hand and led her back in the direction they had come. Chapter 42. A chance encounter. While shopping, suddenly, she felt a warmth enveloping her hand. Raising her eyes, she realized it was he who was holding her hand. Wuyo's heart skipped a beat, her face flushing as if touched by fire. Gently attempting to pull away, she found her hand securely clasped in his. Just as she resolved to exert more force to break free, she discovered his grip tightened further, leaving her no choice but to allow him to lead her. Wuyo glanced around, avoiding his gaze. Mo Wuyin sensed her hand had ceased its struggle, and a subtle smile crept across his face. Initially, he had not paid much attention, but upon realizing the situation, he found himself reluctant to release her hand, believing Wuyo would surely break free. In that moment, he understood that she, too, harbored feelings for him. However, Yuura's hand was truly both smooth and soft, akin to grasping a fluffy cloud of cotton candy, making it impossible for him to let go once he took hold of it, while he would not permit her an opportunity to slip away. Thus, the two remained silent until they reached the entrance. One was shy, and the other wished not to disrupt the enchanting ambience, simply wanting to hold each other as hands. Of course, Wuyu was no longer a mere child. Upon arriving at the door, she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed, and with a firm resolve, she came to a halt. Observing her pause, Mo Wuyin also stopped, a look of curiosity in his eyes, and softly inquired, "What's the matter? Don't you want to go? Just a moment ago, everything was fine." "No, I just want to ask if you brought the money," Wuyu replied, shaking her head and lifting her gaze. She certainly did not want to find herself in a situation where she would need to pay without any funds. Mo Wuyin chuckled at her, bemused by the thoughts swirling in her mind, and with a playful tap on her forehead, he remarked, "What are you thinking?" "Of course, I brought it, so don't worry." "Oh, that's good," Wuyu nodded. Stepping outside, Mo Wuyin followed suit. Having driven here, it was convenient for the two of them to venture out together. He guided Wuyu to the car, opened the door for her to enter, and thoughtfully fastened her seatbelt before gently closing the door. He then made his way around to the other side, settling into the driver's seat, and announced, "Please buckle up. I'm about to drive." Upon hearing her response, Mo Wuyin drove off, maintaining a slow and steady pace, ensuring that Wuyu felt no tremor within the vehicle. It was a sleek black Hummer, boasting excellent performance, with bulletproof glass that Wuyu could easily discern. Throughout the journey, although they exchanged no words, there lingered a subtle, ambiguous atmosphere, unmistakably indicating that their relationship was somewhat extraordinary. Before long, they arrived at the International Plaza, parking in an unoccupied space. GMO Wuyin exited first, then opened the door for Wu Yu to disembark before locking the vehicle and heading toward the elevator. They stepped directly into the adjacent elevator, at which point Wu Yu asked, "What do you plan to gift Junior and the others?" GMO Wuyin shook his head, replying, "I'm not quite sure what would be suitable. What do you think?" "As long as it's not toys, it should be meaningful," Wu Yu suggested. "Meaningful," he echoed. After a brief pause, he added, "Actually, I was thinking of gifting them some firearms. I believe they would appreciate such items." "That sounds good," Wu Yu nodded, then inquired, "Are we still going to browse? You can easily procure those firearms, right?" Rest assured," he affirmed, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. He was not merely bringing her along to purchase gifts. He desired her company, to allow her to understand him better, and perhaps to buy her some clothing or jewelry she fancied. Gently taking her hand, he offered no chance for her to resist, preparing to say something when, unexpectedly, the elevator doors opened, compelling him to lead her outside, hand in hand. In that moment, a captivating scene unfolded in the square. A dashing man clad in military attire held the hand of an angelic girl adorned in a flowing white gown. Both possessed striking features and an exquisite demeanor, appearing remarkably well matched. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a faint flush upon the man's earlobes and a rosy hue gracing the girl's cheeks, indicating a mutual stirring of emotions within their hearts. As they strolled hand in hand, not once did they enter a shop. Instead, they reveled in the surrounding radiant sunlight, as if they intended to wander until the end of time, with the passage of moments coming to a standstill. Suddenly, a surprised feminine voice called out from across the way, "Benefactor, what brings you here?" This voice belonged to Lan Feng, who had ventured out that day to procure a few outfits for her father's birthday celebration, only to unexpectedly encounter the very benefactor who had saved her years ago, prompting her to exclaim in delight. Wu Yu observed this striking woman who had suddenly appeared, recognizing her beauty as nothing short of stunning, her attire impeccably suited to her. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he made a mental note, eager to see what would transpire next. Mo Wuyin gently tugged Wu Yu aside, furrowing his brow as he addressed the woman. "Madam, I must kindly ask you to step aside. You are obstructing our path." "Benefactor, it is me. 6 years ago, you saved me. I cannot be mistaken." "Please, take a good look at me," Lan Feng exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she noted his apparent lack of recollection. How could he not remember her? She was undeniably beautiful. Surely, the passage of time had only enhanced her allure, which must be why he failed to recognize her. "What madness is this? I do not know you," he thought, bewildered by her insistence. What if Wu Yu misinterpreted the situation and became upset? Just then, he glanced at Wu Yu, only to discover that she appeared utterly unfazed, her expression one of keen interest in the unfolding drama, which only served to heighten his frustration. "Benefactor," Lan Feng continued unabated. GMO Wuyin, exasperated, shouted, "Enough! Madam, I do not know you. Please conduct yourself with dignity." He then turned to Wu Yu, speaking softly, "My dear, let us be on our way. As for this delusional woman, she is of no consequence." Wu Yu nodded, choosing not to glance back at the woman, as she followed him forward. However, just a few steps later, they were halted once more. "Who are you, and how is it that you are with my benefactor?" Lan Feng demanded, her fury igniting. How could this woman lay claim to her benefactor? In her mind, he belonged to her, and no one else could stake a claim. The beauty that had once graced her features now twisted in anger, resembling a vengeful specter, instilling fear in those who beheld her. Wu Yu regarded the once appealing visage now contorted by rage, and felt a twinge of sympathy. Indeed, it was the kind-hearted woman who was the true embodiment of beauty. Yet, the tone of Lan Feng was undeniably irksome. With a mischievous smile, Wu Yu grasped GMO Wuyin's hand, gazing at him with tender affection, her eyes brimming with warmth, feigning shyness as she declared, "He is my husband. We have been married for 6 years. No, that is impossible. You are a fraud. I shall end you." Lan Feng shook her head in disbelief as she gazed at Wu Yu. Upon realizing that Wu Yu was even more beautiful than herself, an instant surge of murderous intent welled up within her, and she unleashed her internal energy in a swift motion. GMO Wuyin, witnessing this scene from the side, immediately pulled Wu Yu away and retaliated with a forceful strike, his voice brimming with fury. "You're seeking death." As he attempted to strike her again, Wu Yu intervened, preventing him from proceeding. Reluctantly, he let go of her hand and continued to walk forward. Left behind was Lan Feng, sprawled on the ground, her face contorted in rage as she muttered, I will not let you off easily, devoid of the poise befitting a top talent. Chapter 43. The mastermind behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Wu Yu observed the man beside her, still seething with anger. And couldn't he help but chuckle. Come now, I'm not angry. Why are you? A beautiful woman is vying for your attention, and you're not pleased? Initially, GMO Wuyin felt elated at Wu Yu's comforting words, but upon hearing the latter part of her statement, a chill ran through him. Unable to voice his discontent, he merely huffed in response. He then inquired, why did you stop me just now? He had intended to teach her a lesson, believing other matters could be dealt with discreetly. Wu Yu shot him an exasperated glance and replied, It's daylight. Do you wish to find yourself in a police station? That woman is not so simple, but as long as we don't provoke her, we should be fine if she seeks trouble again. I want to hold back. She then added, Let us go. We should buy some clothes. In truth, the moment she saw this man unhesitatingly stand before her, ready to confront the adversary, her heart stirred slightly, though it was not yet evident. However, given time, she believed she would come to recognize her own feelings. Very well, I shall follow your lead. GMO Wuyin replied gently, and a glint of darkness flickered in his eyes. How dare anyone come before you to offend her? He was eager to uncover who possessed such audacity. On the other hand, Lan Feng was not faring as well. After finally encountering her beloved benefactor, she barely had time to rejoice before discovering that he had already fallen for another woman, even injuring her in the process. A chill swept through her gaze, exuding a predatory aura, completely contrary to her earlier frailty. Slowly, Lan Feng rose, ignoring the stares of those around her, and made her way toward the outskirts of the square. Her steps somewhat unsteady, yet she endeavored to maintain a facade of ease. As onlookers saw her leave, they began to disperse as well. Not far away, in a CAF, a man observed this entire scene. A cold glint flashing in his eyes, his face adorned with a bemused expression. He was a strikingly handsome man, recently arrived in Kyoto. Dr. D. He had not returned in quite some time and had come to see how things had changed over the years, coincidentally fulfilling a task assigned by his master. After wandering for a while, feeling somewhat bored, he sought a place to rest, only to witness such an intriguing spectacle. The woman in the white dress was indeed beautiful, pure as an angel. She seemed to possess depth beyond her appearance. As for the other woman, a hint of derision crossed his gaze. He had yet to make his move. Indeed, I have encountered him. It seems that as he grows older, his intellect diminishes. He is quite eager to ascertain what she intends to do next. INT City. After Shieling Yuan assisted Shieling Xian in addressing some significant matters yesterday, he relinquished all remaining responsibilities to his fourth brother, ensuring that he returned safely without needing further assistance. At this juncture, his mood was rather dismal. Just moments ago, Feng Yi had uncovered new leads regarding the entire situation surrounding the disappearance of the fourth brother, and to his astonishment, one of the four prominent families, the Lan family, had also become heavily involved. Last night, after resolving several issues, he retrieved some invaluable documents from the villa. Those officials implicated in this affair were not overlooked, and he ordered Feng Yi to have them dealt with promptly. Consequently, as this command was issued, the officials in T-City connected to the matter were caught completely unaware, and they permanently succumbed to slumber last night. It was only this morning that the families of the deceased discovered the chaos that had unfolded in their homes. Unaware that their loved ones had been murdered in a flurry, they hastily contacted the authorities. Initially, when the police station received the calls, they presumed it was a case of illness or something similar, never anticipating the string of tragic incidents that would soon unfold. Realizing that something was amiss, they promptly escalated the situation, yet found that the ordeal was far from over, leading to a somber atmosphere within the precinct. The city director, witnessing the escalating turmoil, immediately reported the matter to, hoping for an effective resolution. In truth, had heard the news the previous night, but had dismissed it as unworthy of concern. Little did he know that his inaction had allowed him to narrowly escape a catastrophe. By the time the city bureau informed him, it was too late. They could only convene a meeting to quell the situation. Those officials who had committed wrongdoings found little solace, fearing that slumber might bring their demise. Thus, they endured sleepless nights, consumed by anxiety. Unbeknownst to them, those who were meant to be eliminated had already met their fate, rendering their fears unwarranted. The higher-ups could only issue orders for a citywide manhunt, hoping to uncover the perpetrator behind these heinous acts. In an instant, T-City was engulfed in a state of trepidation. While the general populace remained largely unaffected, the officials were gripped by fear, disrupting the peace of the city. Presently, searches were underway, with individuals being apprehended across T-City. Feng Yi reported, and as he listened, Shieling Yuan's eyes gleamed with intensity as he coldly commanded, "Suppress this matter. I do not wish for the ordinary citizens of T-City to be gripped by panic." Regarding the Lan family, he would need to contemplate a suitable course of action and inform his parents accordingly. "Understood, my lord," Feng Yi replied before stepping out, though a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, indicating that he harbored unspoken concerns. "Miss, the head of the family requests your presence to meet a guest," Lan Feng announced upon returning to her chamber, preparing to tend to her injuries. Curiosity piqued at the thought of the nature of the visitor. She responded, "Very well, I understand. You may leave now." Having finished speaking, he promptly changed into a fresh set of attire, applied a light touch of makeup, and took a pill meant to alleviate internal injuries. After swallowing it, he felt a sense of relief from his physical ailment and proceeded to open the door, making his way towards the living room. "Ha ha ha, it is truly a stroke of fortune for Lan to have you visit the Lan family today," exclaimed the head of the Lan family, his laughter resonating with evident joy. Though the thoughts that occupied his mind remained a mystery to all, Dr. T smiled modestly, responding, "Oh, not at all, uncle. It has been quite some time. You still carry yourself with such grace." Although his words were laced with flattery, the seriousness etched on his face suggested otherwise. To the untrained eye, it might appear genuine, yet a glance into his cold eyes would reveal his utter disregard. "What brings you here today, dear nephew?" inquired the head of the Lan family. Puzzled, Dr. T replied, "I have merely returned to Kyoto and thought to drop by." What did this old fellow think he could possibly find here? Truly perplexing. "Very well. Then, I shall extend the hospitality befitting a host to you, dear nephew, and hope you find it to your liking," the head of the Lan family said, although he could not discern Dr. T's true intentions. Nonetheless, since he was present, it was only right to treat him as an esteemed guest, thus ensuring a favorable report to the elder. Chapter 44. A visit. As Lan Feng approached the threshold of the living room, she overheard the conversation and pondered the identity of the individual who could elicit such treatment from her father. With an elegant stride, she entered the room, greeting the head of the Lan family with a respectful bow before offering Dr. T a half bow, turning to her father with gentle inquiry, "Father, did you call for me?" The head of the Lan family felt a surge of pride as he beheld his daughter, poised and dignified. He introduced her to Dr. T, saying, "Nephew, this is my eldest daughter, Lan Feng. I trust you remember her." He then turned to Lan Feng, adding, "Fenger, this is Brother Jinwen. You two met a few years ago." A flicker of confusion passed through Lan Feng's eyes, yet she followed her father's lead, addressing him, "Brother Jinwen, of course I remember you. It has been quite some time. You have become even more handsome." Dr. T, faced with the young woman before him, feigned sincerity, though internally he felt a pang of irritation. He was not fooled by her apparent recognition. It was clear she had forgotten him yet was attempting to feign familiarity. "Sister Fenger, it has indeed been some years, and you have blossomed into an even more beautiful young lady," he remarked, though he could not shake the memory of her grave injuries. Inwardly, he mused, observing her current graceful demeanor, how well she could put on an act. How could she have appeared so disheveled earlier? Was it merely a performance? Impossible, as her earlier expression had been genuine. This led him to suspect that she harbored real feelings for that man, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. The head of the Lan family, noticing their apparent recognition of one another, declared, "Fenger, do ensure you attend to our esteemed guest. I shall excuse myself from your youthful company." With that, he turned to Dr. T, saying, "Nephew, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." With a few more words, he exited, leaving Dr. T and Lan Feng in the living room, ensconced in a moment of silence where neither dared to break the stillness. The head of the Lan family departed hastily, having just received a disconcerting piece of news that demanded his immediate attention, leaving no room for further pleasantries. After a considerable amount of time, Lan Feng felt a twinge of anxiety in her heart. Her injuries had yet to heal, and now her father had insisted she accompany this guest. She could only casually inquire, "Brother Jinwen, have you just returned to Kyoto? Where did you work previously?" Upon hearing this, Dr. T raised his gaze to examine her, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing through his mind before he regained his composure and replied, "I returned just yesterday. I was previously employed in T-City. Does she know something?" "Oh, so you will be staying in Kyoto from now on?" Lan Feng asked, a hint of impatience flickering in her eyes. She had merely taken some medicine for her internal injuries and needed to circulate her energy to dissipate its effects. Otherwise, the healing process would be prolonged. Dr. T, noticing the impatience in her gaze and recalling her injury from earlier, couldn't help but smile inwardly. He decided to engage in some light banter. "Oh, Is my dear Fenger so concerned about me? He was curious to see how long she could maintain her composure. Meanwhile, Wu Yu and GMO Wuyin strolled through the bustling streets, having yet to purchase anything. Hand in hand, they moved like radiant beings, attracting attention wherever they went, though they paid no heed to the gazes of the onlookers. The recent incident had only deepened Wu Yu's affection for him, and thus she did not deter such displays of intimacy. GMO Wuyin, on the other hand, was determined to hold onto Wu Yu's hand, vowing not to release her no matter where they wandered. Suddenly, GMO Wuyin came to a halt, prompting Wu Yu to glance over curiously and ask, "What is it? Has something happened?" "Nothing, it's just time for lunch," GMO Wuyin replied, shaking his head. He merely realized it was noon, and they could dine together. Wu Yu responded. GMO Wuyin then inquired, "Where would you like to eat?" "Wu Yu, we shall go wherever you desire." He was not particularly particular about food, as long as it pleased her. "You decide." "I don't have a specific preference," Wu Yu replied, shaking her head. She was not a picky eater. GMO Wuyin affectionately ruffled her hair and suggested, "Then let us head to the nearby International Hotel. Their menu is quite extensive and the food is satisfactory." "All right, let us walk there. It's not far anyway." Wu Yu nodded, then proposed. GMO Wuyin raised an eyebrow. "Very well, it shall be as you say." With that, he took her hand and led her toward the International Hotel. Wu Yu did not resist, allowing him to guide her as they walked side by side. The Kyoto International Hotel is among the top 3 hotels in the city, boasting opulent decor and comprehensive amenities. GMO Wuyin led Wu Yu directly to the restaurant, producing a card to present to the front desk attendant. Initially, the attendant was momentarily taken aback by the approaching couple, but as she regained her composure, she was astonished by the card he offered. Her expression shifted to one of alarm as she quickly accepted it with both hands, examined it, and then returned it to him, saying respectfully, "Sir, Miss, please follow me." She then guided them to the second floor, stopping before a private dining room, opening the door and saying, "Sir, Miss, please enter." After which, she respectfully withdrew. Wu Yu and GMO Wuyin stepped inside and took their seats at the table. Curious about the attendant's demeanor, Wu Yu wondered aloud, what kind of card was that? Why was the front desk so respectful towards you? GMO Wuyin handed over the card, saying it was a gift from a friend, mentioning something about it being a VIP card. "It was my first time using one, and if you like it, consider it yours. I never expected the card to have some utility." If that friend of his were to find out, he would surely be heartbroken. Oh dear, how difficult it must be for him. To give a friend a complimentary card that he has never even used is truly perplexing. Wu Yu glanced at the card, which was indeed quite attractive, and then returned it, saying, "No, thank you, that I don't particularly enjoy dining out." GMO Wuyin reached out to take the card and said, "Let us order some dishes. What do you feel like eating?" As he spoke, he tapped the table, causing a menu to appear. "Just select whatever you desire from here." Wu Yu looked at the menu, chose a few items, and said, "I'm done. You can order the rest." GMO Wuyin examined the dishes Wu Yu had selected and added a few more, ultimately ordering 5 dishes and a soup, along with 3 plates of dim sum. Before confirming the order, he looked up at Wu Yu and remarked, "The dim sum here is quite delightful. You should give it a try later." Wu Yu nodded, and the two continued their leisurely conversation. Meanwhile, Lan Feng was truly at her wit's end. She had accompanied him for quite some time, yet he showed no signs of leaving. Fortunately, lunch hour was approaching, and she needed to hasten her recovery. Across from her, Dr. T had long noticed her impatience but chose to remain silent, instead dragging her into further conversation. Observing the almost contorted smile on her face brought him a sense of satisfaction. Reflecting on the events of yesterday, he had felt a lingering discomfort, but seeing her discomfort provided him with some relief. It wasn't until a servant entered, announcing that it was time for lunch, that Lan Feng finally exhaled in relief. She turned to Dr. T and said, "Brother Jinwen, please go ahead and enjoy your lunch. I shall take my leave now." Without waiting for his response, she swiftly exited the garden, her pace noticeably brisk. The servant beside her respectfully addressed Dr. T, saying, "Mr. Chi, please follow me." Dr. T nodded in acknowledgement, following the servant out of the garden. Chapter 45. Dining Wu Yu and GMO Wuyin were engaged in conversation within the private room when a knock sounded at the door, followed by the arrival of dishes, which were arranged neatly on the table before the servers exited, wishing them a pleasant meal. After a quick wash of their hands, they returned to their seats, and Wu Yu announced, "All right, let us eat with that." She elegantly picked up her chopsticks and began to savor the food, her movements pleasing to the eye. GMO Wuyin nodded in approval, took up his own chopsticks, and joined her in the meal. They both preferred to remain silent while dining, which suited them well. Before long, Wu Yu set down her chopsticks, took a nearby napkin to dab her mouth, and watched the man across from her as he continued to eat. After sipping some water, she finally spoke. I'm full. Take your time. In truth, she could have easily skipped eating altogether, but having grown accustomed to the ritual, she saw no reason to change, and thus, her meals were usually just a bit less substantial. Jimal Wuyin paused, setting down his chopsticks as he glanced at the half-finished dishes on the table. A slight furrow appeared on his brow as he inquired with concern, why have you eaten so little? You look so thin. It's imperative that you consume more. Just moments ago, she seemed fine, yet now she was reluctant to eat. He added, with my current cultivation level, I could go months without food. Wuyo explained, her voice rising in indignation. Moreover, I am not thin at all. I am perfectly fine, thank you very much. You truly lack discernment. Jimal Wuyin, somewhat perplexed by her response, gently asked, I have never heard of someone being able to forego meals due to their elevated cultivation. Is there some special technique involved? What can I say? The world is full of wonders, Wuyo replied, choosing not to elaborate further, as it was not the time for such discussions. She then urged him, please continue eating. There is still so much left. Recalling the traditions of his family, Jimal Wuyin nodded and fell silent. This time, he consumed his meal with remarkable speed, yet his movements remained elegant, imbued with a sense of decisiveness. Wuyo observed the rapid disappearance of the food on the table and mused to herself that he was indeed a person of swift resolve. Even his eating was executed with such efficiency. She thought that if she were to eat in such a manner, she would surely choke. When the man set down his bowl and chopsticks, he smiled and asked, Are you full? Do you need me to order more dishes? A flicker of resignation crossed Jimal Wuyin's eyes as he replied, I merely wish to avoid waste. Surely, you don't think I am a bottomless pit? He chuckled lightly. Wuyo, with a bright smile, responded, I'm only jesting. Jimal Wuyin smiled in return but remained silent, his expression betraying a hint of disbelief in her words. He then inquired, Where shall we go this afternoon? Wuyo blinked in amusement, looking at him. When did I say we would be going out this afternoon? I have many matters to attend to. Then I shall escort you home, to teach the little ones their martial arts. Upon hearing this, Jimal Wuyin's expression darkened momentarily before he proposed, Since you are not going out, I could visit your home instead. This way, I can see you and also spend time with the children. That would be quite delightful. All right, the little ones must be eager to see you, Wuyo nodded. Not disputing his suggestion as their father, he certainly had every right to visit them and teach them martial arts. Jimal Wuyin pressed a button on the table, and shortly thereafter, the manager of the restaurant entered. Having heard that a top-tier VIP patron was dining, he had intended to make an appearance, but upon learning that it was a man and a woman, he had refrained, assuming they were on a date. Nevertheless, he kept a watchful eye on the private room. As soon as the occupants finished their meal and prepared to settle the bill, he approached them, saying, Good day, sir, as you hold the hotel's premier VIP card. All expenses incurred within this establishment are complimentary. Jimal Wuyin nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Wuyo, saying, let us be off. He moved beside her, taking her hand as they exited together. Observing the two depart, the manager felt a sense of confusion and then recalled something, prompting him to hasten after them. Upon returning to the Shieling residence, Wuyo first retreated to her room, while Jimal Wuyin made his way directly to the children, engaging them in practice and light-hearted conversation. When Wuyo eventually sought them out, over 2 hours had elapsed, and the group was thoroughly engrossed in their merriment. Mummy, you're here. Shieling Hua was the first to spot her, disregarding his father's words as he hurried towards Wuyo on his little legs. The other 3 children, noticing their mother's arrival, also scampered over, exclaiming, Mummy, you're so slow. Daddy has been with us for ages. Wuyo, looking at the little ones who had rushed up to her, crouched down to embrace them, then stood up to affectionately ruffle their hair before saying, I'm so sorry, my darlings. Mummy had a bit of business to attend to, which is why I arrived late. Can you forgive me? Initially, she had intended to take a quick shower before joining them, but just as she finished, Mei had come to her with urgent matters. Otherwise, she would not have taken so long. Jimal Wuyin observed her, already aware of her approach earlier. He had simply been pondering what she was up to, wondering why she had taken so long, even suspecting she might be avoiding him. However, seeing her walk over without any unusual expression, he realized his assumptions were incorrect. She must have had something to attend to. He had not forgotten that she still had matters related to the Qingluo Palace, and with this thought, he set aside his doubts and regarded her earnestly. Shieling Hua exclaimed, Mummy, have you finished your business now? Shieling Jun inquired. Yes, Mummy, if you have something to handle, please go ahead. Daddy is here with us. Shieling Han added. Mummy, you may go, Shieling Xiao said succinctly. Listening to her children, Weo felt a warmth in her heart as she took the hands of two of them and approached Jima Wuyin, saying, "Mummy has taken care of everything, so now I'm here to be with you." She settled down with them, and the other two followed suit, arranging themselves beside her. Once she was comfortably seated, Jima Wuyin spoke, "You've arrived, you Yes. I was just caught up with a few matters," Weo replied, feeling a bit sheepish. "It's rather impolite to leave someone all alone here, but thankfully the children were with me." Jima Wuyin interrupted her, saying, There's no need for such formality between us. I understand without your needing to explain." Weo paused, taken aback by his understanding. How could he know what she was thinking? Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, she asked, "What were you discussing earlier? Weren't you teaching the children martial arts?" "Indeed. We practiced for a while, and now they're taking a brief respite," Jima Wuyin replied. Weo nodded, saying, "Oh, then please continue. I shall remain here to watch." She encouraged the children, "Go on. Mummy is right here." Jima Wuyin nodded and addressed the children. "All right, enough rest, let us continue with the practice." The children, pleased to see their mother had arrived, nodded obediently and followed Jima Wuyin to the nearby clearing to resume their training. Chapter 46. The grandfather learns. Weo sat by the side, her eyes fixed on the children as they practiced, while her mind lingered on the contents of the jade slips she had been contemplating. Time passed gradually as they practiced martial arts. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon mealtime approached, and it was not until Wang Bo entered to summon them for dinner that they realized how swiftly time had flown. Another day had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Jima Wuyin pondered whether he might stay here for the night, while Wu Yu lamented that she had only viewed a few jade slips. Junior, take the younger ones to wash their hands first, and then we shall proceed to the dining hall, Wu Yu instructed the little ones. Turning to Jima Wuyin, she added, "Let us head over now." "All right, Mommy," Shi Ling Jun replied, turning to her brothers, let us wash our hands first." With that, she led the way ahead of them. "Okay." Although Jima Wuyin felt a slight discomfort at her address, he nonetheless responded, but after a moment, he added, "You can call me Wuyin. That feels too distant." Wu Yu nodded, replying, "All right, I understand." In truth, she too had felt somewhat odd when she first called him that, but it felt much more comfortable now. Seeing her acceptance, Jima Wuyin's heart swelled with quiet joy, and his expression softened considerably as he gently said, Shall we go now?" "The little ones must have finished washing their hands by now," Wu Yu affirmed, leading the way while Jima Wuyin followed closely behind as they made their way to the dining hall. They soon arrived at the dining hall, where indeed the little ones were already seated at the table, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing them approach, they called out, "Daddy, Mommy, hurry! The dishes are about to be served." Wang Bo, noticing their arrival, promptly instructed the staff to serve the food, and soon the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. After washing their hands, Wu Yu and Jima Wuyin took their seats at the table. Wu Yu was the first to speak. "Little ones, let us begin." Then turning to Jima Wuyin, she remarked, "Wuyin, this meal was prepared by Aunt Wang. It is quite delightful, so do indulge." With that, she began to eat joyfully. Hearing Wu Yu's words, Jima Wuyin also began to partake in the meal before him, reflecting that she was indeed correct. The flavors were exquisite and left him feeling quite content. He considered how Wu Yu consumed such meals daily at home, while the fare at the hotel today seemed utterly bland in comparison. No wonder she had eaten so little at lunch. Unbeknownst to him, the dishes had been enhanced with the elixir of life, capable not only of extending one's lifespan but also of augmenting one's cultivation, a privilege not afforded to everyone. He anticipated even greater surprises upon his return home. Noticing the dishes that Wu Yu relished, Jima Wuyin picked up some with his chopsticks and placed them in her bowl. He then served the little ones before continuing to eat himself. "Thank you." Wu Yu glanced at the additional food in her bowl, her expression momentarily awkward as she looked up at him. Upon seeing him serve the little ones as well, she sought to mask her expression by also serving them some of their favorite dishes before resuming her own meal. "Thank you, Daddy." The little ones, first delighted by their father's servings and then by their mother's, chorused, "Thank you, Mommy." After several individuals concluded their meal, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Jima Wuyin pondered for a moment and decided to return home that evening, as he had matters to attend to. Having spent the entire day here, he reasoned that coming back tomorrow would yield the same result. "It is getting late. I shall take my leave now and will return tomorrow," Jima Wuyin said with a hint of reluctance. "All right, you may head back first," Ewer responded. He acknowledged with a soft utterance, casting a gentle gaze upon her without uttering another word. Ewer, feeling somewhat bashful under his gaze, hurriedly proposed, "Let me see you out." As she spoke, she stepped outside. Jima Wuyin observed her retreating figure, a smile gracing his eyes as he softly addressed the little ones. "Be good, my darlings. Father shall return to see you tomorrow. The children nodded in understanding, their little voices chiming, Goodbye, Father. Jima Wuin, charmed by their obedient demeanor, affectionately ruffled their hair before striding out. He swiftly caught up with Yuer, grasping her hand and inquiring, Yuer, your fourth brother is well now. Right, Mim? He is fine now, Yuer replied. That is good to hear. As the two traversed the peach forest, Yuer guided him to the entrance, where they paused. Jima Wuin turned to Yuer and said, Yuer, you should go in first. Yuer nodded, preparing to turn back inside when, unexpectedly, she was drawn into an embrace. Momentarily taken aback, she felt a cool sensation on her forehead as something soft pressed against it. Jima Wuin released her and gently ushered her inside. Whispering tenderly, Rest early, good night. He then closed the door behind her. It was only upon hearing the doors closing that Yuer regained her senses, her face flushed with warmth and a flicker of irritation flashing in her eyes. Her mind replayed the embrace and the kiss, stirring a gentle tumult within her heart. Jima Wuin settled into his car, recalling Yuer's expression, a soft smile emerging on his face. He had not anticipated her to be so adorably dazed. He wondered if she had regained her composure yet. Pressing the accelerator, he drove towards home, arriving shortly thereafter. After parking outside, he entered the house, greeted by a chorus of voices, and quickly made his way inside. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted an elderly man and a youth engrossed in a game of chess. Seeing Jima Wuin return, the elder inquired, You rascal, where have you been? We haven't seen you all day. The youth, Yun-E, suddenly appeared to have made a discovery, rising to approach Jima Wuin, glancing around before confidently asserting, You went to see her, didn't you? How is she? Is she beautiful? Did she recognize you? The elder's interest piqued. He eagerly questioned, Who did you meet? Is she my future granddaughter-in-law? Jima Wuin regarded them with a mere nod. Not only did she recognize him, but she had also given birth to several little treasures. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a warm glow emanated from him, his expression softening further, and his eyes sparkling with tenderness. The two, anxiously awaiting his response, were left agape, nearly believing he had been possessed by some spirit. Exchanging glances, they each discerned the words bewitched in the other's eyes, hastily asking, Xiao-in, what is the matter with you? Gazing at the two faces before him, the expression on Jima Wuin's countenance abruptly hardened. Transforming him back into his former frigid demeanor, he coldly inquired, What are you doing? Why are you so close for no reason? I wish to ask you the same. Just moments ago, his expression had been soft and tender. What had crossed his mind? Yuni remarked, This lad's expression is so tumultuous. He must be thinking of something improper. If Jima Wuin were aware of his thoughts, he would surely deliver a sound thrashing. What does he mean by something improper? He was merely contemplating those few children, which had momentarily softened his expression. It was far from the lewd notions Yuni imagined. Jima Wuin shot him a disdainful glance and addressed the elderly gentleman directly. Grandfather, you are about to become a great-grandfather. He figured that the old man would find out sooner or later. So why not enlighten him now, allowing him a moment of joy and relieving him of his incessant worries? Chapter 47. The shocking revelation at this, not only was the elderly gentleman taken aback, but even the usually jovial Yun-E was left stunned. If someone were to enter at that moment, they would witness two men standing there in a comical daze. Observing their expressions, Jima Wuin had no intention of rousing them from their stupor. Let them revel in his misfortune, as they were now astounded by his proclamation. After a considerable pause, the old man finally regained his composure, his voice trembling as he asked, Why, you truly mean it? I am to become a great-grandfather, and you are to become a father. He might have thought he had misheard. After longing for so long for a granddaughter-in-law, now he was to have a great-grandson as well. It all felt surreal beside him. Yuni also came back to reality, incredulity evident in his eyes as he stammered to Jima Wuin, Junior brother, it cannot possibly mean that, the one from 6 years ago. It was truly astonishing that the events from 6 years prior had not only led this lad to find a wife, but had also resulted in a disciple of his own. Just thinking about it was utterly unbelievable. He remained oblivious to the fact that he had not merely one nephew but 4. Were he to find out, his expression would surely be even more spectacular. Indeed, grandfather, you are to become a great-grandfather in a couple of days. I shall bring them over for you to meet, Jima Wuin replied, disregarding Yun-E and merely nodding at the elderly gentleman. Upon hearing this, the old man felt a rush of urgency. Why in a couple of days? What do they look like? How old are they? Where's your granddaughter-in-law from? Why have I not heard you mention her before? His face flushed with indignation as he furrowed his brow, demanding loudly, "What is the meaning of this? You must explain everything to me in detail. Grandfather, please sit down first. I will recount everything from the beginning," GMO Wuyin calmly stated as he moved to a nearby seat, showing no concern for the old man's fury. Observing the exchange between the grandfather and grandson, Yun-E instinctively took a step back, choosing to listen quietly rather than interject, eager to glean the information he sought. The elderly gentleman, compelled by GMO Wuin's words, had no choice but to take a seat, his gaze fixed upon him. "Very well, proceed," he urged. 6 years ago, there was a period when I traveled to T-City for some matters, and by sheer misfortune, I fell victim to someone else's drug. Coincidentally, I encountered Wuyo during that time. However, when I awakened the next day, she had vanished without a trace. For many years, I searched for her, and only recently did I finally uncover a lead, with the assistance of my senior brother. It was through this help that I located her, only to discover that she had given birth to several sons for me. This is how the events unfolded. Jima Wuyin slowly recounted his story with Wuyo, his expression growing increasingly tender and his gaze filled with affection as he spoke. Listening to his grandson, the old man felt a wave of emotion swell within him. He never anticipated encountering such a remarkable young woman who would choose to bear children and raise them alone. With this thought, he developed a fondness for her, a girl of both courage and intellect, truly deserving of the years his grandson had spent searching. Given your grandson's capabilities, it is surprising he couldn't find her. It seems her background is not simple, he mused, suddenly inquiring. What does Wuyo's family do? Yun-E, initially attentive, soon found himself in a state of shock. Wait, it seemed he had misheard. What had he just heard? Several sons? What was this situation? Junior brother, how many sons are you referring to? Yun-E asked, astonished that his friend had been so fortunate as to have several heirs in one go. The old man also recalled the mention of several sons. Glancing at him in surprise, Jima Wuyin smiled and replied, "Frat Wuyo has given me 4 sons. Pausing for a moment, he added, "And they are all quite adorable, handsome, and well-behaved." Both men gasped in astonishment, one in joy, the other in shock, exhibiting expressions that were in stark contrast to one another, which appeared quite peculiar. Wuyo hails from one of the 4 prominent families, the Shilling clan, Jima Wuyin continued. Yun-E chimed in, "Her family is no ordinary one. There are quite a few cultivators among them." This revelation left the old man astounded, his expression shifting as he pondered the implications. The Shilling family, the most enigmatic of clans, had cultivators among them? No wonder his grandson had struggled to locate her. He also reflected on the several great-grandsons. It was astonishing that such a prestigious family would preserve their lineage. Could there be some hidden truths at play? Upon observing the old man's contemplative expression, Jima Wuyin realized he had gone off on a tangent. Stealing a glance at Yun-E, he clarified, "Grandfather, where are your thoughts drifting? Their family is likely different from others. Rest assured, your granddaughter-in-law is a remarkable person. Although their family is extraordinary, based on my experiences with Wuyo and the children, I do not perceive them as malevolent individuals. Wuyo herself embodies the elegance of a noble lineage, and as for the little ones, they are well-mannered and respectful, especially since they are my sons." Yun-E, catching the gaze of his junior brother, felt a shiver run down his spine but quickly regained his composure. Thinking that what he said was indeed the truth, there was nothing to fear. Hearing his grandson's reassurances, the old man felt reassured. His grandson never lied or deceived him. Having cultivators in the family was not a concern. In the face of impending calamity, such abilities could provide protection. It appeared he had indeed found a good child, and he looked forward to meeting her properly in due time. Keep these thoughts to yourself, but when will you bring your granddaughter-in-law back for me to see? And don't forget to bring along a few great-grandchildren as well. Perhaps tomorrow. I must first consult Wuyo," Jima Wuyin remarked, uncertain whether Wuyo would agree to meet grandfather, or if she would bring the children along, hence his vague response. Yun-E teasingly interjected, "Oh, junior brother, and you're not even married yet. Are you already becoming a henpecked husband?" The old man observed him, the tenderness on his face revealing his fondness for Wuyo, which eased his heart as long as it was not solely for the sake of the children. It was commendable that he had searched for 6 years. That was no trifling matter. His devotion was indeed rare. "All right then, tomorrow it shall be," the old man declared before inquiring, "Where do they reside? If the granddaughter-in-law is unwilling, I could always visit them myself." It was not far. A mere 10-minute walk would suffice. Jima Wuyin did not spare a glance at Yun-E, merely stating, "Let us see what else they inquire about." He hastily added, "I must take my leave now, as I have other matters to attend to." With that, he strode purposefully towards his room without pausing. "Hey, you little rascal, You Haven T mentioned the specific location. The old man called after him, feeling a pang of discomfort at his grandson's abrupt departure. Glancing back, he noticed Yuni had yet to leave and asked, do you happen to know where my granddaughter-in-law's family resides? Grandfather, I'm afraid I do not. Please don't ask me. I have my own affairs to attend to. I'll visit again next time. Yuni quickly shook his head and swiftly exited, as if pursued by unseen forces. Left behind, the old man fumed in the courtyard, nearly trembling with indignation, muttering about these mischievous brats. Before retreating to his own chamber, Chapter 48. A strategy to cope. Upon returning to his room, Jima Wuyin intended to freshen up but felt a warmth in his dantian. He promptly seated himself to circulate his energy. After some time, he ceased, discovering a significant enhancement in his internal power, which had also become much purer. Reflecting on the day's events, he harbored a suspicion, uncertain of its validity, contemplating that tomorrow's inquiries would provide clarity. Noticing the grime on his body, he arose to cleanse himself, then proceeded to his study. His room was spacious, featuring a private study for convenience. Upon entering the study, Jima Wuyin retrieved a book to peruse. After a while, he suddenly set it aside and called, "Come out." He then inquired, "Have you found anything?" And having just entered the study, heard his master's voice and felt a shadow pass over his eyes. Realizing that his master's martial prowess had grown even stronger, "Master, I have discovered that the woman from this morning is the eldest daughter of the Lan family, one of the 4 great clans, Lan Feng." Jima Wuyin nodded, asking further, "What of the benefactor she spoke of?" "It pertains to the incident 6 years ago in T-City when you were drugged. After you emerged from that place, you inadvertently assisted that woman. She too had been drugged, and as fortune would have it, you passed by and injured that man, which is why she referred to you as her benefactor." And recounted the findings he had gathered. Jima Wuyin remained enveloped in silence, struggling to recall how he had come to save a life. He pursed his lips and murmured, "We must keep a vigilant eye on that woman. I fear she may conspire against you. For now, let us observe. If she truly intends to harm you, I shall show no mercy. Yet, as she has yet to take action, I must bide my time." "Understood, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements," replied an his voice devoid of any inflection. Jima Wuyin narrowed his eyes, a tumult of dark thoughts swirling within, obscuring his true intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What method might those individuals in T-City be employing to perish so quietly and mysteriously?" "I am at a loss as well," and responded, genuinely perplexed. The deceased exhibit expressions of sheer terror and agony in their eyes, yet their bodies bear no wounds. It is indeed a perplexing enigma. Upon hearing Yi's reply, Jima Wuyin felt no surprise nor spoke further, merely closing his eyes, pondering the matter, which he suspected was linked to Yuer's elder brother. He had not anticipated such methods being employed. Surely, those individuals would now think twice before acting recklessly. Meanwhile, the head of the Lan family had only received news from T-City that morning while engaged in a meeting with guests. Due to the inopportune timing, he had delayed his response. To his astonishment, upon reviewing the content of the message, his expression shifted dramatically, dread pooling in his heart. After a prolonged moment, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Shilling family, I shall not let this matter rest." With that, he sank into his seat, contemplating his next course of action. The Shilling clan had evidently become aware of the situation, for they would not have targeted his people otherwise. Now, they had uprooted his allies, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. Reflecting on the origin of this predicament, he recognized that it had stemmed from his own actions, and thus, any retaliation on their part was justified. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. How could he have overlooked the presence of his lord's godson? Surely, he would lend his assistance. Reassessing the situation in his mind, he gradually regained his composure. After a brief interval, he called out, "Someone, please inquire if lunch is ready." "Yes, my lord," the steward responded from outside the door. Before long, the messenger returned, and the steward announced to those within, "My lord, the meal has been prepared. Shall we proceed to dine?" Lan family head opened the door and stepped out, stating, "Please invite young Master Qi to join us for lunch, but do not summon the young lady. Such matters are not suitable for her involvement." "Understood, my lord," the steward replied. In the dining hall, when Dr. T arrived, accompanied by a servant, he found the head of the Lan family already seated. Noticing Dr. T's entrance, he quickly gestured for him to take a seat. "Dear nephew, please sit. I apologize for my lack of hospitality today. I hope you will forgive me. I shall raise a few glasses shortly to make amends." "Not at all, Uncle Lan. It is only natural that a head of the family has much on his plate," Dr. T responded politely. Hearing this, The Lon family head felt a surge of joy, his expression softening with affection as he remarked, "Nephew, you are truly wise. A man of your caliber is a great blessing for any parent." Upon hearing the words of the head of the Lon family, Dr. T's tone became increasingly courteous. "Oh, not at all, uncle. You flatter me, and my master often says that having a first-rate talent from Kyoto as an uncle is truly enviable." His tone was calm and gentle, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. Indeed, upon hearing this, the head of the Lon family immediately broke into a smile. "And why, dear nephew, you overpraise me." Although his words suggested modesty, the pride in his tone clearly indicated that he appreciated Dr. T's remarks. He continued, "Nephew, the dishes on this table have all been prepared by renowned chefs. Do sample them, and if you find them to your liking, please indulge." "Certainly, uncle, I shall not hold back," Dr. T replied with a nod, picking up his chopsticks to begin his meal. Thus, the two engaged in a delightful exchange of compliments, making the lunch quite harmonious. As for the matters the head of the Lon family wished to discuss, they would have to wait until the meal was concluded. Once they finished dining, the head of the Lon family spoke, "My dear nephew, I now have some matters I would like to consult you about. I wonder if you have the time?" Dr. T nodded, replying, "Of course, uncle. What would you like to inquire about?" This old fellow truly seemed ineffectual. It appeared that my master's assessment was indeed accurate. "My dear nephew, this is not the appropriate place for such discussions. Please follow me," the head of the Lon family stated with gravity, his expression serious. Dr. T nodded in agreement. "Very well, lead the way." After receiving his confirmation, the head of the Lon family proceeded toward the study, with Dr. T following silently, his face devoid of expression, while internally contemplating what was to be said and what actions might be taken. Upon entering the study and taking their respective seats, the head of the Lon family relayed the news he had received that day. Dr. T's gaze shifted slightly upon hearing it, yet his expression remained unchanged. He was preoccupied with thoughts of whether he had left any clues behind. Fortunately, there was nothing of importance on his computer. Otherwise, his master's efforts would suffer a significant blow, and he himself would not fare well either. The mere thought of this made his countenance darken considerably. Noticing Dr. T lost in contemplation, the head of the Lon family grew somewhat anxious and could not help but raise his voice. "My dear nephew, have you come up with a solution?" Dr. T snapped back to attention, observing the head of the Lon family's anxious demeanor. While internally scornful, he responded, "Uncle, there is no need for concern. The Schilling family merely suspects a connection with the Lon family. However, they have no solid leads, so they will not take any action against you. They will simply conduct a routine investigation. Just ensure that your people remain vigilant to prevent them from uncovering anything. Whether or not there were any leads would ultimately depend on his own actions." Upon hearing this, the head of the Lon family felt a sense of relief. Indeed, they had no evidence linking the matter to their family, so there was no cause for worry. He immediately expressed his gratitude to Dr. T, saying, "My dear nephew, I cannot thank you enough. Uncle, your praise is unwarranted. I have merely encountered similar situations before. I believe you would have come to the same conclusion shortly." Dr. T humbly replied, "Ha ha ha." Chapter 49. The couple's initial encounter. After Yuni swiftly departed, it dawned upon him that he had come today to seek out GMO Wuin. How fortuitous, he pondered. For although he had left matters unspoken, he had nonetheless received this splendid piece of news. However, it was indeed quite unexpected. Should he go and see that woman first? And what of those several supposedly endearing disciples? After some consideration, he opted against it, as the thought of being discovered by his junior brother was rather daunting. Alas! It was truly lamentable that he, as the elder brother, harbored such trepidation towards his junior. Merely contemplating it stirred a pang of sorrow within him. With such sentiments weighing on his heart, he drifted away, somewhat melancholic. Meanwhile, on the other side, after sending GMO Wuin off, Wuyo absent-mindedly played with the little ones for a spell. Once they had settled down to rest, she returned to her chamber and entered her sanctuary. Reflecting on the day's outing with him, she sensed a subtle shift in their relationship, albeit a minor one. The sudden appearance of that woman came to mind, and she recalled the slight discomfort that had surged within her upon seeing her. It was then that she realized her feelings for him, though modest, were undeniably present. She had faith that in the days to come, he would continue to endear himself to her, for he possessed a unique charm all his OWNs for that woman. Despite her cunning nature, she was but a triviality in the face of overwhelming strength. Nevertheless, Wuyo chose to keep this matter close to her heart, uncertain if that woman might seek to cause her trouble. The memory of the woman's gaze stirred a foreboding sense within her, suggesting that this affair was far from over. With a faint smile, she turned and entered the training room, settling down cross-legged to engage in her daily cultivation. On another front, Shi Lingyu and his wife were also troubled by Wu You's situation. The events unfolded as follows. Yesterday afternoon, the couple received an unexpected call from the steward, informing them that a man resembling their grandson had come to see Xiao Yu. The steward, perplexed, relayed that Xiao Yu had allowed him to meet their grandson, yet he departed shortly thereafter. This revelation left them both feeling that something significant might be afoot, though they could not ascertain precisely what, and thus decided to wait and see. Little did they know, today at noon, the steward called again, stating that Yu had left with that man, which struck the couple as quite strange, igniting a sense of urgency that their cherished daughter might be at risk of being taken away. However, they found themselves at a loss as to how to broach the subject with Xiao Yu. What if their inquiries only exacerbated the situation? Pray tell, who was that man? Yu Exine inquired of Shi Lingyu. He shook his head, a frown creasing his brow as he replied, I am uncertain. Could it be that Junera's father has come looking for her? Yet, in his heart, he mused that he had seemingly instructed someone to intercept him. How could he still be found? Junera's father, Yugu, did you not assert that this matter had been taken care of? How then could he still manage to come knocking at our door? Yu Exine remarked with a slight twitch of her brow, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded him as he caught sight of his wife's teasing gaze. Shi Lingyu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he retorted defensively, perhaps they merely crossed paths along the way. How can this be laid at my feet? After a moment of silence, Yu Exine spoke with a serious tone, Yugu, I believe it would be best to allow Xiao Yu to handle this matter directly. Observing his intent to speak, she hastily interrupted, saying, Hold your tongue for a moment. Allow me to finish. Little Yu has grown up now and harbors her own ideas. The fact that she has not confided in us suggests that this matter is not of great significance. If that is the case, perhaps it is better for us to remain uninvolved. When the time is ripe, she will reveal it to us herself. Are you not concerned that little Yu might be taken away by that boy? Asked Shi Lingyu, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Typically, she, as a mother, dotes on her daughter. So why this change? Yu Exine shot him a glare, thinking how increasingly muddled he had become, and swiftly remarked, Do you believe you can accompany your daughter for a lifetime? Let us first observe this man and see how little Yu chooses to act. Only then can we make a decision. Are you suggesting that our daughter should spend time with him and, if suitable, allow them to be together? Shi Lingyu inquired, albeit with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction, which he reluctantly accepted. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, What about Yuan and his group? I hardly think this approach will be effective. I fear it may lead to conflict. Yu Exine pondered for a moment before responding, They are already adults. They ought to comprehend the boundaries. We should not interfere. Regardless of the outcome, our precious daughter will not suffer. However, that man certainly will not have it easy. After all, it is his intention to take our treasure. If he is unaware of the trials ahead, then he will learn soon enough. Shi Lingyu nodded, agreeing that this plan was acceptable. Seeing his agreement, Yu Exine smiled faintly, realizing this was the extent of her assistance. Ever since she learned that her daughter would be out shopping with him, she suspected little Yu might have developed feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not be paying him any mind. She would simply help her daughter navigate these minor troubles, trusting that those boys would instinctively know how to treat little Yu well, with a playful laugh. She said, Yugu, what do you think our sons will do? Shi Lingyu shook his head. I cannot say it seems there will be trials ahead, but I have no doubt that our sons are capable. It was certain that they need only wait and observe how events unfold. Yu Exine nodded, reflecting that things easily obtained often lack appreciation. It is only through trials that one learns to cherish what they have. Shi Lingyu responded affirmatively, very well. Once we find that individual, we shall inquire about little Yu, and that as long as we locate him, everything should resolve itself. Agreed, Yu Exine concurred, recognizing this as the most prudent course of action. They were not mistaken in their thoughts. Shi Lingyu was already aware of the situation, albeit a bit late. Considering the news he had just received, it seemed the man who should seek little Mei was the one from the previous morning. He had not anticipated such swift action, and judging by little Mei's expression yesterday, she did not appear to harbor any dislike for him. He had no objections to her dating, but the fact that this man was the father of his nephews complicated matters. Reflecting on the interventions of recent years, he suspected his father had also attempted to intervene, yet it appeared this man had still encountered little Mei. Now, he needed to carefully contemplate how to test this man. The following morning, as Jima Wuyin descended the stairs, he beheld the elderly gentleman seated upon the sofa, his gaze incessantly directed upwards. Upon noticing Jima's arrival, the old man's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, You rascal, why are you up so late? Hurry and fetch back my granddaughter-in-law and great-grandchild, grandfather. It's still early, Jima Wuyin replied with a hint of amusement. The old man's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, Early? You need to go and bring them back at once. If you fail to do so, I shall accompany you myself, for I long to meet my precious great-grandson sooner rather than later. Very well, I shall go after I finish my breakfast, Jima Wuyin responded. After partaking in his meal, he stepped outside, under the watchful gaze of his expectant grandfather. Chapter 50. A meeting at 8 in the morning. Wuyo rose and, having refreshed herself, was enjoying breakfast with the little ones when she heard the announcement from downstairs that Mr. Jima had arrived, leaving her quite astonished. The nearby children perked up at the news, with Xilinghua exclaiming, Mummy, Daddy is here. Indeed. Your father has come. Please continue your breakfast while I check whether he has any matters to discuss with me, Wuyo replied, sensing that his early visit must surely pertain to something important. Xilingjun nodded, saying, Mummy, do go. We will finish soon and come to find you. The other children chimed in agreement. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Once you have finished, do join me, Wuyo said, observing their obedient demeanor. As she departed from her seat and made her way to the living room, Jima Wuyin arrived at the Shieling residence and learned that they were still at breakfast. Deciding to wait until they had finished, he contemplated how to broach the subject with Wuyo. Just as he settled in, Wuyo approached him. What brings you here so early? She inquired, her expression one of curiosity. Jima Wuyin, taken aback by her swift arrival, felt a fleeting warmth in his heart as he gazed at her tenderly. Aren't you having breakfast? Why have you come? He replied, continuing, I do have a matter to discuss, though it is not of great significance. Your breakfast is of utmost importance. Should the old gentleman overhear such a remark, he would surely give this young man a good scolding. I have already finished. It is merely the little ones who are still eating, Wuyo said, her heart racing under his gaze. But what could possibly be so urgent that you arrived at this hour? Jima Wuyin's eyes remained fixed upon her as he leaned in closer, gently declaring, I missed you, which is why I came so early. With that, he reached out to tenderly grasp her hand, resting it in his palm. How delightful it feels to touch. Startled by his sudden gesture, Wuyo tugged at her hand, unable to break free, and playfully chided, What are you doing? Her expression turned slightly bashful, though it quickly settled back into calm. Observing her demeanor, Jima Wuyin felt a pang of regret. It had only been a few days since they had met. Yet, her ever-calm expression struck him as distant, as though she were too ethereal for this world, evoking a fear that if he did not hold on tightly to her, she might vanish. Despite the existence of their 4 little ones, their relationship needed to be nurtured anew from the very beginning. He was at a loss as to how to pursue her, so he could only do his utmost to treat her well, gradually getting to know one another, hoping that everything would unfold naturally in due course. Thus, he refrained from getting too close, fearing that he might startle her. Speak up, is there something amiss? Wuyo inquired, finishing her question with a warning. Do not speak recklessly. Jima Wuyin took her hand and led her to a nearby seat before he began to speak. My grandfather wishes to meet you and Juner. How could your grandfather possibly know about us? Wuyo exclaimed, taken aback, her cheeks flushing with surprise as she questioned him. When I returned from your place yesterday, I was so elated that I could not conceal my feelings. My grandfather happened to be home and noticed it. He then inquired, and I thought there was nothing to hide, so I told him directly. Jima Wuyin recounted the events, pausing briefly before continuing. Upon hearing about our relationship, my grandfather was eager to meet you at once. It was only because I suggested that an evening visit might not be appropriate that he refrained from sending me over. Otherwise, I would have come to see you last night. As it stands, he insisted that I come this morning, stating that if I could not meet you, there would be no need for my return. He certainly could not mention that he had been the one to inform the old gentleman. With the elder's assistance, it seemed that Wuyo would soon agree to marry him. Upon hearing his words, Wuyo felt a twinge of unease, yet could not pinpoint the reason. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, Let me consult the little ones first, and then we will see. Meeting or not is inconsequential. We shall encounter each other sooner or later. Jima Wuyin was somewhat taken aback by her response but felt a surge of joy within him. He tightened his grip on her hand and asked, Are you implying that you consent, that you do not oppose? He had thought she would be reluctant to agree. Wuyo nodded, responding candidly, Indeed. What is there to oppose? Your grandfather is also the great-grandfather of Juner and the others. I have no grounds for opposition. She was not one of those unreasonable individuals. The eagerness of the old gentleman indicated that he would surely hold affection for Juner and the others. Otherwise, he would not have expressed a desire to meet them so soon. Moreover, this matter was ultimately her concern. She had long prevented those individuals from approaching him, which was why he had not found them sooner. or else their circumstances would not be as they were now. Jima Wuyin could see from her expression that she had not fully grasped his words, but it mattered not. Once she met his grandfather, she would naturally understand. The old gentleman was even more impatient regarding his marriage than he was at that moment. Junior and the others had finished their breakfast and entered, greeting Jima Wuyin with cheerful shouts of "Daddy, good morning." Each little one spoke with such politeness, looking exceedingly adorable. "Good morning, my little ones," Jima Wuyin replied, his heart brimming with joy as he observed the children. "All right, come here. Daddy has something to ask you today. And you must answer seriously, do you understand?" Wuyo interjected, then turned to Jima Wuyin, saying, "You can speak to them yourself." She took a seat nearby, watching. "Understood." The children chimed in unison, their voices melodious and pleasing to the ear. Their curious gazes fixed upon Jima Wuyin, eager to know what question awaited them. Jima Wuyin looked at them and pondered for a moment before directly saying, "Children, your great-grandfather, who is also your father's grandfather, is very eager to meet you. Would you like to accompany your father to see him?" "Dad, is great-grandfather well?" Shi Linghua inquired. "Then why didn't he come today?" Shi Lingjun asked with a serious tone. "Where does great-grandfather live? Is it far from home?" Shi Lingxiu questioned. "Will you take us with you?" "What about Mom?" Shi Lingrong asked. Jima Wuyin responded to each question in turn. "Your great-grandfather is a wonderful person. He didn't come today because he was worried you might not like him, of course. He lives with your father, and your mother will join us shortly." Upon hearing this, the children nodded in unison and said, "Since Mommy is going, then we must go too, will you?" Listening to their conversation, spoke up. "All right, then let us set off immediately," Jima Wuyin inquired. Do they need to bring anything?" "Generally, when taking children out, one must prepare many things. No need. They are very well behaved." Wuyu shook her head, confident in her obedient and sensible children, finding no reason for any fuss. Jima Wuyin observed the children, all clean and neatly standing there, which was quite endearing, and chose not to say more. The two then led the little ones out, and as they walked down the path of the courtyard, a scene unfolded. A perfectly matched couple accompanied by 4 adorable children who bore a striking resemblance to one another, prompting passers-by to pause for a moment. Wuyu, of course, noticed the gazes upon them but paid them no mind until she heard a voice exclaim, "We've arrived." Wuyu halted, gazing at the courtyard before her, allowing the children to step ahead while she and Jima Wuyin followed closely behind. Chapter 51. A family reunion. To their surprise, as soon as they entered, an elderly man swiftly approached the children, exclaiming, "Oh my dear grandchildren, how adorable you are." As he spoke, he reached out to touch one and then another, his gestures eliciting a mix of amusement and concern. Wuyu was startled, nearly ready to react defensively, but she calmed down upon seeing Jima Wuyin remain composed. Observing the elderly man before her, calling him old seemed a bit of an understatement. Although his hair was somewhat grizzled, he appeared vigorous. His eyes deep and filled with untold stories, indicating a man of great depth and experience. Jima Wuyin also noticed the scene but hadn't anticipated this side of the old man. Witnessing the commotion, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth and remarked, "Grandfather, please don't frighten them." He then reassured Wuyu, "Don't be afraid. He is just a bit eccentric. It will settle down shortly." He had noticed Wuyu's initial reaction, and thankfully, she trusted him. Turning his attention back to the children, he realized they were not frightened at all and admired their calmness in the face of such unexpected behavior. In truth, the children had been startled at first, but they soon heard the old man's endearing terms of endearment. They surmised that the seemingly deranged old man might be their great-grandfather, which alleviated their fears. Yet they remained somewhat curious, their gazes fixed upon him. Unbeknownst to the old gentleman, who was blissfully unaware of his great-grandchildren's thoughts, he felt a surge of joy in his heart upon seeing that they were unafraid. Almost overwhelmed with the desire to embrace them affectionately, it was only upon hearing his grandson's words that he remembered the presence of his granddaughter-in-law nearby. Instantly, he composed his expression, allowing his demeanor to normalize considerably. His gaze shifted towards Wuyo, laden with a scrutinizing glimmer, as he exuded an imposing aura that pressed down upon her. Wuyo, observing the old man's penetrating stare, felt no particular sentiment in response, nor did she regard his overwhelming aura with any concern. His presence was still less formidable than that of her father. Moreover, she should not be forgotten as a cultivator herself. Her, his aura was merely akin to that of a peak foundation establishment, easily dispelled. "Grandfather, you were just about to obstruct Jima Wuyin," he mused internally, caught by surprise at Wuyo's profound cultivation level, effortlessly neutralizing the pressure he had released. It seemed his senior brother was indeed correct. Wuyo was the cultivator he had mentioned. prompting him to strive harder. The old gentleman regarded the young girl across from him, who had so effortlessly absorbed his imposing presence, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Accompanied by a sense of surprise within, he exclaimed "Good" 3 times in succession, then warmly addressed her. "You must be the little girl Wuyo. Come, sit down and join this old man for a cup of tea." With that, he ambled over to a nearby tea table, settling into a chair with half-closed eyes. Wuyo glanced at Jima Wuyin, and upon his nod, she approached and took a seat opposite him. She deftly began to brew tea, her movements graceful and fluid, unmistakably the work of an adept. Before long, Wuyo had prepared the tea, pouring a cup for the old gentleman first, her voice bright as she said, "Jima Grandpa, do sample this." She then filled the remaining cups, casting a glance at Jima Wuyin. The old man showed no hesitation, lifting his cup and taking a sip, closing his eyes momentarily to savor the flavor. "Child, quite excellent," he remarked. "A delightful girl, indeed. Handsome in appearance, not lacking in ability, poised and dignified. That rascal is truly fortunate." Meanwhile, Jima Wuyin had guided the children to sit aside as Wuyo brewed the tea, admiring her graceful actions. Once she finished, he too took a cup, savoring the fragrant infusion. It was unexpected that Wuyo had such expertise in tea brewing. It seemed he would need to delve deeper into her talents in the future. Observing the children beside him, Jima Wuyin inquired, "Junior, would you like some tea?" Shieling June and the others, seated nearby, nodded in unison, responding, "We would like some." Naturally, they were eager to drink the tea brewed by their mother. Jima Wuyin, unfazed by their enthusiasm, simply served them each a cup, allowing them to sip at their leisure. The children received their cups, taking small sips and breaking into smiles. They then obediently remained nearby. Listening to the adults' converse, as for the old gentleman's remarks, Wuyo merely smiled, choosing not to respond. She understood well what he meant by his flattering words, yet to her, it posed no challenge. The old man displayed not a hint of emotion in his gaze towards Wuyo. His face adorned with a gentle smile, a flicker of intrigue stirred within him. His eyes momentarily alight with a glimmer of realization upon encountering a little fox. He commanded, "Child, from now on, you shall call me grandfather. We shall inevitably become one family." Upon hearing this, Wuyo felt a slight blush creep across her cheeks, her eyes shimmering with fleeting light as she nodded in agreement. "Yes, grandfather." It suddenly dawned on her that her visit today was not solely to see the little ones. She ought to be included as well. Contemplating this, she mentally tallied a gesture for the old man. Although it was a matter of time, she felt a tinge of embarrassment in this direct approach. Well, the old man chuckled heartily 3 times, glancing at the children beside him. "You youngsters, I shall leave you be. Let these little ones entertain this old fellow for a while." With a warm gaze fixed upon them, he spoke. Wuyo's eyes flickered as she instructed the children sitting nearby, "Junior, take your brothers along to play with great-grandfather. Mummy will call for you when it's time to leave." She suddenly thought of a gift for the old man. Shilling June nodded. "All right, Mummy." He then turned to his younger brothers and said, "Let us go, brothers. We shall keep great-grandfather company." The little ones nodded in agreement and followed their elder brother towards their great-grandfather. Observing the children before him, the old man rose, leading them inside while engaging in cheerful conversation. The scene radiated warmth and affection. Jima Wuyin watched this heartwarming tableau, feeling a swell of emotion within. It had been far too long since he had witnessed his grandfather's joy, all thanks to her. With this thought, he glanced back at the figure seated and sipping tea, his gaze laden with complexity as he spoke. "Wuyo, thank you. Thank you for bringing them into this world, for being the one who did so, for nurturing them so beautifully, and for granting me the opportunity to become the happiest man in existence." "What for?" Wuyo blinked, her eyes glinting with intrigue. She understood his sentiments, yet the little ones were also her treasures. She did not require his gratitude. Listening to her response, Jima Wuyin perceived her expression and recognized that she comprehended the essence of his words. With a fond gaze, he replied, "It's nothing, merely my gratitude for bringing them to visit their grandfather." Wuyo shot him an exasperated look, fully aware of his thoughts. Humph. Seeing her adorable expression, Jima Wuyin continued, "Come, let me show you around." He stood up, pulling her along as they ventured forth. "Hey, I haven't agreed yet," Wuyo exclaimed in a flustered tone, irritation lacing her words. However, the sight of her anger delighted Jima Wuyin, for it signified that she was gradually allowing him into the fold of family. Chapter 52. A glimpse of marriage. Not far from this courtyard, in another abode, a figure seethed with anger, their contorted visage marring an otherwise beautiful face. Sitting opposite her, Dan Qing wondered if she had misjudged the situation, inquiring with concern, "Sister Feng, what troubles you? Why does your face appear so grim?" She pondered whether her sister was unwell. Hearing the conversation nearby, Lan Feng returned to her senses and replied, "It's nothing, Qing Mei. I merely recalled some unpleasant matters." Her heart was in turmoil at that moment. She could hardly believe she would encounter him here, along with that woman. The thought of those children soured her expression instantly. "Sister Feng, are you still unwell? Perhaps I should escort you to the hospital for a checkup," Dan Qing inquired, noticing the distress etched on her face. Lan Feng was taken aback. No, she needed to clarify his circumstances before leaving. Suppressing her jealousy, she replied nonchalantly, "I am fine. No need for concern. Qing Mei, thank you for your kindness." As she spoke, her countenance gradually returned to its natural state, concealing any signs of discomfort. "Of course, you are my sister Feng," Dan Qing remarked, observing that Lan Feng indeed appeared much better. Lan Feng smiled gently at her and casually asked, "By the way, who were those people from earlier?" Although she uttered the words "that family," her heart was filled with resentment, convinced they were anything but a family. Dan Qing, unaware of any discord, replied, "I know who the man is, but I am unfamiliar with the woman." She too felt perplexed. How could so much have transpired in just a few days? It was astonishing to see even an iceberg melt. As Lan Feng grew anxious waiting for answers, Dan Qing continued, "The man's name is GMO Wu Yin. He is the grandson of the commander GMO, and I believe he is now a major general." Just the thought of it was impressive. Unlike her brother, who was also formidable, he paled in comparison to GMO Wu Yin. "Commander GMO? How have I not heard of him?" Lan Feng expressed her confusion. If he were indeed a commander, he should be quite renowned. It was strange that she had never come across his name. Dan Qing explained, "Their family tends to be exceptionally low-key, which is why they attract so little attention. I only know this because of my brother." "Oh, I see." Lan Feng took note of everything she said, determined to investigate further once she returned home. Nodding in acknowledgement, she refrained from saying more. Dan Qing, intrigued, could not help but wonder about those adorable children. They were so charming, identical little ones that brought her joy just by thinking about them. If only I could hold them or touch them. Humph. When my brother returns, I must insist he takes me to see them. After a while, Lan Feng said, "Qing Mei, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave for now. I shall visit you again soon." She needed to return quickly. She was anxious about the absence of news from those she had dispatched the previous day. "Oh, then do what you must. Sister Feng, do come again," Dan Qing replied, not sensing anything amiss, merely interpreting her urgency as genuine concern. With that, Lan Feng swiftly departed. Meanwhile, GMO Wu Yin strolled through the courtyard with Wu Yu, engaged in lively conversation. The midday sun cast a golden glow upon them, enveloping them in an ethereal light. "Come, let me show you my room," GMO Wu Yin proposed. Wu Yu paused, her eyes questioning, "Your room? Where are you leading me?" GMO Wu Yin playfully tapped her forehead. Exasperated. This girl, does she truly think I am that sort of person? Wu Yu gently touched her forehead where he had playfully flicked her, offering a sheepish smile without uttering a word. It was no wonder she felt this way. Such a statement was bound to evoke ripples of emotion. Following closely behind him, the pair soon arrived at the threshold of his room. Jima Wu Yin opened the door and stepped inside, turning back to Wu Yu and saying, "Come in, you are Dado." Wu Yu nodded and entered. Upon her first glimpse of the room, she was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself how remarkably sparse it was, containing only a bed and a wardrobe, with nothing else in sight. Observing her expression, Jima Wu Yin inquired, "What is it? Is something amiss?" "Your room is exceedingly minimalistic," Wu Yu replied. He responded, "I am a man, not a woman. Why would I need anything extravagant? But this is quite exaggerated." "There is nothing at all," Wu Yu exclaimed, her face flickering with surprise. Unlike her several brothers, who would at least have a few personal items adorning their rooms, Jima Wu Yin, noticing her astonishment, seemed to contemplate something, raising an eyebrow with a smile as he remarked, "Well, when you marry me in the future, you can decorate it however you please." "Who said I was going to marry you?" "Dream on," Wu Yu retorted, startled, her face flushing as she averted her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. Seeing the blush on her cheeks, Jima Wu Yin's heart stirred slightly, his gaze softening further as he spoke with a steady tone. "Who else is worthy of you, if not me?" Hearing his unwavering tone caused Wu Yu's heart to race unexpectedly, her cheeks growing increasingly warm. She repeatedly reminded herself to remain calm, yet upon catching a glimpse of his intense gaze, the flush on her face refused to fade. The previously somewhat anxious Jima Wu Yin found his heart racing anew at the sight of her. his eyes sparkling with greater fervor as he gently embraced her, feeling a wave of solace within. This was the person he had sought for so long, the one he had cherished in thought. Now, in his arms, he felt his life had reached a perfect culmination. Wuyo, already feeling nervous, became even more so when he enveloped her in his embrace. With her hands awkwardly at her sides, she found herself at a loss, merely remaining dazed within his hold. Listening to the heartbeat beside her, her anxious thoughts gradually subsided, as if the long-sought treasure had finally been found, leaving behind a tranquil expanse in that fleeting moment. Time seemed to stand still, and the beauty of life enveloped them. "Dad, Mom, where are you? It's time to eat." A sudden voice called from outside. The unexpected shout startled the two from their embrace. Wuyo hastily stepped back from his arms, a hint of avoidance in her tone as she said, "The little ones are looking for me. I must go." With that, she dashed outside, quickly disappearing from sight. Jima Wuin observed her flustered demeanor, a pleased smile gracing his face as he followed her down. As they walked in tandem, the elder noticed their expressions and immediately discerned that something significant had transpired, though it was not the moment to inquire. Instead, he simply said, "Come sit. It's time to eat." With that, he turned his attention to the little ones, asking them what they liked to eat, so he could serve them accordingly to tea. This moment, Wuyo had regained her composure, her face once again adopting an expressionless demeanor, which left Jima Wuin feeling a twinge of regret. The group managed to conclude their lunch, and after the meal, the old gentleman suddenly remarked, "Wuyo, when will you marry Xiaoyin?" With several precious great-grandsons, he could enjoy their company every day. Chapter 53. Enraged by humiliation upon returning home, Lan Feng closed the door behind her, and her gentle expression morphed into a dark scowl. She stepped over to the table and took a seat. Her anger intensifying with each thought, in a fit of rage, she swept the items off the table, her face clouded with gloom as she muttered furiously, "Damn that wretched woman! How dare she bear a child?" At this, her gaze turned venomous. "Only I deserve to give him children. You wretched creature, wait for me." She was determined to eliminate that woman, who not only surpassed her in beauty but also dared to have a child with him. It must have been that vile woman who seduced him. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Hearing the commotion, Lan Feng quickly composed herself, suppressing her fury, and donned her usual elegant and beautiful facade, uttering, "Come in." After turning around to face the entrance, she awaited the arrival of her informant, the very one she had dispatched to investigate Wuyo and her companions. He entered the room, bowed respectfully, and reported, "Miss, I found no information regarding the two individuals you mentioned. They seem to have appeared out of thin air." "Very well, I understand," Lan Feng replied, a glimmer of realization flashing in her eyes. Even she had only just learned of this. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she indicated that she did not wish to hear more. The room fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of their breathing was palpable, and the informant refrained from speaking further, standing quietly, awaiting the young lady's instructions. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Feng finally spoke, "There is no need to investigate this matter further. I require you to undertake a specific task, and you must exert every effort to accomplish it. Otherwise, you need not return." "Understood, miss," the informant responded, his expression betraying no fear, only a blank demeanor. Receiving his answer, Lan Feng was not surprised and promptly instructed, "This afternoon, keep a close watch on the pedestrians along the road leading to the Dan family courtyard. For young boys, accompanied by a man and a woman, will appear. They are the individuals I seek. As long as you follow them, you will uncover their residence." With this thought, a cold light flickered in her eyes, and she felt a surge of delight. As long as she could locate them, she had no doubt about eliminating that woman. Lowering her gaze to conceal the icy glint in her eyes, she cautioned, "This matter must be handled with utmost care. Do not let them become aware." "Yes, miss, I take my leave," the informant said, promptly exiting the room. Watching him depart, a smile could not be contained on Lan Feng's face, and a wave of joy surged within her. Even the matter concerning those children was cast aside. The departing man, however, did not leave the Lan residence, but instead proceeded to the study to relay this information to the head of the Lan family. Bowing his head to listen to the instructions, "Did the young lady mention why she is searching for them?" the head of the Lan family inquired, seated in his chair, his expression inscrutable as he pondered deeply. The man shook his head and replied, "The master has not mentioned anything about returning home, Mississippi him. You may go," came the directive. "Just carry out her orders and report back to me on the subsequent actions." Lord Lan waved him away, as an unsettling feeling lingered within him regarding this matter. He hoped his instincts were mistaken, As for Fenger, she remained oblivious to her father's awareness of her intentions. Had she known, she would surely have refrained from such blatant actions. Having just finished dinner, Wuyo was sipping tea when she suddenly heard the mention of marrying Jima Wuin, nearly causing her to spew the tea from her mouth. She did cough a bit, setting down her cup to pat her chest, when she suddenly felt a hand on her back, gently patting her. Once her breathing steadied, she exhaled and looked at the old man, saying, "Grandfather, we've only known each other for a few days. Isn't this a bit premature?" The old man furrowed his brow and replied, "What do you mean, a few days? It has clearly been 6 years." He continued, "You already have 4 children together. How can this still be considered early?" Upon hearing this, Wuyo felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. What did he mean by 4 children? What did 6 years even imply? However, this was a sentiment only he could express. She turned to the man who was still patting her back, shooting him a look that urged him to clarify matters with his grandfather. The warning in her gaze was unmistakable. If he did not speak up for her, she would make him regret it. Jima Wuin, catching the drift of her expression, contemplated that now was not the time to provoke her. Otherwise, she would certainly ignore him. He raised his gaze to the old man and said, "Grandfather, why the hurry? Sooner or later, she will be your granddaughter-in-law. Rest assured, she won't escape." Wuyo initially thought he might be coming to her aid, but upon hearing the latter part, her expression became one of exasperation. What kind of nonsense was he spouting, claiming she would inevitably be his wife? The urge to chastise him surged within her, and she mentally calculated her next move against him. Observing the silent exchange of glances between them, the old man detected a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Hearing the boy's words, a sense of reassurance washed over him. Turning to the children, he said, "Little ones, come, let us go take a nap with great-grandfather." "All right," the little ones nodded, looking at their great-grandfather, and obediently followed him to rest. Soon, only Wuyo and Jima Wuin remained. He gazed at her flustered expression and chuckled softly, saying, "Am I wrong in what I say? Regardless, you can forget about escaping this lifetime. Wherever you go, I shall be there." "Right, right. What do you mean by right? You haven't even courted me yet, and you're already thinking about marriage." Dreaming too beautifully, Wuyo retorted, raising an eyebrow with a haughty demeanor. With a huff, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Jima Wuin, enchanted by her prideful expression, felt a surge of tenderness within him. He yearned to embrace her, fully aware that she wasn't entirely opposed to marrying him. Reflecting on his pursuit of her, he realized he needed to put in greater effort. Speaking gently, he asked, "Then tell me, what must I do to win your heart?" "Anything you desire, I shall fulfill." The challenge of having him figure it out was indeed a tall order. Upon hearing his words, Wuyo was momentarily taken aback. Because she was also unsure how to pursue him, she suddenly realized he was trying to extract words from her. Enraged, she exclaimed, "Jima Wuin, you are deliberately fishing for my words." Jima Wuin, observing her anger, took her hand and placed it in his palm, whispering, "No, what I say is the truth. Whatever your desires, I shall endeavor to fulfill." As she felt her small hand resting in his, it was as if he held the entirety of the world in his grasp. Stirring a profound tenderness within him, he contemplated that these past few days had witnessed the greatest fluctuations of emotion in his 20-plus years. It seemed as though all his feelings were bestowed upon her. Wuyo, initially still fuming, felt her heart flutter at his touch and his words, causing her entire being to tremble. In an instant, her expression softened, warmth blossoming in her eyes, and her cheeks flushed ever so slightly. A gentle breeze swept by, enveloping the two in an increasingly tender atmosphere. Not hearing her reply, Jima Wuin lifted his gaze to her, and upon seeing her expression, he could not tear his eyes away. Captivated by her delicate beauty, etching this moment deep within his heart. After a while, Wuyo regained her composure, turning to him with a gaze imbued with a hint of softness. It was evident to any observer that their relationship radiated a warm and beautiful glow. Chapter 54. The first encounter of Qingshu in the Shanjia courtyard. Deep within the garden, sunlight streamed in, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Sigh. Shan Qing sat on a chair in the courtyard, her expression one of turmoil as she pondered various matters. Releasing a heavy sigh as she gazed up at the sky to tea that moment, Shan Su returned home from work. Upon entering the courtyard and hearing his sister's sighs, he saw her staring gloomily at the heavens and remarked, "As a young lady, why do you indulge in such lamentations?" He wondered what could trouble his sister to such an extent. Hearing her brother's voice, Shan Qing sprang up and ran to him, wrapping her arms around his. "Brother, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for ages. What is the matter?" I thought I returned at this hour every day. Shansu ruffled her hair, observing, "You're not feverish. Then it must not be a cold." Upon hearing her brother's response, Shanqing chuckled lightly and said, "Come on, after dinner, I have something to tell you that will surely startle you." With that, she tugged him towards the dining area as they walked. Shansu inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be with that person from the Lan family? What could possibly be so interesting? It's rare to find something that could truly surprise me." A radiant smile flickered across Shanqing's charming face as she cheerfully replied, "Oh, you'll find out soon enough. For now, don't ask me anything. I want to tell you." All right, I want to ask," Shansu conceded, though he was skeptical that his sister could have anything that would genuinely astonish him. However, when he witnessed the truth with his own eyes, he realized he had spoken too soon. It was not merely a fright, but something that nearly left him breathless. As the two siblings entered the dining room, Mrs. Shan, seated at the left side of the table, called out, "Sewer is back. Come, sit down and eat." Continuing, she remarked, "Your sister has been seated in the courtyard for the entire morning. Yet when asked, she remained silent, insisting on waiting for your return." Mrs. Shan, nearing 50, appeared to be around 40 due to her excellent upkeep. The passage of time had not left her with many marks. Instead, it had rendered her more mature, exuding an enchanting charm with every gesture. "Good afternoon, Mom and Dad," Shan-su said gracefully as he took a seat on the right. Upon hearing Mrs. Shan's words, he replied, "Mother, once my sister informs me, I shall relay it to you. Isn't that sufficient?" Mr. Shan nodded in acknowledgement. He was pleased with this son, not solely for his achievements, but also for his remarkable demeanor and conduct. "Good afternoon, Dad and Mom," Shanqing also greeted before joining her brother at the table. She had little to add regarding her brother's promise to inform their mother, as she knew the truth would come to light in due time. "All right, it's time to eat," Mr. Shan stated earnestly. For a moment, the only sound at the dining table was that of everyone enjoying their meal. Shanqing finished her food swiftly and remained seated. As soon as her brother was done, she eagerly tugged at him, exclaiming, "Brother, hurry, let us go see the adorable babies." The thought of soon encountering several infants brought a delightful smile to Shanqing's face. Shansu, being led by his sister, offered no resistance but, sensing something amiss, queried with curiosity, "Babies? What babies?" His eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was keen to discover what kind of babies could possibly perplex him. This time, Shanqing did not conceal the truth, directly responding, "Of course, they belong to Grandpa Jimon. I saw them this morning. They were unbelievably cute. I truly wish I could take them home." Her expression was one of dreamy enchantment, clearly lost in her own fanciful thoughts. Upon hearing this, Shansu halted, a comical expression gracing his features as he uncertainly replied, "Wait, are you sure? How could there be babies at the eldest's house?" Just as Shanqing regained her focus, she heard her brother's incredulous response and retorted angrily, "How could that be impossible? I witnessed it with my own eyes. I even saw the eldest with a girl, smiling gently at her. This revelation." Shan-su was taken aback, feeling as though he had woken from a dream in a most peculiar manner. How could he be hearing such bizarre news? However, observing his sister's serious demeanor and earnest gaze, he was convinced she would not deceive him. This truly frightened him, and he stammered, "You mean the eldest is with a woman? That is impossible. How can it be impossible? I saw it with my own eyes." "If you come with me, you'll see for yourself," Shanqing assured him. "She has been sitting there all morning," she added, pulling him swiftly toward the exit. "Is it all right for us to go like this?" Shan-su hesitated, fearing that the eldest might reprimand him, yet he was equally eager to see. "Hurry up," Shanqing shot him a glance, fully aware of his curiosity. Had she not been a girl herself, she would not have called upon him. Shan-su felt a twinge of guilt, but ultimately took a step forward. Following her eagerly, Wu Yu and Gmo Wuin gazed at one another. A murmur of voices wafted in from the entrance. A male voice inquired, "Are you certain the boss is home?" To which a female voice replied, "Absolutely. If you don't believe it, step inside and see." Upon hearing this, Gmo Wuin instantly recognized who it was and turned to Wu Yu, remarking, "They must be here to see me." Wu Yu nodded, suggesting, "Perhaps they have matters to discuss with you." Noticing the expressionless demeanor on her face, Gmo Wuin suddenly raised his voice, "Come in. Why linger at the doorway?" He then turned to Wu Yu, adding, "The man has been my companion since childhood. The woman must be his sister." "Indeed," Wu Yu replied with a soft hum. "Boss, you are indeed here," exclaimed Dan Su, his eyes lighting up with joy as he stepped inside, only to fall silent, his footsteps coming to a halt. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Fairy, He must be dreaming to behold a fairy. Dan Qing followed closely behind, inadvertently bumping into her halted brother and exclaimed in irritation, "Brother, what are you doing?" However, she soon noticed her brother was unresponsive, his gaze fixated ahead. Following his line of sight, she too fell silent, her mind racing with the realization. Heaven help her! She had indeed seen a fairy sister. GMO Wuyin observed their reactions with a sense of displeasure, letting out a cold humph and casting a piercing glance in their direction, contemplating how to address their behavior. Dan Su, upon hearing that icy snort, involuntarily shivered, and when he regained his composure, he found himself staring at the dark scowl of the boss. The realization struck him. The boss did not wish for anyone to gawk at his sister-in-law. He quickly donned a flattering smile, saying, "Boss, this must be sister-in-law. She resembles a fairy." He then turned to Wu Yu, adding, "Sister-in-law, greetings. You are truly stunning. I am Dan Su, the boss's companion and colleague." Upon hearing him address her as sister-in-law, GMO Wuin's expression softened, and Dan Su, observing the boss's change in demeanor, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Dan Qing snapped back to reality, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks as she recalled her earlier fixation on the woman. She quickly called out, "GMO Gidge, sister-in-law, greetings. I am Dan Qing." With that, she lowered her gaze, too timid to meet their eyes. Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle at their expressions, finding the sibling duo utterly delightful. As her laughter resonated, the others turned their eyes toward her, momentarily dazzled. She was simply enchanting, and they yearned to witness such beauty every day. Even GMO Wuyin felt a surge of possessiveness arise within him, startling himself with such a thought. Regaining his composure, he addressed the siblings. "What brings you here?" The brother and sister exchanged glances, neither willing to speak first. GMO Wuyin, perceiving their hesitation, quickly deduced that they had come to see Wu Yu and the children, having witnessed their arrival earlier that morning. After a brief pause, he stated with indifference, "You have come to see Yuer and the children. How dare they intrude upon his time with Yuer?" It was utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Shan Su and his companion felt a sudden tension in their hearts, and with a chuckle, he remarked, "Boss, it's not that I'm overly curious. I merely wish to see my sister-in-law, now that I have. She truly is a match made in heaven. I have never encountered a woman so ethereal. Yet, I am not even your sister-in-law," Wu Yu replied, a glint of playful amusement dancing in her eyes as she spoke slowly. Indeed, upon hearing this, Shan Su gasped in astonishment, casting a disbelieving glance at GMO Wuyin, his voice rising in exclamation, "Ah, boss, how could you be so ineffectual? With such a beautiful sister-in-law, shouldn't you act quickly? Be wary of someone else whisking her away. Should that happen, you will have no one to blame but yourself for not heeding my warning." GMO Wuin's expression darkened at this, his gaze sharp as he contemplated how to reprimand this troublemaker who thrived on chaos. Through gritted teeth, he uttered, "Who dares? Speak those words again and see what happens." Noticing the anger radiating from his boss, Shan Su swiftly masked his expression, now cautious not to provoke GMO Wuin further. His eyes wandered, searching for the children his sister had mentioned, and he inquired, "Weren't there supposed to be several children? Where have they gone? I haven't seen them yet." Standing by as a mere backdrop, Shan Qing also lifted her gaze towards him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wu Yu, listening to their conversation, found herself amused. She regarded the beautiful woman before her, who exuded an air befitting a refined lady, and felt a fondness swell within her. She then said, "Come, sit down and chat. The children are currently napping with their grandfather." Upon hearing this, both Shan Su and Shan Qing turned towards GMO Wuyin, their eyes filled with hesitation. Observing their expressions, GMO Wuyin merely instructed, "Come, sit." After that, he fell silent. The siblings approached the table and took their seats, their eyes fixed on Wu Yu, brimming with curiosity. Ultimately, it was Shan Qing who broke the silence, saying, "Sister-in-law, hello, I am Shan Qing." "Indeed. You just introduced yourself," Wu Yu nodded, wondering why this girl seemed so reserved. Shan Qing's expression faltered, and feeling a bit embarrassed, she stammered, "Sister-in-law, I apologize, I forgot that moment." She urged herself to remain composed, unwilling to let the enchanting sister-in-law look down upon her. Meanwhile, Shan Su, overhearing his sister's words, nearly buried his head in the ground out of embarrassment. He straightened his expression, looked up at Wu Yu, and asked, "Sister-in-law, may I ask you a few questions?" "Go ahead," Wu Yu replied softly, leaving the decision to answer up to her. Upon hearing her acquiescence, a joyful smile spread across Shan Su's face. He thought to himself how agreeable and gentle his sister-in-law was. He quickly voiced his curiosity. Sister-in-law, how did you come to know the boss? After he spoke, he could not help but imagine the circumstances of their meeting. Mo Wuin, listening to Shan Su's inquiry, reflected on their encounter, feeling a flicker of anticipation for Wu Yu's response, and remained silent, merely observing. Shan Qing, having regained her composure, reminded herself to present herself well before the enchanting sister-in-law and lifted her gaze, eager to hear her reply. However, upon seeing her face, she nearly lost her train of thought again, blinking rapidly to regain her focus. Wu Yu momentarily froze, evidently recalling the circumstances of their encounter, her face displaying a subtle unease. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and stated, at that time, your leader was injured, and I saved him, which is how we became acquainted. Ignoring the awkwardness on her face, her words were relatively credible, and this indeed constituted the truth. Is that so? Sister-in-law, you are like a real-life heroine saving the hero, Danqing exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. She never anticipated encountering such a scenario in reality, especially with her brother's leader. It felt somewhat surreal. Alas, sister, you are half right. As for the other half, can you guess? Upon hearing this, Danchu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet he refrained from speaking, pondering for a moment before asking, Sister-in-law, when did this happen? He couldn't recall any recent injuries sustained by the leader. Oh, about 6 years ago, Wu Yu replied nonchalantly. She recognized that this person, despite his playful demeanor, was rather cautious. She had noticed the glimmer in his eyes earlier. Danchu murmured, 6 years ago. That, he stammered, as if suddenly recalling something, and lost his composure, leaping up to point at her, trembling. That time 6 years ago, it wasn't merely an injury. He was drugged as well. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression contorted, and his heart raced in turmoil. Heavens, are you jesting with me? How could such a beautiful girl have been involved in such a matter? Danqing observed her brother's distorted expression and tugged at his sleeve, inquiring with curiosity, Brother, what's wrong? Isn't it just that 6 years ago, the fairy sister saved Brother Jima? What is so strange about that? After a pause, she added, Brother, doesn't this resemble the tale of a life saved in exchange for devotion? As she spoke, a hint of envy graced her features. Danchu regained his composure and noticed his sister's infatuated demeanor. He playfully tapped her on the head and remarked, This is different, he hesitated, casting a glance at the leader, disregarding his sister's curious gaze, and continued, Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. His emotions were indeed quite complex. She had saved the leader, for which he felt immense gratitude. Yet the memory of finding the leader at that time was utterly unexpected. Brother, you are being excessive. Danqing pinched Danchu's arm, her voice brimming with indignation. It's truly outrageous that you want to enlighten me on what transpired. I want to know too, Jima Wuin, upon hearing Wu Yu mention 6 years ago. Anticipated Danchu's reaction, as expected. He was relieved that Danchu had not voiced his thoughts. Otherwise, it would have been quite the spectacle. Chapter 56. Yenshan. In the extreme south lies Yenshan, a realm of scorching heat where temperatures soar perilously high, and sporadic volcanic eruptions threaten the landscape, resulting in a scarcity of human presence. Day and night blend indistinguishably, and even the flora and fauna struggle to endure in such an inhospitable environment. Yet, it is precisely due to this sweltering climate and the unchanging temperatures that an array of exotic flowers and plants thrives, flourishing in this fiery region. To the average observer, these botanical wonders may seem of little utility, merely aesthetically pleasing, and due to their unique habitat, few would dare to venture forth and engage with them. For those who possess a certain level of cultivation, it is well known among the discerning that these flowers and herbs are exceedingly precious, some even being rare medicinal materials. However, due to the excessively high temperatures within, even the most intrepid among them dare not venture into the inner sanctum, instead confining their activities to the periphery of the mountain, unwilling to proceed further. Although these medicinal resources are indeed rare, nothing is more vital than one's life. At this moment, Chen Qing and his companions finally arrived at Yin Mountain, halting at the outskirts, feeling the oppressive heat of the surroundings that stirred a sense of agitation within their hearts. The group exchanged glances, bewildered by the fiery expanse before them, unable to discern whether it was a mountain or a sea of flames. Is this truly a mountain? It seems more fitting to call it a sea of fire, Chibai remarked, his expression one of stupefaction. The others, upon hearing his words, remained silent, yet their expressions mirrored his surprise. They had only heard tales of this place and had never set foot here, thus the reality was beyond their expectations. After a moment, Chun Qing spoke up, Look at the stone tablet beside us. It indeed reads, the extreme southern land of Yin Mountain. Precisely. This confirms that we have not erred in our quest. This is the correct location, and what we seek lies within. We have encountered very few people along the way. It seems this area is sparsely populated, Luli remarked. Once we enter, we can find someone to inquire further. Since disembarking, they had seen remarkably few individuals, yet the presence of nearby dwellings indicated that some still resided here. Shinfeng nodded and said, "Let us proceed. We must find a place to rest. We have been traveling for quite some time. Although we have faced little danger, the journey has been long. What a desolate place." Making it quite challenging to find our way, Wu Feng remained silent, merely stepping forward into the depths of the mountain. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they stumbled upon some diminutive stone houses, which momentarily stunned them. They had not anticipated such abodes in this area, yet there were still no signs of life. Not lingering, they ventured deeper for a few more minutes before finally spotting some figures. However, as they walked past, none acknowledged their presence. "What is the matter? I am quite handsome. Why does no one pay me any mind?" Chibai lamented, adopting a sorrowful expression. Shinfeng gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder, saying, "Enough of your antics. We must focus on the task at hand." Qinxing and the others regarded him with exasperation, rolling their eyes at his frivolity. "Look at those people. They seem utterly indifferent to us. Could it be that there are many visitors here?" Luli speculated. Qinxing shook his head, asserting that is implausible. With such sweltering heat, who would choose to come here, unless they share our purpose? The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the heat became. "Have you noticed that the martial prowess of these individuals appears quite formidable?" Wu Feng voiced his observation. Indeed, they displayed a solid stance, light-footedness, and moved with an eerie silence, clearly indicating years of martial training. With this realization, the group grew increasingly vigilant. Given their uncertainty, they knew they must tread carefully. "Shall we ascend directly to the mountain, or should we first inquire about the situation here before proceeding?" Chibai posed the question. Qinxing replied, "Let us first gather some information about the nine-colored fire lotus. As long as they have a general understanding, it suffices. We just need to ascertain whether they are aware of the location of the nine-colored fire lotus." Upon hearing this, the group dispersed to inquire among the locals, and after a while, they reconvened at the same spot. "We should head east, into the innermost area," they all spoke in unison, before falling into silence once more. Luli questioned. Their responses were remarkably uniform. Could it be that many have come seeking the fire lotus? He had asked several individuals, yet their answers were all the same. Qinxing disregarded the thoughts of the others and stated, "Regardless of the truth, we must venture there, mustn't we?" Since they all echoed the same sentiment, it only heightens our resolve to go. Perhaps it truly lies there. According to them, the mountain is abundant with medicinal herbs, but one must have the means to collect them. Shinfeng remarked that Wu Feng added, "The inhabitants here are unable to leave. They are afflicted by fire poison, and departing would lead to a fate worse than death. Thus, they have constructed stone dwellings here. As long as they remain within the confines of Yin Mountain, they are safe. Fortunately, our leader prepared the cold pearls for us. Otherwise, we would have met a similar fate. To be on the safe side, let us keep the cold pearls on our person when there are no others around." Qinxing nodded, evidently having posed the same question previously, reminding everyone. The group nodded in agreement, signaling their concurrence. "Let us proceed. Head east," Qinxing commanded, taking the lead. The others followed closely behind in silence, their eyes keenly observing their surroundings to preempt any unforeseen events. Before long, they began to feel an increasing heat, and the number of people around them dwindled. After walking a bit further, they discovered they were entirely alone. Qinxing was the first to halt, retrieving the box given to them by GMO Wuyin at the outset. He opened it and distributed the cold pearls to each of them, taking one for himself as well, relishing the refreshing sensation before putting the box away. As they held the cold pearls, a wave of coolness enveloped them, and their body temperatures began to drop. The expressions of the group shifted. What was happening? "We must hurry east. The power of the cold pearls is overwhelming. The current temperature is utterly insufficient," Luli urged, then dashed eastward. Upon hearing this, Qinxing and the others concurred with his reasoning and hastily followed suit, as if something were in pursuit. They ran until they felt their body temperatures gradually returning, at which point they slowed to a stop. At that moment, they were all drenched in sweat. The sudden shifts between heat and cold had thoroughly exhausted them. Suddenly, Luli exclaimed, "No, we cannot pause. We must continue moving forward at a steady pace. The moment we halt, the ground's temperature will surely scald our feet." Having felt the heat of the ground when they paused earlier, The group obediently advanced without a moment's hesitation. A few individuals moved with remarkable swiftness, and although they claimed to be walking slowly, their pace was merely a tad slower than usual, for they were now traversing a mountainous path, which grew increasingly arduous the further they ventured. Chapter 57. The rescue. Do you not find it rather peculiar? Chi suddenly interjected, his gaze cautious as he observed the barren mountain peaks, an expression of bewilderment etched upon his face. Logically, this journey should be fraught with peril, yet we have encountered nothing at all. Do you not perceive the abnormality in this? At this juncture, the others began to share his unease. Previously, they had been solely focused on hastening their advance, oblivious to their surroundings. Now, with their awareness heightened, they instinctively adopted a more vigilant demeanor. Nevertheless, none of them exhibited any intention of pausing, continuing to stride forward briskly. Suddenly, Xin Feng, who was positioned in the middle, turned to Wu Feng and exclaimed, "Diviner, hasten to discern the nature of our circumstances. What time do you think this is? Still calculating?" Lu Li interjected, furrowing his brow in disapproval. Chun Qing added, "There is no need to calculate. You are well aware that such an endeavor is a waste of mental energy. It would be prudent for the diviner to conserve his strength, lest we encounter unforeseen complications." Wu Feng, listening to their discourse, refrained from responding and simply stated, "Everyone, please exercise caution. The divination indicates a mixture of fortune and misfortune, suggesting that our journey ahead will be fraught with danger. Thus, I felt compelled to issue this warning. I do not wish for any misfortune to befall us." Upon hearing the diviner's words, the group ceased their earlier nonchalance, each becoming acutely aware of their surroundings as they continued to advance with haste. "Look, there is someone ahead," Lu Li exclaimed, his eyes flashing with caution. Being at the forefront, he was the first to notice the man up ahead. The others, not lagging far behind, also spotted him and swiftly approached. Their senses sharpened as they drew closer. They discovered that the man bore severe internal injuries and appeared on the brink of collapse. Realizing this, Lu Li urged, "Quickly, let us assist him to regain consciousness." Heeding his words, Xin Feng and Chi swiftly lifted the man from the ground, while Lu Li hurriedly administered a medicinal remedy for internal injuries, then stood by, awaiting the man's response. They understood that this man might possess knowledge of the situation ahead, thus compelling them to act. A palpable silence enveloped them as they gazed at the injured man. The wounded individual felt as though death was imminent, and thoughts of his son back home filled him with profound sorrow. After a painstaking search for medicinal herbs, he had arrived here, only to find himself incapacitated due to his grievous injuries, unable to escape this place. Just as despair gripped his heart, he suddenly sensed a refreshing coolness in the air, alleviating some of the burning sensation that engulfed him. Then, he was lifted by others, and something was administered to him, gradually restoring strength to his body. A glimmer of hope sparked within him as he struggled to open his eyes, only to behold several men standing before him. He managed to utter, "Thank you for saving me." Upon witnessing the man's awakening, it was Chun Qing who inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" The others also regarded him intently, awaiting his response. Upon hearing this, the man felt a tightening in his chest, yet he maintained a stoic expression. After a moment of contemplation, he candidly replied, "I hail from H City, and I have come here in search of medicinal herbs for my son." Observing their demeanor, he discerned they did not resemble the usual company, especially since these individuals had utilized precious medicine to save him. His son was now in a significantly better condition than before. "Have you found it? How did you sustain your injuries? And how did you come to know that this place would have the herbs you seek?" Chun Qing continued to inquire. After all, they had only discovered this location just a couple of days prior. Realizing this, the others exchanged glances, recognizing that the man's identity was likely not ordinary. The man had not anticipated such probing questions. After a brief pause, he elaborated, "I read about it in a book. As for my injuries, they were inflicted by the creatures guarding the herbs when I was gathering them." He himself had not expected there to be guardians, and had it not been for his martial prowess, he surely would have perished on the spot. The others were taken aback by this revelation. They had never considered that such a place could be documented in literature. It seemed they had read far too few books, rendering them somewhat ignorant. Regarding the herbs the man had found, as long as they were not the ones they sought, it sufficed. "Do you know where the 9-colored fire lotus can be found?" Chibai interjected, eager for any leads that might spare them from unnecessary searching. The man shuddered slightly and inquired, "How did you know that the 9-colored fire lotus exists here?" Lu Li replied, maintaining an impassive expression, "There is no need for you to ask how we know. Simply tell us whether it exists or not." The man's expression shifted upon witnessing the impatience of the group opposite him. Finally, he admitted, it does exist, but obtaining it is quite difficult. He hadn't anticipated that they were specifically after the 9-colored fire lotus, a rare herb indeed. However, sensing the temperature of the surrounding air, he surmised they must possess some formidable backing. Upon hearing this, Chun-Ching and the others displayed expressions of delight, astonished that their random act of saving someone would yield such vital information. Pray tell, where is its exact location? Shenfeng asked, unable to contain his impatience, especially in the oppressive heat. Even with cold pearls, he still felt uncomfortable. The man replied, I have only seen it recorded in a book. I have not encountered it in person. Thus, I cannot provide an exact location, merely a general idea. However, the path you are on is correct. If you continue deeper, you should eventually come across the hottest area where it is likely to be found. Although he harbored doubts about the veracity of his words, it was evident that these individuals were determined to acquire the 9-colored fire lotus, so he refrained from dampening their spirits. Given that he had already located the herbs he needed, it seemed plausible that he spoke the truth. It appears those at the foot of the mountain possess some skill, Chibai remarked with a hint of admiration. Wu Feng rolled his eyes, retorting, perhaps everyone living at the base knows about it. Indeed, Chibai chuckled, otherwise, how could they all be so synchronized? Meanwhile, Luli asked, what will you do now? Can you descend the mountain alone? I fear that may not be possible, the man replied. The man shook his head. Although he had regained some strength, it would still take time to exit this place, and with his current physical condition, it was undoubtedly impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Chun-Ching spoke, please recount everything you encountered in the mountains, and I shall arrange for someone to escort you down. The man, filled with joy, immediately began to narrate, saying, the deeper you venture into these mountains, the higher the temperature becomes. If you continue forward for approximately another mile, you will encounter a forest. That is the true Yin Mountain, where the temperature is several times higher than here, and it is within that forest that I discovered this medicinal herb. After a brief pause, he added, in addition to medicinal plants, there are also ferocious animals and various poisonous flowers and plants. These flora and fauna are exceptionally dangerous, so you must exercise caution. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback, astonished to learn that there was indeed a forest within, which seemed quite eerie, compelling them to proceed with utmost vigilance. Shenfeng, swiftly escort him down the mountain. We shall advance slowly. You must catch up with us as soon as possible, Chun-Ching instructed decisively. Given their swiftness and stamina, entrusting the man to Shenfeng was the most prudent choice. Understood, Shenfeng nodded, as Chibai assisted in placing the man onto Shenfeng's back. Shenfeng then darted back in the direction they had come from, swiftly disappearing from sight. Watching Shenfeng's silhouette vanish, Chun-Ching inquired, what do you think about the man's claims? Are they true or false? There is a mix of truth and falsehood. We shall see when the time comes. However, it remains prudent to exercise caution, Wu Feng replied, his gaze deepening. Lu Li and Chibai nodded in agreement, taking the man's words to heart. While they did not fear much, it was always wise to be cautious. Let us proceed. We shall advance quickly once Shenfeng rejoins us, Chun-Ching stated, and with that, he took a step forward, the others following silently behind him. Chapter 58. Reluctance. Time passed swiftly, and before long, another day had slipped away. This moment, a rather comedic scene unfolded within the courtyard of the Sihiyuan. An elderly man in his 50s was crouched down, embracing 4 small children, mumbling something softly. His usually stern face was now filled with reluctance, as if he believed he would never see them again. Leaving Wu Yu and GMO Wuyin beside him utterly speechless, great-grandfather, do not worry. We will return to see you tomorrow, Shi Ling Jun reassured him, though he felt a twinge of helplessness, taken aback by how childlike the old man seemed. Indeed, great-grandfather, please let us go for now. We shall return tomorrow, Shi Ling Rong added. The two beside her nodded in agreement, their small hands tugging insistently, eager to escape his embrace. Wu Yu observed this with a hint of exasperation in her eyes and remarked, Grandfather, if you are truly reluctant, I can have them return tomorrow. It is not as if they will never be seen again. Is it really necessary to act this way? She had come to understand that the old man wished for them to stay and never leave. Indeed, grandfather, allowing them to return tomorrow is a fine idea. GMO Wuyin concurred, well aware of the old man's current tendency to ramble. Then it is settled. I shall send Xiaoyin to fetch you tomorrow. The elder gentleman, with a sense of reluctance, finally released them. Upon hearing his words, Wu Yo momentarily found herself at a loss for words, and then said, Junior bids farewell to Grandpa with her brother. The little ones, upon hearing their mother's words, addressed the elder gentleman. Great-grandfather, goodbye. We shall come to see you again tomorrow. After uttering this, they made their way towards Wu Yo. Come, I shall escort you, said Jima Wuyin, as he took the hands of the two children, glancing at Wuyo, awaiting her to lead the way. Wuyo grasped the hands of the other two children and told the elder gentleman, Grandpa, we shall take our leave for now and bring them back to play tomorrow. Very well, ensure to bring them back tomorrow. The elder gentleman nodded in agreement. He then added, do not forget the matter we discussed at noon. Upon hearing this, Wuyo's face flushed slightly as she recalled their conversation from earlier, and she nodded before stepping outside. Jima Wuyin followed closely behind, a joyful smile adorning his face. It seemed that in order for Yuer to marry him, not only did she need to consent, but they also had to await the return of her parents. However, despite having visited the Shieling family several times, he had yet to catch sight of them and was left wondering about their whereabouts. Observing the figures of the two walking ahead, the elder gentleman stood still for a moment, a gentle smile gracing his face, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of insight, before he turned to enter the house. Yuer, you walk so swiftly that the little ones cannot keep up, Jima Wuyin gently reminded, glancing at the figure ahead. Wuyo, lost in thought concerning the elder gentleman's words, was startled by his comment. Pausing slightly as she glanced at the children on either side, she refrained from responding but did slow her pace. Jima Wuyin caught up to her and inquired, Yuer, shall we not go out to play? The night has only just begun to fall, Wuyo hesitated. Shaking her head, no need, it is getting late. We should let them return home early. They've played all day and must be quite tired. Then let us head back, he agreed. And as for Grandpa's words, do not take them to heart. Although I, too, wish for you to marry me soon, what I truly desire is for you to do so willingly, not out of obligation or for the sake of the children, Jima Wuyin said earnestly, though he kept the latter part of his thoughts to himself. Wuyo, observing his serious demeanor, responded earnestly, I understand, rest assured, I would never compromise my own desires. If there comes a day when I marry you, it will be because I genuinely wish to. She had never been the type to act otherwise. Jima Wuyin was momentarily taken aback, realizing her sincerity, and thought to himself that his quest to win her heart might become even more challenging. On their way, a comfortable silence enveloped them, while the children obediently followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the Shieling residence. Wuyo opened the door and instructed Uncle Wang to usher the children inside, then turned to Jima Wuyin and asked, I've arrived. Will you come in and sit for a while? Jima Wuyin shook his head, replying, no need, you go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to that will require some time. Otherwise, I shall have no opportunity to accompany them tomorrow. Very well, I shall head in first, Wuyo said, and then she walked inside. Suddenly, Jima Wuyin reached out and embraced her, startling her. The scent emanating from him enveloped her senses, causing Wuyo's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Fortunately, as twilight descended, no one bore witness to this moment, though Wuyo's heart was in turmoil. Inhaling her delicate fragrance, Jima Wuyin's eyes glimmered with intoxication. He found it difficult to release her. However, noticing her body had begun to tense slightly, he opted for patience, choosing to proceed slowly. Gently loosening his hold, he murmured, rest early, good night. With a soft push, he guided her inside. Wuyo, momentarily taken aback, regained her composure and, following his gentle nudge, stepped into the room. She turned to him and replied, yes, you should also rest early, good night. With that, she closed the door and made her way toward the bedroom. Jima Wuyin stood before the closed door, momentarily dazed, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes before he strode away. As Wuyo entered the room, she was greeted by the sight of the little ones. What are you all doing here? Why haven't you taken a bath? She inquired. Mommy, it's still early, Shieling Jun replied, with the others nodding in agreement. Considering their words, Wuyo reflected and said, true, it is still quite early, that's so. What do you all plan to do now? Mommy, let us go play for a while, Shieling Hua suggested. Yes, Mommy, I want to play in there too, Shieling Rong chimed in, while Shieling Shou looked on, his eyes filled with yearning, clearly eager to join them. Observing their eager faces, Wuyo nodded and took their small hands, leading them into the space. Once inside, she instructed, you may choose to cultivate or play, the decision is yours. Mommy will be cultivating for a while. So you must behave, understood? All right, Mommy, the siblings replied in unison, nodding earnestly. After confirming their understanding, Wuyo made her way to the training area, feeling a bit unaccustomed since she had not practiced all day. Once Wuyo's figure disappeared from sight, Shieling Hua asked, eldest brother, should we cultivate or play? It's up to you. You can choose to play or cultivate, Shieling Jun responded. What about you? Shieling Hua inquired. Well, I will, of course, cultivate. Don't forget what Mommy said, Shieling Jun replied. After pondering for a moment, Shieling Hua said, oh, Then I suppose I will cultivate too. Shieling Jun nodded and turned to his younger brothers, asking, what about you too? We will certainly cultivate together. They both affirmed. Shieling Jun agreed, very well, let us go together. He then led the way, with the others following closely behind, all headed toward the training room. This sight brought great satisfaction to Wuyo, who observed everything from the training room. Chapter 59. Uncovering in the Lan family study, the family head sat in a chair, listening attentively to the reports from his subordinates, his expression complex and inscrutable. Only after they concluded did he lift his gaze to meet theirs, his face devoid of emotion as he stated, "You are to inform the young lady of this matter truthfully, without any concealment." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. "Understood, head of the family," the messenger replied before exiting. Leaving the family head alone in the study, his countenance remained somber as he pondered his thoughts and the chamber of Lan Feng. She sat pensively, contemplating the fact that it was already past 7, nearing 8 o'clock, and yet that individual had yet to return with news. A sudden thought crossed her mind, and her expression darkened. The mere notion that the woman had been in his company for such an extended period ignited a surge of indignation within her, twisting her features in discontent. She herself could not comprehend how she had developed feelings for him after only a fleeting encounter. Yet, despite this, she found herself unable to forget him, and now that he had re-emerged, she was resolute in not relinquishing her pursuit. Suddenly, a knock resonated from outside the door, and Lan Feng's heart leapt with joy as she called out, "Come in." She quickly composed her demeanor, her gaze fervently fixed on the man who entered. The man bowed respectfully and addressed her. "Miss, I heeded your command and waited on that road. I indeed spotted the individual you instructed me to find, and thus I hastened to report. Did you follow them? Were you detected? Which family does that woman belong to?" Lan Feng inquired with urgency. The man replied promptly, "Rest assured, miss, I was exceedingly cautious and went unnoticed. I trailed them for approximately 20 minutes and arrived at a courtyard bearing the inscription Shiling, which should belong to the Shiling family." Shiling, such a surname is rather rare, Lan Feng murmured, her mind racing as she tried to recall where she might have heard it before. Her gaze shifted, and she pressed, "Did you see it clearly? Were there only the 2 characters Shiling?" "Indeed, miss, I can assure you there was no mistake," the man affirmed, though he hesitated, as if there were more he wished to convey. Observing his expression, Lan Feng feigned anger, demanding, "What else are you withholding? Speak." The man appeared startled by her tone and quickly responded, "I also noticed that numerous experts are present around their residence, but I discovered nothing further." "Experts? What level of expertise do you speak of?" Lan Feng paused, questioning him. The man replied, "At the very least, they are at the pinnacle of the hidden strength realm, or perhaps even beyond." "Impossible," Lan Feng retorted sharply, her voice transformed by disbelief. Her countenance darkened, and after a moment, she regained her composure and inquired, "Could it be that you misjudged?" The man assured her earnestly, "There is no mistake. Mississippi, the sensation was akin to facing a formidable opponent. Thankfully, I maintained a safe distance. Otherwise, I might not have returned today." "Very well, you may leave for now. I shall summon you when needed," Lan Feng stated, her mind in disarray, yearning for tranquility to untangle her thoughts. "Yes, miss," the man responded and exited. Meanwhile, after sending Wu Yu home, GMO Wuyin returned to the estate, only to find his father seated in the hall, his expression inscrutable and gaze complex. Upon noticing his return, his father inquired, "You have returned? Do you have anything to share?" Observing his father's demeanor, GMO Wuyin recognized that he was already aware of the situation. "Did you not already know?" he replied. After a brief pause, he added, "I am currently preparing the necessary tools. I believe it will not be long before they awaken, at which point they shall be safe. Thus, there is no need for you to feel such trepidation." "What more could be lacking?" the elder inquired, now realizing that the query posed by the young man was indeed concerning the why of the matter. He could scarcely fathom that a situation not witnessed in a millennium would suddenly manifest, leaving him utterly unprepared. Jima Wuyin took a seat across from the elder and calmly asserted, "Rest assured, I have already given the necessary instructions. I believe they shall return in just a few days." Although this was a method he had observed during his youth, having something is certainly better than nothing, and he was confident that the children would be safe. The search for that particular medicinal herb was merely to enhance their chances. Exercising caution is never unwarranted, and he wished to bolster their odds further. "What is it that you have instructed them to seek?" the elder queried, acknowledging the exceptional talents of the children. The sudden arrival of 4 of them necessitated careful consideration. This matter must be communicated to the clan, allowing them to share in the joy. Jamal Wuyin responded, "The 9-colored fire lotus. Once we acquire it, There will be no issues for Junior and the others. Are you certain? The elder asked, his expression turning grave. The 9-colored fire lotus is no ordinary spiritual entity. Who have you sent to procure it? Upon hearing his words, the elder's demeanor shifted, and he asked with utmost seriousness. I am indeed certain. I have dispatched Chen Qing and his companions. They should return by tomorrow, he replied, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. Such a vital item would naturally warrant the trust of reliable individuals. Hearing this, the elder felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that the young man had everything well arranged. A smile crept across his face, widening as he thought of his great-grandchildren. He looked at Jima Wuyin and remarked, I never would have imagined that you would turn out so well. Not only do you have a wife, but you also have 4 sons. Upon hearing this, Jima Wuyin reflected on Wuyo and her children, a smile gracing his features as his demeanor softened. She is doing wonderfully, and they are thriving as well. He felt immense joy in their existence. Yet his heart swelled even more at the thought of Wuyo having given birth to them and nurturing them so well. The elder, catching the double entendre in his words, chuckled and nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, your wife is exceptional and your children are quite remarkable. After a brief pause, he continued, I observed their cultivation today. They should all be at the pinnacle of the innate realm, each one of them. Such remarkable attainment suggests they must have put forth considerable effort. At such a tender age, their ability to remain composed is commendable. One wonders how they have cultivated such prowess. If word were to spread, it could unleash a considerable uproar. Even he had been taken aback when he first learned of it, initially suspecting they had consumed some elixir of immortality. They are all quite diligent, Jima Wuyin remarked, his eyes glimmering with warmth as he recalled his own astonishment upon first learning of their achievements. However, considering Wuyo and the others, he could understand their motivations. Were he in their position, he would undoubtedly act similarly. The elder nodded in agreement, recognizing that without their relentless efforts, such high levels of cultivation would not have been achieved. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, their elevated prowess would prove advantageous, allowing him to rest easy regarding the events that were set to unfold. When it comes to the cultivation of several children, the old gentleman's thoughts drifted to his granddaughter-in-law, who could withstand his aura. A spark of curiosity flickered across his face as he turned to inquire, By the way, Xiaoyin, to what realm has Wuyo's cultivation ascended? He was genuinely intrigued. Wuyo, her current cultivation should surpass mine slightly, Jima Wuyin contemplated before responding. He sensed that although her cultivation was indeed a notch above his, in a confrontation, they would likely be evenly matched. Furthermore, it appeared she had encountered a bottleneck. Otherwise, he believed he would not stand a chance against her. The old gentleman was momentarily taken aback by his response. Yet a sense of astonishment welled up within him. He found himself even more pleased with his granddaughter-in-law, breaking into a brief smile without uttering a word. Chapter 60. Disappearance that night, voices resonated from the study. Jima Wuyin sat within, holding a document, his expression inscrutable as he inquired, And how goes the matter I entrusted to you? Returning to my master, the majority of the medicinal herbs you requested have been located. Yet a few remain elusive, and replied respectfully, his face devoid of expression. Upon hearing this, Jima Wuyin looked up, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he asked, Oh? Which herbs are missing? They are Hua Shengxiang and Kaluoko. Among a few others, and articulated the names of the herbs he had been unable to procure. After a moment of contemplation, Jima Wuyin responded, Have someone searched the depths of Lijin Mountain? Those herbs should be present there. I believe I spotted them on my last visit, albeit I did not pay them due attention, thinking they would not be necessary. Understood, my master, and replied, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes, reflecting on his previous oversight during his last expedition. Without further comment, Jima Wuyin inquired, Has there been any significant activity in the capital these past few days? And pondered briefly before responding. Indeed, the capital has witnessed a flurry of events, albeit concerning individuals of little importance. None of the significant figures have been dealt with. Having reviewed the list, he felt a slight dissatisfaction regarding the handling of only trivial matters. Jima Wuyin shook his head, a glimmer of light dancing in his gaze as he remarked, That may not necessarily be the case, choosing to remain silent thereafter. He contemplated the individuals involved, pondering that the first leader might serve an alternative purpose. Observing his master speak only partially, and grasped the underlying meaning without further probing. In a different location that same night, numerous similar events unfolded. Some were filled with glee, while others were shrouded in trepidation. Only those privy to the truth understood the gravity of the occurrences. Within a villa belonging to the Lan family, the lights blazed brightly. and the atmosphere in the hall was solemn, hosting a considerable gathering. Among them sat only one individual, the current head of the Lan family, Lan Jingming, clearly the most esteemed person present. The standing figures, if observed by outsiders, would reveal themselves to be individuals typically seen only on television, yet here they could only remain standing in deference. Lan Jingming sat above, observing the faces of those below, each displaying a palpable sense of panic, their eyes glimmering with disdain. These individuals were utterly inept, trembling over such trivial matters. It was evident they were incapable of achieving greatness. After a moment, Lan Jingming adjusted his demeanor, gazing at them solemnly, and spoke. I am already aware of the events that have transpired over the past few days. However, there is no need for alarm. This situation does not pertain to you, so I urge you to remain at ease and return to your respective duties. Master Lan, are you speaking the truth? One man inquired eagerly, clearly relieved to hear that their situation was secure. Could you elaborate on what precisely has occurred? Another man pressed, still perplexed about the unfolding events. He had merely noticed that their numbers had been inexplicably dwindling over the past few days. While the disappearance of one or two individuals might be inconsequential, the sudden vanishing of half their cohort was decidedly abnormal, prompting his inquiry. Indeed, Master Lan, what sort of significant event has transpired? Echoed another voice. Please, you must inform us, for we are left in the dark regarding the situation. And what of those who have vanished? Where have they gone? We require some answers to assuage our unease. As they listened to Master Lan, the crowd below voiced their questions, their eyes revealing a mixture of confusion and trepidation. They were disinclined to accept these mysterious disappearances without clarification. Master Lan, upon hearing their queries, bore an expression of complex emotions, fully aware that he could not disclose the truth, namely, that these occurrences stemmed from his subordinates' incompetence. He raised a hand, signaling for silence, and once they had quieted, he spoke gravely. Very well, since you all seek the truth, I shall oblige. The crowd responded affirmatively, their gazes fixed upon him. He continued, one of our outposts has been discovered, and all personnel within were eradicated. The individuals who have vanished in the capital have done so because those in higher authority identified them as problematic. Pausing momentarily, he queried, do you now comprehend the gravity of the situation? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those below grew even more alarmed, and they exclaimed, does this mean we are all inescapably doomed? They exchanged fearful glances, each face a canvas of dread. Yet, a discerning individual ventured to clarify, Master Lan implies that the disappeared were deemed problematic, hence their disappearance, while we, having remained undetected, continue to live. In response. Master Lan nodded, affirming, indeed, those who have vanished were of little consequence, while you are deemed significant and thus overlooked. However, you must exercise caution from this moment forth. Should any misfortune befall you, I shall not intervene. A flicker of glint passed through his eyes as he continued, we serve powerful individuals, and I trust you are all well aware of their tempers. With that, his gaze swept over them, conveying a clear understanding of the implications. Upon hearing the words of the Lan family patriarch, a chill swept through the hearts of those present, each grappling with the realization that they must not err during this critical period, lest they provide their adversaries with ammunition. If they faltered, the consequences would be dire, leaving them with no escape. In a small grove on the outskirts of the capital, faint murmurs of conversation floated through the air. So soon to decide to leave? Elder Chi's solemn voice echoed, tinged with a hint of surprise, clearly taken aback by the rapidity of the decision. The doctor gently interjected, indeed, Master. During my recent return to the capital, I took a stroll around and even visited the Lan family, but found it all rather unremarkable. It would be far more beneficial to hasten our research. He felt little significance in such matters, eager instead to delve into ways to expedite their awakening. Reflecting on recent events, he remarked softly, Master, the list on my computer has likely fallen into the hands of those individuals. Those people are inconsequential. If they are lost, so be it. Elder Chi replied nonchalantly, his eyes betraying an indifference that suggested he did not regard the situation as critical. The doctor, upon hearing this, displayed no visible reaction on his delicate features, merely stating, rest assured, Master, those are merely useless individuals. The truly valuable ones are not on that list. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes as he uttered the final sentence. Elder Chi nodded. I have always placed my trust in you. Thus, upon hearing such news, he exhibited no further reaction, as this was simply a matter of principle. Then, I am grateful for your trust, Master, the doctor responded with a respectful bow and a smile. Elder Chi's expression remained impassive as he stated, since you have made your decision, go forth. Exercise caution. He was not keen on any further complications arising from that side. Yes, master, the doctor affirmed. Chapter 61 in City. The city, enshrouded in a mesmerizing night, sparkled with distant stars, as if draped in an enchanting veil that enhanced its allure while imbued with a hint of chill, a beauty both captivating and stark. Within a lavish villa, the lights shone brightly, punctuated by the occasional murmur of conversation, reminiscent of whispers or discussions unfolding. Second brother, someone is pursuing little sister. Shi Lingyu announced from the opulent sofa, her voice soft and melodious, like a gentle spring breeze. The man reclining at the opposite end of the sofa lifted his strikingly handsome face, glanced at the man before him, raised an eyebrow, and languidly remarked, "Isn't that quite normal? Little sister is exceptionally beautiful." At that moment, he appeared oblivious to the underlying implications. Shi Lingyu furrowed her brow and clarified, "That man has come looking for her and is currently pursuing little sister. I cannot believe he remains indifferent." "What? Father and elder brother have not intervened?" Shi Lingyu finally regained his composure, a look of puzzlement crossing his face, his expression suddenly much more serious, eyes glimmering with curiosity. Shi Lingyu paused, her own expression tinged with confusion, and replied, "It seems he encountered little sister somewhere, and is now chasing after her along with a few nephews." "Do you truly believe that?" Shi Lingyu retorted, incredulity evident in his gaze. Shi Lingyu, unfazed by the skepticism, raised an eyebrow and responded, "I would prefer not to believe it, but the facts speak for themselves. One could only attribute it to their fate. The parents are aware of it now. What was their reaction? And what about the eldest brother? What did he say?" Shi Lingyu inquired, his expression calm, yet a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Shi Lingyu merely glanced at him and replied directly, "As for our parents, they said nothing." The eldest brother also showed no reaction. Upon uttering this, he himself found it rather perplexing. Why was there no response at all? He had anticipated their disapproval. Who would have thought that days would pass without anyone addressing the matter, leaving him hesitant to call back and inquire with his younger sister? "What are your thoughts on this now?" Shi Lingyu raised an eyebrow and asked. "What thoughts could I possibly have? I suppose I will just have to wait until I return home to ask my sister how she feels about it. We cannot interfere. However, it would be quite easy to take some measures, as long as that man does not have an easy path ahead of him." Upon hearing his second brother's inquiry, Shi Lingyu articulated his thoughts. Listening to the third brother's words, Shi Lingyu nodded, considering that the eldest brother must share this perspective and might even be devising a plan to test him. Thus, he felt no urgency at all, as long as his sister's happiness was assured. Suddenly, he remarked, "That man has apparently been searching for several years. He truly possesses a remarkable tenacity. Indeed, he has been searching for quite some time. It seems he is genuinely devoted to our sister, though she does not appear to be equally invested." Shi Lingyu replied nonchalantly, "With our sister's temperament, it is difficult to predict her response." Shi Lingyu nodded in agreement, adding, "The eldest brother must have his own thoughts. Once he has made up his mind, we can act together. As for the fourth brother, they have not really considered him at all." "You are absolutely right." Shi Lingyu concurred. Although the four brothers each harbored their own ideas, they often prioritized the eldest brother's judgment. After a brief pause, he continued, "I wonder what those people intend to do with the fourth brother. Most likely, it is merely some form of experimentation." "What other purpose could there be?" Shi Lingyu replied nonchalantly, a hint of coldness glimmering in his eyes. Shi Lingyu understood, yet he was somewhat puzzled as to why they had targeted the fourth brother. "I heard from the eldest brother that this incident might be related to the Lan family, which suggests it is not a trivial matter. The Lan family is nothing to be overly concerned about. Aren't they currently gathering information? Once we have evidence, they will not be able to escape." Shi Lingyu responded coldly, his gaze icy and forbidding. Even in the absence of concrete proof, it was highly likely they were involved, and he would not spare them. Those who dared to harm their brother must be prepared for dire consequences. Shi Lingyu replied mildly, "Is that even debatable? The Lan family cannot evade responsibility. It is merely a matter of time. When the moment comes, it will not be too late to settle the score." His tone remained gentle, yet it carried an unsettling undertone. In an obscure corner of the city, a vast underground chamber sprawled, covering an extensive area of nearly a kilometer, where clandestine affairs were unfolding. At that moment, in a large room, over 10 individuals sat, each wearing a grave expression on their faces. The man seated in the elevated position spoke. "Tomorrow, at the latest by afternoon, the doctor will be arriving, and I shall transfer all my responsibilities to him. Thus, I have summoned you here this evening to give you advance notice." Upon finishing his statement, he surveyed the crowd, observing their reactions. As anticipated, Upon hearing the man's words, the expressions of those present were a complex tapestry of emotions, each harboring their own thoughts, yet none dared to voice them. Noticing their countenances, the man inquired, "Do you have any questions? Feel free to ask. I shall share all that I know." "Doctor, were you not performing admirably? Why must you depart?" one man asked. His question resonated with the unspoken thoughts of the assembly, all eyes turning towards him. The doctor replied, "It is an order from above, and I am merely executing it." "Doctor, who is the individual coming this time? Will he be easy to work with?" another inquired. The doctor cast a brief glance at him and replied, "You must ensure to follow every command he gives without fail. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." At this, the faces of the crowd paled. Tension palpable in the air, their expressions flickering with apprehension as they looked to the doctor, hope glinting in their eyes. Ignoring their anxious looks, the doctor continued, "There are matters that have transpired recently which I have yet to disclose to you. Now I shall reveal them so that you may prepare yourselves. The underground facility in the city has been destroyed, and it was set ablaze. Virtually no one has survived." At this juncture, he fell silent. The crowd, upon hearing this grim news, was engulfed in sheer terror, their eyes betraying fear, some trembling visibly in an instant. The room was steeped in a profound silence, suffused with a sense of dread. "You mentioned virtually, which implies there are some survivors," someone ventured to ask. The mere act of speaking seemed to slightly alleviate the group's tension. All eyes now fixated on the doctor, eager to hear his response. The doctor did not directly address the question, but rather stated, "Indeed, there is one survivor. However, that individual is your superior arriving tomorrow. As for his background, if you diligently attend to your duties and comply with his directives, you may prolong your existence. I cannot divulge any more." The crowd exchanged glances, at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. Observing their expressions, the doctor cautioned, "You know well what must be done. I shall say no more. You will understand when you meet him tomorrow." Chapter 62. The search deep within the Yinshan forest, Wu Feng awoke to a perilous scene. Gasping in shock as he sprinted toward Shun Feng's fallen form, urgency etched across his face. "Madman, are you all right?" he shouted, though he himself bore serious injuries, hindering his speed. After what felt like an eternity, he arrived, scarcely able to muster any strength left, struggling to prop up Shun Feng and administer a pill. Listening to his steady breaths, he finally felt a modicum of relief. Gazing into the distance, a colossal carcass of an animal lay before him, anger coursing through his veins, wishing fervently to tear it to shreds. If it weren't for this creature, how could they have sustained such grievous injuries? Now, he was the only one left with a modicum of strength. Should they encounter another peril, it was likely they would not escape the flames of Yen Mountain. His eyes drifted to the unconscious figures beside him, a wave of fear washing over him. Fortunately, they were merely gravely injured and still had a chance for recovery. Otherwise, he would be at a loss as to how to explain this predicament to their leader. He slowly approached the others, gently patting their faces while urging, "Wake up, all of you. This is no time for slumber." Chen Qing was the first to awaken, his eyes fluttering open to a blaze of crimson, his entire body racked with pain, as though several of his bones had shattered. It seemed he would require over a month of recuperation. Turning to the still unconscious comrades, he inquired, "What of the others? Shingun? How are they faring?" "They're all injured, apart from Feng Zi, who is in a dire state. The rest are not too bad," Wu Feng replied. "Get back, quickly," Chibai shouted as he regained consciousness, surveying his surroundings before fully awakening. Soon after, Lu Li also stirred, each of them tending to their wounds, a weighty silence enveloping their minds. At first, they had believed that with their current cultivation, acquiring the treasure would be effortless, yet they had all emerged severely injured. And Feng Zi remained unresponsive. As he glanced at the inert Shin Feng, concern flickered across Chun Qing's face. "Xiao Bai, how is Feng Zi?" he asked. "He clashed with that fire beast, resulting in a mutual downfall. The beast is dead, but Feng Zi has sustained grave injuries. I administered a remedy for his internal wounds, yet he has yet to awaken," Chibai replied, anger seeping into his words. He recalled the scene he encountered upon awakening, and his face flushed with indignation. The others remained silent, all too aware of the fire beast's formidable nature. They had not anticipated Feng Zi would resort to a strategy that would lead to mutual destruction. Although the beast lay slain, he remained unconscious, and they were all still alive. Had they not been, the consequences would have been dire. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Qing spoke up, "The 9-colored fire lotus is in our possession. We must descend the mountain now. Shingun, you and Xiaobai support Feng Zi, while Lu Li and I will manage the rest." The others offered no objections, acknowledging that with Xinfeng still in a state of unconsciousness, assistance was essential for their movement. With little strength to spare for conversation, they followed Chen Qing's directives. Thus, the group, battered and bruised, made their slow progress toward the mountain's edge. After a considerable time, they finally emerged from the thicket, fortunate to be retracing their steps from earlier that afternoon. Otherwise, they could have faced unforeseen challenges. By this time, dusk was descending, but the surrounding area glowed with fiery hues, illuminating their path sufficiently, sparing them the trouble of seeking additional light. Having consumed the remedies for their internal injuries, their conditions improved as they neared the mountain's base, feeling significantly relieved. "What are you doing here?" Lu Li inquired, his gaze locking onto a man standing before them. A flicker of recognition in his eyes. It was the very man they had rescued previously, evidently waiting for their arrival. Sun Junming gazed at their safe return, undeterred by their vigilant expressions, and simply remarked, "I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely here to await your departure together." Upon hearing his words, the group exchanged glances, and Lu Li said, "There is no need for that. We do not wish to leave with you. You may go on ahead." With that, they all came to a halt, clearly showing no intention of moving. "I mean no harm. I only wish to accompany you. Given your injuries, would it not be better for you to have me by your side?" Sun Junming observed their reluctance with a sense of helplessness. While he had his own motives, his desire was simply to join them. Lu Li, upon hearing this, remained expressionless and replied, "Even if we are injured, we are still capable of dealing with you," he continued. "I suggest you reveal your true intentions. Perhaps we could be of assistance." Sun Junming was taken aback, clearly not expecting them to be aware of his thoughts. Having assumed they were merely a group of privileged youths, however, considering their ability to emerge from the mountains, he surmised they must have encountered the nine-colored fire lotus, which commanded his respect. He could only respond, "It is said that anyone who enters Yin Mountain cannot leave. That is why I wish to accompany you. Surely you possess a means to escape." "What? That cannot be true," Chibai exclaimed, disbelief evident in his eyes. The expressions of the others mirrored his astonishment, their eyes glinting with a flicker of surprise, yet they remained silent. Observing their reactions, Sun Junming's incredulity deepened as he remarked, "You cannot possibly be unaware of this. How could you dare to enter without fear of being trapped?" He had assumed they possessed a method to enter and exit freely. Unexpectedly, Wu Feng replied calmly, "We will find out when the time comes." He had no faith that their leader would confine them indefinitely. If they were allowed to enter, then they could certainly leave as well. Moreover, all of them were well aware of these matters. The others, reassured by his words, dismissed the issue from their minds, certain of their ability to escape. "I am at a loss for words," Sun Junming said, his frustration palpable. Chen Qing replied coolly, "It is not that the inhabitants here do not wish to leave. Rather, they are unable to do so, which is why they remain." "Indeed. So what are we to do now?" Sun Junming said anxiously, having believed they would have a solution. To his dismay, it appeared they were just as uninformed. Chibai looked at him and asked, "Have you attempted to leave? Is it truly impossible? How intriguing. I shall try it myself shortly." In truth, he was not taking this matter seriously. He doubted the notion of being unable to exit was genuine and merely wished to tease. "I may not have tried, but I am certain it is true. Once one enters, there is no turning back," Sun Junming affirmed. Lu Li raised an eyebrow and said, "Then why do you claim to want to leave with us? Is it not simply to see if there is any hope?" He stammered. Sun Junming awkwardly remarked. The others, upon hearing this, fell silent and each took a seat to prepare for healing, hoping to depart as soon as possible. Noticing their disregard for his words, Sun Junming ceased to speak and settled down on the ground. Chapter 63. Returned to Be City Liwan Court, shortly after 9 in the morning, basked in the splendid spring sunshine. "Fourth brother, are you ready? It's time to set off," Shieling Yuan inquired from the car, gazing out at Shieling Xian. He had been here for nearly 3 days. While there was nothing pressing at the company, matters concerning his younger sister were less certain. Beside him, Shieling Xian swiftly replied, "Elder brother, I'm ready. There is nothing much I need to prepare." He merely intended to bring gifts for a few young nephews. Nothing of great significance. Once they departed, it was uncertain when they might return. "I doubt we will return. Give the items to Feng Yi to take back. We shall head home first," Shieling Yuan declared with unwavering authority, a fleeting glimmer of worry crossing his eyes, fearing his younger sister might be led astray. "Make sure to take care of it, Feng Yi," Shieling Xian nodded, handing the items to Feng Yi before entering the vehicle. He turned to Shieling Yuan and asked, "Elder brother, why the haste? Is there something urgent?" Feng Yi took the items from him, neatly placing them before settling into his seat, ready for departure. "There are indeed a few matters to attend to," Shieling Yuan affirmed, confirming the urgency of their situation. He lifted his gaze to Feng Yi and instructed, "Let us go." "Yes, master," Feng Yi responded, driving the vehicle out. "Oh," Shieling Xian exclaimed, then pressed further, "Elder brother, what is it that requires such urgency?" "You will find out once we return," Shieling Yuan replied curtly, choosing not to elaborate further. Shieling Xian, sensing the finality in his brother's tone, refrained from asking more questions as they set off towards the outskirts. Upon reaching the outskirts, a helicopter awaited them. The two disembarked and boarded the aircraft. Once seated, the helicopter ascended towards the city, and for a while, silence enveloped them. As noon approached, they arrived in the city. The moment they disembarked, Shieling Xian eagerly questioned, "Elder brother, now that we've arrived, can you finally reveal what the matter is?" Shieling Yuan chuckled softly at his brother's impatience, replying, "Just wait until we return. You will see for yourself." He shook his head, a hint of amusement softening his otherwise stoic expression. Glancing at the waiting Hummer, he directed, "Let us go." "Get in the car." He stepped forward and took his seat inside. Shieling Xian paused momentarily before hastily entering the vehicle from the opposite side, exclaiming, "Elder brother, you are being quite excessive. Why don't you tell me now?" His curiosity was only intensifying. Feng Yi swiftly occupied the passenger seat, steering the vehicle towards home. Shieling Yuan remained silent, eyes closed in contemplation, pondering how best to test GMO Wuyin. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he instructed Feng Yi, make a call home and inquire if the young lady is there. "Understood, master," Feng Yi replied, promptly pulling out his phone to make the call. "Elder brother, why are you having Feng Yi call?" The younger sister, once again, exhibits a reluctance to venture outdoors, thus remaining at home. Shieling Xian, somewhat perplexed, remarked that his intention of not calling her was to orchestrate a surprise. However, if she were not at home, what surprise could there be? At that moment, Feng Yi had just concluded a phone call and said, "Master, Wang Bo mentioned that the young lady left this morning with a gentleman named GMO Wuyin, taking the young masters along, and did not indicate any plans to return for lunch." Upon hearing this, Shieling Yuan merely grunted in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Beside him, Shieling Xian was astonished and inquired, "Feng Yi, who is GMO Wuyin? Why would my sister go out with him, especially accompanied by several nephews?" "Fourth young master, I am also unaware," Feng Yi replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Even if he did know, he could not divulge anything at this moment. He too was eager to ascertain the identity of that man. Suddenly, a visage surfaced in his mind. Could it be him? He quickly shook his head. Observing Feng Yi's demeanor, Shieling Xian realized he would not extract any information from him. He then turned to his elder brother, who had his eyes closed, and implored, "Elder brother, you must know. Please enlighten me about GMO Wuyin and how he has grown so close to my sister." Pausing for a moment, he added through gritted teeth, "I must see who dares to take away my precious sister and adorable nephews. They truly must be tired of living. Elder brother, do tell." Shieling Xian urged Shieling Yuan, his eyes glinting with urgency. "He is merely the father of a few nephews," Shieling Yuan replied coolly, his tone unwavering. "What?" Shieling Xian exclaimed in astonishment, rendered speechless for a moment. After a brief pause, upon noticing the expression on his brother's face, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes, and he quickly asked, "Elder brother, did you know all along? Why did you not inform me?" Anger flickered across his features as he spoke. "What good would it have done to tell you?" Shieling Yuan retorted blandly, devoid of any emotion. To this, Shieling Xian fell silent, for he understood that his brother's words rang true. Even if he had been informed, there was little he could do then, as if struck by a thought. He asked, "Elder brother, what do you intend to do now? Do the second and third brothers know? And what of our parents? How have they reacted? I suspect they were privy to this information before you." Shieling Yuan replied, "They are exceedingly astute, and with Huai involved, it would be difficult for them to remain oblivious." Shieling Xian expressed his frustration. "Does that mean I was the last to find out?" After a brief pause, he continued, "You still haven't disclosed how you plan to deal with that man." "When did I ever say I intended to deal with that man?" Shieling Yuan said with amusement. It seemed that they were all merely waiting to observe his reaction. Shieling Xian exclaimed, his mouth agape, incredulously gazing at him. "That cannot be, elder brother. Were you not always opposed to this? Previously, those were men of ill repute, harboring ulterior motives, and of course, I could not allow my sister to be near them." Shieling Yuan remarked, a hint of mirth flickering in his eyes as he regarded Shieling Xian's exaggerated expression. After a moment's pause, reflecting on the man he had last encountered, a man of steadfast resolve, he was certain he would offer him an opportunity, albeit it would require some form of trial. Coming back to himself, he continued, Once you meet that man, you will understand. He is quite compatible with my younger sister. Brother, are you certain you haven't taken the wrong medicine? Observing the glance directed at him, Shilling Xian hastily added, No, please, continue. Everything you say is absolutely correct. Internally, he mused that ultimately, the man would have to see for himself. Should he find anything unsatisfactory, he could hardly complain about the consequences. Raising his voice to the driver, he urged, Driver, please accelerate. He was eager to return and discover what manner of man could earn his brother's admiration. Shilling Yuan, noting his expression, realized he had not absorbed the advice and chose to remain silent, allowing him to learn through experience the necessity of tempering his temperament. The man's character was indeed commendable. If not for the younger sister, he would ponder whether the man could pass his test. He hoped he would succeed, for they ought to find common ground. Chapter 64. Meanwhile, Wuyo was enjoying a meal at the home of her children's great-grandfather. Having promised to visit today, she had brought the children along early in the morning, intending for them to stay the day, as she had nothing pressing to attend to. The group appeared quite harmonious as they dined together. After lunch, the elderly gentleman suddenly inquired, Does Wuyo have a job? Wuyo shook her head, replying, I simply care for the children at home. I am not working outside. Taking care of children is wonderful. It's evident you teach them so well. I truly appreciate your efforts. The old man remarked, nodding with satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He then asked, Besides looking after the children, what do you enjoy doing? They are quite obedient, and I hardly exert myself, Wuyo said, a softness flickering in her gaze. After a brief pause, she added, Aside from caring for them, I do devote more time to practicing my skills. Practicing is indeed beneficial, the old man replied, then fell silent. Indeed, it is beneficial, Wuyo thought to herself, aware that chaos would soon ensue, and one must possess skills for self-preservation. Just then, her phone rang. Checking the screen, she saw it was Mei Yi. With an apologetic smile towards the elderly gentleman, she said, Grandfather, I will take this call, go ahead. He gestured with a wave of his hand. Seeing her grandfather's approval, Wuyo stepped into the courtyard, pressed the call button, and directly asked, Mei Yi, is there something you need? She was skeptical that Mei Yi would call without a reason. On the other end, Mei Yi responded, Master, the eldest and fourth young masters have returned. They just arrived home and inquired about you. So I'm letting you know brother and fourth brother are back. Wuyo raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement crossing her eyes, and instructed, Please tell them I will return shortly. They must be aware of her circumstances, hence their swift return. She would allow them to meet soon. Understood, Master, Mei Yi replied, her tone devoid of any fluctuation. Untroubled by such a tone, and harboring no discontent, Wuyo merely replied with a faint, that's fine. She then ended the call and walked into the room. Observing Wuyo's entrance, Jima Wuyin inquired with concern, Is something the matter? If there is, I can escort you back. Though he felt he had yet to spend enough time with her, he was assured of having ample opportunity in the future. Should Dan Su catch wind of this remark, he would undoubtedly douse him with a torrent of disdain. How audacious! Wuyo affirmed with a smile, stating, My elder brother and the others have returned and wish to discuss a few matters with me. She then turned to the younger ones and asked, Juner, Xiuer, Ronger, Huar, your granduncle has returned. Do you wish to accompany me home? The little ones, engrossed in listening to great-grandfather Zhang, turned to her upon hearing her words and chorused, We want to go back and see granduncle. Hearing their response, Wuyo addressed the elderly gentleman, Grandfather, there are some matters at home. We shall take our leave for now and will invite them over to keep you company another time. Very well, since there are matters to attend to, do return, the old man replied with a smile. Wuyo instructed the children, Darling ones, bid farewell to great-grandfather. The little ones obediently said their goodbyes before turning to walk towards Wuyo. Jima Wuyin, standing by, had a glimmer of light in his eyes as he said, Let us go. I shall escort you home. With that, he took the hands of the two children and headed outside. Wuyo observed his figure retreating and did not stop him. Instead, she took the hands of the two children and followed suit. Their pace was leisurely, and after more than 20 minutes, they arrived. Although the midday sun was somewhat warm, their cultivated natures rendered the heat negligible. Meanwhile, the Lan family patriarch, having learned of the Shilling family's residence, pondered long and hard about whether to invite them for his upcoming birthday. After much deliberation, he resolved to extend an invitation. Despite the long-standing relations among the four prominent families, the Shilling clan remained shrouded in mystery, with none having managed to ascertain their abode until now. What a stroke of fortune it was to have encountered them. Father, your birthday is approaching. Have you prepared the invitations? Lan Feng inquired from the study of the Lan family. Were it not for her curiosity regarding whether that wretched person had been invited, she would not have bothered to ask. The patriarch squinted his eyes and smiled. What prompts your inquiry? Or do you have someone in mind whom you wish to invite? His tone was exceedingly gentle. Father, I was merely inquiring, and also checking if the Dan family had been included. You know I am good friends with the little princess of the Dan family, so I thought it prudent to ask, Lan Feng replied, her heart racing yet maintaining a composed demeanor. The patriarch scrutinized her for a moment before producing a freshly pinned list of invitees and handing it to her, saying, I have just drafted a few families. Take a look. After all, this will be known sooner or later, so it is of no harm to glance at it. Lan Feng extended her hand to receive the paper bearing the names of the families and began to peruse it. As her eyes fell upon the Jima family, her heart fluttered with warmth. She had not anticipated their inclusion. Would he perhaps attend? Continuing her examination, she was taken aback to discover the Shieling family listed as well, and a shadow of intrigue passed through her gaze. Commit this list to memory. It comprises several prominent families, with a few lesser-known ones included, though they are seldom seen at such grand gatherings. This time, the banquet is undoubtedly set to be extravagant. In that moment, Shun inquired, Father, is the Shieling family the most enigmatic among the four great families? The head of the Lan family nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed, but we remain uncertain as to whether they will attend this time. He too was eager to ascertain their presence, as their attendance would provide him the opportunity to gauge just how much they knew, thus aiding his future plans. Will they not come, then? Lan Feng asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. She secretly hoped they would not attend, yet she had an inkling they might, and that she would inevitably encounter that woman she wished to avoid. The mere thought filled her with resentment. That detestable woman belonged to the Shieling family. In a wonder, she had found the name familiar upon hearing it last night. It was one of the four great families, with a comparable lineage and similar appearances, undoubtedly her fiercest rival. How could it be that she had grown so close to him? Just contemplating this made her uncomfortable. He was meant to be hers, and she would ensure that he came to cherish her. Noticing the uncertainty in his daughter's eyes, the head of the Lan family clarified, Indeed. I have never heard of them attending any banquets, so it remains uncertain. I am merely making an observation. Their attendance ultimately depends on them. Ah, Lan Feng replied absent-mindedly, regaining her composure as she addressed her father, Then I shall leave you to your tasks for now. Go ahead, he responded, watching her depart, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. He could only hope she would not engage in any untoward actions during his birthday banquet. Chapter 65. Confrontation. Wuyo, accompanied by Jima Wuyin and the little ones, returned to the Shieling residence. Upon entering the hall, they found both the eldest and fourth brothers present, just as anticipated. Upon their arrival, Shieling Yuan maintained his usual impassive demeanor, while Shieling Xian was quite the opposite. As the men approached, he nearly leaped from his seat, his eyes betraying his excitement. Wuyo, observing him, teased, Fourth brother, what expression is that? Have you lost your mind? The younger children raced towards them, exclaiming, Uncle, little uncle, we've missed you so much. Shieling Xian's expression softened slightly at the sight of the children. He affectionately ruffled their hair and replied, You little darlings, Uncle has missed you too. Have you been behaving at home? Even Shieling Yuan's demeanor softened considerably as he reached out to pat their heads and exchanged a few words with them. It was then that he turned his gaze towards the man. Although he had seen him before, the previous encounter had been under dim light. Now, he could truly appreciate the man's striking appearance, which exuded an impressive aura. His handsome face was nothing short of breathtaking, and he bore a remarkable resemblance to the children, making it impossible for anyone to mistake them for strangers. He presented himself quite well, and standing alongside Wuyo, they appeared perfectly matched. Meanwhile, Jima Wuyin observed them. The man on his left was the one who had fought him previously, Wuyo's elder brother, who appeared remarkably youthful. The man on the right is likely the fourth brother of Yuer, while the one on the left is clearly his counterpart. Both exude the air of favored sons of heaven. One is mature while the other exhibits a more carefree demeanor. Nonetheless, both are strikingly handsome. It is understandable, given that Yuer is so beautiful, her brothers must be equally appealing. However, their personalities are quite different, and I wonder what sort of characters her second and third brothers possess. Sister, how can you say such a thing about me? Shieling Xian exclaimed, nearly jumping up in indignation as he looked at Wuyo, his eyes filled with reproach. He then turned to the man opposite him and declared, You must be Junar's father. As he spoke, he approached Jima Wuyin, scrutinizing him from head to toe, adding, I must say, you do bear a striking resemblance. Jima Wuyin, ignoring his scrutiny, stated with gravity, I am Jima Wuyin, the biological father of Junar. He emphasized the word biological with particular weight. Oh, I see. Shieling Xian replied, stroking his chin nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Wuyo rolled her eyes internally and took a seat nearby, listening to their exchange. Shieling Yuan did not intervene with his fourth brother, merely waiting to see his next move. Suddenly, Shieling Xian slapped Jima Wuyin on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Come on, let's go practice." With that, he pulled him towards the exit. Upon hearing this, Jima Wuyin glanced at Wuyo and followed suit. Indeed, he had anticipated this outcome, shaking his head in amusement as he watched their retreating figures. "Uncle, where are they going?" Shieling Hua inquired with curiosity. Shieling Jun interjected, "You fool, didn't you hear fourth uncle say they were going to practice? Naturally, they are headed to the training room. How could he have such a dim-witted younger brother?" "Exactly," chimed in Shieling Rong and Shieling Xiao in agreement. "Come on, brother, let us go out and play," Shieling Hua suggested. Shieling Jun nodded. "All right, let us go." With that, he led them outside. Shieling Yuan, listening to their conversation, felt a softness in his gaze as he turned to Wuyo, saying, "You don't need to check on them." "No, fourth brother will surely lose." Wuyo shook her head confidently. Even she was unsure if she could defeat him at present. However, once she made another breakthrough, she would be able to best him. Shieling Yuan, hearing the conviction in her tone, smiled and asked, "You have such confidence in him?" Wuyo's face flushed slightly at her elder brother's teasing, retorting, "Brother, what are you saying? I am merely stating the truth." Seeing his sister's flustered expression, Shieling Yuan chuckled. After a moment, he ceased his laughter, his expression returning to seriousness as he asked, "Little sister, what are your thoughts? Are you certain?" Wuyo, taken aback by her brother's earnest demeanor, hesitated before confessing, "Brother, I find myself somewhat fond of him. As for certainty, we shall see." She was unsure of what the future held. Yet, she liked him, very much. Despite their brief acquaintance, she felt quite certain of her feelings. As long as you are aware of your own heart, that is all that matters. Beyond that, I have no further advice to offer. Rest assured, we will always be here for you. Shieling Yuan spoke with a solemn demeanor, though his tone softened considerably as he continued. Wuyo nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Yes, I understand. Sister, I have lost. I cannot believe I have lost." Shieling Hua exclaimed as he rushed into the hall, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. He turned to Wuyo and declared, "Sister, this person is utterly unreasonable. He played unfairly." To everyone's surprise, Jimu Wuyin entered the hall, ignoring Shieling Hua entirely. He merely inclined his head towards Shieling Yuan and then turned to Wuyo, saying, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. I will come to find you again tomorrow if I have the time." A flicker of urgency crossed his eyes, mingled with concern as he gazed at her. "All right, you take care of your business," Wuyo replied with a nod, understanding his need to depart. She knew that if there were no pressing matters, he would not leave at this moment. Observing Wuyo's expression, Jimu Wuyin realized she truly bore no anger and then addressed Shieling Yuan and Shieling Xian, saying, "Eldest brother, fourth brother, I shall take my leave now. We shall converse further next time." "Very well, you may head off," Shieling Yuan replied without correcting his address. He had noticed the urgency in Jimu Wuin's eyes earlier, indicating there was indeed something significant at hand. Upon hearing his words, Jimu Wuin swiftly turned and exited the hall. Behind him, Shieling Xian shouted, "Alas! Who are you calling eldest brother and fourth brother? Mind your words." Shieling Yuan and Wuyo exchanged a glance, choosing to ignore him and departing the hall independently in a certain underground chamber. A meeting was underway, the room enveloped in an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The doctor sat at the head of the table, his delicate features adorned with a subtle smile, exuding an alluring charm as he surveyed the individuals before him. With a look of satisfaction at their respectful expressions, he nodded slightly and addressed the person behind him, saying, "It seems you have performed admirably." The man standing behind him, upon hearing this compliment, replied with utmost respect, "Thank you for your kind words, doctor. It is merely my duty." The crowd was taken aback by the sight of their former leader displaying such demeanor, a look of astonishment crossing their faces as they silently vowed never to offend the man seated above them. Noticing their expressions, the doctor remarked coolly, "It appears you have not disclosed my identity to them." "I dare not," the man responded. "Good," the doctor replied, his gaze devoid of any emotion. "Listen carefully. I require only one thing from you. Obedience. I have little tolerance for disobedience. Do you all understand?" "Yes," the crowd answered in unison. The doctor nodded, satisfied with their response. "Then understand this. Those who do not heed my words shall become mere nutrients." Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he smiled and added, "Do you not know what nutrients are?" Allow me to enlighten you. They are food. Do you comprehend now? A shiver ran down the spines of those present, fear bubbling within them. Yet, no one dared to utter a word, their astonishment growing at the realization that someone so young could instill such dread. Satisfied with their reactions, the doctor declared, "Enough. You may all return to your tasks. I will summon you if necessary." "Yes, doctor," they replied in unison before gradually exiting the room. Standing at the rear, the man observed how the doctor effortlessly resolved matters with just a few words, inwardly acknowledging, "Truly, he is the heir of the esteemed. Is all the information prepared?" The doctor inquired. The man replied, "Indeed, everything is meticulously arranged and right here." As he spoke, he placed all the documents onto the desk in front of the doctor. The doctor responded softly, taking the materials to peruse them. Chapter 66. In a state of unconsciousness as GMO Wuyin emerged from the Shieling residence, he swiftly made his way towards the villa where Chen Qing and the others awaited. His speed astonishing, he soon arrived at the villa, soaring inside without disturbing a soul. "Have you found the cause?" GMO Wuyin asked, urgency flickering in his eyes, though his demeanor remained remarkably composed. Upon seeing their leader, the others rallied, exclaiming, "Boss, you're here." GMO Wuyin did not respond to them, his gaze fixated on Shen Feng, who lay unconscious on the bed. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he sternly inquired, "What on earth happened?" Logically, such an event should not have occurred. Contemplating this, he turned to Chen Qing and the others, confusion evident in his eyes. "Boss, the madman used a method of mutual destruction with that fire creature, and since then, he has been in this state, his body radiating heat. Even with the cold pearl, the heat cannot be diminished," Chen Qing explained, detailing the sequence of events, his worry unabated as he spoke. The others wore expressions of concern, nodding in agreement with the gravity of the situation. GMO Wuyin then directed his attention to Luli, asking, "Is there nothing you can do?" "I too am at a loss. The heat within the madman cannot be alleviated," Luli responded weakly, a sense of despondency in his eyes. He may not be renowned as a genius in both Eastern and Western medicine, yet he was indeed talented. Yet now, he found himself incapable of remedying even a fever. GMO Wuyin pressed further, "When will he awaken? Will this have any impact on his health?" "We do not know yet. We can only wait and see," Luli replied, his mind racing for any potential solution to reduce the fever, but to no avail. He had conducted a thorough examination of the madman, yet discovered nothing amiss. The narrative rewinds to yesterday afternoon at Yanshan. Chen Qing and the others were tending to their injuries, while Shen Feng had already fallen into unconsciousness. In their haste to recover, they initially believed Shen Feng's state was merely due to severe injuries. Luli had bandaged his wounds and administered medicine for internal injuries. Since they all shared similar symptoms of heat, they failed to notice any other anomalies. When Sun Juming observed them settling down, he too took a seat. As time passed, evening arrived, though in Yanshan, the concept of night was nearly indistinguishable from day due to the surrounding red hues. Once their injuries had healed sufficiently, they prepared to carry the unconscious Shen Feng out of Yanshan. Sun Juming accompanied them, saying little. Chen Qing and the others paid him no mind, allowing him to follow as they traversed through the village at the mountain's base, unimpeded by the local inhabitants. Sun Juming was merely reluctant, which is why he chose to follow them. Little did he know that he would truly step out of Yin Mountain with them, and his body exhibited no unusual signs. This realization brought him joy, prompting him to sincerely express his gratitude before continuing onward with them. Although a sense of astonishment lingered in his heart, he refrained from further inquiries. As they approached the brink of the boundary, he bid them farewell and departed alone. The others regarded his retreating figure in silence, offering no questions or comments, and assisted Shen Feng toward the location of their helicopter. Once inside, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. Chen Qing retrieved a box, removed the cold pearl from his person, and placed it within, instantly feeling a reduction in his chill. The others followed suit, discarding their cold pearls and placing them together. Had it not been for that man, they would have removed the cold pearls long ago, sparing themselves such torment. Upon removing his own, Shen Feng's condition was quickly noted by Qi Bai, who touched his body and exclaimed, "Luli, come quick. What is wrong with this madman?" "What happened?" Luli rushed over, placing a hand on Shen Feng's forehead. "He feels so hot. Could he be running a fever?" He instructed, "Bring me a bottle of water to cool him down," and added, "Fetch my medical kit. It contains fever-reducing pills." The group swiftly complied with Luli's orders, anxiously watching Shen Feng, who remained unresponsive, not even letting out a whimper, which heightened their concern. Ultimately, it was Wu Feng who suggested, "We should place a cold pearl on him. If this fever continues, could it not damage his brain? It seemed they had no other choice. Li, please think of a solution. You are the only one with medical expertise here, Chun Qing urged, handing the cold pearl to Lu Li, his tone tinged with urgency. Li positioned the cold pearl on Shan Feng's body, and indeed, his temperature began to decrease significantly. However, this was not a sustainable solution. He remarked, "We must hasten our return. Let us see if the boss can devise a remedy. This place offers nothing convenient. Once we are back, I will conduct a thorough examination." "Very well, I shall start the engine now. We will depart immediately," Chibai declared, making his way to the driver's seat. Chun Qing stated, "I will lend a hand. Once you have rested, I will take over." Agreed, the two responded in unison. Time returned to the present, and GMO Wuyin observed their inability to find a solution, his heart filled with anxiety. He pondered incessantly who might possess the means to cure Shinfeng. Suddenly, a silhouette flickered in his mind, and he pulled out his phone to make a call. As soon as the line connected, he inquired, "Senior brother, where are you at this moment? I require your assistance." "Oh, am I mistaken? Someone is actually seeking my help," Yuni remarked with a flash of surprise upon receiving his junior's call. When he heard the request, his astonishment deepened, prompting him to jest. Yet GMO Wuyin seemed unfazed by the levity. Responding with solemnity, "Senior brother, I have pressing matters to discuss with you." All right, I am listening," Yuni replied, adopting a serious demeanor. GMO Wuyin then spoke. "I have a friend here who is currently in a deep coma and has a high fever. Could you come over and help me figure out what is happening?" "All right, what's the address?" Yuni replied, feeling a flicker of interest and readily agreed. Considering his urgency, he felt no inclination to refuse, especially since he was his senior apprentice. Both sentiment and reason compelled him to comply. GMO Wuyin replied, "The address is Villa 15, please hurry." "Okay, see you shortly," Yuni said, before hanging up the phone. The others, witnessing their leader on the call, watched with keen interest, and when they learned that the senior apprentice was coming, a glimmer of excitement flickered in their eyes. Once GMO Wuyin ended the call, all eyes turned to him. Noticing their worried expressions, GMO Wuyin reassured them, "Do not fret. My senior apprentice will surely have a solution. If even he cannot help, then I truly would not know whom else to turn to. I hope he possesses the means to assist." Chapter 67. The cause of illness in H City, at a villa on the outskirts, Sun Juming had just returned home not long ago. As he gazed upon his son lying in bed, a wave of tenderness washed over him. He retrieved the medicinal herbs he had gathered, carefully extracted the core substance, and administered it to his son. Then, he settled himself by the bedside, waiting for him to awaken. Sunin, still in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly felt a surge of energy coursing through him, and his body became considerably more comfortable. Struggling to open his eyes, he met his father's moist gaze and asked, "Dad, what has happened to me?" "You have been poisoned. Fortunately, I managed to find the antidote. Otherwise, you would have remained in eternal slumber," Sun Juming replied with anger, but as he continued, a note of reflection crept into his voice. Sensing that his father had more to say, Sun Juming added, "For now, focus on recovering your health. As for everything else, I will reveal all once you are well again." The revelation of his poisoning startled Sunin, but upon hearing that the antidote had already been administered, he felt a wave of relief. The latter part of his father's words lingered in his mind, and he resolved to seek clarity once he regained his strength. He could only nod in response. Observing his son's expression, Sun Juming's eyes flickered with emotion, yet he chose not to elaborate further, silently lamenting as he turned to leave the room. Left alone, Sunin watched his father's retreating figure, his gaze flickering as he began to replay the events in his mind. He recalled that he had merely consumed a glass of wine. How could that have led to poisoning? Was it possible that someone had tainted the drink? But that seemed implausible. Many had partaken, yet he was the only one who remained in a coma. Yes, he was the sole individual who had returned only to fall into an unending slumber. This must have been a targeted attack against him. The expression on his father's face indicated he was aware of something more. Unfortunately, his father was not inclined to disclose the truth just yet. He would have to wait until his father was ready to share. Regardless of the identity of the perpetrator, he vowed not to let the one who had poisoned him escape unscathed. If his father had not discovered the antidote, this thought led him back to the matter of the antidote itself. Where had it been found? How could his father be certain it would awaken him? Sunin became lost in his thoughts, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Time in Kyoto flows slowly, yet the temperature surrounding Shinfeng remains largely unchanged. Nevertheless, with the aid of the cold pearl, he feels somewhat more comfortable, his body temperature not as elevated. However, once the cold pearl is removed, his temperature will rise accordingly, appearing as if he might scorch someone. This concern is palpable among Chen Qing and the others. Even GMO Wuin's eyes betray a hint of worry, though he conceals it well, leaving the others oblivious. Oh, junior brother, what is happening? I can feel this heat from outside. Yunyi's voice wafted in from outside, followed by his entrance into the room. He maintained that infuriating tone, his expression enough to provoke annoyance. Chen Qing and the others stood on guard, glancing toward the door with a flicker of astonishment, subsequently regarding him warily, realizing he had approached so closely without their notice. Observing their expressions, Yunyi's eyes glimmered with amusement as he sauntered over to GMO Wuin, smilingly inquiring, "Junior brother, do show me who has fainted. Is it someone you hold dear who has encountered trouble?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qing and the others gaped in disbelief, clearly astonished that this individual was the elder brother of their leader, and his words were rather unexpected. "What do you mean by someone you hold dear?" they collectively thought, turning to their leader, only to find his face devoid of any expression, silently admiring his calm demeanor. GMO Wuin disregarded his words, stating flatly, "Quickly examine him and ascertain the situation." The others also looked on expectantly. "How dull," Yuni muttered, noting GMO Wuin's lack of reaction. He then turned his attention to the man lying on the bed. Approaching the bedside, he grasped the man's wrist and checked his pulse, raising an eyebrow in surprise at the absence of abnormalities. Pausing for a moment, he infused a trace of spiritual energy into the man's body, only to find it dissipate almost instantly. This piqued his interest, prompting him to channel another trace of spiritual energy, closely monitoring its reaction. GMO Wuin observed him intently, not missing the surprise that flickered across his face, which eased his inner worries somewhat. Chen Qing and the others remained silent, awaiting his assessment. As Yun concluded his examination, Lu Li eagerly queried, "So, elder brother, what is the condition of that lunatic? Why has he yet to awaken?" Yuni remained silent, merely casting a glance at GMO Wuin, a smile gracing his lips, though his expression remained inscrutable. GMO Wuin directly inquired, "How is he?" "He is fine, quite well, in fact," Yuni replied with a grin, retrieving the cold pearl from the man, pondering where this fellow had acquired such good fortune. Chi Bai's expression shifted, indignantly exclaiming, "If he cannot wake up, how can you say he is fine?" Were it not for the fact that this man was the elder brother of their leader, he might have resorted to physical confrontation. "Calm down, Xiao Bai, let's hear what he has to say," Wu Feng soothed, trusting in Yunyi's words. If he claimed there was no cause for concern, then there likely was none. And even if there were, he surely possessed a solution. Yuni raised an eyebrow with a grin, remarking, "This lad certainly has discernment." He then turned back to Chi Bai, saying, "What are you so anxious about? I haven't finished speaking yet." "Speak quickly, spare us the extraneous details," GMO Wuin interjected, AT present. He is solely concerned with understanding why the individual remains unconscious and how one might lower their temperature. Yuni glanced at the expressionless face, a flicker of something peculiar flashing in his eyes as he remarked, "He is fine. It is merely the awakening of his spiritual roots, which requires time. Is that not a good thing?" After a brief pause, he continued, "As for why he has not awakened yet, aside from the cold pearl you placed, external forces are also necessary. However, it is difficult to determine what that external force might be, for I am uncertain myself. The awakening of spiritual roots means that the cold pearl cannot be used." GMO Wuin interjected, a glimmer of light passing through his eyes as he questioned. Lu Li chimed in, "But if we do not use the cold pearl, his body temperature will rise too high. No one can withstand that." Chen Qing nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, without the cold pearl, it seems as though he might ignite entirely." "What is the awakening of spiritual roots?" Chi Bai asked, his eyes flickering with curiosity. "Could it be that which he imagines, the spiritual roots necessary for legendary cultivators? If so, then indeed, this is a fortuitous occurrence." Yun-Yi, observing his expression, responded directly, "It is precisely what you envision, the cultivators." "How do you know what I am thinking?" Chi Bai exclaimed in surprise. Yuni rolled his eyes and remarked to GMO Wuin, "Of course, the cold pearl cannot be used. By employing it, you effectively suppress the awakening state occurring within him. Once you remove the cold pearl, he will fully awaken." "Can his body endure that temperature?" GMO Wuin asked, a spark of concern in his gaze, for he understood that awakenings are generally arduous. Yuni shook his head, stating, "I do not know. It ultimately depends on his own resilience. As for assisting him in awakening his spiritual roots, I am at a loss. Moreover, there is something else I have not mentioned." As Chen Qing and the others' expressions brightened momentarily, They soon became anxious upon hearing their leader's inquiry. Yunyi's response only heightened their urgency. Is there truly no solution? GMO Wuin's face remained unchanged as he posed the question again. Yun-yi observed his junior's demeanor and a thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, his expression shifted and he slowly spoke. It is not entirely without recourse. However, I cannot guarantee its efficacy. With a hint of amusement in his eyes, Yun-yi continued, I believe the Shieling family may possess a solution. According to their lineage of cultivators, they must have some secret techniques. He trailed off, leaving the implication clear. Are you certain? GMO Wuin asked sternly, fixing his gaze upon him. Yun-yi nodded affirmatively. That is dubious. He thought to himself, for he was unaware of what methods they might possess. Nevertheless, he believed that even without summoning them, the lad on the bed would be fine. Yet, he chose not to voice this, as he awaited the opportunity to meet his sister-in-law. Why complicate matters further? GMO Wuin discerned nothing from his expression and nodded slightly, instructing them, Very well, you stay here and watch over the madman while I summon assistance. Remain here. I shall return shortly. With that, he vanished from sight. You are lying, Wu Feng asserted. What? Chen Qing and several others spoke in unison, their gazes fixed upon Yun-yi. A flicker of surprise crossed Yun-yi's face as he regarded them, reassuringly thinking to himself that he would be just fine. And I know, the madman will be all right, Wu Feng stated, pausing momentarily before continuing. What I mean is regarding your deceit towards our leader. What are your intentions? Do you wish to meet your sister-in-law? Yun-yi retorted, a faint glimmer in his eyes. Chen Qing and the others fell silent. Indeed, they yearned to meet her, but was this truly the right moment? After Wu Yu departed from GMO Wuin, she returned to her room, where the little ones had all gone for their afternoon nap. She too contemplated stealing a moment of rest, and so she lay down on her bed fully clothed, drifting into slumber. Just as Wu Yu was enveloped in the embrace of sweet dreams, GMO Wuin slipped into the room, and upon finding her napping, a wave of tenderness washed over him. Yet, he called out, You heir, wake up, I need your help with something. Wu Yu had sensed his arrival the moment he entered, but feigning sleep, she remained still until he mentioned needing her assistance, at which point she opened her eyes and regarded him. Wuin, what is it? She sat up. GMO Wuin met her clear gaze, feeling a moment of hesitation within himself. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. I have a friend who is awakening his spiritual roots. He is in a precarious situation. Why senior brother mentioned you could assist. Would you be willing to come and take a look? Though uncertain if you heir would agree, he had still come to her. Wu Yu had initially thought it was a matter of great significance. Upon hearing the details, she realized it was this. She quickly exclaimed, Where is he now? Let us hurry. With that, she sprang from her bed, slipped on her shoes, and headed out. Seeing her immediate compliance filled GMO Wuin with joy as he replied, Yes, I will take you there. With that, he wrapped her in his embrace and soared in the direction they had come from. Caught off guard, Wu Yu found herself suddenly in his arms, her cheeks flushing a shade of crimson. However, she offered no resistance and gently inquired, How did he suddenly awaken his spiritual roots? After a trip to the extreme south to obtain the 9-colored fire lotus, he unexpectedly experienced his awakening. GMO Wuin replied nonchalantly, savoring the softness in his embrace. Wu Yu responded with an "oh," falling silent as thoughts swirled in her mind about the rarity of the 9-colored fire lotus. Surprised to learn it was found in the extreme south, GMO Wuin moved swiftly. Upon entering the villa, he set Wu Yu down and together they entered Shanfeng's room. Inside, Chun Qing and the others were conversing when they noticed their leader had returned, accompanied by an angelic girl, a girl who appeared no older than 16. For a moment, they were taken aback. Even Yuni momentarily lost his focus, marveling inwardly at how fortunate his junior brother was. Why had he never encountered such a stunning girl? He stepped forward with a smile, addressing her, Greetings, sister-in-law, as it is our first meeting. I have not prepared a gift, but I shall make amends next time. I hope you do not mind. Wu Yu gazed at the man who had suddenly appeared before her, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes as she remarked, A cultivator. After a brief pause, she nodded, adding, Initial stage of golden core, quite impressive. How did you know? Yuni asked in astonishment, his eyes flashing with a wary glint. Regarding the wariness in his eyes, Wu Yu chose to disregard it entirely and remarked, It is evident that your cultivation is commendable, albeit only slightly superior to that of her parents. What is there to be astonished about? Greetings, sister-in-law. Chen Qing and the others turned to Wu Yu, their eyes filled with curiosity, their minds racing with thoughts of whether she truly was the sister-in-law, for she appeared remarkably youthful. Demo Wuin observed the expressions of Chen Qing and the others, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze as he stepped forward and addressed Wuyo. Wuyo, pay them no mind. I shall introduce you shortly, he continued. The four over there are my childhood companions, and the one beside them is my senior brother. You need not concern yourself with their names. As Qin Qing and the others listened to their leader's introduction, their faces reflected a profound displeasure, astonished that their leader would even feel jealousy over this matter, leaving them speechless in their hearts. Yun-yi, however, remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. Wuyo, noticing their awkward expressions, greeted them with a smile. Hello there. Then, turning to GMO Wuyin, she suggested, let us first assess the situation. GMO Wuyin nodded in agreement and indicated. The one on the bed is the individual in question. Wuyo approached the person on the bed, took their pulse, and remarked to GMO Wuyin, it is fortunate you summoned me. Otherwise, she left her statement unfinished, yet the implication was clear. What do you mean? GMO Wuyin inquired, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. Wuyo contemplated for a moment before responding. He is in the process of awakening. Though the journey is fraught with peril, within him lies the blood of a certain beast, and that beast possesses a rather violent disposition. Hence my caution, sister-in-law, do you have any means to suppress it? Chun Qing asked. The others also gazed at her, their eyes filled with questions. GMO Wuyin looked at her as well, and even the typically silent Yuni regarded her with interest. Wuyo replied nonchalantly, I do, but you all should step outside for now, regardless of their expressions. She then addressed GMO Wuyin, you may stay. Initially, GMO Wuyin thought she was instructing him to leave as well, but was pleasantly surprised to be invited to remain. A ripple of emotion stirred within him as he said to Qin Qing and the others, you all may go. My presence is sufficient. Pausing for a moment, he added, Senior brother, you should also step outside. Seeing their leader remain, Qin Qing and the others felt a sense of relief and gradually exited. Yun-yi, however, was taken aback that he too was being asked to leave. With a huff, he turned and walked out. Chapter 69. Awakening once everyone had exited, Wuyo waved her hand to establish a barrier. Approaching the bedside, she retrieved a drop of life spring water from her spatial pouch and administered it to the individual. She then stepped aside. Suddenly, Shun Feng's body underwent a remarkable transformation. He convulsed violently, expelling impurities, and after a while, he finally stilled. Wuyo cast a cleansing spell upon Shin Feng, causing all traces of darkness to vanish from his form. As GMO Wuyin stood by, he was rendered speechless when Wuyo retrieved the life spring from her possession. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, only to vanish just as quickly, and he refrained from interrupting her. Upon witnessing the madman's transformation, his certainty only deepened. Wuyo turned to GMO Wuyin, noticing the absence of any unusual expression on his face. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, he will awaken shortly. Indeed. Thank you, Yuer, GMO Wuyin responded, his gaze softening as he looked at Wuyo. His voice gentle, Wuyo met his tender eyes, momentarily losing her focus, and replied, you're welcome. The two shared a lingering gaze until, upon regaining consciousness, Shin Feng found himself lying on a bed. He lifted his head and was startled to see his leader gazing at him with warmth, exclaiming in surprise, Leader, what happened? How did you end up here? This was his own bed, yet he could not recall returning. His attention then shifted to Wuyo on the other side, and after a brief moment of confusion, he exclaimed, Who are you? Turning back to GMO Wuyin, he demanded, Leader, what is going on? GMO Wuyin, alongside Wuyo, snapped back to attention and turned to Shin Feng, stating with conviction, It seems he is indeed fine. His voice resonated with authority, I'm perfectly well. Shin Feng replied, bewildered. GMO Wuyin nodded and addressed Wuyo, saying, Since he has recovered, let us take our leave. Standing to the side, Wuyo observed their conversation, pondering to herself, how could he not be well? After all, she had bestowed upon him a drop of the life spring, a true stroke of fortune. Upon hearing GMO Wuyin's words, she waved her hand to dispel the barrier and turned to exit. Outside, the others had sensed a silence enveloping the room since their departure, their anxiety palpable. Only Yun-yi and Wu Feng maintained their composure, the former acutely aware of the barrier surrounding the room, astonished that his cultivation could not breach it. Yet, recalling how she had effortlessly discerned his cultivation level and erected such a formidable barrier, he found it unsurprising. Nevertheless, he was curious about her current level of prowess. The expressions of those outside varied, their thoughts divergent, yet all eyes were fixed on the doorway, anticipating the emergence of the occupants within. When Wuyo opened the door, she was greeted by concerned faces. Aware of their relationships, she gently reassured them, do not worry, he is perfectly fine and will be out momentarily. As GMO Wuyin and Shin Feng stepped out, the group's attention shifted to Shin Feng. who appeared unchanged from his usual self. They were all taken aback and approached him, asking, "Madman, you truly have awakened?" Luli stepped forward to check his pulse, finding everything normal. His body temperature had stabilized, and even his internal injuries had healed completely. It was utterly astonishing. Turning to gaze at Wu Yu, his eyes were filled with curiosity. The others gathered around Shen Feng, each taking a look, their expressions flickering with surprise. Ignoring their scrutinizing gazes, Wu Yu turned to GMO Wuyin and said, "Now that he has awakened, I shall take my leave." They likely had matters to attend to, and it would be inappropriate for her to intrude. With that, she turned to depart. Who would have known that Yun-Yi would intercept her, his gaze profound as he inquired, "Sister-in-law, how did you manage to heal him? Could you enlighten me?" His curiosity was piqued regarding the method she employed and the secrets that the Shieling family harbored. This was a feat that even the master could not accomplish, yet she had succeeded. Before Wu Yu could make a move, GMO Wuyin had already pulled her behind him, addressing Yun-Yi sternly. "Senior brother, what are your intentions?" "I merely asked a question. What harm can it bring?" Yun-Yi shrugged, a flicker of change in his expression as he replied. His junior brother was overly protective of her. Indeed, he was merely curious. GMO Wuyin, wearing an expression of displeasure, retorted, "The fact that you could heal him is a testament to her abilities, whereas your inability only underscores your ineptitude. Why inquire further?" His disdainful gaze directed at Yun-Yi conveyed a clear message. You insufferable." Yun-Yi's complexion turned ashen, nearly causing him to leap up in indignation. He had never encountered such a person. Yet, upon recollecting something, his expression softened. GMO Wuyin, observing that Yun-Yi had fallen silent, turned to Wu Yu, stating, "Pay no heed to him. He is not usually like this. I wonder if he is taken ill today." "It's fine. I am not bothered by it," Wu Yu nodded, content as long as he did not provoke her again. However, recalling this, she glanced at Yun-Yi, a flicker of dark light passing through her eyes. Yun-Yi was taken aback by her glance, quickly suppressing his thoughts, pondering that this sister-in-law was indeed not as simple as she appeared. Chen Qing and the others, witnessing Shen Feng's recovery, felt immense joy. Their faces adorned with smiles. Shen Feng approached Wu Yu, gratitude evident in his eyes, saying, "Sister-in-law, thank you for saving me. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will surely help you." "Indeed, sister-in-law, if the boss ever mistreats you, we shall come to your aid," Qi Bai proclaimed loudly. Chen Qing and the others echoed, "Sister-in-law, we too are here for you. Just reach out to us." With that, they all turned to GMO Wuyin, their eyes glinting with mischief as they awaited his response. GMO Wuyin gazed at Wu Yu, his eyes shimmering with tenderness, earnestly looking into her eyes, saying, "Do not heed their nonsense. I shall treat you twice as well from now on." After all, he had found a girl who stirred his heart. How could he possibly treat her poorly? Those others were simply insufferable. Wu Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. She had not anticipated him expressing such sentiments in front of these people. Seeing the warmth in his gaze made her heart flutter, and she offered him a faint smile, saying, "I believe in you." The others, witnessing Wu Yu's smile, felt an involuntary shiver. Even the air seemed to become more enchanting. They hastily averted their eyes, realizing that if they continued to gaze, their hearts would betray them. They were astonished that the boss had found such a celestial being, truly beautiful, kind-hearted, and seemingly innocent. They felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Of course, this was merely their assumption. If Yun-Yi were to learn of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly shatter their illusions, delivering a harsh blow to their naivety. "Children, you are indeed too innocent." He certainly does not regard the woman before him as an ordinary individual. Merely from that fleeting glance, he discerned that she was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Wu Yu's response, GMO Wuyin's face broke into a smile as he gently grasped her hand, his gaze growing increasingly tender. At that moment, the others nearby faded into the background, their presence rendered inconsequential as their eyes were solely fixated on one another. The remaining few, observing this scene, found themselves momentarily stunned, their minds scrambling to reassemble the fragments of reality, questioning if what they witnessed was merely an illusion. Even Yun-Yi was taken aback, swiftly diverting his gaze elsewhere upon regaining his composure. Chapter 70. Demand. After a while, noticing that the two had yet to part, Qi Bai jested, "Boss, sister-in-law, are you two finished? Can't you see we are all still single? Your display makes us bachelors feel quite pitiful." He feigned a heartbroken expression, appearing rather comical. GMO Wuyin, however, did not relinquish his hold on Wu Yu's hand. He merely cast a sidelong glance at Qi Bai in response to the warning glint in his eyes. Qi Bai mimed zipping his lips, murmuring, "I'll be quiet. You both carry on, ahem, ahem." Yun-E cleared his throat twice, waiting for their attention before he spoke earnestly. "Junior brother, in a public setting, do be mindful of your image." A fleeting, inscrutable expression flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Jima Wuyin chose not to respond to Yun-E, fully aware of the amusement lurking behind his gaze. Instead, he turned to Wuyo, only to find her calmly regarding Yun-E, appearing remarkably unruffled by his words. Her expression softened slightly as she met his gaze, turning her attention back to him. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by her serene demeanor. Was it not said that girls were typically shy? How was it that she defied such expectations? Perhaps one could say, as expected of the boss's chosen sister-in-law. Amused by the stunned expressions of the crowd, Wuyo internally chuckled, reveling in their bewilderment. Jima Wuyin regarded Wuyo with a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. Just as the two were about to indulge in another affectionate moment, Yun-E inquired, "Hey, kid, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" His gaze wandered over to the others, curiosity brimming within him. He had noted that they all appeared to be nursing serious wounds. Shenfeng remained silent, merely looking towards his leader, while Chen Qing and the others also cast questioning glances at Jima Wuyin. It was then that Jima Wuyin recalled something, prompting him to ask, "Where is Hualien?" The expressions on their faces momentarily froze as Chen Qing and the others suddenly remembered that they had been so preoccupied with the injuries of the madman that they had yet to present the treasure they had found to their leader. "Hualien? What Hualien?" Yun-E inquired, his confusion palpable. Liu Li and the others looked towards Chen Qing, recalling that the last they knew, Hualien had been collected by him. "Boss, just a moment. I have Hualien stored away. I'll retrieve it now," Chen Qing replied, promptly making his way to his room. Seeing that no one was responding to him, Yun-E's expression soured as he pondered for a moment before turning to Jima Wuyin, asking, "Junior brother, what exactly is this Hualien you speak of?" "The nine-colored fire lotus." Wuyo spoke softly, her tone unremarkable, as if discussing something utterly commonplace rather than a rare medicinal herb. Yet, upon hearing these words, Yun-E nearly leapt from his feet, gazing at Jima Wuyin with uncontainable excitement as he exclaimed, "What? The nine-colored fire lotus? You actually managed to find such a significant herb." His manner of speaking could easily lead one to believe he was on the verge of madness. It was hardly surprising that Yun-E reacted this way, for the rarity of this herb was astounding. Not only did it require a specific environment to thrive, but it also demanded an extensive period of growth and was guarded by a fierce beast. This was no ordinary herb. It was a spiritual medicine. The mere fact that these young individuals had acquired such a precious item was nothing short of miraculous. What extraordinary fortune, Yun-E lamented inwardly, feeling rather unfortunate himself as a cultivator. Obtaining such an exceptional spiritual medicine was no simple feat. Who would have thought that a few mere novices, possessing only basic inner strength, could return unscathed? Upon hearing Yun-Yi's remarks, Shenfeng and the others grew rather displeased. What did he mean by "you managed to find it"? Why couldn't they have found it? However, considering he was the elder brother of their leader, they chose to ignore his comments. "You speak too much," Jima Wuyin remarked coolly, casting a fleeting glance at him that shimmered with a hint of intensity. Soon, Chen Qing approached with the nine-colored fire lotus, halting before Jima Wuyin and presenting the lotus with a sense of accomplishment. "Leader, I have fulfilled my duty." The other members regarded Jima Wuyin with earnest expressions. Wuyo, gazing at the fire lotus before her, was momentarily stunned, her heart swelling with admiration. Truly, the nine-colored fire lotus was magnificent, its 9 hues blending seamlessly, appearing translucent and radiantly colorful. The impression it left was profoundly striking. Even Wuyo, well-versed in the sight of rare flowers and herbs, was no exception. Yun-E, standing aside, felt a surge of excitement as he beheld the spiritual herb in Chen Qing's hands. He quickly stepped forward, eager to reach for it, only to be thwarted by a hand blocking his way. In his irritation, Yun-E looked up with indignation, but upon seeing his junior's icy expression, he sheepishly said, "Junior, let me have a look first. What do you need it for? You can't even use it. Why not give it to your elder brother instead?" Chen Qing hesitated momentarily, his hand still clutching the fire lotus. The others glared at Yun-E with indignation, thinking how shameless he was to make such a request. If it were of no use, would their leader have sent them to find it? How could one expect to simply take something so hard-earned? Jima Wuyin, blocking his elder brother's advance, remained silent, merely taking the 9-colored fire lotus from Chen Qing's hands with solemnity. "Thank you for your hard work," he said, storing it away before turning to his elder brother. "Brother, this item is of great importance to me. I cannot give it to you." After speaking, he gently addressed Wuyo. Let us go. Now that the matter is resolved, I will escort you home. All right, Wuyo nodded in agreement, offering a brief farewell to Qingqing and the others as she accompanied Jima Wuyin down the stairs. Yoni watched the two, oblivious to the world around them, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes and a smile tugging at his lips. Who on earth are they? Why did I rush here in the first place? Xinfeng observed Yunyi's expression, perplexed, and murmured, Doesn't the elder brother of our leader have some issues with his reasoning? Hearing these words, Lu Li and the others, regardless of their inner thoughts, remained silent. However, Yuni heard it and turned to glare at Xinfeng, saying, You are the one with the problem. I shan't stoop to your level. I shall take my leave. With that, she vanished without a trace, ignoring the others. Watching her swiftly disappearing figure, a glimmer of light flashed in Qi Bai's eyes. The practice of cultivation was indeed remarkable, her speed almost rivaling that of the leader. The thought that this young lad, Xinfeng, could also cultivate filled him with envy. Liu Li and the others were taken aback by her speed, but upon considering her identity, they thought little of it. This time, GMO Wuyin employed the same method to escort Wu Yu back, without alarming anyone else. The rescue was executed swiftly, taking little over an hour in total. Gently placing Wu Yu down, GMO Wuyin softly inquired, Do you wish to sleep some more? No, I do not. Wu Yu replied, shaking her head. For a moment, the two locked eyes, and after a considerable pause, Wu Yu finally spoke. If you have matters to attend to, you may return. Very well, GMO Wuyin nodded, his gaze full of tenderness and affection. Though he longed to linger a while longer, he understood that staying was not appropriate at this moment, and he indeed had affairs to attend to. With that thought, he refrained from lingering and swiftly made his way out. Wu Yu watched his departing figure, a soft glow flickering in her eyes. Chapter 71. Confession brings leniency on an autumn day, with a gentle breeze wafting through. The patriarch of the GMO family leisurely sat in a rocking chair. Observing his grandson as he entered the door, with a hint of surprise, he remarked, Why have you returned so soon? The 9-colored fire lotus has been retrieved. GMO Wuyin replied placidly upon stepping inside. The old man's eyes gleamed with intensity, and he straightened up, asking, What of those youngsters? Are they unharmed? They are fine. The matter has been resolved. GMO Wuyin's eyes glinted, though his expression remained stoic as he continued his stride toward the study. The patriarch, upon hearing his response, felt no surprise and did not inquire further, instead reclining back in his chair and gradually closing his eyes, eyeing the Shieling family. Shieling Yuan sat expressionlessly in the hall, holding an invitation in his hand. As he perused the information inscribed upon it, a complex expression flickered in his eyes, while Wang Bo stood silently beside him. That moment, Wu Yu entered from outside, a faint smile gracing her face. Noticing her elder brother's expression, she felt a twinge of curiosity and asked, Elder brother, did you summon me for something? Having just seen GMO Wuyin depart, she had intended to engage in some cultivation, but upon hearing that her brother sought her, she had come forth. Shieling Yuan's demeanor softened considerably as he regarded his younger sister. Extending the invitation to her, Wu Yu approached, took it from his hand, and began to read. It was an invitation from the Lan family, requesting their presence at a birthday celebration. What is your take on this? Shieling Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired. Wu Yu returned the invitation to him. Her expression neutral, yet a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she remarked, If they wish to invite us, then we shall attend. What else is there to consider? She held no belief that they would be so audacious. And after a brief pause, she added, Even if there are ulterior motives, I fear them not. Shieling Yuan nodded slightly, expressing a hint of agreement with his younger sister's words, and remarked, Then you shall go, and I will refrain from attending. Neither will fourth brother nor junior accompany us. Particularly fourth brother, who knows what might transpire should he attend. I am aware that they will not be taken along. Wu Yu spoke with a calm demeanor, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes as she reflected on fourth brother's temperament, rendering her at a loss for words. Nevertheless, it was merely a banquet. Her attendance was already a significant gesture of respect. Indeed. Shieling Yuan replied with an affirmative sound, as if a thought had crossed his mind, and he suddenly inquired, You ventured out again just now. Is there something amiss? Do you require my assistance? Wu Yu, seated on a nearby chair, responded earnestly, Elder brother, I must express my thoughts, but you mustn't become agitated. Please allow me to finish. Shieling Yuan's expression grew serious, a flash of light dancing in his eyes as he said, Very well, speak on. I assure you I will wait until you have concluded. It seemed that his younger sister indeed concealed a matter of considerable significance from them, and he intended to address it once she had spoken. Upon hearing her elder brother's assurance, Wuyo began to unfold her thoughts slowly. Junior and the others possess a formidable strength inherent from birth. Yet I refrained from disclosing this earlier for fear of causing you concern. However, we have since clarified that this is not a detriment but rather a boon, so there is no need for you to worry. After saying this, Wuyo glanced at her elder brother with a hint of trepidation. Shieling Yuan's countenance remained inscrutable, yet the turmoil within him was known only to himself. He had not anticipated such a significant revelation, one that his younger sister would keep from the family, all the while harboring her own worries. As he contemplated this, a flicker of compassion crossed Shieling Yuan's gaze, although his expression remained stern. Still, he chose to listen attentively to her subsequent words. Observing the shifting expressions on her elder brother's face, Wuyo felt a pang of discomfort but pressed on with her explanation, asserting that it was merely the legacy of the Jima family. Awakening to it was all that was necessary, and thus, there was no cause for her brother's concern. Shieling Yuan scrutinized Wuyo's expression and the depths of her eyes, discerning that she was not being coerced, which alleviated his worries. Although she had chosen to conceal this from them, he understood it was out of a desire to spare them from her own anxieties. Yet, the burden she bore was far greater than theirs, so he held no resentment towards her, his gaze growing increasingly tender. Wuyo, perceiving the concern in her elder brother's eyes, realized he must have misconstrued the situation. However, she refrained from elaborating further and reassured him. Elder brother, have no fear. Junior and the others will be just fine. They were born after a 10-month gestation, and she is more anxious about them than anyone else could be. Her lack of urgency stemmed from an instinct she felt. Otherwise, she would have voiced it. Then that as well, Shieling Yuan nodded, pausing for a moment before continuing. Tomorrow evening, I shall prepare the gift for the Lan family head. You need only deliver it. Should you require my company, I shall accompany you. After a brief moment of consideration, Wuyo nodded, then shook her head, smiling as she replied, You may prepare the gift. There is no need to escort me. The venue is not far from here. I am no child in need of an escort. Shieling Yuan regarded her earnest gaze and chose not to press the matter further. In the grand courtyard of the city, upon receiving the invitation, Dan Qing felt an overwhelming joy swell within her, her elation evident upon her countenance, which piqued the curiosity of her mother, Dan Ma. Shao Qing, what are you thinking? She inquired. Clutching the invitation, Dan Qing's eyes sparkled as she turned to her mother and asked, Mom, tomorrow is Uncle Lan's birthday. Are you and Dad planning to go? If you're going together, that would be fine. I wonder if Fairy Sister will attend. If she does, that would be splendid. Danma shook her head, contemplating for a moment, then replied, Your father and I will not be attending. After a brief pause, she added, But you and your brother may go. Their family, after all, was of a different ilk than the Lan family, and they had little connection. It was best to keep their distance, as for the younger generation. As long as things did not become overly entangled, they would not interfere. Thus, attending a birthday celebration was perfectly acceptable. Dan Qing's delicate face fell for a moment, and she sighed. So it's just my brother and me going. A hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes, but she quickly brightened. Mom, why don't you accompany me? You might just see Sister Wu Yu. The mere thought of possibly encountering Sister Wu Yu brought a radiant smile to Dan Qing's rosy cheeks, nearly dazzling Dan Ma. Observing her daughter's infatuated expression, Dan Ma playfully tapped her cheek, exclaiming, What kind of face is that? Pray, enlighten me. Who exactly is this Sister Wu Yu? Her eyes sparkled with eager curiosity. She had long wished to learn about the woman whom both her children admired so deeply, yet neither had divulged any details, leaving her utterly intrigued. Dan Qing shook her head, a faint smile dancing on her lips, and replied, Mom, you need not inquire further. You will discover everything in due time. She was certain that when the moment arrived, they would all be left astonished, and that time was not far off. Very well, I shall refrain from probing. You two siblings seem to have secrets from us. Danma remarked exasperated. These mischievous children are becoming increasingly disobedient. She then continued, All right, I no longer wish to know. Just ensure you and your brother attend tomorrow, and we will prepare the gift accordingly. Thank you. Mom, Dan Qing replied joyfully. To be continued. Chapter 72. The Birthday Banquet, Part 1. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the evening of the following day. The sky shrouded in darkness. The Shiling residence. Wu Yu donned a magnificent floor-length purple gown, adorned with a purple crystal bracelet on her wrist and a matching necklace around her neck. Her hair flowed freely over her shoulders, unbound, and her face remained untouched by makeup. Yet, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful, exuding elegance and composure, a tranquility that penetrated to her very core. This combination bestowed upon her an unparalleled grace. However, To GMO Wuyin, this was less than ideal. Her beauty was so striking that he found himself reluctant to take her out to any gathering. The previous day, upon receiving the invitation, he had initially wished to decline, but who could have predicted that Wu Yu would call to inquire? Not wishing to let others gaze upon his Wu Yu, he promptly agreed to accompany her to the banquet. Observing the emotions flickering in GMO Wuin's eyes, Wu Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is the matter? Is it not to your liking?" Yet in her eyes lingered the unspoken threat that anyone daring to claim she was unremarkable would face dire consequences. Jima Wuyin, though unable to discern her thoughts, could only chuckle inwardly at her words, pondering how she could possibly be anything less than stunning. It was precisely her beauty that fueled his unease. Regaining his composure, he softly declared, "Beautiful, my Yuer is undoubtedly the fairest of them all." Having made up his mind, he warned, should anyone attempt to steal her away, they should prepare for a life more torturous than death. "Who is your Yuer?" "How utterly cheesy," Wu Yo retorted, rolling her eyes, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Jima Wuyin, however, caught sight of her reaction, his gaze filled with an even deeper affection. Just as Wu Yo felt herself melting under his gaze, he gently remarked, "It's nearly time. We should be on our way." With that, he took her hand, cradling it in his palm as they walked outside. It was only then that Wu Yo regained her senses, her face suddenly flushing as she turned to look at the man beside her. Today, he had eschewed his military uniform in favor of a sleek black suit, a choice that rendered him somewhat softer in appearance. Though not as striking as in uniform, he still looked exceptionally well suited. Jima Wuyin, perceptive to her gaze, felt a slight flutter in his heart, the corners of his mouth curving upward, revealing his evident delight. As they prepared to set off for the lawn residence, the atmosphere there was already bustling with excitement. Today marked the birthday of the head of the Lawn family, who had graciously reserved a courtyard for the evening banquet. Guests were already gathered outside the gates, where servants were on hand to escort them, ensuring that no one would find themselves lost. Naturally, those invited were predominantly from esteemed families and high-ranking officials along with their descendants. The gathering was replete with handsome men and beautiful women. In a neighboring courtyard, Lan Feng was busy with her preparations, adorned in a purple strapless gown complemented by a delicate white shawl. Her hair was elegantly styled, and her lovely face bore a subtle touch of makeup, enhanced by tasteful jewelry adorning her neck and wrists. That moment, for girls entered the courtyard, the other 4 young ladies of the Lan family, who were equally eager to make an appearance on this momentous occasion to bring honor to their patriarch and ensure no scandal would arise. Lan Yu, clad in a pink dress, skipped over to Lan Feng's side, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Elder sister, you look absolutely radiant." "Humph." Lan Rong scoffed, her expression one of disdain. She wore a blue gown that exuded elegance and grace. Meanwhile, Lan Mao, dressed in green, remained silent, her eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Lastly, Lan Hua, in a yellow dress that complemented her gentle demeanor, approached Lan Feng, her gaze flickering with a hint of envy upon seeing her sister's ensemble. "Are you ready, elder sister?" Lan Hua softly inquired. "Time is of the essence. We should prepare to leave." Lan Feng merely nodded in response, adjusting her jewelry as she lowered her gaze, asking, "Have you all prepared the gifts?" "All set," they chorused in unison, each harboring their own ambitions, fully aware of the rare opportunity that lay before them, determined to seize it with both hands. Upon hearing this, Lan Feng nodded slightly, gazing at the few individuals before her, and reiterated her admonition. "Today's banquet is of great significance. I advise you all to conduct yourselves with decorum. Should any mishap occur, I shall not intervene on your behalf." The group exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Understood." Observing their demeanor, Lan Feng chose not to elaborate further, stating, "Let us proceed. Time is of the essence." With that, she led the way outside, followed closely by Lan Hua and the others. At this moment, Shan Su and Shan Qing had arrived at the Lan residence. Being escorted to the venue of the banquet, Shan Qing donned a pristine white dress, her hair elegantly styled, exuding an aura of youthful innocence and charm, a true beauty in her own right. Meanwhile, Shan Su was attired in a matching white dinner suit, complementing Shan Qing's appearance perfectly. To the untrained eye, they might easily be mistaken for a couple. "Brother, do you think Sister Wu Yu will attend?" Shan Qing inquired, linking her arm through her brother's, her eyes scanning the crowd in search of her desired companion. Yet her efforts yielded no results after some time. Shan Su, observing the throng of guests mingling within the hall, rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What is your hurry? She likely hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps sister-in-law won't come at all today." He was truly flabbergasted by his sister. Ever since she had encountered their sister-in-law, It was as if she had become infatuated, constantly preoccupied with thoughts of her, leaving him utterly speechless. Since their initial meeting with that sister-in-law, he had formed a lasting impression. During their outing at the amusement park, he had initially thought he had misjudged her. Little did he know, reality had delivered a rather unexpected blow. "Brother, you are being unreasonable," Shan-Qing retorted, pinching her elder brother's arm indignantly. Just then, a voice interjected from nearby. "Little Qingqing, do tell me, what has Xiao Su done to provoke you? I shall assist you in seeking vengeance." The latter part of the statement was tinged with amusement, yet the tone remained earnest. Before Shan-Qing could respond, Shan Su interjected, "Lu Ju, are you courting death? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? What, shall we settle this with a little sparring?" Hearing this address, Lu Ju's lips quirked in a smirk as he regarded him with bemusement. "Very well. Does he truly believe I would fear him? What a farce. What were you all discussing just now?" Chen Lu interjected, while Wu Yi observed them with a similarly puzzled expression. It is noteworthy that this gathering comprised individuals of remarkable standing, scions of the four prominent families in Kyoto, renowned in their own right. However, within the context of the four families, their status was merely unremarkable. Just as Shan Su was about to respond, a sudden gasp resonated through the air. The group turned to the source of the sound, their eyes momentarily wide with astonishment, though they quickly regained their composure. Shan-Qing was the first to recover, feeling an inexplicable discomfort as she noticed everyone fixated on Sister Feng and her companions. It was not jealousy that stirred within her, but rather a sense of disdain for the lack of discernment exhibited by those present. If Sister Wu Yu were here, they would undoubtedly worship her. Such a thought was simply intolerable. To be continued. Chapter 73. The Banquet's Disgrace, Part 2. Lan Feng and her companions entered gracefully, entirely unfazed by the impact they had on those around them, for they had long since grown accustomed to it. As she walked past, a glimmer of light flickered in Wu Yi's eyes as he exclaimed, "Truly, they are the foremost talent and beauty of Kyoto." Lu Ju and Chen Lu nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling momentarily. However, the expressions on Shan Su and Shan-Qing's faces suggested a hint of skepticism, which piqued their curiosity about the underlying meaning. Shan Su cast a disdainful glance their way and remarked, "You have yet to encounter genuine beauty. It is something so extraordinary that even words fail to capture it. Such a person is unparalleled, a celestial being amidst mortals." Shan-Qing then chimed in, recalling that enchanting face, a dreamy smile blossoming on her delicate features. This expression elicited a touch of discomfort among the others present. Of course, Shan-Qing was oblivious to the fact that it was not partiality that clouded her judgment. It was simply that, when compared to Sister Feng and Sister Wuyo, there was no contest. One glance was enough to discern the truth. No comparison needed. Wu Yi, amused by Shan-Qing, inquired, "Pray tell, who is this person of such extraordinary beauty? I have yet to hear of her." Shan Su remained silent, while the others turned their gaze toward her. Clearing her throat, Shan-Qing began. Meanwhile, on the other side of the banquet, the head of the Lan family sat in his study. His expression devoid of emotion, lacking any semblance of birthday joy, and the subordinates dared not utter a word. "Have the members of the Jima family arrived?" the Lan family head asked nonchalantly. The butler, standing nearby, bowed and replied, "To report, master, we have yet to receive any news." "What of the Shieling family?" the Lan family head inquired further. The butler respectfully responded, "They too have not arrived. Only these two families are yet to make an appearance, while all others with invitations have come. We can commence the banquet as soon as you arrive, master." The Lan family head set aside the documents in his hand and inquired softly, "Very well. Proceed to fetch, madam. There is no need to wait any longer." With that, he strode out of the study, the butler trailing closely behind. Although night had fallen, the courtyard was brilliantly illuminated. As the Lan family head and Madame Lan entered the courtyard, everyone along the way greeted them with respect, their expressions largely one of flattery. It was not until they reached the forefront that they paused, at which point Lan Feng and a few others gathered beside the Lan family head. Standing behind him, observing his several beautiful daughters softened the expression on the Lan family head's face. That moment, everyone ceased their movements, their gazes fixed on the group ahead, while the Lan family head looked out at his guests. Not spotting the individuals he had hoped to see, he steadied his mind before beginning to speak. "I am grateful to all for attending my 50th birthday celebration. Here, I officially declare the banquet open." With that, he and Madame Lan proceeded to the back room, where several important guests awaited, individuals not required to be present in the main area. As the banquet commenced inside, Wuyo and Jima Wuyin arrived outside the Lan residence. Why had they not entered? It could only be attributed to unfortunate timing. Who could have foreseen a traffic jam? However, for the two of them, this was of little consequence, for neither felt inclined to partake in the festivities. Wuyo merely wished to observe what sort of person the Lan family head truly was, while Jima Wuyin was there solely to accompany Wuyo. Otherwise, he would not have attended. Wuyo remarked nonchalantly, "We are late." "Not to worry, there are plenty of people inside," came the reply. Jima Wuyin nonchalantly remarked. He certainly did not expect that the host would wait for their arrival before commencing the banquet. Wuyu nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, let us proceed inside." With that, she prepared to push open the car door, only to be stopped by him. Wu Yu's eyes reflected a sense of inquiry. Jima Wuyin remained silent, instead exiting the vehicle first, swiftly making his way to the other side, where he opened the door and extended a hand. Wu Yu smiled softly, her eyes radiating warmth as she placed her hand in his, allowing him to assist her out of the car. Once Wu Yu had steadied herself, Jima Wuyin closed the door and half embraced her as they walked towards the entrance. The servants outside were momentarily awestruck, perceiving the pair as celestial beings who had descended from the heavens, momentarily at a loss for words. Jima Wuyin let out a soft hum of discontent, and only when the servants jolted back to reality and glanced at the invitation did they escort the couple inside. As Wu Yu and Jima Wuyin entered, they captured the attention of numerous onlookers. With each step they took, the hall fell into an unexpected silence. The sight of the two approaching left everyone breathless, their minds blank as everything else faded into oblivion. Dan Qing quickly regained her composure and, observing the crowd's reaction, couldn't help but internally revel in the moment. She shot a glance at Chen Lu and the others, thinking, "Now you see the difference." She was certain that once Sister Wu Yu made her appearance, all other talented ladies would have to step aside. Such was the disparity. Meanwhile, Lan Feng also snapped back to reality, her smile twisting slightly as she regarded the couple. A flicker of malice crossed her gaze, and with a soft huff, the crowd finally came to their senses. Amidst the murmurs of surprise, someone recognized the man, exclaiming, "I know that fellow. He belongs to the GMO family, but the woman is unfamiliar to me." "Indeed, I've never seen her before," another chimed in. "How could someone so stunning be completely unknown? Heavens, am I dreaming? I'm actually witnessing a celestial maiden. It's truly unbelievable to encounter such extraordinary beauty." Though the sentence hung unfinished, it was clear that it did not bode well. Wu Yu paid little heed to the gossip, while Jima Wuyin, however, took note of the speaker, intending to teach him a lesson. Lan Hua did not miss her elder sister's gaze, her eyes sparkling as she remarked, "What a beautiful lady. I wonder which esteemed family she hails from." Turning to Lan Feng, she inquired, "Sister, do you know her?" Lan Feng cast a fleeting glance at her, offering no response, and instead, she gracefully approached Wu Yu, addressing her courteously, "Mr. GMO, Miss Shi Ling, we warmly welcome you to my father's birthday banquet." Upon raising her gaze to Wu Yu, she was startled to discover that they were both adorned in identical hues. Instantly, her expression flickered before returning to its previous state, though her heart twisted slightly in discomfort. Fortunately, her composure remained intact. Otherwise, she would have surely made a fool of herself, incurring not only her father's wrath but potentially her mother's as well. Wu Yu regarded the lady before her, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes as she noted the subtle shift in expression, silently praising her. "How delightful! I did not anticipate our meeting would come so swiftly." However, the ability to regain her composure so swiftly suggests that this woman is no ordinary individual. Yet, in attempting to seize her man from her grasp, one must truly consider the extent of her capabilities. It is imperative not to let her down. Wu Yu remarked nonchalantly, "I find myself with nothing to do." Lan Feng's expression shifted slightly, cursing inwardly, while Jima Wuyin, standing nearby, listened to Wu Yu's words and observed her calm demeanor, thinking how endearing she was and wishing to take her home at that very moment. Those around them, upon hearing Wu Yu's response, felt a jolt of disbelief and internally mused about the audacity of her words. How could she be so blunt, unafraid of the repercussions? Just then, the recently arrived Shan Su and his companions burst into laughter. One could hardly blame them, for her words were utterly amusing, a perfect slap in the face. To be continued. Chapter 74. The Banquet and the Gift of the Clock, Part 3. Lan Feng's countenance darkened as she regarded the newcomers, and her expression soured further upon spotting Shan Qing. "Sister Qing, have you come to witness a comedy?" she inquired. Shan Qing glanced at Lan Feng but remained silent. It was Lan Hua, beside her, who interjected, "Elder sister, you misunderstand. Sister Qing is your good friend. How could she possibly mock you?" She then turned to Shan Qing, asking, "Isn't that right, Sister Qing?" Shan Qing rolled her eyes, a flicker of impatience crossing her features, and replied to Lan Feng, Sister Feng, you are overthinking. I merely accompanied my brother here. I came to seek him out, and I certainly did not laugh, though she certainly wished to dot a glimmer of dissatisfaction flickered in Lan Feng's eyes at her words, yet in such a setting, she refrained from further comment. Instead, she directed a poised smile towards the gentleman beside her, stating, Ah, so it is the four esteemed young masters of Kyoto. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Not at all, Miss Lan. Your reputation precedes you, and I must say, my expectations were met, Wu Yi graciously complimented, although the sincerity of his smile was somewhat elusive. The other gentlemen nearby exchanged eye rolls internally, thinking this fellow was once again spinning tales, unabashedly fabricating compliments that were far from his usual demeanor. To this, Lan Feng's expression softened slightly, and she humbly replied, You flatter me, sir. Although she spoke in modesty, the glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes was unmistakable. Shan Qing paid no heed to their exchange, skipping over to Wuyo with delight, exclaiming, Sister Wuyo, you truly came. I thought you might not attend today. Thankfully, I am here as well, but Sister Wuyo, you look absolutely stunning today. You left us all spellbound just now. Wuyo gazed at the adorable young girl before her, affectionately ruffling her hair, and replied warmly, Indeed, you look lovely today as well. Shan Qing's eyes sparkled as she blinked up at Wuyo, asking, Really? Her expression was particularly endearing, causing a flicker of light to dance in Lu Ju's gaze. Wuyo did not miss that glimmer and stored it away in her mind. It appeared promising. Shan Su observed his embarrassing sister with a hint of exasperation, turning to Wuyo and inquiring, Sister-in-law, why did you come with the eldest? GMO Wuyin shot Shan Su an admonishing glance, coldly retorting, She is your sister-in-law. If she does not accompany me, who else would she be with? Ah, little Danzi, it seems you are feeling a bit cheeky. With that remark, her gaze sharpened. Although Lan Feng was engaged in conversation with several others, she had not neglected the dialogue at hand. Upon hearing Jima Wuin's comment, she was visibly incensed. After all, she had not heard of any marriage, so how could he suddenly be referred to as brother-in-law? At that moment, the head of the Lan family, having received the news, emerged, only to find a pair of young individuals. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, the expression on his face revealed his displeasure. Yet, he approached them nonetheless. He had been present since their conversation began, though he chose to remain unseen until later. He realized that today he could not afford to remain in the shadows. It was evident, both from their attire and demeanor, that his daughter was somewhat lacking in comparison, a fact that any discerning father would notice. He quickly made his way over, and with a gentle demeanor, addressed them. May I ask who you two are? As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. At this moment, Wuyo graciously offered him a semblance of respect, responding, I am Shieling Wuyo, and this is Jima Wuyin. The head of the Lan family feigned enlightenment and politely remarked, Ah, so it is the esteemed young Master Jima and Miss Shieling. His demeanor softened considerably, and he truly appeared to be welcoming them. Wuyo, observing his pretentiousness, internally scoffed, yet replied with a smile, My elder brother's parents are absent, so I, as a younger generation, have come to attend the birthday banquet of the Lan family head. I hope you will not take offense. Upon hearing this, the Lan family head chuckled heartily, exclaiming, Not at all. My dear niece, you are too kind. This is indeed my first encounter with a niece. His gentle gaze startled Wuyo, causing her to feel a wave of nausea. Onlookers, witnessing the Lan family head's courteous demeanor towards the young couple, began to weigh their options, contemplating whether they might approach them later in hopes of forming a connection, which would undoubtedly be advantageous for them. Nearby, Lu Ju and his companions exchanged glances of astonishment. While they understood why Jima Wuyin received such treatment from the Lan family head, the reference to brother-in-law by Dan Su puzzled them, as they had never heard of such a relationship. It seemed they would need to inquire further upon their return. Lan family head, this is a humble gift from a younger generation. Please accept it, Jima Wuyin interjected, unable to tolerate the head's insincere demeanor towards Wuyo. The Lan family head extended his hand to receive the gift and passed it to an attendant nearby, saying, Young Master Jima, you are too kind. Your presence is gift enough. Had it not been for the unique status of the Jima family, he would not have been so courteous. Wuyo, too, presented her gift, stating, Lan family head, this is a congratulatory gift from me. The Lan family head accepted it with a smile and offered a polite response. However, Lan Feng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. A glimmer of mischief flashed in her eyes as she softly suggested, Father, since this is a gift from young Master Jima and Miss Shieling, it must be extraordinary. Why don't we open it here and now? allowing us sisters to witness it. Lan Rong, standing nearby, rolled her eyes, while Lan Yu, noticing her sister's lack of decorum, gave her a gentle tug, saying, "Third sister, you can certainly present your own gifts. Father, this is a present I have prepared for you," Lan Rong said cheerfully as she handed over her meticulously chosen gift. Wu You cast a glance at her, unintentionally sweeping her gaze over the contents of the box. Suddenly, her expression shifted, a subtle change flickering across her face, and the corners of her mouth curved ever so slightly upwards, indicating her evident delight. Jima Wuyin, noticing her transformation, softly inquired, what is it?" "You will find out shortly," Wu You replied telepathically, her tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. She had not anticipated that the daughter of the Lan family head would be so considerate as to present a watch to her father. With this thought, Wu You suddenly spoke, "Is this also the daughter of the Lan family head? How filial indeed." After a brief, thoughtful sigh, she continued, "I wonder what gift she has chosen. It must have been meticulously selected." The Lan family head smiled gently, saying, "This is my third daughter, who has always been quite dutiful." As he spoke, he gestured for someone to open the box, allowing them to witness his daughter's filial piety. Shanqing, who had remained silent since arriving at the Lan family head's side, felt a twinge of curiosity upon hearing Wu You's words, yet chose not to voice her thoughts. The butler, receiving the master's instructions, slowly opened the box and placed it before them, revealing a beautifully crafted watch that was truly striking. The Lan family head nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, his daughter had not been unworthy of his affection. Jima Wuyin, unable to discern any discrepancy, glanced toward Wu You, his eyes filled with inquiry. Chen Lu and the others' eyes lit up. This was a globally limited edition watch, something any man would covet. They were astonished that such a young girl could procure it, quite an achievement, indeed. However, Wu You's expression turned somewhat troubled. The Lan family head happened to notice and curiously asked, "Niece, is there something amiss? Is there not more than just a hint of impropriety? Should I speak or remain silent?" Wu You feigned a troubled demeanor, her tone teasingly ambiguous. The Lan family head, however, replied directly, "There is nothing you cannot say. Please, speak freely." He did not believe she would utter anything unflattering. Just as Wu You was about to voice her thoughts, Shanqing suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "This is a gift clock." In that instant, the atmosphere fell silent, startling Shan Su into hastily covering his sister's mouth to prevent her from speaking further. Nonetheless, the essential information had already been conveyed. Whether he covered her mouth or not made little difference. Wu You looked at Shanqing in surprise, realizing her mind was quite sharp. That it dawned on everyone that the term watch bore another meaning, clock, thus implying a gift clock. All eyes shifted to the Lan family head's face. If their daughter were to present such a gift at a birthday banquet, they would undoubtedly reprimand her severely. The real question was how the Lan family head would react. Indeed, the Lan family head's expression darkened considerably, casting a fierce glare at Lan Rong, his cold eyes piercing into her heart. Yet, Lan Rong remained oblivious to the reason behind their scrutinizing gazes and, under the mounting pressure, defiantly asked, "Father, what is wrong?" "This is a gift I worked hard to obtain." Jima Wuyin gazed tenderly at Wu You, a fleeting glimmer illuminating his eyes. Evidently, he too had arrived at a realization, albeit belatedly. It was only when the maid from the Dan family mentioned presenting a clock that he pondered whether Wu You could perceive the contents within the box. The onlookers observed Lan Rong's foolish demeanor, collectively sighing in dismay, while Dan Qing, aware of the trouble caused, discreetly retreated behind Dan Su, remaining silent. At this moment, all eyes converged upon this scene. Even those positioned at a distance became privy to the unfolding events. Whispers filled the air, and the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, with some already breaking into laughter. Just then, Wu You chuckled softly and remarked, "The gift from the daughter of the Lan family is indeed thoughtful." Her words were delivered with such subtlety that anyone within earshot could sense the underlying implications. Lan Zhu's gaze sharpened, fixing intently upon Wu You, an aura of authority emanating from him, pressing heavily upon her. A shadow flickered in his eyes. It was she. If not for her, no one would have suggested unveiling the gift, thereby creating this farcical situation. Those around, initially amused, suddenly felt a tremor of unease, a palpable pressure enveloping them, especially among those nearest to him, causing them to instinctively step back, their smiles vanishing as they recalled the propriety expected within the Lan residence. Wu You, unfazed by the mounting pressure, regarded him with a tranquil demeanor, her smile growing ever more enchanting. This slight intimidation posed no challenge for her. It served him right. How dare that old scoundrel meddle with her fourth brother? His daughter's presentation of a clock was indeed a spectacle to behold. Should there be a next time, she would ensure he found himself devoid of even a messenger for such gifts. Jima Wuyin, however, deflected the pressure directed at Wuyo, his eyes glinting with discontent. Observing his subtle gestures, Wuyo felt a sweet warmth in her heart, choosing not to provoke him further, granting him a semblance of dignity, knowing there would be ample opportunities ahead. Suddenly, Lan Feng spoke gently, "Father, my younger sister is still quite young. She may have been misled by someone." This implied that she had inadvertently fallen victim to deceit, urging the others to dismiss the incident. Lan Rong, poised to interject, was halted by Lan Yu, who whispered something in her ear, prompting her to fall silent. Humph! The head of the Lan family shot a warning glance around, casting one last look at Lan Rong before snorting dismissively and turning to leave. As the principal figure departed, the onlookers deemed the spectacle concluded, scattering to engage in their own conversations. Yet, the final glance from the Lan patriarch lingered in their minds, and upon returning home, they admonished their younger kin to keep today's events under wraps. Wuyo observed the Lan patriarch's exit, choosing not to comment, her smile radiating joy unmistakable to all present. "You?" Jima Wuyin playfully tapped her nose, his gaze filled with affectionate exasperation. She was truly a source of vexation. Yet he found this vengeful spirit endearing. Hearing this, Dan Su felt a wave of nausea. Why could he not express himself in a more normal tone without growing increasingly sentimental? Meanwhile, Chen Lu and his companions had never witnessed this side of him before. And now, confronted with such an explosive display, their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Single Qing gazed at the two with sparkling eyes, her heart brimming with envy. At that moment, she thought to herself how extraordinarily handsome GMO Gu was, and how stunningly beautiful Wu Yujie was. They truly were a perfect match. The way GMO Gu uttered those two words was so captivating that she had never witnessed anything like it before. Lan Yu cast a disapproving glance at Single Qing and remarked, "Single Qing, you have gone too far today." This moment, Lan Rong finally comprehended the situation. Had it not been for her fourth sister's earlier words, she would have continued to argue, which would only infuriate their father further. Contemplating this, her expression grew grim, and she began to harbor disdain for the one who had exposed the truth. The thought of their father's earlier gaze sent a chill down her spine. How would he react to her? Lan Feng also regarded Single Qing with a displeased expression, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes as she softly stated, "Qing Mei, you have been rather careless, haven't you? Tonight has truly been unfortunate, allowing someone to witness such a farce." Realizing the trouble she had stirred, Single Qing's face fell, and she apologetically said, "Feng Jie, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention." She genuinely hadn't meant it. It had merely slipped out as she recalled a joke from online. Lan Feng's gaze softened slightly as she reassured her, "It's all right, I know you didn't mean it. I hold no grudge." Whether it was intentional or not was of little concern to her. After all, she was not the one in the most distressing position. Yet, watching her benefactor's tender and indulgent expression directed at the scion of the Shieling family stirred a quiet resentment within her. Clearly, she was the most beautiful, yet her benefactor barely acknowledged her presence. Lan Rong, however, was less forgiving. Glaring at Single Qing, she exclaimed, "I believe you intended to make a fool of me by saying that." Single Qing shook her head defiantly and replied, "I did not. Believe it or not, it's up to you." After saying this, she fell silent, too weary to engage with this indiscreet woman, who had startled her with the unexpected gift of a watch. Lan Rong shot her a fierce glare before turning on her heel and exiting. Lan Yu and Lan Mao exchanged silent glances before following suit. However, Lan Hua did not leave. She had noticed the subtle yet unmistakable glance from her elder sister. Could it be that this GMO Xiao Yu was her sister's beloved? Yet, judging by the current situation, it seemed her sister had no chance. This pair was clearly meant for each other, and any intrusion would only lead to humiliation for her sister. Meanwhile, Lan Feng assessed her own appearance and then regarded the woman before her. Gradually, she approached GMO Wuyin, speaking in an exceedingly gentle tone. "GMO Xiaoyi, we meet again." Wu Yu observed the woman before her, her eyes flickering slightly. She could not fathom why this woman was so persistent. Had he not already declared they were strangers? GMO Wuyin feigned ignorance, his gaze soft as he turned towards Wu Yu and inquired, "You having delivered our gifts, shall we return?" "GMO, we are still here," interjected Lu Ju. "How could you forget about us?" After all, they had grown up together. An introduction was in order. Chen Lu and Wu Yi nodded in agreement. GMO Wuyin glanced at them and replied, They are inconsequential individuals, merely childhood acquaintances. There is no need to dwell on them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group turned sour. Wuyo gazed at their awkward expressions and chuckled. All right, I understand. You may return now. The little ones are still at home. As Dongxiu and the others watched the departing figures of Wuyo and her companion, they stood in a daze. Lan Feng observed the two leaving, her face contorting in disbelief, unable to fathom such a blatant disregard for decorum. Lan Hua was momentarily stunned as well, having thought that. To be continued. Chapter 76. After the banquet, Jima Wuyo escorted Wuyo home but did not linger, as he had other matters to attend to. After driving away, he proceeded to a small villa on the outskirts, which, although modestly termed as small, spanned nearly 200 square meters. Ane, who awaited his arrival within the villa, rose to greet him. How are the preparations coming along? Jima Wuyin inquired with concern. Almost complete, and Yi replied. Show me, Wuyin commanded. Upon entering the secret chamber, he beheld a large bathtub filled with a concoction of medicinal broth. After examining its hue, Jima Wuyin remarked, it still requires a bit more. Indeed, my lord. And he responded respectfully. The young masters can arrive tomorrow. Very well. I shall inform her shortly. Jima Wuyin nodded, contemplating that it was not too late for him to linger a while longer. He then instructed, be meticulous. I do not wish to witness any errors. With that, he made his way outside, not pausing for too long. Annie replied earnestly, understood. He could not afford to be careless, for the entire family's fate hinged upon this endeavor, and he was vigilant in overseeing the process. Upon returning home, Wuyo discovered her elder brother seated in the hall, waiting for her. A glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes, and a smile graced her face as she asked, Elder brother, you are back so soon? Yes, Shieling Yuan nodded, observing the smile on his younger sister's face. What transpired this evening? Wuyo's smile widened as she replied, indeed, something did occur, but she paused momentarily before continuing. The old man from the Lan family, his daughter presented him with a clock. Isn't that amusing? With that, she burst into laughter. Shieling Yuan was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a revelation. He queried in confusion, what exactly happened? How could they possibly gift a clock? That's utterly absurd. It wasn't until I saw his daughter presenting gifts during my visit that I casually glanced over, unaware it would turn into a watch gift, Wuyo explained innocently, batting her eyelashes. Shieling Yuan shot her a disapproving glance but soon joined in her laughter, having grasped the gist of the situation. He chose not to comment further, confident that by nightfall, the entire capital would be aware of the incident. At that moment, within the grand hall of the Lan family, all guests had departed, leaving only the family members behind. The head of the Lan family sat at the forefront, his expression exceedingly grim. He could not fathom how a perfectly fine birthday banquet had devolved into such chaos, particularly due to his daughter's actions, a fact that only fueled his displeasure. Fixating on his daughter, he bellowed, wretched girl, kneel before me at once. The expressions of the individuals in the hall turned grave as they directed their gazes toward Lan Rong. Some wore looks of concern, while others displayed expressions of schadenfreude, each countenance revealing a myriad of emotions. Upon hearing the shout, Lan Rong shivered and abruptly knelt down, stubbornly proclaiming, Father, please do not be angry. I did not do it intentionally. As she spoke, her voice diminished considerably. Beside her, Lan Feng gently counseled, Father, please take care of your health. San Mei did not mean it. The other sisters chimed in, indeed. Father, this matter cannot solely be blamed on San Mei. Enough. If she is not properly punished today, she will only continue to drive me to despair, declared the patriarch of the Lan family, disregarding the pleas of those present, evidently attributing the events of the day to her. Upon hearing this, Lan Feng and the others exchanged glances, ceasing their attempts at persuasion. Further discussion would likely result in little more than a grounding for her, leaving them with little to say. From this day forth, you shall remain at home, and you are forbidden to go anywhere until this matter has passed, the family head stated sternly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Lan Rong's countenance shifted, and she complied, saying, Yes, father. Who among them was unaware that being confined at home was her greatest dread? This punishment felt far worse than a mere beating. Meanwhile, Shanjia, with her head hung low, returned home, prompting curiosity from Shanba and Shanma regarding the situation. Stealing a glance at her smiling brother, Shanma inquired, Asu, what is the matter with your sister? Asu raised an eyebrow at his parents' expressions, responding, Oh, she got into some trouble tonight, hence her unhappiness. Shanba and Shanma were taken aback, questioning, What kind of trouble? This child was not one to cause mischief. How could she have gotten into trouble? Realizing this, they then asked, "Was it your fault?" Faced with the unreasonable inquiries of his parents, Asu's expression soured, and he could only maintain a serious demeanor as he replied, "It truly was my sister's fault, not mine." Shanma gave him a light smack, insisting, "Speak up." Once he had finished recounting the events, Shanba and Shanma were left agape, exchanging incredulous glances. They had never anticipated that such a calamity could befall the siblings during a mere outing, and they wondered if the Lan family would hold them accountable. Observing the astonishment on her parents' faces, Shan Qing felt a fleeting pang of guilt and murmured, "Mom and Dad, I truly did not mean to." Shanma gently patted her daughter's hand, offering comfort, "I understand. The incident has occurred, and you must look forward." She was at a loss for words. Contemplating the daughter of the other family, she found it difficult to articulate her feelings. She mused that had she simply delivered the gift earlier, this mess could have been avoided, yet she chose to present it at the birthday banquet, resulting in this significant upheaval. After a moment of contemplation, Shanba calmly analyzed, "Based on what you just said, the words of Xiao Qing should align with what that young lady from Xiling is about to convey. However, I am uncertain as to her true intentions, and how your sister came to think of that place so suddenly." Upon hearing her father's suspicions, Shan Qing hastily replied, "Father, it has nothing to do with Sister Wuyo. It was truly my spontaneous thought. Who could have anticipated that she would suddenly bring it up in such an inappropriate context?" Listening to his father's analysis, Dansu gradually calmed down. Although he harbored doubts, he suppressed them, firmly believing that his sister-in-law would not harm his younger sister. "It must be a mere coincidence," he spoke up, saying, "Dad, my sister-in-law has no reason to act this way. It must simply be a coincidence." He trusted his elder brother and had faith that his sister-in-law was not that kind of person. Danma, with a hint of worry in her voice, replied, "I too hope it is merely a coincidence, but I fear that by tomorrow, this matter will spread like wildfire in high society. At that point, our Qing heir may be unjustly labeled as scheming by those with ulterior motives." Sighing, she lamented, "Had I known, I would not have allowed this child to attend. Otherwise, we would not have encountered such significant trouble." Upon hearing Danma's words, the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say next. They could only wait until tomorrow to see how the situation would unfold and then decide on their course of action. Without delving into the thoughts of those who attended the banquet that night, one must consider that in every family there are connections. Merely informing one person, regardless of instructions to keep it quiet, can lead to gossip spreading. After all, who does not have a few relatives? Thus, the news can propagate from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, spreading throughout the capital long before the next day arrives. To be continued. Chapter 77. The Awakening of the Medicinal Bath, Part 1. Meanwhile, GMO Wuyin drove to the Xiling residence. By the time he arrived, over an hour had elapsed, and rather than entering through the main door, he proceeded directly to her room. Wu Yu gazed at the man who had unexpectedly appeared in her room, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She looked at him with curiosity and asked, "Why are you here again? Is there something you need?" Originally, GMO Wuyin had intended to inform her about the medicinal bath, but upon hearing her words, he felt a twinge of displeasure. He stepped closer to her bed and, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, asked, "What, am I not allowed to come?" "I didn't mean it that way. I meant, didn't you just return?" Wu Yu softly explained, sensing his discontent. Realizing he had misjudged her words, GMO Wuyin felt a bit embarrassed, although he concealed it well, simply stating, "Tomorrow, the babies will be able to awaken. I came to let you know." Wu Yu's eyes brightened as she fixed her gaze upon him, inquiring, "Really? It will be ready so soon? Can I go with you tomorrow?" "Yes," GMO Wuyin nodded, affirming there was no issue. Wu Yu replied, "Then you should hurry back to rest. Come to pick us up tomorrow morning." She then asked, "Do I need to prepare anything for tomorrow?" "No, I have everything ready," he responded. "Oh, then that's fine. You may go back now." "All right, you should also get some rest. I will take my leave now. See you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow." The next day, as dawn broke, Wu Yu had breakfast with several children before leading them to the hall. Once seated, she cast a worried glance at the children, though she did not show her concern overtly. After they settled, she spoke up, saying, "Today, I have something important to discuss with you all. Please listen attentively, understood?" With that, she fixed her serious gaze upon them. As Shi Ling Jun observed the expressions on Mummy's face, he nodded in agreement and said, "All right, Mummy." Witnessing their obedient demeanor, Wu Yu gradually revealed a smile and remarked, "In a moment, Mummy and Daddy will take you to a special place. You simply need to listen to Daddy. There is nothing to fear, as Mummy will be right beside you." After gently patting their heads, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. yet reassured herself that he must have made thorough preparations since he assured her that everything would be fine. "Mummy, where are we going and what are we going to do?" Shi Linghua inquired, his large eyes brimming with curiosity. Beside him, Shi Lingxiu's eyes sparkled with interest, prompting him to ask, "Yes. Mummy, you haven't told us what Daddy has planned for us." Shi Lingjun and Shi Lingrong also looked at her, harboring the same questions, though they refrained from voicing them. "You will find out soon enough," Wu Yu replied cryptically, as the mother and children engaged in conversation. GMO Wuyin entered the room, his gaze softening upon seeing them. "Apologies for my tardiness," he said. Wu Yu shook her head, indicating that he was not late. The children, upon noticing his arrival, dashed over and asked, "Daddy, where are you and Mummy taking us today?" Gazing at their innocent faces, GMO Wuyin's expression softened further. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "Daddy is taking you to enjoy a medicinal bath, which is beneficial for your health." He spoke the truth, as this was indeed a fact. Wu Yu did not deter him from sharing this information. Instead, she smiled gently at the children's expressions, her demeanor becoming noticeably warmer. "Then let us be on our way," she declared. GMO Wuyin nodded in agreement, looking at Wu Yu as he said, "Yes, let us go." Together, they led the 4 children toward the front door. Once outside and settled into the vehicle, Wu Yu finally inquired, "Where are we headed, and is it far from here?" Sitting in the car, GMO Wuyin responded, "It's just on the outskirts, not too far at all." "So everything is ready," Wu Yu said in surprise, realizing how quickly he had gathered all the necessary items. GMO Wuyin glanced at the children in the back seat, who were happily engaged in play. Turning his gaze back to Wu Yu, he spoke softly, "Those are our children. Although they were born without my knowledge, they are the offspring of the girl I cherish, and they carry my bloodline." Wu Yu felt a warmth in her heart, her cheeks flushing slightly as she averted her gaze. "They are my children, not yours," she retorted playfully. GMO Wuyin, noticing her blushing face, felt a gentle stir within and smiled as he teased, "Without me, you could never have brought them into this world." At that moment, Wu Yu's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Just as she felt a hint of panic, she heard the youngest, Xiao Si, ask from the back, "Daddy, where are we going in the car?" GMO Wuyin felt a fleeting pang of regret. It was indeed rare to witness the expression on Yure's face just now. Upon hearing his son's inquiry, he replied directly, "We will arrive shortly. You may play for a while. I will call for you when we get there, though." A look of disappointment flitted across Xi Linghua's small face as she uttered a soft exclamation, falling silent thereafter. Wu Yu exhaled in relief and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" "Yes, I had it at home with the old man," GMO Wuyin answered while driving and responding to Wu Yu's questions. "Oh," Wu Yu echoed, her mind racing as she then inquired, "By the way, have you heard any amusing news today?" She thought that the events from last night must have become common knowledge by now. The image of the Lan family head's gentle face transforming in color brought a wave of delight to her heart. GMO Wuyin turned this thought over in his mind and quickly grasped what she was referring to, smiling as he said, "Aren't you aware, you mischievous girl? Only you could engage in such antics and still wear your emotions so openly. You truly are a delightful rascal." Wu Yu chuckled, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes as she feigned seriousness. "I do wonder what wicked deeds the Lan family head has committed to warrant his daughter gifting a watch on his birthday. It is indeed a pity." She mused that witnessing such a spectacle was a fitting reward for her escapades the previous night. GMO Wuyin gazed at her with affectionate indulgence, agreeing, indeed, he must have done something wrong for such an event to unfold. "It seems last night's occurrences were quite the coincidence. Did you tell Grandpa about it when you returned home yesterday?" Wu Yu looked at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, sharing joy is better than enjoying it alone. GMO Wuyin replied with a non-committal hum, recalling how he had informed the old man about the events of the banquet upon his return, noting that the elder's expression had been rather displeased. He could not fathom whether that girl was simply foolish or truly eccentric to have orchestrated such a situation. It was indeed a rare talent. As they conversed, they soon reached their destination. Once GMO Wuyin parked the car, Wu Yu alighted, bringing a few children along, and then turned her gaze toward the villa before them. GMO Wuyin approached Wu Yu's side, observing the children nearby, and said to her, "Let us proceed inside." To be continued. Chapter 78. The Awakening of the Medicinal Bath, Part 2. And had been waiting in the villa ever since preparing the medicinal ingredients, anxious to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, the process had unfolded without a hitch. Around 10 o'clock, he spotted his master's car approaching. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he felt a surge of excitement. Even the old master had met with the person, yet he had not laid eyes on him in quite some time, and the anticipation had been building within him. Had it not been for the pressing matters of the past few days, he would have sought him out himself. He quickly approached, bowing respectfully to GMO Wuyin. Master. He then turned to Wuyo and the children, momentarily taken aback before offering a formal greeting. Mistress, young master, greetings. In that brief moment of bowing, he concealed the astonishment and admiration that had flickered in his eyes. GMO Wuyin nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction at being addressed as the master of Wuyo. He cautiously glanced at Wuyo, noting her lack of objection, a gentle light flickering in his eyes as he tenderly remarked, "He is my chief shadow guard, known as an E." Wuyo nodded in acknowledgement, casting a fleeting glance at an E, her eyes shimmering with a hint of intrigue, yet she remained silent. GMO Wuyin then turned to an E, speaking with solemnity, "This is your future mistress and young master. You must treat her with the same respect as you do me." Upon recognizing an Yi's understanding, he directed his gaze back to Wuyo and suggested, "Shall we proceed inside?" With that, the two did not delay further, leading the children into the interior. GMO Wuyin took the lead, while Wuyo followed closely behind with an E and the little ones, a serene silence enveloping them, with the children behaving remarkably well. Upon reaching the basement of the villa, they stood before a grand bathtub filled with a plethora of medicinal herbs. Wuyo gazed at the abundant ingredients, her expression revealing a realization as she inquired, "Is it simply a matter of soaking in this? Surely, it cannot be that easy." GMO Wuyin, catching sight of the children from the corner of his eye, spoke with gravity, "Soaking in this will be somewhat painful. I will be here for the rest." Wuyo furrowed her brow, understanding from his words that there were additional steps beyond the medicinal bath. However, she eased a bit, trusting that he had made preparations, and reassured by her own hidden strengths. Sensing her concerns, GMO Wuyin comforted her, "Rest assured, with me present, they will be safe." Nearby, Shieling June and the others grasped the situation, their eyes glimmering with curiosity as they asked, "Daddy, Mummy, what is this?" "This is for your bath," Wuyo replied. "Oh." They nodded in unison. Falling silent once more, a spark of excitement flickered in Shieling June's eyes, while Shieling Rong and the others appeared contemplative. An E stood expressionless at the side, his eyes glinting with emotion, his heart racing at the thought of how exquisite the mistress was and how exceptional the young masters turned out to be. Observing their expressions, Wuyo felt a twinge of helplessness and remarked, "They can enter now, can't they?" GMO Wuyin nodded, affirming, "Yes, but I worry they might not be able to endure." Seeing him nod, Wuyo turned to the children, "Once you go in, it might hurt a little, but you must endure, understand?" The children listened attentively, displaying no signs of fear at the prospect of pain, their faces instead lit with excitement, which piqued Wuyo's curiosity. "Do not be afraid. You are all young gentlemen now, so be strong, understood?" GMO Wuyin added. "Understood," they replied in unison. Noticing that they were all prepared, Wuyo steeled herself, gesturing with her hand to unleash a surge of spiritual power that stripped away their garments. With another wave of her energy, the children were gently placed into the medicinal tub. An Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing with disbelief at the display of power. Could she be a practitioner of the mystical arts? He marveled at his master's prowess, pondering who might be the more formidable between the master and the mistress. Turning to glance at the master, I noticed his expression was devoid of emotion. Yet his gaze was tinged with worry as it fixed upon the medicine vat, indicating that he had long been aware of the situation. Meanwhile, Shieling June and the others, having been cast into the vat by their mother, displayed no signs of panic. They simply stood in place, feeling a chill envelop their bodies, which paradoxically brought them a sense of comfort. However, it wasn't long before they began to feel a piercing pain coursing through them, as if something chaotic stirred within, prompting them to stifle their cries. Their delicate faces contorted in anguish, yet they persevered in silence. Wuyu, filled with concern, stood helplessly by, while GMO Wuyin remained silent, his expression stoic, though worry flickered across his face, and his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Witnessing the little one's valiant struggle to remain silent tugged at the hearts of those watching, who wished they could bear the burden in their stead. E, taken aback, marveled at the strength displayed by the young masters, followed by a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. As time gradually passed, over an hour slipped by, during which the torment weighed heavily on their hearts. Finally, seeing the children's faces no longer contorted in pain, they breathed a sigh of relief. Wuyu turned to GMO Wuyin and inquired, "Is it over?" Observing the unease etched on his face, a flicker of hope ignited within her, softening her gaze towards him. GMO Wuyin then relaxed his grip and responded, "I merely need to adjust their meridians a bit more." Noticing her concern, he added, rest assured. This time there will be no more pain. Wu Yu nodded, her heart aching as she gazed at the slumbering children. Shall we proceed upstairs? GMO Wuyin suggested. Thus, Wu Yu and the others carried the children to the upper chamber, gently laying them upon the beds. Ane discreetly exited the room, allowing the space to be shared solely by the parents and their children. With just the two of them left in the room, GMO Wuyin spoke, I shall begin now. You may remain by my side. With that, he commenced his actions. Wu Yu observed his earnest expression, a glimmer of light passing through her eyes, as she watched the children beside him. Their furrowed brows gradually relaxed with each movement he made, the initial contortions fading away, replaced by expressions of comfort. Their hearts began to settle, and they remained silent, engrossed in his actions. Only when GMO Wuyin halted did she inquire, Is this sufficient? Yes, it will suffice. Once they awaken, they will understand what has transpired. You need not worry, GMO Wuyin assured her. Wu Yu nodded, a hint of concern creeping into her voice as she asked, Are you all right? She hesitated slightly on the word you. I am fine, GMO Wuyin replied, shaking his head, a fleeting sparkle in his eyes. He had merely exerted 7/10 of his strength. While there would be some discomfort, it posed no significant issue. However, he was astonished by the purity of the power within the children, which led him to ponder if Wu Yu had given them something extraordinary, thus dismissing any curiosity. Wu Yu regarded him but ultimately chose not to elaborate further. To be continued. Chapter 79. The sudden appearance in the autumn. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, casting a scorching warmth upon the skin. Yet, to those with cultivation, it was hardly a concern. At this moment, Xiling Yu and Yue Xin, a married couple, strolled through the bustling streets, unencumbered by any disguise. Yue Xin's exquisite visage shimmered in the sunlight, captivating passers-by who were left spellbound. When they turned to gaze at Xiling Yu, a chorus of admiration ensued. The couple was indeed a perfect match, her beauty complemented by his handsome features, evoking both envy and admiration from onlookers. A mesmerizing glint sparkled in Yue Xin's eyes as she surveyed the crowd. Once the throng regained their composure, she playfully remarked to Xiling Yu, You Gu, look at you, aging yet still attracting attention. Don't think I didn't notice that woman casting glances your way. I simply chose to overlook it. Why heart and eyes are solely yours, as you well know. Xiling Yu, observing the expression in her eyes, responded earnestly. Although he recognized her words as jest, he couldn't help but profess his affection once more. To him, no one held greater significance than she did. Even their children paled in comparison. Yue Xin shook her head, a hint of exasperation flickering in her gaze. After all these years, you should fear that I might grow weary of you. Ever since we met, you've never been serious, only behaving decently in front of the children. I sometimes wonder what it was that first drew me to you. Despite her words, the tenderness and sweetness evident in her tone revealed her genuine joy, particularly regarding the man she cherished. Xiling Yu, captivated by the softness in her eyes, felt his spirits lift. He studied her with gentle admiration, choosing silence over words. These past years had indeed been arduous for her. Since discovering the profound secret regarding their beloved daughter, she likely harbored suspicions of her own. Coupled with the unsettling premonitions stemming from recent events, both felt a subtle unease, though they concealed it well. Otherwise, they would not be out in the world. If given the choice, they would prefer to remain at home, cherishing moments with their daughter and several grandchildren. Their sons, now grown, required no further oversight. Yue Xin noticed the emotions reflecting in her husband's eyes, and a sweet warmth blossomed within her heart, causing her cheeks to flush. After all these years, she understood that in his heart, she remained paramount, just as he was in hers. Whether deemed selfish or unfeeling, she could not ascertain the reason behind such sentiments. Yet, she comprehended that, regardless of circumstances, their daughter was their treasure. They would never relinquish her, and thus, they had been fervently praying for divine guidance to resolve their predicament. As the crowd steadily swelled, Yue Xin suggested, You Gu, shall we find a place to rest for a while? Noticing that the workday had ended, she understood the increasing throng. Tenderly shielding Yue Xin with his arm, Xiling Yu proposed, It's already noon. Let us find a place to dine before we continue our journey. With a slight lift of his chin, he indicated a restaurant sign ahead. Yue Xin raised her gaze, discovering a rather secluded locale that would easily escape the notice of the inattentive. However, those with a modicum of diligence could still uncover its presence. Yet, she observed no signs of anyone entering, leading her to ponder if something peculiar lay within. Suppressing her curiosity, she turned to Xiling Yu and said, Let us venture there. She was eager to discern what sort of individuals might inhabit this establishment, and who might have had the audacity to open a restaurant in such a hidden spot. Without further ado, the two set off, subconsciously channeling their spiritual energy as they made their way to the restaurant. Upon entering, they quickly realized it bore little resemblance to a conventional eatery. Instead, it resembled a tea house, and within its confines sat an elderly gentleman. Were it not for their certainty of being in the modern era, they might have believed they had traversed back to ancient times. The old man lay dozing at a table, and upon hearing their entrance, his ears twitched ever so slightly, yet he made no further acknowledgement. The couple exchanged glances and approached the elder. Yueshin gently tapped the table and inquired, "Elder, do you serve any food here?" The old man lifted his eyelids, slowly straightening his posture. After stroking his snow-white beard, he spoke. "It seems that fate has brought you both to my humble tea house. Since we are destined to meet, why not sit and engage in a conversation with me? I have 2 cups of light tea. May I inquire if this pleases you?" With a mysterious smile, he awaited their response. Hearing this, Zilingyu and Yueshin exchanged another glance, a flicker of caution evident in their eyes, yet they did not decline the elder's invitation. They instinctively seated themselves opposite him, eager to discern his intentions. The elder observed their actions without further comment, simply gesturing to produce teaware from within a small container, arranging it meticulously. This gesture sent a shiver down both their spines, prompting them to silently communicate their thoughts. Once the elder had brewed the tea and set the cups before them, they returned to the present. "Here, savor the tea I have prepared for you," he said gently, as though he had taken no notice of their earlier hesitations. At this point, Zilingyu and Yueshin abandoned their internal speculations, deciding that a direct inquiry would be more prudent. Their expressions grew serious, and Zilingyu asked, "Elder, may I inquire if you are the one we seek?" Yueshin's gaze remained fixed upon him. "Are you not searching for me?" The elder replied, slightly irked. Had he not foreseen this encounter, he would not have fortuitously appeared here. A fleeting look of disbelief crossed the couple's faces. The individual they sought was supposed to be a Taoist, yet here stood an elderly man. Reflecting upon the years that had passed, they realized such unexpected turns were no longer surprising. Truly, it was a case of serendipity. Yueshin quickly came to her senses and, astonished, asked, "Are you truly that person? Then do you know why we have come to find you?" She fixed her gaze upon him, unblinking that of course I know. "How else would I be aware that you were searching for me?" The old man replied with a hint of pride, his eyes gleaming defiantly as he even shook his beard slightly. Meanwhile, Zilingyu regained his composure and asked the elder, "You are indeed that Taoist, yet you bear no resemblance to what I imagined." Despite the passage of time, it seemed implausible that he would have changed so entirely. Coughing several times, the elderly man displayed a fleeting sense of embarrassment on his face. Though it quickly went unnoticed, he solemnly remarked, "It has been over 20 years. I am no monster, so of course, I have aged." However, he found it rather difficult to articulate the underlying reasons for this. Nevertheless, he was taken aback by the cultivation levels of the 2 individuals before him, astonished that they could progress so swiftly in the outer world. It was no wonder they were somewhat skeptical, for every person has their own limitations, and thus, they refrained from inquiring further. Yet, his unexpected appearance left them unprepared, and they were at a loss as to how to initiate conversation. However, being extraordinary individuals, they swiftly regained their composure. To be continued. Chapter 80. The truth revealed? The elder observed the expressions of the two, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his eyes, and he feigned mystery as he spoke. "You have come seeking the esteemed young lady, have you not?" The two straightened their demeanor, and a flicker of light danced in Yu's eyes as he maintained an expression placid and unruffled. He solemnly inquired, "Taoist, do you still recall what you said back then?" Seated beside him, Xian's gaze flickered with recognition of the past. It was the year when Wuyo was born. With 4 boys already in the family, the arrival of this princess brought boundless joy. However, they had not anticipated encountering a Taoist who uttered certain truths that left them rather uncomfortable. Years had passed, and had it not been for the events of a few years ago, they might have forgotten the Taoist's words in times of chaos, the ephemeral blooms, reborn from the flames, as heavenly rains descend, and the sun and moon soar above, Xian articulated slowly. These phrases left them somewhat perplexed, yet the circumstances at that time were anything but favorable. Yu gazed sternly at the elder and asked, "Taoist, could you enlighten me as to what exactly is happening?" Were it not for the elder's age, he might have resorted to more forceful means. "The trajectories of your fates diverge from that of the esteemed young lady. I can discern her fate, yet yours eludes me." "How peculiar," the elder replied slowly. his eyes brimming with curiosity. He had never encountered such an extraordinary countenance that he could not decipher. Even the divination concerning the esteemed young lady appeared incomplete, and those phrases were not derived from his calculations. He could only ascertain a general sense, inherited through generations, as for how he came to be present at that moment. Even he found it somewhat baffling. Yu Xian's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, Taoist, what do you mean by that? Are you implying you are a fortune teller? Listening to his wife's inquiry, a cold glint flickered in Shieling Yu's eyes as he regarded the elder, whose countenance darkened slightly. The time is not yet ripe for further discourse. When the moment arrives, you shall naturally come to understand, the elder replied, shaking his head, feeling a twinge of frustration as he lamented his own limited knowledge. Upon hearing this, the couple's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes glinting like blades drawn from their sheaths, fierce and unyielding. Observing their sudden change in demeanor, the elder burst into laughter and said, Fear not, esteemed couple. Your young lady is a person of great fortune, and she shall undoubtedly turn peril into safety. It is merely a slight ordeal. Fortunately, with the mutual support of dragon energy, they shall undoubtedly remain safe and sound. Upon hearing this, the couple finally collected their expressions, though their countenances still bore an unsightly pallor. Then the elder continued, stating that with the true dragon heir's protection, they would certainly encounter no troubles. There are also several others who are no ordinary individuals. Indeed, each one is formidable, and not one can be trifled with. The couple from Shieling exchanged glances, each contemplating the possibility that the true dragon heir might be Yuer's future husband, and perhaps even the biological father of their grandson. The elder seemed to be lost in thought, his gaze deepening slightly as he added, Do not fret. When the time comes, you will naturally understand what course of action is best for her. He merely harbored a vague premonition that they would discern the right path. After uttering these words, the elder fell silent, allowing the couple to gradually process the matter at hand. Shieling Yu furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning behind the elder's words, yet despite his contemplation, he could not unravel their significance. Turning to his wife, he noticed a peculiar expression upon her face, prompting him to take mental note and resolve to inquire further upon their return. Yu Xin, absorbed in the elder's discourse, seemed to drift into a reverie, where echoes of someone speaking of departure and restoration lingered in her mind. However, when she attempted to listen intently, that voice vanished. Yet, from the fragments she had caught, a sense of foreboding began to take root within her heart, though she could not yet fathom the precise implications of it all. Observing Yu Xin's expression, the elder contemplated silently, his face betraying no emotion as he softly declared, It is time for you to depart. He could only offer a subtle reminder, for further involvement might entangle him in unforeseen consequences. Upon hearing this, Shieling Yu turned to the now recovered Yu Xin and said, Xiner, let us return. We have learned what we needed, and beyond this, he is unlikely to divulge more. Yu Xin nodded, and together they took their leave of the elder before stepping outside. Once the elder was left alone in the room, a fleeting trace of sorrow crossed his visage as he murmured, Foolish child, though it was unclear to whom he was referring. Meanwhile, the couple, burdened by their thoughts, found themselves somewhat distracted. Yu Xin shook her head, attempting to dismiss her concerns, but as she inadvertently glanced back at the vanished dwelling, her steps faltered momentarily, and a tumult of emotions surged within her. Grasping her husband's hand, she exclaimed, Yu Gu, look! That house has disappeared. It seems that the individual indeed possesses remarkable abilities. Shieling Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied slowly, yet he did not feel an overwhelming sense of unrest. Rather, he was simply astonished. Yu Xin nodded, then turned her gaze back to Shieling Yu. Her eyes clouded with worry as she softly asked, Yu Gu, do you think we should truly do nothing about Yuer? She felt uncertain about the elder's intentions, sensing something amiss in his words. There seemed to be no issue, yet his words carried an unfinished quality. Shieling Yu shook his head and continued, Yuer has grown up, but to say we have truly guided her throughout her life would be an exaggeration. This time, we must place our trust in her. She will surely navigate this challenge safely. Although Yuer has always been obedient and well-behaved in their presence since childhood, her character does not suffer in the outside world. Thus, he felt somewhat at ease. To be honest, upon hearing these comforting words, Yu Xin felt a slight release of tension within her. However, the unsettling voice that had crossed her mind earlier caused her expression to change subtly, and her heart tightened in an instant. Observing Yu Xin's sudden shift in demeanor, Shieling Yu's eyes glimmered with concern as he asked anxiously, Xiner, what is the matter? A wave of unease flickered through his mind, yet he refrained from pressing further. I am fine. There is no need for you to worry. Yueshin replied, shaking her head, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. She truly did not wish to burden him with her concerns, yet the thought of her daughter back home weighed heavily upon her heart like an immense stone that she could not displace. Shieling Yu, perceiving her expression, understood she was not being entirely truthful but chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, they were in public, and it would be more appropriate to discuss it in private later. He simply stated, "If there is something troubling you, share it with me. Perhaps I can offer a solution." "All right, I understand." The thought of his unwavering kindness over the years filled her heart with sweetness akin to honey, delightful but not cloying. In that moment, she resolved that regardless of what challenges lay ahead, their family would navigate them safely, for their love for one another was a bond unbreakable. TOB continued. Chapter 81. Deliberate framing in the Lan household. Lan Rong lay quietly on her bed, contemplating the events of the previous night. The flicker of cold light crossed her eyes as bitterness surged within her. The gift she had painstakingly procured was now disparaged, twisting her face in anguish. The thought of being confined indoors in the days to come only heightened her unrest. Knock, knock, knocked out a voice accompanied the sound of knocking at the door. "Third sister, may I come in?" Hearing the voice, Lan Rong's eyes gleamed with a hint of intrigue as she called out, "Fourth sister, come in." Lan Yu pushed the door open and entered, her gaze filled with concern as she softly inquired, "Third sister, are you all right? Why haven't you gotten out of bed? It will soon be time for lunch." Lan Rong cast her a fleeting glance, her tone indifferent as she retorted, "What is there to go out for? To let them revel in my misfortune?" She had no desire to witness their hypocritical faces, which repulsed her. Lan Yu was momentarily taken aback, rolling her eyes at her sister's candidness. Yet, she gently advised, "But if you don't go out, won't they mock you even more?" After a brief pause, she ventured to ask, "Third sister, what made you think of giving a watch?" "It has left me and the second and fifth sisters without the chance to present our gifts. Given the unfortunate circumstances, it seemed inappropriate to proceed with their plans." The mention of this topic. Lan Rong's expression darkened slightly before she replied, "I would prefer not to discuss it. Please refrain from asking further." She herself was puzzled as to why she had chosen such a gift. Reflecting on the moment, a flicker of realization crossed her mind, yet she suppressed it, unwilling to voice her thoughts. A trace of disappointment flickered in Lan Yu's eyes as she softly reassured her. "Oh, then I shall not press the matter. They are aware, yet they never anticipated such a turn of events. Who could have foreseen that such a situation would arise?" Then, she inquired, "Is Sanjay able to rise now? Although outings are currently curtailed, I firmly believe that this predicament will soon pass, and you shall once again have the opportunity to venture outside." Subsequently, she murmured softly, "I wonder what Dajia has sent to father. It must certainly be something he adores." After speaking, she cautiously observed Lan Rong, noting her impassive demeanor, and felt a tinge of regret. Lan Rong feigned ignorance, yet a flicker of understanding crossed her mind. She silently appreciated Samai's attempt to comfort her, for she had already moved past her troubles and wished for Samai not to fret. A shadow crossed Lan Rong's gaze, contemplating that even if Samai's concern was disingenuous, who could delineate truth from pretense? She remained indifferent. Meanwhile, not far in the garden, Lan Feng and Lan Hua sat gracefully in a pavilion, sipping tea, their movements exuding elegance and beauty, a sight that was both pleasing and dazzling. "Samai has gone to persuade San Mei," Lan Feng remarked with a hint of indifference in her tone. "Indeed," Lan Hua replied gently, "it is quite normal for Samai to worry about San Mei. What is the big deal? There is no need for such dramatics." Lan Feng's voice was cold, her gaze penetrating. She was not oblivious to Samai's intentions. To think she could manipulate her was sheer folly, and she wondered who had instilled such audacity in her. Hearing Dajia's words, Lan Hua involuntarily reflected on her own situation and slowly articulated, "Indeed, they are overthinking it. So desire too much comes at a cost." Lan Feng cast her a sidelong glance, a spark of insight flashing through her mind. She was perceptive. Recalling the benefactor's expression from the previous night ignited a flicker of resentment within Lan Feng, and she vowed not to let Shieling Wuyo have an easy time, regardless of her identity. Yet, she remained uncertain about her course of action. Her thoughts shifted, and it seemed imperative that she visit Sanmei. "Since Samai has gone to see Sanmei, we ought to do the same," Lan Feng suddenly declared. Lan Hua, somewhat taken aback, nodded in agreement. "Very well, Dajia." She was curious about Dajia's intentions, suspecting they might not bode well. With that, the two rose and made their way to Lan Rong's chamber, arriving just in time to overhear Lan Rong's words. Without hesitation, they entered. Lan Feng's gaze deepened slightly, surprised to find that Samai was indeed lively and charming. she expressed concern. Sanmei, father is quite furious, but do not worry. Once his anger subsides, I shall intercede on your behalf, and you will be able to step outside. Lanrong's expression shifted, her eyes glimmering with gratitude as she replied, Thank you, Dajia, for your assistance. At that moment, Lan Yue interjected, It is all that Miss Shiling's fault. Had it not been for her, this situation would not have occurred. Although Sanmei's subsequent remarks remained unspoken, her implication was abundantly clear. Indeed, upon witnessing the cold glint in Lanrong's eyes, Lanfeng felt a surge of surprise. She had not even voiced her thoughts before someone else articulated them. What a perfect ally! Beside them, Lanhua added, True, had it not been for her, Sanmei would not have suffered such embarrassment, and they too might have avoided repercussions. Moreover, despite feeling a twinge of happiness upon witnessing the elder sister's struggles, she was slightly discomforted by the fact that the moment that woman appeared, she captured the attention of all present. At this juncture, several individuals found their thoughts converging, each harboring their own opinions regarding Shiling Wuyo. In the Lan family study, the head of the Lan family sat in silence, a fervent glint flickering in his eyes as he contemplated the information received that day. The doctor, truly a worthy disciple of the master, had made another breakthrough so swiftly, he mused that it would not be long before this world underwent a monumental transformation, and his thoughts began to flourish. Yet, recalling the events of the previous night, a pensive look crossed his face. He felt a surge of anger mixed with intrigue regarding that incident. After questioning the third sibling, she did not deny that the gift was prepared by her, leading him to ponder how the Shiling family had come to know of it. Could it be that there were spies or insiders within their household? Judging by the Shiling family's demeanor yesterday, they must have been aware that he was responsible for the incident. Otherwise, they would not have allowed him to face humiliation in such a public setting. However, he remained uncertain if further complications would arise. Reflecting on her composed demeanor from last night, it was evident she had prior knowledge of the contents involved. What other schemes might they be concocting? This posed a conundrum. For now, he could only take one step at a time. Had he known the Shiling family would be so troublesome, he would have refrained from meddling with their affairs. Alas, it was too late for such regrets. Up to this point, his family had already lost too many projects and some discreet talents in distant lands. Were it not for the Master's counsel against making any drastic moves, he would have been unwilling to remain passive. Nevertheless, considering the Master's grand plan, he felt little resentment, knowing that by the time it materialized, those matters would be rendered obsolete. Feng'er had nearly perfected her cultivation technique and would likely achieve success within a few years. At that time, his status would undoubtedly place him just below the pinnacle of power. Contemplating these scenarios, his heart swelled with burgeoning ambition, though he remained unaware that once the opportune moment arrived, it would take root and flourish into a towering presence. Meanwhile, both Jima Wuyin and Wuyo were oblivious to these developments, unaware that preparations were underway to deal with her. Even if she were to learn of it, she would likely not take it to heart. At that moment, in a quaint villa on the outskirts, Wuyo observed Jima Wuyin's slightly pale complexion and gently inquired, Do you need to rest for a while? Jima Wuyin shook his head, feeling a warm sensation in his heart at her concerned gaze, and replied with a smile, I am truly fine. You need not worry. Although he cherished her concern, he did not wish for her to be overly troubled. That is good, Wuyo nodded, her heart stirred. She retrieved a cup of spiritual spring water from her space and presented it to him, saying, Drink this. It should be beneficial for you. Jima Wuyin inhaled the aroma wafting through the air. A subtle stir began in his dantian. Glancing at the cup before him, which contained a clear liquid, he realized that just the scent alone could alleviate the stagnation of his long unprogressed cultivation. Consuming it would undoubtedly lead to a breakthrough, yet he hesitated and said, Perhaps it would be better for the children to drink it. I shall pass. Wuyo's gaze deepened slightly, taken aback by his unexpected words. However, her expression grew increasingly serious as she said, You drink first. I have more here. She then inquired, Can Juner and the others consume this? If that's the case, it would be much simpler. They can drink it, replied Jima Wuyin with a nod. No wonder those little ones awaken so effortlessly. It must be the effect of what they usually consume. Receiving this affirmative response, Wuyo placed the cup in his hand and walked to the bedside, observing the children. She waved her hand and fetched several cups filled with the spiritual spring water, carefully propping them up and feeding them one by one. Watching their faces return to a natural state, her heart finally felt at ease. When she turned her gaze to the man beside her, she found him lost in thought, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. With a teasing smile, she asked, What is this? Are you frightened? Surely not. Jima Wuyin snapped back to reality, noticing Wuyo's expression. his face flushed slightly as he replied. It's nothing. I was just pondering. He had not anticipated her actions before him, and recognizing this as her trust in him, he firmly resolved not to betray her confidence. And what were you contemplating? Wu Yo feigned ignorance of his reddened cheeks, continuing to regard him earnestly. A stir of surprise arose within her. She had not realized he could be shy. Listening to her tone, Jima Wuyin finally discerned the playful spark in her eyes. A light flashing across his heart, and his countenance returned to normal as he gently stated, I was thinking how grateful I am that you trust me so much. Wu Yo's brows twitched slightly. She hadn't expected him to respond so quickly. Upon grasping the implication of his words, a blush involuntarily crept upon her cheeks, leaving her feeling a mix of irritation and surprise. Humph, she huffed lightly. Vexed as she commanded, drink it quickly and return my cup. Observing her somewhat irate expression, Jima Wuyin raised his hand to drink the water from the cup before passing it back to her. Wu Yo accepted the cup and put it away, while Jima Wuyin swiftly seated himself on the ground, invoking his cultivation method. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling significantly more at ease, finally comprehending the situation. It seemed that the items from Wu Yo's side were indeed extraordinary. TOB continued. Chapter 82. Contemplation and gathering. As time flowed by, a week had passed since the events of the Lan family's birthday banquet, during which many occurrences transpired, 2 of which left the entire capital in shock. The first matter of note was the incident involving the bell presented at the Lan family banquet, which left the people of the capital utterly astounded. Naturally, some chuckled while others dismissed it as mere coincidence, advising their families against gifting such ominous items. In an instant, the Lan family became the target of ridicule throughout the capital. The second matter of significance was the impending union between the Shieling family and the Jima family. What made this news so astonishing? It all began the day after the banquet. Typically, ordinary people were unaware of the true nature of the Shieling and Jima families. However, since that day, the entire city of Kyoto has been abuzz with inquiries, and before long, everyone knew about the existence of such an ancient martial family. This revelation stirred a wave of envy and resentment in the hearts of ordinary people, and no wonder they dared to oppose the Lan family. It turns out their own status and background were not lacking. The matter of the union between the 2 families must begin with the return of the Shieling couple from Shieling. That day, after emerging from the tea house, both were taken aback by its sudden disappearance, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Remembering the words of the elder, they fell into deep contemplation. Subsequently, the couple hurried back to Kyoto, summoned Shieling Yuan to the study, and inquired about GMO Wuyin, which startled Shieling Yuan considerably. The details of their conversation remain unclear, but the following day, they had Shieling Yu summon GMO Wuyin to meet them. Upon seeing him, the couple's lingering doubts began to dissipate, feeling that the elder's words bore weight. After inquiring further about GMO Wuyin's family and some of his personal matters, they felt quite satisfied. And considering he was the biological father of their granddaughter, their final reservations melted away. In that instant, they resolved to arrange an engagement between the 2, and subsequently plan for the wedding. This decision alleviated their concerns, and thus the notion of this union was born. However, the 2 individuals at the center of this affair appeared unfazed. GMO Wuyin expressed great joy, while Wu Yu showed little reaction, though internally she was amenable to the arrangement. The family's response was rather muted, though Shieling Xian exhibited considerable surprise, unable to comprehend why their parents would hasten the marriage of their younger sister. Meanwhile, Shieling Chu and Shieling Yu, far away in the city, were equally astonished when they received the news, though each harbored their own calculations. What do you think? Shieling Yu asked his elder brother, perplexed by the situation, finding it utterly incomprehensible. A glint of insight flashed in Shieling Chu's eyes as he lowered his gaze and remarked, Our parents must have their own considerations. Yet, I wonder what those might be. I understand, but what I cannot fathom is why the urgency. Shieling Yu nodded in agreement, his confusion evident. Shieling Chu regarded him with a playful expression, a fleeting sparkle in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow and said, Could it be that you truly have no inkling at all? Shieling Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was impossible to claim he felt nothing, yet there seemed to be no need for such haste. I hope he is a good match. Otherwise, he trailed off with indignation. Shieling Chu chuckled, bemused and reassured, Rest assured, our younger sister has her own plans. She is just like a cunning fox. There is no need for us to fret. Yet, acknowledging she was indeed their little sister, they could not help but feel a twinge of concern. We should hasten our return to Kyoto. Otherwise, she might be whisked away before we even meet her fiancé. Agreed, he replied, eager to discover who could persuade his sister to agree to such a union. I am the Juyo Pavilion of Kyoto, as the name suggests, a place for gathering with friends, A spacious private room on the second floor housed over 10 individuals, both men and women, all strikingly handsome and beautiful. At tea that moment, the expressions on their faces varied, yet none dared to break the silence. After a while, Dansu finally spoke up. What is going on? Why is everyone so quiet? The elder brother will soon bring his sister-in-law over. We shall wait a little longer. We will also have the pleasure of seeing several adorable nephews. Just thinking about it brings immense joy, especially since we missed out on the last occasion, and now we finally have the chance to meet them. It seems he only informed us of the engagement now. Otherwise, we would still be in the dark about when we might discover such news. Lu Ju remarked indignantly, questioning whether they truly regarded them as brothers. The memory of his foolish expression at that moment was quite amusing. Chen Qing and the others remained silent, as they had already met the sister-in-law, who was undeniably stunning, possessed remarkable skills, and had a delightful temperament. She was simply perfect in every aspect. Wu Le gazed at Dan Qing, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and eagerly inquired, Xiao Qing, please tell me in detail what kind of person our sister-in-law is. I am so thrilled just thinking about the events of that day. Dan Qing listened to Wu Li's question, her heart brimming with joy, and replied animatedly, Xiao Lu, I must tell you, our sister-in-law is like a fairy, gentle, kind, elegant, and breathtakingly beautiful. She is stunning from every angle. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, her entire being radiating with enthusiasm. Those listening nearby couldn't help but twitch their lips, their faces almost contorting with incredulity. While it was true that the sister-in-law was exceptionally beautiful, akin to a celestial being, it was hardly as exaggerated as Dan Qing portrayed. As she spoke, it seemed as if their sister-in-law transcended mere fairy status, verging on divine. As she really is magnificent as you say, even surpassing Lan Feng from the Lan family? Lu Yueyu interjected, her eyes gleaming. She had never encountered anyone more beautiful than the young lady of the Lan family. Wu Lu widened his eyes in astonishment at her words. Dan Qing furrowed her brow and earnestly replied, though Sister Feng is indeed lovely, in comparison to Sister Fairy, she pales into insignificance. Alas, why had they not yet arrived? She was eager to see those little ones. Just then, the doors swung open, and everyone turned their gaze. A dazzling sight met their eyes, confirming that what Xiao Qing had said was indeed true. She really was as breathtakingly beautiful as a fairy. Observing Wu You's ethereal aura and otherworldly grace left the women feeling utterly incapable of jealousy. GMO Wuyin and Wu You entered together, having taken a moment to bring along several children, but thankfully, they arrived not too late. Noticing the expressions of the crowd, GMO Wuyin subtly shifted his body to shield Wu You and inquired, What are you all doing? Only then did the group snap back to reality, chuckling at GMO Wuyin's slightly darkened expression. They had never encountered someone so prone to jealousy. After all, it was merely a glance. What was the big deal? Wu You also noticed his displeased demeanor and felt a slight shiver in her heart, though she refrained from saying anything, her gaze on the crowd deepening slightly. Dan Qing quickly approached Wu You, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, hello? Afterward, she glanced at the children in their arms, her eyes sparkling with delight, and asked, Sister-in-law, may I hold them? They are so adorable. At that moment, everyone's attention turned to the side of Wu You and GMO Wuyin, and they were taken aback. The four children, who bore a striking resemblance to GMO Wuyin, left them in a state of disbelief. They exchanged glances, a fleeting spark of incredulity passing through their minds. Wu Lu hurriedly ran over, gazing at the group of children, and inquired, Elder brother Jima, are these your children? She was utterly oblivious and had never heard of them before, yet they bore a striking resemblance to him. Upon hearing this, Jima Wuyin's expression darkened, and he shot her a piercing glance, stating, These are all my sons. A girl should speak with more discretion. Sister-in-law, that's not what I meant. Wu Lu suddenly realized her misunderstanding and hurriedly attempted to clarify, but despite her lengthy explanations, she could not articulate her thoughts clearly, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. It was then that Wu You interjected, It's all right. I understand your intent. Had she not been aware of Wu Li's good nature, she would not have been so forgiving. Fortunately, it was merely an offhand comment. Otherwise, Wu Lu would have faced severe repercussions for her lack of tact. Haha, that's a relief indeed, Wu Lu chuckled, attributing her blunder to a lapse in judgment, grateful that her sister-in-law bore no ill will. Jima Wuyin surveyed the group's expressions before guiding Wu You and the children to an empty seat. He then raised his gaze and proclaimed, Allow me to introduce you. This is your sister-in-law, Xiling Wu You. These are my sons, and they are quadruplets, hence their similar appearances. Jima Wuyin proceeded to introduce each child individually before stating, We are about to become engaged, and you are all warmly invited. Congratulations, big brother, securing such a beautiful bride so swiftly, Shinfeng exclaimed, his eyes glinting with excitement. Indeed, big brother, do share how you managed to win sister-in-law's agreement for the engagement, Dan Su added, astonished yet unsurprised by the revelation of the children's parentage. Liu Ju, gazing at Jima Wuyin with sparkling eyes, eagerly inquired, yes, big brother, regale us with the tale of your courtship. Perhaps it may guide me in my own pursuit, as I have been chasing my beloved for ages, yet she remains as unresponsive as a block of wood. Meanwhile, Wuyo sat quietly, observing the children beside her, a gentle light flickering in her eyes as she listened to their conversation, a smile gracing her lips without uttering much. Noticing Jima Wuyin's reluctance to elaborate, Lu Ju turned to Wuyo and cautiously asked, sister-in-law, would you enlighten us on how big brother courted you? The other's eyes sparkled with curiosity, all turning towards Wuyo, their expressions filled with a peculiar intrigue that made her chuckle. Casting a glance at Jima Wuyin beside her, her eyes glimmered with mischief as she playfully remarked, who said that your elder brother pursued me? A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd, their interest piqued even further as they gazed at her, eager to hear the conclusion of her statement. Indeed, Wuyo did not disappoint. She continued, we fell in love at first sight. So there was no need for pursuit or anything of that sort. With that, she shot them a disdainful look, implying that they were out of touch with contemporary society. Upon hearing her words, the group could not help but roll their eyes, astonished by how adeptly sister-in-law spun her tale, proving to be an unexpected surprise. Go be continued. Chapter 83. Childish mockery. Lu Yueyu paid no heed to their conversation, instead focusing on the children with delight in her eyes. Turning to Wuyo, she inquired, sister-in-law, your little ones are simply adorable. How do you manage to raise them? Observing the couple unfazed by the throngs surrounding them, a wave of fondness washed over me. They had always been remarkably obedient since childhood. Wuyo spoke earnestly, his eyes shimmering with tender light. Liu Yueyu remarked. As the crowd found the couple's silence rather tedious, they turned their attention to the well-behaved children seated nearby, a flash of intrigue crossing their gazes. Wu Feng exchanged glances with his companions, eyes sparkling as they approached Xiling Jun and the others. Wu Feng inquired, little ones, how old are you this year? Xiling Jun and the others rolled their eyes in unison, retorting, immature. Wu Feng's expression shifted, a surge of internal lament swelling within him. He was deeply disheartened. What sort of children were these? He had merely posed a simple question. How could it be deemed immature? Bai nudged Wu Feng aside and gently coaxed the children, little friends, I am your Uncle Qi, and I adore you all. Would you like to play with me? I shall buy you lollipops. Upon hearing this, the children exchanged eye rolls, their expressions unmistakably laced with disdain. Xiling Jun and the others, deducing that these men were likely friends of their father, shared a knowing glance. Xiling Hua politely responded, hello, uncles. We are already 6 years old today, not mere children, and we will not indulge in lollipops for another 2 years. Therefore, no matter how much you say, it is futile. We shall not be deceived. We must stay with our parents and have no desire to play outside. While the adults engaged in conversation, they remained attentive to the children, curious about Wu Feng and Bai's inquiries. To their astonishment, both men were met with disdain, prompting silent incredulity. Surely, it was a testament to the eldest's lineage, such maturity at such a tender age. If they remained as they were, they could indeed turn the world upside down. Bai, seated opposite, nearly fainted, gazing skyward, bewildered by the challenge posed even by a child. What had become of this world? Wuyo observed the children with satisfaction, pleased with their responses. They were certainly not at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Xiling Hua's words, Lu Li, standing behind Bai, felt a tightening in his chest. Should he even approach and speak? Were children today truly so unlovable? Would there be no more adorable, soft babies to behold in the future? This uncle of yours, if you have something to say, please do so, rather than appearing in such a lewd manner. Xiling Hua said coolly, her sweet voice melodic, yet her words struck a jarring note. Wu Lu, standing nearby, found himself dismayed by the incisiveness of her remarks, wishing to weep for his once adorable little prince. Lu Li trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground, gazing at Xiling Hua as though she were an extraordinary rarity. After a moment, he managed to utter, I apologize. I have nothing to say. Fearing that speaking might lead to embarrassment, he opted for silence instead as the crowd listened to this peculiar exchange. A glimmer of amusement flickered in their eyes. It was quite a rarity to see Lu Li referred to as lewd. which elicited laughter from those witnessing his evident dismay. Even GMO Wuyin could not suppress a faint smile, a subtle yet undeniable indication of mirth. Shen Feng burst into hearty laughter, mockingly chiding. Li Zi, look at you now. Who would have thought? Always so prim and proper, and now you've met your match. What a fitting retribution. Observing the expressions of the onlookers, Lu Li feigned a sorrowful countenance before retreating to his seat. Shi Linghua, noticing his silence, chose not to speak and settled quietly beside her brothers, engaging in their conversation. Following this incident, no one dared to pose further inquiries to the children, fearing they might be startled. Yet, the crowd occasionally glanced their way, reassured to see the children happily engrossed in their play. As night deepened and the hours slipped by, it became evident that they had been conversing for quite some time. Having arrived post-dinner, it was now past 9 o'clock. Though it was still early, the sight of the weary children suggested it was time to depart. Demo Wuyin gently turned his head to observe Wu Yo, who was conversing with Wu Lu, and a soft warmth flickered in his gaze as he spoke softly. It's getting late. We should head back. The others, overhearing the somewhat cloying term of endearment, felt a slight twist in their hearts, unaccustomed to witnessing their leader's gentle demeanor. Despite the fact that his sister-in-law's name sounded perfectly ordinary, it took on an entirely different hue when uttered by him. Oh, all right, Wu Yo responded, glancing at her phone. Observing the lethargic children beside her, she reflected on their few hours out and felt a pang of sympathy, saying, then let us leave now. She then turned to Dan Qing and the others, saying, Xiao Qing, Lu, you all enjoy yourselves. We shall take our leave for now. Dio, come over to my house sometime. Sure, we will. Dan Qing and the others nodded, their gazes softening as they recalled the lively banter they had shared with Wu Yo. Meanwhile, GMO Wuyin exchanged farewells with them, and after Wu Yo prompted the children to bid their goodbyes, they departed together. The remaining crowd watched the departing figures, and an instant silence enveloped the scene as everyone exchanged glances. Moments later, the atmosphere buzzed with chatter once more, but this time, the discourse revolved around Wu Yo. Chen Lu inquired of the group, what do you think? Does it really matter what we think? Wu Yi replied nonchalantly, our leader wouldn't appreciate anyone meddling in his affairs, especially not regarding someone he holds dear. The others nodded in agreement, affirming their lack of significance in the matter. Chen Lu, bemused by their responses, retorted, I was asking for your opinions on our sister-in-law, not where your minds wandered. He then turned to Dan Qing and the others, asking, let us hear your thoughts first. The group exchanged glances before collectively stating, sister-in-law is wonderful. Not only is she beautiful, but her temperament is gentle, and she possesses great poise. Chen Qing added, sister-in-law might not be very comfortable in overly noisy settings. He had noticed his sister-in-law frown several times, clearly expressing her discontent with the place, likely due to the excessive noise. Li also spoke up, stating, indeed, my sister-in-law is quite remarkable, and her feelings for the eldest brother are genuine. Although her affection may not run particularly deep, it is certainly sincere. Her occasional, unguarded tenderness is unmistakable. However, the eldest brother may need to endure a bit more, especially with several children to consider. Those present understood the implications of his words. Families like theirs often engaged in arranged marriages, where genuine affection was secondary to the pursuit of mutual benefit. Thus, when they first heard of this situation, disbelief lingered, but upon meeting her, any doubts were dispelled. Of course it's true. My sister-in-law saved me last time. Shin Feng interjected, unwilling to hear any disparaging remarks about her, as he believed the eldest brother and his sister-in-law were quite well matched. What do you mean? The crowd inquired, their expressions turning serious. Chun Qing explained, last time I was out on business, I sustained significant injuries. It was the eldest brother who found my sister-in-law, and she saved me. Who knows what might have happened otherwise? Your sister-in-law is also skilled in medicine? Dan Qing exclaimed in awe. Chun Qing shook his head. I'm not entirely sure. Little did they know, Wu Yu had merely used a drop of miraculous spring water to heal Shin Feng. Wu Lu and Lu Yueyu exchanged glances of surprise, realizing they hadn't anticipated Wu Yu's medical expertise. Suddenly, Chen Lu asked, by the way, does anyone know what my sister-in-law does for a living? The group shook their heads, only now realizing that after an entire evening, they knew nothing about her, leaving everyone bewildered. Even Dan Qing and the others were equally lost, having been too preoccupied with questions about the children to inquire about their sister-in-law's own affairs. Just then, someone remarked, I wonder how she teaches the kids. The little ones are incredibly clever. The group nodded in agreement, recalling the children's words to Lu Ju, and laughter erupted in the private room, filling it with joy. Outside the gathering, the night sky was as dark as ink, dotted with countless stars, while the streetlights glowed vibrantly, illuminating the scene like daylight. After GMO Wuyin, accompanied by Wu Yu and the children. Settled into the car, he started the engine to drive them home. Are you tired? GMO Wuyin glanced at Wu Yu, a flicker of concern in his gaze, resolving not to take her out again. Noticing her evident discomfort, Wu Yu shook her head, replying, not really. I'm just unaccustomed to such environments. It's merely a bit too noisy for my liking. GMO Wuyin glanced back at the children, who appeared somewhat listless, a question passing through his mind. He couldn't fathom how they could be so drained after just a few hours. What's wrong with them? He asked curiously. Perhaps they find it dull? Wu Yu suggested, realizing that they likely deemed the setting uninteresting, which explained their demeanor. GMO Wuyin understood immediately and softly replied, indeed, it must be excessively tedious for them. Children typically prefer to explore and play rather than remain in one place. He continued, what do they enjoy doing in their free time? They like practicing martial arts and reading, Wu Yu answered, adding, of course, they also engage in some rather peculiar activities, though she refrained from elaborating further. GMO Wuin's eyes glimmered with surprise as he inquired, reading? Can they really settle down? He was aware that they usually practiced martial arts, but did they not find reading to be tedious? Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with pride as she replied, do not underestimate them. They recognize and can write every character in the Xinhua dictionary. They have been learning to read since the age of 2. And now, after 4 years, they are remarkably intelligent. GMO Wuyin thought to himself. Could it be that his son is a genius? A fleeting light crossed his expressionless face. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. What is your opinion on our marriage? His gaze turned towards Wu Yu, softened by a gentle light, his expression somewhat complex. He found it curious that her parents had agreed so swiftly, yet he felt a surge of happiness. Although it was merely an engagement, he imagined that the wedding would not be far off. Reflecting on the last time he met Yura's parents, he was inexplicably filled with a sense of reverence, a feeling that struck him as peculiar, given that their cultivation was not superior to his own. How could he harbor such thoughts? It was truly baffling. Wu Yu turned to look at the man beside her, noticing the tenderness in his eyes and a hint of nervousness. A charming smile graced her lips as her heart fluttered slightly. Maintaining a facade of calm, she remarked, it's settled. What more is there to consider? For reasons unknown, she felt compelled to tease him. GMO Wuyin, oblivious to her smile, mistakenly assumed she harbored different thoughts and anxiously asked, then, do you truly wish for this? A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, his gaze fixated on her. Before she could respond, he solemnly assured her, rest assured, I will treat you well. His tone bore no semblance of sweet nothings, resembling more a vow of commitment. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart swelling with joy. As she observed the man gazing at her, she playfully chided, shouldn't you focus on driving? I am quite aware of my own actions. How had she never noticed before that he was so amusing? GMO Wuyin then recalled that he was still driving, gently gathering his thoughts. He understood from her earlier words that she was indeed willing, albeit too shy to admit it, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wu Yu watched him drive with utmost seriousness, a soft glow in her eyes, and asked, haven't you been busy lately? It seemed that since they met, he had come by daily. Did he truly have no other engagements? Not busy. Someone else will handle it, GMO Wuyin replied, shaking his head. If he were to manage everything himself, what would his subordinates do? Merely eat and sleep? He was well aware of what held greater significance. Spending time with his future wife. Wu Yu said casually. At that moment, they had arrived outside the Shieling family residence. As GMO Wuyin parked the car, Wu Yu promptly opened the door and stepped out, retrieving the children from the back. She glanced at GMO Wuyin, her eyes sparkling, and asked, would you like to come in and sit for a while? GMO Wuyin shook his head gently, a soft glimmer passing through his gaze as he remarked, it is getting late. You should take the children inside and rest early. I shall return tomorrow. He intended to bring his grandfather along the next day to deliberate on the specific engagement date with the elders. All right, Wu Yu nodded. Only after hearing her affirmative response did GMO Wuyin turn his attention to the children, bidding them farewell before watching Wu Yu and the little ones enter the house, at which point he departed in his vehicle in the GMO family's courtyard. The elder sat leisurely in a recliner, his eyes fixed on the sky, lost in contemplation, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. It was not until the sound of approaching footsteps roused him from his reverie that he turned his gaze toward the source, inquiring, you're back. What did your in-laws say? My father-in-law mentioned we should all meet tomorrow to discuss the date, GMO Wuyin replied, a spark of excitement igniting within him as he recalled Shi Ling Yu's words from earlier that day. Upon hearing this, GMO Han straightened abruptly, his eyes widening slightly, a flicker of intrigue flashing within them as he questioned, "Are you serious? Something feels amiss." Yet he could not articulate precisely what was unsettling him. "Yes, at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning," GMO Wuyin affirmed, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes, radiating like twinkling stars, captivating those who beheld it. GMO Han caught a glimpse of that light. But seeing the uncontainable joy on his grandson's face, he chose to remain silent, pondering that the truth would reveal itself by tomorrow. "All right, I understand," he merely replied. The following day dawned bright and clear. The sun ascended high in the sky, heralding a day of splendid weather. As the Shi Ling family welcomed an esteemed guest in the Shi Ling family's living room, the elder occupied the prominent seat, while Shi Lingyu and Jimo Wuyin sat beside him. Wu and Yuexin sat together, with the children dutifully settled nearby. Shi Ling Xian, however, was absent, having been summoned by his elder brother to work at the company. The elder settled into his chair and, after Jimo Wuyin introduced the parties, turned his gaze to Shi Lingyu and his wife, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, though his face bore a smile as he said, "Your family truly excels in nurturing their offspring. Each child is remarkable, a true blessing." "Your praise is too generous," Shi Lingyu replied modestly, though pride and satisfaction were evident in his eyes. The elder did not indulge in excessive pleasantries and proceeded directly to the matter at hand, stating in a clear voice, "I have come today to discuss the engagement of our two children. Wuyin, having grown up without parents, was raised by me. He possesses a mature disposition and a serious dedication to matters. Once he sets his heart on something, he never lets go. He is wholeheartedly invested in Wuyo, so you can rest assured on that front." At this juncture, the elder paused, then continued, "As for Wuyo, I hold her in high regard. She is gentle and well-mannered. Let us arrange a date for the two children's engagement. What do you think?" As he spoke, the elder cast a glance at Wuyo, his eyes brimming with pride. Clearly satisfied with her as his granddaughter-in-law, he refrained from mentioning the children collectively, fearing the Shi Ling family might think he was hastening the marriage due to their offspring. Shi Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such forthrightness before. Regaining his composure, Shi Lingyu spoke, "Uncle is indeed correct. I find that Wuyin is quite an exceptional child, and we can rest assured in trusting Wuyo to him." He continued, "Perhaps it would be prudent for you to select an auspicious date so that we may prepare in advance. If it weren't for the pressing time constraints, there would be no need for such haste." With this thought, Shi Lingyu sighed inwardly. Fortunately, that lad is genuinely commendable. Otherwise, he would not feel at ease. "Good, good, good," the old man exclaimed thrice, his tone brimming with joy, his voice resonant and clear, even a smile gracing his face. He mused to himself, "Yuner, your son has grown up and is to marry. Don't you see this?" A fleeting shadow of sorrow passed through his eyes, quickly vanishing. He then declared, "Let us finalize this arrangement. I shall return to select a propitious day for their engagement, and afterwards, we will find a suitable time for their wedding." His tone was crisp and decisive, prompting Shi Lingyu, who was observing, to curve his lips into a slight smile. Surprised by the old man's efficiency and clarity, Shi Lingyu, momentarily taken aback, regained his focus and earnestly replied, "Indeed, it is as uncle suggests." His emotions were complex. He sighed, accepting that this was an inevitable matter. The addition of another who cherishes her is indeed a positive development, and he must carefully orchestrate the ensuing arrangements. On the side, Yuma Wuyin listened intently. The confirmation of his bond with Yuer brought a smile to his otherwise serious countenance, blooming like a night blooming Sirius, dazzling and enchanting. Shi Lingyu, who inadvertently witnessed this scene, felt a flicker of light in his eyes, his heart subtly stirred. He had not anticipated that this man would appear so different when smiling. Turning his gaze to his sister, he set aside his slight biases, acknowledging that the two truly complemented each other remarkably well. Yuexin gazed upon her ethereal daughter, a glimmer of light passing through her eyes, her heart tinged with reluctance. Her Yuer had grown and found the most significant person in her life. Reflecting on the day she was born, so small and fragile, it felt like just yesterday. Yet today she was to be wed. Wuyo sensed the scrutiny upon her, and a flicker of light crossed her eyes. She wondered why her parents had been acting strangely in recent days. The engagement seemed a bit peculiar. Could it possibly relate to her? Unbeknownst to Yuexin, her daughter had surmised something. With a complex gaze, she looked at Wuyo, reaching out to stroke her head gently, whispering, "Little Yu, mother truly finds it hard to part with you." Wuyo replied, "Mom, it's just an engagement, not a marriage. Even after marriage, with our families so close, I can still return to visit." Yuexin observed her daughter's expression, her gaze shifting subtly, a hint of melancholy crossing her mind. yet she simply said, "You will understand in due time." Shieling Jun and his siblings sat quietly nearby, absorbing the conversation of their great-grandfather and the others. They grasped the situation. It appeared that their parents were to be wed, but the question lingered, should they consent? The children's expressions were complex. Shieling Hua tugged at her elder brother's sleeve, inquiring, "Eldest brother, if our parents are to be engaged, does that mean we can live together? That way, we can be with father every day. But if it's just an engagement and not a marriage, how could we live together?" Shieling Jun rolled his eyes and said, somewhat exasperated, that although he wished to live with their father, he understood that it was not feasible at present. Shieling Hua blinked in confusion and inquired, "What difference does it make? Aren't they all the same?" Shieling Rong shook his head dismissively, his eyes brimming with disdain. A fleeting glint of light crossed Shieling Xiu's eyes as he earnestly replied, "What can we expect when he is the younger brother? Scientifically speaking, it is because we absorbed too much nourishment while in the womb that he turned out this way. Had the younger brother been able to compete with them, he might have become like them instead. Fortunately, he emerged first. Second brother, how am I foolish? And third brother, spare me your grand theories. I can hardly comprehend them." Shieling Hua exclaimed, exasperated. He merely wished for their father to teach them martial arts daily, lamenting that their techniques differed from what their mother taught. Shieling Jun observed them with a shake of his head, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. His youngest brother, though appearing foolish, was the most cunning of them all. One should not underestimate him, despite his seemingly simple demeanor. Wu You listened to her mother's words, contemplative, but when she caught snippets of the children's conversation, a soft light glimmered in her eyes, though she chose to remain silent. To be continued. Chapter 85. Absurd rumors. Ever since the last visit from Old Master Jima, the two families had reached an understanding, settling on November 1st for the occasion, which fortuitously fell on a Sunday, making it more convenient. As the month was only halfway through, there was still ample time, especially since the necessary arrangements could be made with just a word of instruction. Following that, Wu You's life remained largely unchanged until the end of the month, when her second and third brothers returned, allowing the whole family to finally reunite. Since learning of Wu You's newfound space, the family had been bustling with activity, either working or cultivating, leaving no time for idleness. With Wu You's engagement, however, they finally found a moment to gather together. At this juncture, unfortunate rumors began to circulate in the capital, alleging that the daughter of the Shieling family lacked self-respect, having given birth to several illegitimate children before marriage and foolishly aspiring to wed General Jima. Such claims painted her as shameless and devoid of dignity, further asserting that she was unattractive, and that the general would never consider her if not for the sake of a family alliance. It was claimed that his affections lay with the eldest daughter of the Lan family, Lan Feng, renowned as both the capital's most beautiful woman and the most talented. As the saying goes, people tend to echo each other's words. When one person speaks, few may believe it, but when numerous voices join in, doubts inevitably arise. Many had never encountered the Shieling family's daughter, while the eldest daughter of the Lan family frequently graced the public eye with her striking beauty. It is no wonder that when such rumors emerged, they garnered widespread belief. The matter spread rapidly, and before the night was over, it stirred a tempest throughout the city. Some perceptive individuals sensed the brewing trouble and hurriedly cautioned their families to avoid becoming entangled in the unfolding scandal. The sky was enveloped in a profound darkness, and as rumors swiftly spread, the Shieling residence remained brightly lit at that moment. In the grand hall of the Shieling family, Shieling Yuan sat in a chair with an expression of discontent, his face shadowed with an unsettling gloom. Beside him sat his brothers, Shieling Chu and Shieling Yu, their countenances equally grim, along with Wu You. Shieling Chu's complexion was slightly frigid, his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with a spectral light that deterred direct gazes. Shieling Yu wore a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, yet a mere glance into his eyes revealed the truth. They were as sharp as blades, instilling a chilling dread. "Who dares to speak ill of my younger sister and Juner? I assure you, they will not be spared once I discover their identity," Shieling Xian declared, his eyes glinting with fury and his expression darkening further. Shieling Yuan's gaze shifted, as if a thought had struck him, and he turned to Wu You, inquiring, "Sister, what is your perspective on this matter? Could it be that you have unwittingly offended someone?" Wu You's expression was markedly grim as she replied earnestly, "It is difficult to ascertain. You all know that I seldom venture outside, let alone provoke anyone." Suddenly, a chill crossed her face, and a flicker of shadowy light danced in her eyes. She hoped it was not as she feared. Otherwise, she would not let it slide. To dare speak such words against her precious ones was truly reckless. Upon hearing his elder brother's question, Shieling Xian felt a surge of dissatisfaction and retorted, Brother, it certainly cannot be my sister's fault. How could you even suggest that? She is far too well behaved. Shilling Chu's gaze shifted slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he chimed in. Little brother seems to have misunderstood my elder brother's intent. How could he have such a foolish sibling? Could it be that, as the third brother suggested, there was insufficient nourishment in the womb? Shilling Yu's eyes flickered, and though he remained silent, the depth in his gaze conveyed a clear understanding to anyone present. Shilling Xian, sensing the icy glint in his elder brother's eyes, felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly sought to appease him. I merely was not following the train of thought. Brother, please do not hold it against me. Shilling Yuan cast him a sidelong glance before turning back to Wuyo. Sister, I will leave this matter in the hands of the second and third brothers. Do not fret. Without waiting for her response, he then addressed Shilling Chu and Shilling Yu with a solemn expression. Second and third brothers, by tomorrow morning, I expect no further whispers of these rumors to reach my ears. Shilling Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation, a hint of helplessness showing. Brother, must you always refer to me in such a manner? Third brother is quite unappealing and easily misinterpreted. A flicker of amusement crossed Shilling Yuan's eyes, a slight smile tugging at his lips, yet his demeanor remained serious. I cannot do that. You see that second brother has remained silent? Second brother? Shilling Chu replied, bewildered. He had no desire to contend, knowing that his elder brother always had something to say. So he chose to avoid confrontation. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to the second and third brothers. Wuyo nodded, her delicate features adorned with a smile, as if the rumors held no sway over her. And what of me? I can assist as well, Shilling Xian interjected, his face etched with urgency. Shilling Yuan shot him a glare, furrowing his brow as he admonished, do not forget, you have work tomorrow to your age. How can you still be so impulsive? Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, and all eyes turned towards the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the newcomer. After having dinner, GMO Wuyin was engaged in a discussion with the elder regarding the engagement banquet. However, before long, he received a report from an E, informing him of an unfortunate occurrence. His eyes flickered slightly. Could it be that something related to him had transpired? Upon hearing the details of the incident, GMO Wuyin's countenance darkened to the point where it seemed he could almost weep. Observing his grim expression, the elder inquired sternly, what has happened? His expression was serious, clearly indicating that jesting was not permitted. With a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes, GMO Wuyin recounted the situation. There were some unfavorable rumors circulating about Wuyo, but rest assured, it was not a grave matter. With a resounding thud, the elder slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming in anger, if that is not a serious matter, then what is? He insisted. You must resolve this issue promptly, and then go comfort Wuyo. GMO Wuyin's face displayed a trace of embarrassment. He was still unclear about the specifics. However, judging by Yi's tone, it seemed to be far from trivial. Contemplating this, GMO Wuyin's gaze deepened slightly. Although he understood that Wuyo was different from other women, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for her. He merely wished to offer some solace to the elder, yet he never anticipated such a furious reaction. In an instant, he spoke up. Grandfather, I understand. I will go to Wuyo's home to see her right away. I will return once I have resolved this matter. Hurry, do not return until it is settled. The elder waved his hand dismissively, his expression growing impatient. GMO Wuyin nodded, swiftly exiting the room, and then inquired, please elaborate on what has transpired and where the news originated. The rumors involved not only the mistress but also several young masters. He paused momentarily before continuing. They say the mistress is unattractive and unworthy of you, claiming that only the eldest daughter of the Lan family is a suitable match. They also insinuate that the parentage of several young masters is uncertain. These are the main points. Sources? GMO Wuyin's expression remained impassive as a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. He sought to uncover who had the audacity to speak ill of his woman and children. Recognizing the fury in his eyes, Yi sensed the gravity of the situation. He understood that the mistress and the young masters were GMO Wuyin's Achilles heel, and the perpetrator would likely face dire consequences. It is said that this rumor first emerged from a beauty establishment. We have yet to uncover more details, Yi respectfully reported. GMO Wuyin's eyes widened in surprise as he let out a cold laugh. Continue the investigation. I refuse to believe there are no leads. Understood, Yi responded promptly before departing. Upon entering the Shilling residence, GMO Wuyin noticed the brightly lit courtyard, indicating that they were also aware of the situation. He hurried toward the main hall. Upon entering, he spotted a gathering of individuals, his gaze momentarily shifting to Shilling Chu and Shilling Yu, before landing on Wuyo seated nearby. He approached her directly, gently asking, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Wu Yo shook her head, finding no surprise in his rapid awareness of the situation, yet questioning how he had come to be there. As GMO Wuyin listened to her words, a fleeting pang of compassion flickered in his eyes. He scrutinized her face for a moment before finally feeling at ease. Sensing the unfinished sentiment in her words, he remarked, I am somewhat concerned about you, which is why I came here. By the way, allow me to handle this matter. Wu Yo detected the implication in his statement. Her gaze momentarily faltered as she replied, You must inquire with my second and third brothers about that. Eldest brother has already assigned them to deal with this issue, and just as they were about to set off, you arrived. Only then did GMO Wuyin regain his composure, realizing that there were others present in the hall. He lowered his gaze from her and turned to the four brothers beside him, calling out, Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. I have already dispatched someone to manage this matter. His tone was remarkably casual, akin to saying he had already eaten and there was no need for concern. The underlying implication was clear. They need not involve themselves any further. He would handle matters concerning his own wife. Shilling Chu remained silent, merely narrowing his alluring peach blossom eyes, which accentuated his enchanting visage even further. Shilling Yu looked at him with an increasingly gentle smile. The nearby Shilling Xian felt a shiver run down his spine. Hesitant to speak, yet inwardly filled with admiration for this brother-in-law, Demo Wuyin observed their expressions, his countenance betraying no hint of change, and said, Second brother, third brother, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am GMO Wuyin, your sister's fiancé. The pupils of Shilling Chu and his brother constricted slightly, their gazes deepening with a hint of intrigue. They mentally noted that he seemed unaware that to win over their little sister, he ought to curry favor with them. Judging by his somewhat arrogant demeanor, he appeared to be of decent appearance, yet his disposition did not seem particularly amiable. They questioned what their sister could possibly see in him. Wu Yo stifled a laugh at their silence, observing them without uttering a word. Shilling Yuan, noticing the expressions of those present, felt a flicker of dark light in his eyes and said, Very well, then, I shall leave it in your hands. Seeing his evident concern for his sister put him at ease. Thank you, eldest brother, GMO Wuyin replied. To be continued. Chapter 86, Engagement Discussions, Part 1. The moonlight was as dark as ink, and within the Lan family's courtyard, a room echoed with a chilling laughter that, in the dead of night, imparted an eerie, sinister ambience. Hee hee. Lan Feng let out a cold chuckle, her beautiful face twisting slightly as a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. She had not anticipated that her third sister possessed such cunning. Shilling Wu Yo, you wretched creature, let us see how you manage to rise from this. In her mind, she thought, I will not spare anyone who dares to compete with her for my benefactor's favor. Even if you evade this time, there will certainly be a next time. I have yet to make my move. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, and after a while, she finally ceased her laughter. However, the thought of that wretched girl preparing to become engaged to her benefactor ignited a seething desire for vengeance within her. She wished to flay her skin and grind her bones to dust. Lan Feng halted her frenzied thoughts, a look of contemplation flashing in her eyes. She pondered how her usually somewhat haughty third sister could possibly find herself in this predicament. Could it be? A glimmer of dark calculation crossed Lan Feng's eyes, leaving an unsettling chill in the hearts of those who beheld her. After returning home from the Shiling family, GMO Wuyin received a message from an E. Upon opening the documents he provided, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he realized it was her. It appeared that the incident at the banquet had led to a grudge against Yuer. Yet, her actions seemed excessively vindictive. It was merely a matter of losing face, and she retaliated against Yuer in such a manner. With this thought, GMO Wuyin's gaze grew even colder, a shadow of darkness passing through his eyes as he commanded, An E. Send her to Liyada, and instruct someone to keep a close watch on her. In just a few days, he was to be engaged to Yuer, and it was not an opportune time for bloodshed. Understood, and he lowered his gaze, his expression slightly shifting as he took a breath inward. He had not anticipated that his master would go to such lengths for the lady of the house. It seemed he would need to placate her well in the future. It could be assumed that Miss Lan-san would have quite the eventful time at Liyada that very night. Miss Lan Rong of the Lan family mysteriously disappeared, and despite the head of the Lan family's thorough search, not a single clue was found. However, the Lan family chose to remain silent, perhaps suspecting something amiss, and the ensuing days passed peacefully. The week prior to the engagement of Wu Yu and GMO Wuyin, the invitation cards were finally dispatched, causing quite a stir in the capital, especially given the recent unflattering rumors. Although she vanished overnight, the incident left an unsettling impression in their hearts, leading many to believe that the engagement would surely be called off. To their astonishment, the arrival of the invitations slapped their faces with a resounding shock, leaving many incredulous. Speculation abounded regarding the character of this young lady from the Shi Ling family. Was she exceptionally beautiful? How else could she enchant the formidable General GMO? Even a woman who bore a child out of wedlock was to be wed. Did he not fear being cuckolded? Regardless of the conjectures swirling in the minds of the public, Wu Yu and GMO Wuyin remained unaffected. The day before the engagement, Wu Yu rose early that morning, swiftly donned her attire, and made her way to the dining hall. Upon seeing her family gathered, she nodded slightly and greeted, "Good morning, Mom and Dad, brothers." Then, addressing Shi Ling Jun and the others, she added, "Morning, darlings." "Good morning, Mommy." The Shi Ling children chimed in unison, their voices soft and melodious. Uxian, admiring her beautifully dressed daughter, smiled and said, "Come, sit down." She then inquired, "Are you heading out later?" "Yes, I have some matters to attend to with Wuyin." Wu Yu nodded, having agreed the night before to visit his parents. Otherwise, she would not have risen so early. The Shi Ling siblings nodded in acknowledgement. Shi Ling Xian, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, "Why haven't I seen my little sister leaving with me?" It was typical that with a boyfriend, she would forget about her brother. "You have time," Wu Yu replied casually. Shi Ling Xian retorted, "He has no time. He has been conscripted by our elder brother and has no opportunity to go out and play." "Well, I suppose I shouldn't have mentioned it." After the meal, GMO Wuyin arrived, having greeted everyone, and proceeded to step outside with Wu Yo and the children. Initially, there was no intention to bring the little ones along. However, upon learning from Yuexin that they were to pay a visit to his parents, it seemed more prudent to include them. This would also allow GMO Wuyin's parents to meet their obedient grandchildren, providing them solace in the afterlife. In the outskirts of Kyoto, at the Martyr Cemetery, a young couple stood before a gravestone with 4 children by their side. The autumn in Kyoto was still quite warm, a cool breeze rustling the fallen leaves, lending an air of desolation and chill to this solitary place. Before the gravestone, GMO Wuyin held Wu Yo's hand, while the children dutifully stood to one side. After a moment of silence, GMO Wuyin finally spoke. "Father, Mother, we are engaged. Beside me are your grandchildren, all of whom are well-behaved and adorable. If you were still here, I know you would cherish them." Wu Yo smiled gently, placing the flowers she held at the base of the gravestone, her gaze fixed on the figures engraved upon it, determination flickering in her eyes as she silently vowed, "Father, Mother, I am your daughter-in-law. Rest assured, I will care for Wuyin and grandfather well." Shi Lingjun and the others stood still, listening intently to their father's words, their small faces taut with emotion. Wu Yo glanced at them and encouraged, "Go greet your grandparents." Obediently, Shi Lingjun and the others approached, crouching down to address the gravestone. "Grandfather, grandmother." A ripple of emotion passed through GMO Wuyin's eyes as he observed the children quietly speaking. A hint of softness emerged in his gaze, alleviating some of the heaviness in his heart. He looked deeply at Wu Yo, taking in her gentle demeanor at that moment, etching it into his memory, and then said, "Shall we return?" "All right," Wu Yo replied with a smile. Hand in hand, they turned and, accompanied by the children, descended the steps, their figures gradually fading from view. In the tranquil mountain forest, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves to whisper, as if the earth were bidding farewell or sharing some untold story. Before long, the next day dawned. The sun shone brightly, the sky a clear blue, and an occasional breeze offered a refreshing respite from the heat. In an opulent room of the International Hotel, Wu Yo, elegantly dressed in a white gown, sat on the bed with a smile, while Yuexin chatted animatedly beside her, to which she occasionally responded. Upon entering, Shanqing was struck by the scene before her. Her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Sister Wu Yo, you are truly breathtaking, like an angel. GMO. You are indeed fortunate to have married her." Yuexin, noticing Shanqing's sudden appearance and hearing her words, smiled and playfully asked, "Which family does this girl belong to? She certainly knows how to flatter." Shanqing, gazing at the exquisite young woman before her, felt a spark of admiration. She had not anticipated encountering such beauty here. Could she be a friend of Sister Wu Yo? Shanqing mused to herself. Yuexin, admiring her charming face, remarked, "I am her mother. You must be from the Shan family, right? You look splendid. Come here so I can have a better look." Shanqing was momentarily taken aback, wondering if her entrance had been inappropriate, as she could hardly believe that such a stunning woman would claim to be the mother of Sister Wu Yo. Yuexin gazed at her adorable expression, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes, and remarked, "Indeed, I am the carefree mother you heard about." Dan Qingmu turned her head towards Wu Yo, her eyes filled with curiosity. Is she truly your mother? Wu Yo nodded, affirming the authenticity of the claim without a hint of doubt. Danqing chuckled nervously, addressing Yuexin. Auntie, hello, I am Danqing, a friend of Wu Yo. After speaking, she found herself at a loss for how to position her hands and feet. Feeling utterly flustered, I have heard about you from Wu Yo, Yuexin replied, observing her charming demeanor. To these words, Danqing lifted her head, joyfully inquiring, Really, Auntie? She then burst into laughter, adding, You look remarkably youthful. Standing beside Wu Yo, you hardly resemble a mother and daughter, more like sisters. Moreover, your skin is exquisite, so fair and radiant. Yuexin nodded, noting that ever since her cultivation journey began, her appearance had grown increasingly youthful. Fortunately, she preferred to stay indoors. Were she to be seen by prying eyes, it would surely invite a tempest of gossip, though now she felt unperturbed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yuexin announced, You accompany Wu Yo. I shall step outside for a moment. With that, she exited, closing the door behind her, and only then did Danqing snap back to reality. Gazing at Wu Yo seated upon the bed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, she murmured, Wu Yo, your mother is simply astonishing in her upkeep. I can hardly believe my eyes. Could it be that I am dreaming? Pinch me, will you, Wu Yo, observing her dazed expression, couldn't help but smile and replied earnestly, You are not dreaming. That is indeed my mother, merely a practitioner of martial arts. Danqing's realization dawned upon her, and she exclaimed, Oh, so that's it. Just like what they say on television about that technique, Xiao Wu Xiang Gong, which can delay aging. How did you come to be here? Wu Yo inquired, choosing not to indulge in frivolous chatter, as this was indeed beyond the realm of martial arts. Danqing regained her composure, recalling the purpose of her visit, and teasingly remarked, It was none other than Big Brother Jima, who worried you might feel lonely and sent me to keep you company and alleviate your boredom. She then added, Big Brother is truly considerate of you, thinking of everything. By the way, where are the little ones? I haven't seen them around, she continued. Wu Yo's face flushed slightly as she replied, Junior and the others are with my brother. Will they be going out with you today? Danqing asked. Wu Yo nodded, a flicker of light dancing in her eyes, and said, Yes, it's perfect timing to introduce them to everyone today, to prevent any unpleasant rumors from surfacing in the future. Danqing's gaze shifted, recognizing the significance of this, and remarked, Indeed, that way those individuals will be less inclined to speak recklessly. Wu Yo's expression grew somewhat frosty as she recalled the previous incident, which had indeed taught her a valuable lesson. Fortunately, the instigator had faced severe consequences. To be continued. Chapter 87. Engagement Discussions, Part 2. At 11:30 in the morning, guests began to arrive in succession. Jima Wuyin, accompanied by Shilin Yuan, arrived at the hotel entrance to greet the attendees. The attendees of the engagement ceremony comprised both military and political figures, and it was well known among those present that GMO Wuyin was to be engaged. The brothers of Shilin Chu welcomed the guests arriving to offer their congratulations in the banquet hall. While they had never engaged in such a task before, their lack of experience did not imply an inability. With genuine effort, it was not a daunting endeavor for them. The ceremony was on the verge of commencing. Dan Su had been present since morning but had remained quite occupied, which explained his absence until now, especially since it was his good brother's engagement. With few family members in attendance, he could only rely on these acquaintances to bolster the occasion, though he was fortunate to have a few prominent brothers-in-law. Although the guest list was not extensive, most attendees were notable figures. Both families boasted remarkable backgrounds, and the guests reflected this diversity. By noon, the attendees had finally gathered in earnest. For those participating in the ceremony, it was indeed an eye-opening experience, surrounded by familiar faces, many of whom they had only seen on television, and others unknown to them. Each person sought out acquaintances to sit with, engaging in hushed conversations. Observant individuals noted that aside from political dignitaries, the renowned four great families were also represented, with a couple of tables occupied by unfamiliar faces, which sparked curiosity about the identities of these mysterious guests. The younger generation, like Lu Ju, found themselves seated together due to their amicable relations, which perplexed onlookers. How could their parents be embroiled in such fierce competition while their children sat together so comfortably? Little did they realize the families, perceived by outsiders as rivals, had fostered good relations among their younger members over time. Bula sat in his seat, his gaze wandering in boredom, exclaiming, This is utterly tedious. Where is Xiao Qing? Where could she have gone? That rascal Dan Su was summoned by the boss to greet the guests. Xiao Qing must be accompanying her sister-in-law, Chen Lu remarked, casting a glance at her, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. I never anticipated the boss could be so considerate, he mused. recalling how the boss had once treated them, an experience that was difficult to bear. Chibai surveyed the room, stating, "It's merely an engagement. Surely these people wouldn't bring their entire families along." Luli rolled his eyes, fully aware of what was on everyone's mind. Merely the opportunity to encounter individuals they typically could not access. As the clock struck noon, many eyes turned expectantly towards the entrance of the hall, awaiting the appearance of the main characters. The first to emerge was GMO Han, a man in his 60s, who strode confidently to the stage to speak. The chatter in the banquet hall ceased, all attention directed towards the platform, where GMO Han wore a beaming smile, a rare sight for many who had not seen him in public for quite some time, especially for his grandson's engagement. "Esteemed guests, I express my gratitude for your presence at the engagement ceremony of my grandson GMO Wuyin and granddaughter-in-law Shiling Wuyoyude. As you all know, my grandson has a rather aloof disposition, nearing 30 with no female companion in sight. My heart has been quite anxious. I've even found more gray hairs sprouting," GMO Han remarked, sighing as he spoke. The crowd could not help but feel a pang of surprise. How could there be no women present? Clearly, it was your grandson's aloofness that kept him distant, emitting an air of coldness whenever he encountered a woman, leaving others fearing the chill that might ensue. Who would dare to approach him? This lad's demeanor was so indifferent and taciturn that I had thought it would be ages before we welcomed a granddaughter-in-law or great-grandchildren. At this juncture, Jima Han's tone shifted, suddenly lightening as he remarked, "Who would have thought that this time I would be granted a delightful surprise? My grandson not only has a wife now, but he also has children. My heart is truly elated." The expressions of those present were inscrutable. What could this mean? What children were he referring to? They all recalled the recent rumors. "Wuyo, that girl, is indeed remarkable. She is filial, and I hold her in high regard. My son is fortunate to have won her hand. Should anyone dare to cause her distress, I, Jima, shall be the first to object." Perceiving the glances of the onlookers, Jima Han concluded with a piercing gaze, his expression as earnest as could be. This declaration caused the attendees to draw a deep breath, their expressions shifting. They no longer dared to entertain wild thoughts, for they could never have anticipated that the elder would speak so candidly, disregarding his status. Listening to the old man's words, they understood the gravity of provoking the esteemed Miss Shiling, and they were loath to utter any objections, especially considering the formidable Shiling family. "Well, then, today is a celebration for the engagement of these two young ones, so I shall refrain from further remarks," Jima Han said, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he descended and took his place among the families of Jima and Shiling. At that moment, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed abruptly, and the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. All that could be heard was the sound of fabric rustling as everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the noise. There stood Jima Wuyin at one side of the stage, clad in a black suit, his tall and handsome figure exuding an air of indifference and elegance, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the hall, where a fleeting softness glimmered in his eyes, too quick for anyone to notice. At the entrance, a spotlight illuminated the scene, prompting the guests to turn their heads as soft music began to play. Wuyo, entwined with her father's arm, walked in gracefully, locking eyes with Jima Wuyin. The mixture of anxiety and joy in her gaze stirred something within her, sending ripples of emotion through her heart. Jima Wuyin, observing her approach, felt his own heart soften, and upon catching the tremors in her eyes, his earlier apprehension dissipated. Even if she had not yet fallen in love with him, he was confident she harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to the engagement. Shiling Yu walked beside Wuyo, watching the exchange between his daughter and the young man. A flicker of reassurance washed over him. He had not misjudged the character of this lad. It was evident that he held affection for Wuyo, and he believed that even in their absence, he would care for her well-being, shielding her from harm. Though a twinge of jealousy stirred within him, he remained silent, recognizing that they were merely engaged, not yet wed. When he felt truly at ease, he could step back. Shiling Yu gently placed his hand atop Jima Wuin's, his gaze laden with complexity, a glint of danger flickering in his eyes. Jima Wuyin responded with a serious and devoted look, an expression of cherished affection that was utterly unguarded. Wuyo discerned the expressions of the two individuals and smiled gently, her gaze towards Jima Wuyin imbued with warmth. Jima Wuyin momentarily faltered, lost in thought as he gazed at Wuyo. He was well aware of her beauty, yet he had not anticipated that, adorned with makeup, she would radiate such exquisite charm, an elegance that surpassed her natural allure, exuding a regal grace. Noticing the warmth in Wuyo's eyes, Jima Wuin's lips curled into a subtle smile as he produced a ring he had prepared, delicately placing it upon her hand. before retrieving another and offering it to her. Wuyo accepted the ring and slid it onto his finger, a fleeting glimmer of light dancing in her eyes. Observing their intertwined hands, Jima Wuin's gaze flickered, yet he did not release her grip. The onlookers were taken aback by this scene. They had heard of the Jima family's offspring but were unprepared for the gentle side he displayed. Meanwhile, the young lady from the Shieling family was truly stunning, resembling a celestial being. Far from the tales of her alleged plainness, the origins of which remained a mystery, Jima Wuin's brothers chuckled softly, internally wishing for their happiness. Shieling Yu and his wife exchanged knowing smiles, while Shieling Yuan and his brothers shared a silent understanding. It was unclear who initiated the congratulatory remarks, but soon, applause erupted in waves. Once the applause subsided, Shieling Yu and his wife rose with smiles, making their way to the stage. Their daughter stood below. Having grown so much in a moment of reverie, the experiences of the past years flashed before them. They realized their time to support her was dwindling, and the path ahead would necessitate her own exploration. As the young couple appeared on stage, the crowd was momentarily stunned, speculating on the identities of these two individuals and questioning how they could possibly be the female's parents. Given their youthful appearance, seemingly not yet 30, upon concluding his speech, the audience took a moment to process the revelation. Soon after, a fervent round of applause erupted once more, as despite their thoughts, everyone clapped enthusiastically, their gazes tinged with contemplation. Yuexin observed the crowd's expressions, shared a smile with her husband, and addressed the audience. Wuyo is the treasured gem of our Shieling family. This girl has never known hardship. Naturally, the one capable of making her face adversity has yet to be born. However, I still wish to convey a few sentiments to her. After the engagement, one becomes an adult and must learn to care for and nurture others. In a relationship, it is essential for both individuals to understand and support each other. Regardless of the challenges or setbacks encountered, one must face them with composure, relying on one another steadfastly, never to part, and holding hands until eternity. Though those who fail to grasp this message, it may seem perplexing, while those who do understand may appear bewildered. The implication is that my dear girl is not to be trifled with. You all should be vigilant and not provoke her, for the Shieling family shall not let you off lightly. To be continued. Chapter 88. Engagement Matters, Part 2. As the applause from the crowd subsided, Shieling Yu and his spouse descended from the stage. Old Master Jimu once again took the stage to deliver the closing remarks for the ceremony, subsequently announcing the commencement of the banquet. The culinary offerings at the hotel were undoubtedly exquisite, featuring not only Chinese delicacies but also classic dishes from around the globe, all meticulously arranged. Meanwhile, Jimu Wuin accompanied Wuyo to change her attire. As they were to toast and express gratitude to the guests shortly. Junior, please take your younger brothers to great-grandfather Zhang. I will join you in a moment, Wuyo instructed, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes as she gazed at the 4 children trailing behind her. All right, Mummy, Shieling Jun replied, nodding before leading her younger brothers to the table of Jimu Ha and At. That moment, the onlookers noticed the 4 small children behind them, and recalling the old master's mention of great-grandchildren, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Observing these well-behaved children, who exhibited not a trace of shyness in such a setting and bore a striking resemblance to the young scions of the Jimu family, left no room for misunderstanding. Even if one wished to voice further thoughts, the children's appearance rendered them speechless. Many in attendance felt a mix of emotions, reflecting on their own grandchildren at that age, who were nowhere near as astute or understanding. It was impossible not to feel a tinge of jealousy. The women present were envious of the Jimu family's fortune, wondering how such a daughter-in-law could give birth to quadruplets. Had they known her sooner, perhaps those adorable grandchildren would have belonged to their families. I am merely changing my clothes. You need not accompany me, Wuyo said to the man. Jimu Wuin gazed at her intently, his eyes as deep as ink, and replied, we are engaged now. I shall accompany you. Very well, Wuyo conceded, noticing the unwavering gaze he held upon her, which sparked a hint of resignation within her, and she nodded in agreement. The pair exited the banquet hall and reached the door of their room. Upon opening it, Jimu Wuin said, please go in. I will wait for you outside. He gently ushered her inside and closed the door behind her. Wuyo chuckled softly, shaking her head, and swiftly changed her outfit without removing her makeup, soon emerging once more. Hearing the sound, Jimu Wuin turned to see her, a glimmer of astonishment lighting up his eyes. Wuyo truly looked stunning in anything she wore. Feeling his sudden gaze, Wuyo's heart skipped a beat, and she remarked, let us go. It is time to toast. All right, Jimu Wuin replied, taking her hand in his, and together they returned to the banquet hall, where the atmosphere was lively and vibrant. When the two individuals entered the room, the crowd was once again captivated, gazing upon the young couple with an unmistakable aura reminiscent of celestial lovers. After the elder gentleman took to the stage and delivered a few words, the pair began to toast each guest at their respective tables. The attendees today were prominent figures from both political and military spheres. Although Wu had only heard of them, she had yet to meet them in person. However, given their status, no one dared to cause any trouble, and everyone wore smiles, extending warm welcomes to the duo. After toasting the distinguished guests, they made their way to the table of their friends. Their circle was small, occupying merely one table. Lu Li and the others were seated at the forefront of the female side. As it happened that Dan Qing and a few others insisted on sitting by their sister-in-law, eager to show support. Consequently, the rest had no choice but to occupy their current seats. Upon noticing Jima Wuyin and Wu approaching, everyone stood to offer their congratulations. Sister-in-law, you look absolutely stunning today, Dan Qing remarked with a smile, adding, I must tell you, when they saw Auntie just now, they could hardly believe their eyes. The look of astonishment on their faces was simply hilarious. Wu smiled gently and replied, you look lovely today as well. Sister-in-law, I wish you both a harmonious union and the joy of early offspring, Qi Bai said sincerely, choosing to overlook the previous incident as if it had never occurred. Xin Feng shot him a knowing glance and playfully scolded, Little Bai, you've misspoken. Sister-in-law has already blessed us with a child. He then turned to Wu and added, Sister-in-law, may you and the eldest brother remain eternally united in heart. Thank you, Wu nodded appreciatively. Sister-in-law, is that truly uncle and auntie? Lu Ju inquired, uncertainty flickering in his eyes, filled with curiosity. They look remarkably similar to me, Xin Feng commented, a look of wonder crossing his face. Wu Lu, equally intrigued, asked, Sister-in-law, what is the secret to Annie's ageless beauty? She appears no older than someone in their 20s. It's quite astonishing. Is this the difference between those who practice internal martial arts and those who do not? The others turned their gazes toward Wu, their eyes brimming with anticipation, wondering if it was merely an act. Indeed, they are my parents, and no one would dare impersonate them, Jima Wuyin said, perceiving their thoughts with a hint of amusement. Such speculation was quite amusing, indeed. Wu's eyes sparkled with a different light as she chuckled. They are truly my parents, and it is indeed due to their martial arts practice that they maintain such a remarkable appearance. I've been saying this all along, but they refuse to believe me, Dan Qing interjected, a hint of dissatisfaction on her face, recalling how they had teased her for indulging in too many fantasy tales. Now, with Wu affirming her statement, she wondered how they would respond as expected. Once Wu confirmed it, disbelief washed over the faces of the crowd, as if they could hardly fathom such a reality. Their beauty was striking. Indeed, how is it that everyone in your family is so exceptionally good-looking? Wu Lu suddenly exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed toward the direction of the Zilingyuan brothers, barely able to contain his admiration. Upon hearing her words, the crowd followed her gaze in astonishment, realizing unexpectedly that there were indeed individuals akin to their leader, and not just one, but 4 of them at once. This revelation made them feel slightly awkward. In comparison to these 4, they felt diminished. Observing their exquisite features and the aura that surrounded them, they recognized their own inadequacy. However, considering that they were the family of their sister-in-law, their expressions shifted once more, morphing into a hint of schadenfreude as they eagerly anticipated a contest of prowess between their leader and the sister-in-law's brothers. These are my elder brothers, from eldest to youngest. They have always cared for me dearly, Wu introduced, her gaze softening as she regarded her brothers. By the time she finished her sentence, her demeanor had become considerably gentler. Dan Qing furrowed her brow, puzzled, and inquired, they look so striking. How come I have never heard of them before? I would remember if I had met them. Indeed, we have never heard of them either. If it weren't for seeing them today, we would have remained oblivious to the existence of such distinguished young gentlemen in your family. Lu Li interjected, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, remarking that young gentleman was an apt description given the noble bearing of the 4. Wu Feng's gaze deepened as he asked, Sister-in-law, what do your brothers do? Jima Wuyin shot them a sharp look, cautioning them with a stare, and said, Why are you prying so much? Junlin is run by my brother, Wu replied nonchalantly, remaining non-committal to their speculations. She added, I have been in Kyoto for so long. How come none of you noticed? The crowd was taken aback, astonished that Junlin was actually owned by her brother. Yet, considering their family background, it didn't seem too far-fetched. Then Wu's last remark struck them, and they were momentarily stunned. Indeed, the sister-in-law resided in Kyoto, yet their leader had yet to find her. Had it not been for that sudden encounter, they might never have discovered her existence. Only Lu Yueyu and Wu Lu remained perplexed, unable to grasp the implications of their words. Observing the crowd's bewilderment, Jima Wuin's expression remained unchanged, and he chose to say nothing. He understood their curiosity was innocent, devoid of malice. Together with Wuyo, he walked towards the table occupied by her family, ignoring the curious glances from behind. Suddenly, Wuyo glanced around, a look of confusion crossing her face, and quietly asked Jima Wuin, "It seems like Shixiang hasn't he arrived? In such a lively setting, he shouldn't he be absent." "Don't worry about him. He must have been held up by some matters," Jima Wuin replied, shaking his head, a twinge of concern flitting through his mind. He too was unaware of Shixiang's whereabouts, but he had been informed that his absence indicated he was preoccupied with something. "Oh," Wuyo nodded, refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, as the crowd regained their composure, they could only observe the retreating figures of the two, a wave of frustration washing over them. "What manner of people are these, leaving before the conversation is complete?" Wu Yi remarked. "You have indeed asked too many questions. Had it not been for the sister-in-law's good temperament, you would not be sitting here so comfortably. Anyone else would have lost their temper and thrown you out by now. I find it difficult to fathom the sister-in-law, her family, and even the young master," he added, his mystification palpable. Wu Feng suddenly spoke, his expression somewhat complex, while his mind was incessantly pondering the nature of the situation. Had he indeed regressed recently? How else could he explain the appearance of so many inscrutable individuals in succession? Upon hearing this, Chen Qing and the others' expressions subtly shifted, recalling Wu Feng's extraordinary abilities. Previously, the only person he had found enigmatic was the eldest sibling, yet now there were numerous others, all of whom were related to him in some manner. Provoking their curiosity, Lu Yueyu observed the somber expressions of her companions and, with a flicker of confusion in her eyes, inquired, "What is troubling you? Was everything not going well? What is it that you cannot discern?" Today, she had made a considerable effort to visit. "It's nothing," Wu Feng replied, shaking his head. Dan Qing glanced at the men, snorted softly, and remarked, "Xiao Yu, ignore them. Let us speak of our own matters. Indeed, Xiao Yu, do look at Wuyo's brother. Is he not quite handsome?" Wu Lu chimed in, his tone exceedingly cheerful that day. After attending the engagement banquet, many thoughts lingered in the hearts of the group. Throughout the capital, numerous rumors circulated, such as the youthful appearance of the Shieling couple, sparking speculation about some secretive method. Furthermore, inquiries arose regarding the exceptional qualities of the four sons of the Shieling family, while the Shieling daughters were not as the rumors suggested. Rather, they were strikingly beautiful, resembling ethereal fairies of unparalleled grace. In an instant, the capital was abuzz with excitement. To be continued. Chapter 89. A few months of nightmares. As time flowed by, several months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the bond between Wuyo and Jima Wuin deepened significantly, leading their families to consider a suitable time for marriage. However, for reasons unknown, Wuyo had yet to acquiesce, merely stating that the time was not right, thus maintaining their status as betrothed partners. Although Jima Wuin felt a pang of disappointment, he respected her decision. Additionally, as time progressed, the frequency of disasters across various regions increased, resulting in a rising death toll, while the plight of the missing went largely unnoticed. After all, both the deceased and the missing were numerous each day. At this moment, within the Shieling family's courtyard, the peach blossoms continued to bloom quietly. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting petals into the air and releasing a sweet fragrance that enchanted all who encountered it in the study. Shieling Yu and his spouse occupied the main seats, while the four brothers of Shieling Yuan sat on either side. At that moment, all wore serious expressions, though a hint of worry lingered in their eyes. "Mom and Dad, is this truly the right course of action? Will our younger sister come to resent us?" Shieling Xian voiced, his countenance filled with melancholy and reluctance. The other three gazed at their parents, their expressions grave and their thoughts unclear, uncertain of what words could sway the couple's decision. Shieling Yu glanced at them thoughtfully before addressing Shieling Yuan. "Eldest brother, do you have any suggestions?" After a moment of contemplation, Shieling Yuan replied, "Mom and Dad, I believe it would be best to inform our sister about this matter. It would be better to avoid her anger later. And she will eventually find out, won't she?" He does not believe that this matter can be concealed from the younger sister. He fears it may stir up some turmoil, especially considering the numerous potential dangers. As the time approaches, you must all have sensed it, right? I think it would be best for us not to intervene. Shieling Chu narrowed his eyes, obscuring his true thoughts. In truth, he believed that if chaos were to ensue, it would suffice. Given the current cultivation of the younger sister, few could stand as her adversaries. He also hoped that through this calamity, the younger sister's disposition would become more cheerful and radiant, rather than maintaining her current angelic facade, which belies a chilling indifference. Apart from her family, she seems to hold little regard for others. Although such a character is commendable, it pains them, and they merely wish that amidst this disaster, she might forge some friendships to alleviate her solitude. Shieling Yu nodded, his expression gentle as jade, and spoke. Even if we are to depart, we must at least inform the younger sister. Otherwise, she might feel adrift. Yueshin remained silent, contemplating the scenario described by the third brother. It indeed seemed plausible that she could feel lost. Moreover, even if they could not intervene, a small reminder would be preferable to nothing. Additionally, with her few young grandchildren here, she could not help but feel uneasy. Yet, allowing them to gain experience could be a worthwhile choice. Not to mention, with her son-in-law keeping watch, her heart was somewhat reassured, though she feared unexpected developments that might catch them off guard. However, reflecting on the calamity faced by Wuyo and Wuyin, they truly had no means to intervene, leaving her spirit in despair. Shieling Yu listened to their conversation, closing his eyes as he pondered how he might assist in altering the fate of the two. Yet, recalling the old sage's words, a glimmer of hope arose within him. He decided to adhere to his instincts, to do nothing at all and entrust everything to Wuyo. He must believe in her, for she is his prideful daughter. Reflecting on the dreams he had experienced over the past few months, he realized he had long harbored a premonition. Yet he could not bring himself to let go. Dreams? What dreams? Since the engagement of Wuyo and her partner, Shieling Yu and his wife, along with the four brothers of Shieling Yuan, had often shared dreams at night. Initially, none of them realized they had been dreaming the same dream until Shieling Xian inadvertently mentioned it, prompting the revelation that they had all been engaging in this shared mystery, unaware they were experiencing the same visions. In those dreams, their family donned ancient attire and wielded unparalleled powers, and it became clear that Wuyo had descended to the mortal realm due to some transgression. The origins of their family in the dream remained a mystery. Ultimately, the dreams revealed to them that Wuyo bore a significant mission, and they could accompany her only until the beginning of fate. Now, as time drew near, they too had to prepare for departure. What troubled them was that Wuyo had not dreamt of anything. Even as they prepared to leave, their concerns lingered. The study was enveloped in a profound silence, and the expressions of the group mirrored the tranquility. Yueshin gazed at Shieling Yu, her mind racing with thoughts. After a moment, she finally spoke. Then let us inform Xiaoyu. I do not wish for her to feel sorrowful and distressed upon our sudden absence. As this is her responsibility, if everything in a dream were to be true, then she is destined to endure this trial, and we possess no authority to prevent these events from unfolding. Yet, are not the countless lives of others significant? Moreover, I have faith in my daughter. She is the most exceptional among us, and I am certain she will prevail and ultimately seek us out. After speaking, Yueshin shook her head inwardly, pondering how they had yet to realize that our time is dwindling. Only by departing can we possibly assist her. This is the voice within her heart, which she believes to be infallible. Very well, we shall heed your counsel and convey to her that we must leave for pressing matters. Once the tumult subsides, she shall be able to find us. What do you think of this approach? Shieling Yu nodded, his thoughts a well-guarded secret. Yet, he understood precisely what must be done. The truth could not be revealed to her. They would only reunite after the ordeal concludes. This was the voice that had emerged in his dreams, a voice he trusted to have a purpose, even if its significance eluded him at present. The others nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Suddenly, Shieling Xian inquired, Father, should we inform the brother-in-law? We shall see when Wuyin arrives. Then we can speak with him. It is crucial that he ensures Xiaoyu's safety, and informing him would allow for adequate preparations. Shieling Yu responded, a glimmer of resolve illuminating his gaze, his tone markedly solemn. Although Wuyo sensed that her parents had been somewhat different during this period, she gave it little thought, spending her days either with the children or alongside Jima Wuyin. Attending to palace affairs as necessary in her leisure, she would stroll through the streets with Danqing and Wuli.as for the events surrounding the engagement day. She had relegated them to a distant corner of her mind, utterly unaware of her family's preparations for departure. To be continued. Chapter 90. A call to action. At this moment, Shieling Yu was discussing the matters concerning Wuyo and the children, while Jima Wuyin was equally occupied. Recently, disasters had been proliferating across various regions, with an alarming increase in missing persons, far exceeding the occasional disappearance of one or two individuals. Consequently, the higher-ups had entrusted him with the task of addressing this crisis, hoping he would swiftly locate these individuals and discern their intentions. Meanwhile, within a heavily guarded military base in the capital, sentries stood watch at every corner. In the office, Jima Wuyin sat quietly, his expression devoid of emotion, perusing documents in search of vital information. Danshu, seated beside him, observed his contemplative demeanor and asked, "What do you think has emboldened these people to act so recklessly? Do they not fear discovery?" The rapid succession of disasters and the subsequent surge in missing persons had transpired too swiftly for anyone to anticipate that someone would seize this moment to strike. Jima Wuyin remained silent, yet his mind was abuzz with contemplation. He recalled an incident from several months prior in Lijin Mountain, a situation that appeared unresolved. The prolonged inactivity was perplexing. Why now, of all times, did such a commotion arise? Following the recent events, there had been a heightened state of vigilance across various regions, and yet, incidents had begun to surge unexpectedly, compelling him to ponder deeply. Coupled with the weight of that particular occurrence, his spirits were considerably burdened. What were those individuals truly scheming? The previous incident had yielded no leads, and he fervently hoped this time would bring clarity. The sound of Dan Su's voice pierced through his reverie, prompting Jima Wuyin to respond. Their backing must be formidable, and their movements exceedingly clandestine. It is only now that we have become aware of their existence. Had they remained inactive, we might have overlooked these circumstances entirely. He was particularly vigilant regarding their modus operandi, which exhibited a remarkable level of proficiency, suggesting they were seasoned in such undertakings. How many lives had already fallen victim to their machinations? Dansu nodded, his expression grave, for he too had considered the implications. We must ascertain who is courting disaster. We are determined to uncover the truth behind this matter. Thus far, they had gathered only a few pieces of information. Firstly, those involved possessed ancient martial skills of considerable height. Secondly, the missing individuals were likely casualties, or perhaps, like the last time, had been subjected to experimentation. Thirdly, reliable leads indicated that these individuals had been dispatched to cities surrounding the capital. An East stood to the side, his demeanor serious, his tone somber. These findings were the result of his investigations, and he had confidence in their accuracy, though the exact locations of the missing remained elusive. Jima Wuyin's gaze deepened, while Dan Su's expression grew increasingly tense. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, "Boss, do you think this could be the work of individuals from one of the four prominent families?" Continuing, he added, "If it were indeed one of the four families, what could possibly motivate them to act in such a manner? What advantage would they gain?" Jima Wuyin shot him a fierce glance, a sharp intensity in his eyes, causing Dan Su's heart to leap in alarm. He quickly clarified, "Boss, please don't misunderstand. I am not implicating sister-in-law. Her family would never stoop to such treachery. There are still the other three families to consider. Perhaps this is the doing of the Lan family." Unbeknownst to Dan Su, his casual remark struck a chord of truth, though he was unaware of it at the time. Had he known, he would surely have been labeled a harbinger of revelations. Meanwhile, Jima Wuyin committed Dan Su's words to memory, contemplating the likelihood of involvement from the major families. Aside from the Shieling family, any of the remaining families could potentially be implicated. Yet, without concrete evidence, they could not proceed, unless they resorted to leveraging that particular force. Otherwise, discovering anything of substance would prove elusive. Moreover, certain events loomed ever closer, and the occurrences of the past few months suggested a singular truth. The prophesied apocalypse might indeed be imminent. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that drastic transformations in the world were not far off. In such a scenario, the safety of all would be further compromised. This thought inevitably led him to consider Yuer and the children. Fortunately, they possessed the ability to protect themselves, and Yuer was particularly formidable. You should directly instruct GMO Wu Ying. Even Dan Su, who stood beside him, was oblivious to the meaning of his words. Meanwhile, Wu Yu was strolling through the streets with several children, accompanied by Dan Qing and Wu Lu. The children walked ahead, while the adults followed behind, engaged in conversation. "Wu Yu, when are you and GMO Lao getting married?" Wu Lu suddenly inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Dan Qing nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, it has been several months since your engagement. What are your thoughts on it? What difference does it make, whether we marry or not?" "It remains the same," Wu Yu replied, shaking her head in resignation. Truth be told, she was unsure why the notion of marriage felt somewhat amiss to her, which was why she had yet to consent to it. Hearing this, Dan Qing and Wu Lu bristled slightly. "How can it be the same? Once married, it is legitimate," Dan Qing asserted. Wu Lu nodded in affirmation, agreeing that it was indeed the case. "Regardless of marriage, he is still the children's father," Wu Yu remarked, her gaze softening at the mention of father. Over the past few months, their bond had grown increasingly intimate. Being with him felt like a serene passage of time, allowing her heart to settle, filled with profound emotion and warmth. In truth, she was a rather indifferent person, yet inexplicably, when with him, Her heart was always enveloped in a gentle warmth, easing her into a state of relaxation and tranquility. Dispelling her solitude and confusion, it was as if they were originally two halves of a circle, separated for reasons unknown, now reunited in perfect harmony. Dan Qing and Wu Lu exchanged glances. While they acknowledged the validity of her words, an unsettling feeling lingered within them. They shook their heads inwardly, choosing not to press the matter further. Suddenly, Dan Qing asked, "Wu Yujie, is Lauda very busy lately? My brother has also been elusive, and I cannot fathom what he is occupied with." "Indeed, he is quite busy. I have heard that a number of individuals have gone missing recently, and they are investigating the matter," Wu Yu replied. A glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "Ah, I had not heard of this. Where have they gone missing from? Have any been found?" Wu Lu exclaimed, startled, shaking her head as she interjected. Dan Qing nodded in agreement, looking at Wu Yu with a face marked by frustration. "Who could be responsible for this? I refuse to believe that good people simply vanish without cause. Someone must be behind it. There are cases of disappearances worldwide. It would be wise for both of you to limit your outings to avoid any unforeseen incidents." Wu Yu recounted the recent events, then cautioned them. "Understood." Dan Qing and Wu Lu exchanged solemn glances, nodding as they committed her words to memory. Wu Yu, noticing their expressions, felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that her sister would not deceive them. Had it been anyone else, she would have refrained from elaborating. To be continued. Chapter 91. Preparations for prevention. Recently, Wu Yu had been plagued by an unsettling premonition, often feeling a sense of trepidation. Was the calamity foretold by the spatial entity drawing near? Or was there something else at play? In her space, she had also dealt with the flowers and plants, replacing them with a considerable amount of grain, and had gathered a substantial stockpile of supplies, covering the essentials for clothing and sustenance. Additionally, she possessed some rather advanced weaponry, which she had stored away. Although these items might not hold significant utility for her at present, the future remained uncertain, and one could never tell when they might become necessary. Her parents and several brothers had been acting somewhat strangely of late. Their gazes towards her seemed to carry an undercurrent of concern, leaving her perplexed about the situation. Even after asking Mei Yi to investigate, she had uncovered nothing of consequence, only that they were reportedly amassing supplies in secret, their actions not particularly discreet. This she could comprehend, for others would not dwell on it, given the enormity of their family. Few would dare to interfere. Even if the top brass were aware, they would likely remain silent. Yet, observing their demeanor, it was evident they had plans of their own, though she wondered when they would choose to confide in her. As she pondered, Wu Yu was lost in thought when Shan Qing, with a playful glint in her eyes, asked, "Sister Wu Yu, what are you thinking about?" A charming smile flitted across her delicate face before she continued, "Are you perhaps contemplating Boss Jima? Rest assured, he must have pressing matters to attend to, just like my brother. I haven't seen him in days." With that, she sighed, her smile fading. Indeed, her brother had been quite busy lately, though she remained in the dark regarding the specifics. Wu Lu also sensed an unusual atmosphere in Kyoto recently, yet she could not pinpoint what was amiss, causing her to venture outside far less often. It felt as if an air of restlessness permeated the surroundings. Inquiries to the adults yielded little clarity, only vague references to numerous events occurring across various locales, with implications of deep entanglements. Observing the expressions of the two, particularly the worry lurking in their eyes, Wu Yu felt a stir within her heart. Smiling, she suggested, "Let us find a place to sit for a while. I have something to discuss with you both." Having come to understand their personalities over the past few months, she felt it was no great matter to share her thoughts with them. Moreover, their parents might already be aware of the situation. It would be prudent to offer them a heads-up to avoid catching them off guard should anything arise. As for Lu Yueyu, despite her gentle appearance, Wu Yu felt an inexplicable aversion towards her, the reason for which eluded her. "All right, let us head to the tea house up ahead and secure a private room," remarked Shan Qing, her keen eyes spotting the establishment. Wu Lu nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her face. Neither of them anticipated that the revelations to come would leave them utterly astounded. "Junior, are you tired?" Wu Yu inquired with genuine concern as she gazed at her eldest son. She rarely expressed her care for him, yet he was remarkably understanding and adept at looking after his younger siblings. Most of her time was consumed by practice, driven by an urgency she could not quite articulate. Consequently, the younger ones held him in high regard, a respect that had naturally developed over the years. Listening to this somewhat disjointed conversation, Shi Ling Jun understood and smiled, saying, "Mommy, you worry too much. The younger ones are all very well behaved." He spoke the truth, for since the dawn of his memories, he has always been alongside his younger brothers. As the eldest, he understands the essence of modesty, and though his brothers are no less capable than he, they are exceedingly obedient. He holds a deep affection for them. Wuyo nodded thoughtfully, refraining from elaborating further, and instead accompanied Danqing and the children to the tea house. Once they were seated and the children settled, their conversation resumed. Wuyo Jie, is there something you wish to share with us? Wulu inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Wuyo did not respond immediately, instead gently posing a question. Aside from the recent spate of disappearances, have you heard of a certain rumor? Not at all. The two exchanged glances and shook their heads hesitantly. They rarely ventured outside, spending most of their time at home, and were consequently oblivious to the gossip circulating beyond their doors. Wuyo shook her head and continued, it pertains to the rumor about the apocalypse. What are your thoughts on it? She fixed her gaze on them, eager to gauge their reactions. This rumor had circulated for quite some time, its origins a mystery to her, and she had little inclination to investigate further. Danqing's expression turned slightly awkward, disbelief etched on her face at the notion that Wuyo would entertain such ideas. Wuyo Jie, that's all nonsense. You shouldn't dwell on it too much, she replied, her tone trembling slightly, genuinely surprised that Wuyo would bring this up. Indeed, Wuyo Jie, it has been circulating for ages. Look around. Everything seems perfectly fine now. Wulu chimed in, laughter lacing her voice, her tone dismissive. Such talk had emerged years ago, and while it initially sparked some concern, over time, it had faded into mere whispers. She herself did not believe in any impending apocalypse. Danqing nodded in understanding, her gaze earnest as she regarded Wuyo, affirming, Wuyo Jie, you are truly overthinking this. She was familiar with the apocalypse incident, had indeed been frightened for quite some time, only to discover it was a deception, leaving her quite vexed. Wuyo rolled her eyes in exasperation, choosing not to counter their remarks but pressing on. I have information suggesting that soon, the entire world will undergo a transformation. Who can say what it will be like then? I merely wish to prepare you. Perhaps your father knows more. If you doubt my words, you might inquire of him. At this juncture, Wuyo paused, then added, when was the last time you both followed the news? Have you been observant of the national developments in recent years? Danqing and Wulu shook their heads. Who would bother with national news? They had little interest in such matters. Yet, hearing Wuyo's words left them incredulous. However, the seriousness in Wuyo's expression weighed heavily on their hearts. What did she mean about their father knowing? Was it possible that the apocalypse was indeed approaching, and they were utterly unaware? Observing the unusual expressions on their faces, Wuyo chose not to elaborate further. A mere caution was all she intended to convey. Excessive discussion might lead to misunderstanding. Whether they believed her or not mattered little. She assumed they would inquire with their elders upon returning home. Suddenly, Wuyo's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from home. She answered, saying, Elder brother, is there something you need? The voice on the other end instructed her to summon Jima Wuyin to come over, as there was something important to discuss with them. The call ended shortly after. Wuyo replied, all right, though a flicker of emotion stirred within her, and her expression became somewhat complex and inscrutable. Shanqing and Wulu were taken aback and inquired, Sister Wuyo, what's wrong? Has something happened? It's nothing. Wuyo shook her head, pondering for a moment before continuing, you two should focus on maintaining your health. It would be wise to learn some martial arts. This way, you won't regret it in the future. She believed that amidst chaos, it was essential to prioritize learning martial skills, as young women could easily find themselves at a disadvantage otherwise. Hearing this, Shanqing and Wulu nodded in agreement, committing her words to memory. To be continued. Chapter 92. Unveiling the truth that evening, at the Shieling family's courtyard, Wuyo had received a call earlier in the day from home, requesting Jima Wuyin to come over. She also took a moment to call him, simply to relay the message. However, her mind was incessantly pondering what matters her parents could possibly want to discuss, wondering if it was something they had kept from her during this time. It seemed increasingly likely that the matter was indeed connected to her. Dressed in military attire, Jima Wuyin wore a faint smile, his gaze never straying from Wuyo. Upon receiving her call, he felt a twinge of surprise. She rarely contacted him during work hours, leading him to briefly worry that something was amiss. Only after learning that it was about a family matter did he breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he remained curious about the nature of their discussion, questioning whether it pertained to that particular issue. Though he dismissed the thought, believing his parents to be above such trivialities, feeling a ripple of unease, Jima Wuyin asked, Wuyo, do you have any idea what Mom and Dad want to discuss with me? It would be helpful for me to prepare myself mentally. Wuyo looked at the man before her, a smile flickering in her eyes as she shook her head, replying, I'm not sure. How did you arrive so swiftly? Have you eaten dinner yet? I have, he responded, casually taking her hand and leading her inside. Inquiring, where have Junior and the others gone? I haven't seen them around. They're practicing. Wuyo replied as they walked. I'll take you to the study. Our parents are waiting for us. Their silhouettes, one tall, the other petite, were framed by a gentle breeze that danced with the edges of their garments, creating a scene of remarkable harmony and warmth. Inside the study, Shieling Yu and the others sat with solemn expressions, the atmosphere thick with tension, which only eased slightly upon Wuyo and Jima Wuin's entrance. As they entered, the weight of the solemn faces before them caused Wuyo's smile to falter, and both felt a heaviness in their hearts. Taking a seat nearby, Wuyo finally asked, Mom, Dad, what is it that you wanted to discuss with us? Her eyes reflected a sense of uncertainty. Jima Wuin sat upright, his gaze fixed on the faces of the others, grappling with a sense of complex emotions as he inquired, Mom and Dad, do you have something to convey to us? He had long sensed that something was amiss with them, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Now, observing their solemn expressions, he found himself at a loss for words. Xilingyuan and his companions remained silent. Upon his entrance, they merely nodded slightly, each lost in their own thoughts. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Xilingya's eyes as he spoke earnestly. What is your perspective on the impending apocalypse? At this, Jima Wuin paused momentarily, contemplating before responding. The notion of the apocalypse has been circulating for several years. Although the government has taken certain measures, the veracity of it remains uncertain. However, given the increasing frequency of recent events, I wonder if these calamities serve as a portent that the world is on the brink of collapse. In truth, he had initially been skeptical, but with the government's decisive stance, he felt compelled to comply. Though a degree of concern lingered in his heart, he did not genuinely believe in the impending doom. He assumed the government was merely being prudent. Yet, the recent occurrences were undeniably peculiar, with disasters of varying magnitudes reported across the nation and in other European countries, though they were kept under wraps to avoid inciting panic among the populace. Xilingyu nodded, a steely resolve flashing within him, though his expression remained impassive. Your reasoning holds some merit, but what I must convey to you is that the apocalypse is indeed real, and an event is likely to transpire within the next month. Thus, you must prepare yourselves. What? Jima Wuin exclaimed, his expression shifting slightly, fear and confusion flickering in his eyes. He quickly inquired, Father, are you certain of this? How do you know so much? Who informed you? His words tumbled out, realizing the gravity of the situation and the chaos that could ensue if such news were to leak. Xilingyu nodded, his gaze unwavering. Jima Wuin could no longer dismiss the truth. He found it implausible that his father-in-law would deceive him regarding such a monumental matter, nor could he fathom what benefit there would be in such a ruse. He recalled the expressions on the faces of the others upon his arrival, feeling a tumult of emotions, yet gradually, he regained his composure. He now pondered how his father-in-law could possess such crucial information. Was there something more at play that involved him? Turning to Wuyo, he noticed her expression remained unchanged, indicating she was also aware of the situation. Wuyo met his gaze, a glimmer of light in her eyes as she affirmed, Yes, our entire family is aware, including Juner and the others. Jima Wuin's countenance shifted, though he harbored no particular thoughts. After all, such significant news was not something just anyone could share. The fact that they confided in him only served to affirm his status as part of the family. Despite the lateness of the hour, he furrowed his brow and asked, Can a timeline be established? The government has been on alert for some time, yet no specific date has been provided. If they could ascertain this, it would allow for adequate preparation, lest chaos ensue. It is confirmed. Wuyo replied with a nod. Upon hearing this, Jima Wuin's brow remained furrowed, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he looked at Xilingyu. He could not believe they had summoned him solely for this matter. Yet he remained in the dark about their true intentions. At this moment, Xilingyu spoke again, saying, The reason I called you here is to urge you to take good care of Xiao Yu and the children, as we may embark on a distant journey with an uncertain return date. Wu Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she looked at the others and asked, Mom and Dad, what does this mean? Where are you going? Yet, her mind was racing with speculations about their motives. Ignoring the concern etched on his daughter's face, Xilingyu added, Your brothers will accompany us as well. This revelation not only altered Wu Yu's demeanor, but also transformed the countenance of Jima Wuin, who was baffled by the situation. In a world on the brink of collapse, how could they possibly leave Wu Yu and the children behind? What rationale could justify such an action? After a prolonged silence, Wu Yu managed to calm her heart and quietly inquired, Father, please clarify your words. How can I avoid worry when everything is so vague? Where are you all going? And what is the purpose of this journey? Is there any danger involved? Why must everyone go? Can't a few of you stay behind? When will you return? One question after another poured forth as Wu Yu voiced her concerns. She had wondered why. During this period, they had all been so anxious about her. It turned out they were waiting for this moment. Everyone turned their gaze toward Wu Yu, surprised by her serene demeanor, while Jima Wuyin was momentarily taken aback, only to regain his composure as a thought crossed his mind. To be continued. Chapter 93. Deceit and schemes. Observing the astonished expressions of those around her, Wu Yu rolled her eyes and remarked, "Given your obvious behavior lately, how could I possibly remain unaware?" After a brief pause, noticing their silence, she pressed on, "Come on, just tell me what is going on." At this juncture, Wu Yu regarded them with a serious expression that left no room for frivolity. Shieling Yu exchanged glances with the others, but it was Yu Xian who finally spoke up, saying, "Mommy has found clues about our family, but they are not in this world. Therefore, I wish for Dad and a few brothers to accompany me in hopes of uncovering more leads." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu found herself too exasperated to even roll her eyes, responding helplessly, "Mommy, if you're going to search, at least come up with a more convincing reason. Even Juner and the others wouldn't believe that. Do you expect me to take it seriously?" With a chuckle, Shieling Xian laughed, while Shieling Chu squinted her enchanting eyes, and a fleeting smile danced in Jima Wuin's gaze. The others also shared a quiet amusement at this rather flimsy excuse. Yu Xian, noticing their suppressed laughter, felt a surge of indignation and exclaimed, "What is so funny? If you have a good reason, why should she fabricate such an implausible excuse? Honestly, it's disheartening. My sons have grown up and no longer heed my words. Parents, brothers, please just speak the truth." Wu Yu leaned against Jima Wuin, exuding a languid aura, her tone casual yet pointed. When she nestled closer to him, Jima Wuin subtly shifted back, allowing her to find a more comfortable position. Then, casting a glance towards his parents-in-law and several brothers-in-law, he spoke, "Mom and Dad, you should just tell Yuer. She despises being deceived." After a brief pause, he suddenly inquired, "Could it possibly relate to the matter you just asked me about?" At that moment, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. Though it was but a fleeting instant, both Wu Yu and her companion sensed it. They exchanged a puzzled look, unable to comprehend the connection that lingered in the air. "Dad, perhaps you should just inform my sister," Shieling Xian suggested tentatively. "Given what Mom just mentioned, my sister does not believe a word of it. What reason could they possibly have to convince her? It would be better to speak plainly. Although they may not articulate much, they likely possess some inkling of the situation." Shieling Yu cast a glance at his younger brother, an inscrutable expression in his eyes. Observing Wu Yu and her companion, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, recalling events from months past when he had shared a dream. Gradually, Shieling Yu began to recount the occurrences that had transpired during that time. However, for GMO Wuin, what was shared felt akin to saying nothing at all. Tio assert that he believed not a shred of the talk about tribulations would be a falsehood. Yet to claim he fully accepted it would also be untrue. He existed in a state of half-belief. For Wu Yu, while the situation seemed utterly bewildering, the sincerity in their expressions indicated that this time, he had not concealed any truths. Could it genuinely be, as father suggested, her impending tribulation? Yet, the reasons remained shrouded in mystery. From his words, it was clear he himself was not entirely certain, and if she wished to unravel the truth, it was unclear when that might occur, or what the circumstances would be at that time. Contemplating this, Wu Yu slowly turned to the person beside her, only to find him gazing back at her. Their eyes met, brimming with resolve and determination, infused with immense courage, an unwillingness to yield, and the burgeoning affection that neither sought to disguise this time. Wu Yu thought to herself, she feared not the demons or specters, for she had him by her side. If anyone dared to provoke her, she would ensure their suffering was beyond imagination. Conversely, GMO Wuin pondered the considerable troubles that lay ahead for Wu Yu. He must protect her fiercely, shielding her from harm, alongside their children. They both contemplated much, but fear eluded them. Given their natures, they felt a tinge of anticipation for the challenges that awaited. "When are you leaving?" Wu Yu suddenly asked, snapping back to reality. The worried expressions on Shieling Yu and the others faltered instantly, their hearts aching at the thought of their beloved, warm-hearted daughter, sister, having grown so cold. They felt 1,000 tiny wounds in their hearts. GMO Wuin, observing their crestfallen faces, felt a surge of sympathy. After all, they had all concealed the truth from Yuer, and now she had seized the opportunity for retribution. In the future, he vowed never to hide anything from her, for who could predict how she might retaliate? Shieling Yu shook his head with a wry smile, knowing well that with her unyielding nature, she would not easily forgive them. What kind of words are these? He mused, uncertain whether his son-in-law could withstand such a trial. However, observing his nonchalant demeanor, It was evident that he was aware of the situation. Despite this inner thought, there was a sense of satisfaction regarding this son-in-law. Shieling Xian, unable to contain his impatience, inquired with an air of discontent, "Little sister, why are you not the least bit heartbroken? It's not as if you will never see them again. What is there to be sorrowful about? Since when did you become so sentimental?" Wuyo replied calmly, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. "You all chose to keep this from me." Shieling Xian stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, ultimately left to simmer in silence. The others were accustomed to such scenes. Shieling Xian could never prevail, yet he persistently attempted to provoke Wuyo. Truly lacking in memory, Jima Wuyin observed Shieling Yu and Yue Xin, inquiring, "What are your plans?" "We intend to depart in the next couple of days, while little Yu and Junior will remain behind." Shieling Yu articulated his intentions. Departure was inevitable. There was no need for prolonged stays. Moreover, he had faith that his daughter would navigate this challenge, and thus, their reunion should not be too far off. Yue Xin sat nearby, her eyes laden with concern for Wuyo. How could she not worry? Wuyo was her daughter, a treasure held dear in her heart. Yet, she felt powerless. Any interference on her part could lead to dire consequences. Wuyo nodded, refraining from elaborating. Each individual must tread their own path, and perhaps this was the journey she was destined to undertake. Although the absence of her parents stirred some reluctance within her, she found solace in the presence of him by her side. She believed that regardless of what lay ahead, he would remain with her, journeying together through the changing landscapes of this world, even if it had crumbled. Sensing the unspoken thoughts of Wuyo, Jima Wuyin took her hand in his broad palm radiating warmth, instilling a sense of reassurance. Their intimate display before the others momentarily surprised those present, yet it also evoked a gentle warmth, prompting them to refrain from further conversation. Although their concerns were somewhat alleviated. To be continued. Chapter 94. Departure approaches. The weather in March was splendid, with bright sunshine and a gentle breeze that added warmth to the air. Today marked the day of departure for Shieling Yu and his companions. After informing Wuyo and the others of their imminent departure the night before, the atmosphere among them became quite delicate. That evening, Wuyo relayed the news of their departure to Shieling Jun and the others, and by the following day, the little ones were clinging to them, inquiring as to why they must leave and when they would return. Their cherubic faces, marked by worry, tugged at the hearts of the adults, evoking a deep sense of reluctance. However, the decision made was unalterable. Ultimately, the discussions from that night lacked a clear rationale for their departure, leaving an ambiguous feeling that was unsatisfactory. They later inquired about the arrangements for the 2's marriage, suggesting that they could obtain a marriage certificate without holding a banquet and postpone the celebration until everyone could be present. After all, they were all set to depart, and it was essential for Wuyo to have a more reasonable justification for visiting his home. Otherwise, with everyone leaving, it would be rather unsettling for just the mother and a few children to remain behind. It would be far more prudent for them to reside together. Both individuals took these words to heart, recognizing the merit in the suggestion. Consequently, the following day, they obtained their marriage certificate, officially becoming a lawful couple. Although the situation felt somewhat rushed, the parents had spoken nothing but the truth. The apocalypse was imminent, and living together would be far more convenient, alleviating numerous complications. Moreover, yesterday, Shieling Yu had paid a visit to Old Master Jima for a discussion. Although the specifics of their conversation remained unclear, he emerged with a look of considerable satisfaction, suggesting that the Old Master was indeed a perceptive individual. After his exit, the Old Master merely regarded Wuyo and Jima Wuyin with an enigmatic expression, leaving them puzzled about the underlying circumstances. The success of obtaining the marriage certificate owed much to the Old Master's astuteness, with the other half stemming from Wuyo's own intentions. Regardless, Jima Wuyin felt an immense joy within his heart. He was now a man with a wife and children, and he resolved to diligently practice his skills to ensure their protection. Upon receiving the news that evening, he arranged the necessary preparations, hoping they would prove beneficial for the future. It was certain that the authorities had also been informed, as evidenced by their early readiness. Contemplating the vast secret base in the outskirts, he noted that its facilities were well equipped. However, the sheer number of people in the capital would undoubtedly incite significant conflict, and he was reluctant to become embroiled in it. Meticulous planning seemed imperative. At that moment, it was midday, and the Shieling family's courtyard was witnessing a scene of parting. There were no tears, no reluctance, nor any luggage. Several adults and a few children stood in the courtyard, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Upon entering, Jima Wuyin was met with this peculiar sight. He felt a blend of astonishment and amusement. Despite the evident farewell, it appeared as though these individuals were merely stepping out for a brief outing, poised to return shortly. Seeing him, Shieling June and the others joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Daddy, you're here? Daddy, have you had lunch? You've come." Shieling Yu nodded in acknowledgement but did not speak further. Jima Wuyin first addressed the inquiries of the children before saying, "Yes, I have arrived." He then inquired, "Are you all prepared to leave now? Would you like me to see you off?" "No need. We are leaving right away," Shieling Yu replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Yuexin continued her conversation with Wuyo. Upon noticing her son-in-law's arrival, she merely nodded before turning back to remind Wuyo to take good care of herself and the children, assuring her not to worry about them. They would reunite once the apocalypse had passed, and she urged her not to panic. Wuyo simply nodded in response, listening attentively without uttering a word, though her eyes sparkled with a gentle light, exuding an air of obedience. "The time has come. We should all be on our way." Shieling Yuan suddenly spoke, his expression grave. Although he harbored concerns for his sister, he was reassured by the formidable prowess of both his sister and her husband, not to mention the commendable skills of his nephews. Uncertain of whom he should truly worry about, he felt a sense of ambiguity. Shieling Chu languidly stood nearby, a gentle glimmer passing through his eyes as he gazed at his nephews. "Mother, what are you still talking about? Let us go," he urged. An instinctive feeling gnawed at him, as if departing would somehow enable him to assist his younger sister, thus fueling his impatience to leave. He felt comparatively unconcerned about his young nephews, whose spirited natures would likely keep them safe. His primary worry lay with his sister's well-being. It seemed as though fate itself had conspired against her, necessitating vigilance. "All right, I understand. You must be cautious while you're out. I will look after myself and Juner, and we shall reunite swiftly," Wuyo interjected, perceiving the urgency in their expressions. It was unlike them to dilly-dally. Their well-being outside was all that mattered. The secrets they harbored would eventually surface, and then it would merely be a matter of whose cunning proved superior. At that moment, the group finally fell silent, exchanging glances before stepping into the formation within the courtyard. Yuexin gently patted Wuyo's hand, steeling herself as she joined them, her eyes fixed on Wuyo, brimming with complex emotions. Shieling Yu noted that everyone was present and addressed Jima Wuyin, saying, "Wuyin, go to Xiaoyu." Jima Wuyin nodded in agreement and stepped forward, taking the children along. Both watched the group, a sudden wave of reluctance washing over them. Shieling Yu steeled his resolve and activated the formation, saying solemnly, "Daughter, take care and protect her." The last phrase was directed at Jima Wuyin, imbued with the weight of a father's earnest charge. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the courtyard, and a magnificent beam of golden light enveloped the group at the center of the formation. The sky shifted in hue, and in an instant, the entire city of Kyoto was awash in golden radiance, a breathtaking spectacle. "Sister, take care, we await your return," echoed the collective voices of the group before they vanished from sight. Jima Wuyin and Wuyo remained momentarily dazed, while Shieling Jun and the others stared blankly at the direction of their disappearance. In a basement of a certain hospital in City Inn, a man was on the brink of madness, having painstakingly researched a breakthrough that still required a critical adjustment. This realization ignited a furious frustration within him. However, he clung to a thread of rationality, allowing his emotions to settle. Doctor held a glass vial delicately, placing it with care beneath the medical apparatus, meticulously observing the minute changes within. After a while, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! I found it. As long as I eliminate this anomaly, success is assured. Soon, I shall be the greatest person in the world, and I will become the first and most powerful Esper." At that moment, no one would dare to command him, and the entire world would have to heed his words. Otherwise, he would make them taste the bitterness of his wrath. Furthermore, he was determined to inform his master of this matter, certain it would bring him great joy. Unbeknownst to him, his success would lead many to a fate of eternal demise, ultimately branding him as a national criminal. Forever unforgiven, he was currently engulfed in the euphoria of imminent triumph, oblivious to the escalating global crisis, while the busy populace remained unaware. To be continued. Chapter 95. The return to position simultaneously. Far above in the heavens, amidst the ethereal white clouds, a gentle breeze stirred their movement. Several individuals, who were in seclusion within their respective palaces, simultaneously opened their eyes, a flicker of brilliance and enlightenment flashing within. In an instant, a commanding voice resonated throughout the palace, summoning the four divine sons to convene in the Cloud Palace. This voice echoed far and wide, instilling a sense of inevitability in all who heard it. Upon receiving the summons, the four divine sons exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. and swiftly made their way to the Cloud Palace, moving with the swiftness of a gust of wind, arriving in the hall almost simultaneously, without the slightest delay. The Cloud Palace, perched upon the eastern horizon, served as the venue for the Eastern Emperor's deliberations. The Emperor and the Divine Mother sat upon the dragon throne, their expressions inscrutable as they regarded their 4 sons below, their eyes occasionally betraying a hint of softness and pride. We convened to discuss the return of the Divine Maiden. What suggestions do the 4 divine sons have? The Divine Mother spoke with an unruffled demeanor, her noble visage exuding an understated elegance and composure, a beauty unparalleled by any other. The 4 divine sons, their eyes gleaming with insight, were quick to respond. The eldest, Divine Son Yuan, spoke first. We shall heed Mother's arrangements. He was confident that their mother had a plan in place. After all, she would not have allowed them to return without assurance. Indeed, Mother, you must have already made arrangements for our little sister. Why else would you inquire of us? Divine Son Xian remarked nonchalantly, though a flicker of concern crossed his mind. He would continue to keep a watchful eye on his sister's affairs, ensuring she encountered no misfortune. As for the brother-in-law, he deemed that upon his return, he might be worthy of his sister's status. The Divine Mother's eyes widened slightly as she admonished, "This is the Cloud Palace. You ought to be mindful of your demeanor." Yet, a glimmer of amusement danced in her gaze. "Enough of your pretense. Your expression hardly suggests anger," the Emperor interjected, his eyes softening as he regarded the Divine Mother, his tone devoid of the earlier authority. He had witnessed her fury before, a sight that commanded respect and fear, even from him. Yet, his desire was solely to see her happy and at ease. Thus, the once formidable atmosphere of the Cloud Palace dissipated entirely. "Mother, what arrangements have you made for our little sister?" Divine Son Yu suddenly inquired, his concern for her palpable. With their return, their capacity to intervene was significantly diminished. It would have been more beneficial to remain below and assist. Divine Son Chu maintained his languid demeanor, appearing disinterested, his thoughts adrift in distant realms. Upon hearing the words of the 4th brother, I could not help but roll my eyes internally. However, I chose not to elaborate further. They could offer no assistance in my sister's predicament, and it would be better for her to navigate this tribulation on her own. Moreover, my sister is not someone to be trifled with. He has not forgotten the events that transpired in the heavenly realm, which instilled great fear even among the lesser deities, and even the more powerful gods dared not provoke her, that said. During her time in the mortal realm, her temperament has indeed transformed quite a bit, yet when faced with adversity, she resorts to violent solutions without granting others a chance for redemption. Furthermore, her nature resembles that of a cunning little fox. How could one not feel uneasy? Only our mother and a few brothers fret over her. I truly cannot discern whether they have forgotten her true nature or what else may be at play. The Divine Mother's gaze flickered slightly, her meaning unmistakable as she articulated. I have arranged for the 4 guardians to descend to assist her at a crucial juncture. The expressions of the 4 divine sons shifted subtly. They had not anticipated such an arrangement from their mother. However, considering the ephemeral space that envelopes their sister, it seems that fate has its own design, one that eludes their comprehension. The 4th divine son, Xian, inquired, "Mother, what exactly is the ephemeral space that our sister possesses?" This was the very question he could not fathom, even after returning to their rightful places. That is an ancient artifact, one of great antiquity. It is only natural that you have not heard of it. It serves to protect your sister, though its power is not particularly significant, the Divine Mother replied slowly, her tone devoid of any fluctuation, leaving her words shrouded in ambiguity. The Heavenly Emperor's gaze deepened, obscuring his thoughts as he stated, "You may all depart. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with matters concerning the Divine Maiden. I have my own plans." His voice bore a weight of caution, implying a subtle warning against their interference. "Understood," the 4 divine sons responded in unison, though their inner thoughts remained concealed. Once they had all departed, a shadow of worry crossed the Divine Mother's eyes as she turned to the Heavenly Emperor and gently inquired, "Yugo, do you think Xiaoyu will be all right? I truly worry for her being alone down there. Haven't you made all the necessary arrangements? What is there to worry about? Besides, we are here. Do not overthink it," the Heavenly Emperor reassured his wife, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "Very well," came her response after a moment's pause, and then silence enveloped them. The individuals in question are indeed Xiaoyu's family residing in the mortal realm, although she remains unaware, believing they have merely gone out to seek someone, oblivious to the fact that her family comprises extraordinary beings from both heaven and earth who are contemplating how to aid her through this trial. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, Shima Wuin observed the sudden disappearance of several individuals, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. Something felt amiss. Were they truly off to find someone? Wuyo, however, remained oblivious to any discrepancies. With the sudden departure of a significant portion of her family, she found herself somewhat disoriented, uncertain of their whereabouts. The younger siblings of Shieling Jun were equally unaware of the underlying intricacies, believing that in due time they would once again be reunited with their grandparents and uncles, and thus paid no heed to their abrupt absence. Regarding what Mother mentioned, they have all etched it into their hearts, pondering that with grandfather and the others gone, only they, the few young men, remain. They are resolute in their commitment to care for Mother, ensuring that no one harms her, and that includes Father as well. Such a significant commotion in Kyoto cannot have gone unnoticed. However, even if they wished to investigate, they would find nothing conclusive, merely endless conjectures swirling in their minds. Some speculate whether it is akin to a celestial ascension, preparing for a tribulation to achieve enlightenment, yet they also ponder the absence of thunderous tribulations. Others wonder if it might be an explosion or some form of terrorist attack. In summary, the diversity of their thoughts is as peculiar as it is varied. Meanwhile, in a small grove on the outskirts of Kyoto, Elder Chi sensed the sudden intensification of spiritual energy in the universe, marked by a dramatic shift in the atmosphere, accompanied by a flash of golden light that appeared and vanished in an instant. At that moment, he felt a profound shock within, filled with numerous speculations, none of which aligned with the current scene, leaving him uncertain whether the impending events would bring fortune or misfortune. All he could do was urge those beneath him to exercise greater caution, hoping that his affairs would remain unaffected. TOB continued. Chapter 96. Ominous signs of the apocalypse. Amidst the conjectures swirling in Kyoto, Wuyo and Jima Wuin were deliberating whether to invite the elder to live with them or to have him move in directly. Wuyo furrowed her brow slightly, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes as she suggested, "Let us have grandfather move in with us." The surroundings of the Shieling family are fortified with formations, which should provide a safer and more secure environment for him. She had her own considerations. Not only had the children grown accustomed to living there, but the future remained uncertain if they moved in. Their safety would undoubtedly be assured. "Please accompany me to speak with grandfather shortly. Let us also summon the children. I am certain grandfather will agree." A ripple of understanding passed through Jima Wuin's gaze, recognizing the wisdom in her words. The protective formations in their home were vastly superior to his own, yet he wondered how arrangements would unfold in the future, as they could not expect such a favorable environment. Wuyo nodded in agreement, believing that with Junior and the others by their side, grandfather would certainly consent to move in for their safety. Thus, time flowed gently onward, and before they knew it, over half a month had passed. During this interval, there had been no news regarding Shieling Yu and his companions, but as the saying goes, no news is often the best news. In this span of half a month, numerous occurrences transpired across various nations, fires igniting today, floods striking tomorrow, torrential rains the day after, and other calamities unfolding in different locales. Such events left many in a state of trepidation, and whispers of an impending apocalypse began to circulate, casting the nation into a state of chaos. Incidents of robbery sporadically emerged, and even more alarming were reports of public homicides, leaving law enforcement and governments in disarray. Ordinary citizens were not exempt from this turmoil, often finding themselves in a state of panic, seeking solace amidst the uncertainty. Many prepared extensive supplies of food and water, convinced that the end times were upon them. Certainly, there are individuals who completely dismiss the rumors of the apocalypse. Such people are regarded with disdain, as they persist in their own pursuits. Amidst the chaos engulfing the nation, numerous individuals have vanished for reasons unknown to the common populace, existing in a perilous limbo between life and death, with no one to rescue them. When they eventually re-emerge, they can no longer be considered human, but rather, they have become monsters. In Kyoto, at the Shieling family's courtyard, the air is crisp and clear, and the peach blossoms continue to bloom, starkly contrasting with the tainted atmosphere outside. Instead, it exudes tranquility and serenity, imparting a sense of time's gentle passage. Indeed, regardless of the current state of Kyoto, the Shieling residence remains particularly tranquil. This calm is not indicative of a lack of liveliness. Rather, it reflects the stability of its inhabitants, who are far removed from the restlessness that characterizes those outside, where one might feel an imminent explosion of chaos. The passers-by on the streets are devoid of the previous joviality, ever hurrying about as if pursued by unseen forces. Yet, within the confines of the Shieling home, harmony prevails. Just a few days prior, the esteemed elder of the family had moved in, accompanied by Junior and a few children. After much persuasion, at this moment, The elder is engaged in a game of Go with Wuyo. The elder has never won a match against her, yet he delights in the challenge, while Wuyo remains unfazed. As it requires little time. After placing a stone on the board, the elder casually inquires. There are murmurs of numerous events unfolding outside. Indeed, Wuyo, placing her stone to capture one of the elder's pieces, responds nonchalantly. The elder is indifferent to the outcome of their match and continues, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" He then contemplates his next move. What is destined to occur will inevitably unfold. One can only fear the ensuing turmoil, wondering how many ordinary people will remain. Although she expresses this notion, there is no flicker of emotion in Wuyo's eyes, leaving one uncertain whether to interpret her demeanor as lament or regret. Surprised, the elder glances at her, finding no trace of turbulence in her gaze, leaving him momentarily stunned, perplexed by the resilience of someone so young. Paying no heed to the elder's scrutinizing gaze, Wuyo's expression turns somewhat frosty as she continues. In these chaotic times, the weak cannot survive. Only the strong will endure. In this apocalyptic era, strong individuals are abundant. Naturally, those who remain are formidable in their own right, as long as one possesses the will to live and harbors conviction. Survival is attainable. Indeed, heroes emerge in times of turmoil. The elder nods, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Though her words may seem harsh, they are not without merit. Yet, coming from a young woman in her 20s, they carry an air of peculiarity, leaving one to ponder how the likes of Wuyo could have captured the heart of the elusive Yun. He then inquires, what arrangements will be made for Junior and the others? Arrangements? Wuyo questions, a glimmer of intrigue crossing her eyes, as she answers matter-of-factly, of course, they should also witness the world for themselves. After all, they are no longer children, and with their martial skills, you need not worry. The esteemed elder experienced a slight choking sensation, and his countenance appeared somewhat unwell. He could not comprehend how a mother could possess such an expansive heart, seemingly oblivious to the perils lurking in the outside world. Unperturbed by the potential for harm to her child, as for Wuyo, she intuitively grasped the elder's unfinished thoughts, yet she had no intention of indulging her children in these tumultuous times. How could her son,